Chapter 1. The Darkest Hour. In the bustling office of Tokyo Sunrise Software Company, the warm sunlight poured through the immaculate glass windows, flooding the space with radiance. During the lunch break, the office was filled with youthful employees in their 20s, their exuberance infusing the atmosphere with vitality. Clusters of colleagues engaged in animated conversations about the trivialities of daily life. "Hey, where shall we gather after work today?" A female employee with a high ponytail inquired eagerly, her tone light and buoyant, tinged with a hint of excitement. Beside her, a male employee with flaxen hair leaned back in his chair, propping his elbows on the desk. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Of course. We must go sing karaoke. I've been holding in all day. I simply must belt out a few notes." "Huh, karaoke is so dull and unexciting," retorted a bespectacled, diminutive male employee, adjusting his glasses with a dismissive expression that he raised his voice to counter. "The arcade is where we should truly be. I've been eagerly anticipating the new fighting games. I'm just waiting for the end of the workday to showcase my skills." At that moment, a plump fellow emerged from the crowd, a sly smile dancing across his face as he raised an eyebrow and chimed in, "Hold your horses. The key question is who's treating today. As the saying goes, whoever pays holds the power. The destination is dictated by the one footing the bill." No sooner had he spoken than a sharp crack echoed through the room, akin to thunder on a clear day, silencing the office as all eyes turned toward the source of the sound. In the corner of the office stood a slender employee, his hands covering his face. With tousled hair and a youthful appearance, it was evident that in a few years he would grow into a handsome man. However, a distinct red handprint marked his cheek, and his lowered head concealed the fury seething in his eyes. His name was Yifan. Having relocated from China to Japan with his mother at a young age, he faced a life of hardship. With limited financial means, his mother was forced to work as a hostess, which rendered him a target for bullying among his colleagues. Confronting Yifan was a surly individual, his hair in disarray and his work uniform hanging loosely. He gripped Yifan's collar, spitting venomously, "Baka, yes-on, stop playing dumb. Where's this month's contribution? Quit stalling and hand it over. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to fire you." Standing quietly beside Mitsui Shoto was a long-haired employee, his locks cascading to obscure his eyes. Yet, the slight upward curve of his lips revealed a sense of enjoyment in witnessing the unfolding drama, as if this act of bullying were merely an amusing spectacle. This was Sato Ichiro, a formidable figure and the unwavering leader whom Mitsui Shota followed devotedly. The Sato family was notorious in the underworld, deeply entrenched in Tokyo's criminal landscape for many years. Their involvement in numerous gray industries, coupled with ruthless methods and decisive actions, had made them legends in the underworld. Merely hearing the name Sato sent shivers down the spines of many. It was precisely because of this powerful background that Sato Ichiro entered the company, as if cloaked in an invisible shield. His presence instilled a measure of fear among superiors and rendered employees mute. None dared to provoke his eye or in his everyday life. A mere glance or a whispered word from him would send his subordinates rushing to resolve any trouble he encountered. At this moment, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he nonchalantly permitted Mitsui's actions, embodying the essence of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, thereby firmly establishing a sense of reverence among the office employees through Mitsui's hand. The office's oppressive silence lasted but a fleeting moment before it erupted into cacophony once more, akin to the surface of a lake disturbed by a falling boulder, returning to its noisy state after the ripples had faded away. A female employee with a high ponytail curled her lips in disdain, rolling her eyes as she muttered, "Honestly, every time this drama unfolds, it's such a buzzkill." With that, she pulled her friend along and turned back to discussing their karaoke playlist for after work, as if the bullying in the corner had never transpired. A male employee with flaxen hair scratched his head, casting a brief glance at Yifan, a flicker of sympathy flashing in his eyes. However, the next instant, a friend beside him playfully patted his shoulder and teased, "What are you thinking? Mind your own business. He's just a pig. We can't afford to lose anyone for karaoke later." His lips parted, hesitating to speak, ultimately swallowing the words of caution that lingered on the tip of his tongue. Yifan clenched his fists, the knuckles whitening from the pressure, cracking ominously as he took a deep breath, suppressing the rage that simmered within. He raised his gaze to meet Shita Mitsui's, his voice trembling yet resolute. Mitsui, just give me a few more days. That my family is going through a tough time. I need some time to arrange things. Shita Mitsui erupted into raucous laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. He delivered a swift kick to Yi Fan's abdomen, causing him to stagger and nearly fall. You Chinese pig, a few more days? Do you take me for a fool? You always come up with this excuse. If you can't deliver today, you'll have a hard time. Aikir Sato, with his hands still in his pockets, observed the farce with a cold demeanor. Noticing Yi Fan's pain form from the kick, he leisurely stepped forward, tilting his head with a smirk that was both mocking and sinister. Mitsuzan, fine. Today, I'm in a relatively good mood, so I'll let this pathetic dog of yours off the hook. That he paused deliberately, extending his foot to lift Yi Fan's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze, which brimmed with contempt and disdain. However, today you shall crawl out of this office, inch by inch, just for our amusement. The office fell into a silence so profound that the sound of a pin dropping would have been audible, as everyone averted their eyes, fearful of attracting unwanted attention. Yi Fan bit down on his lip, crimson blood seeping forth, the humiliation crashing over him like a tidal wave, yet he found himself devoid of options. Having endured hunger for years, he was no match for the towering Mitsui. He had resisted several times in the past, only to be overpowered and beaten each time, already plotting in his heart, one day, I shall bring you down. His nails dug painfully into his palm, leaving crescent-shaped imprints as he slowly bowed his body, his knees crashing heavily against the cold floor, resonating with a dull thud. As soon as he moved, Mitsui Shota erupted into a peculiar, mocking laughter, forcefully stepping onto Yi Fan's back while taunting, "Hurry up. What are you dawdling for?" Yi Fan let out a muffled groan, veins bulging on his forehead, exerting every ounce of strength to crawl forward. His work clothes were smeared with dust and grime, his palms raw and bloodied, leaving behind a harrowing trail of crimson on the ground. Once Yi Fan painfully emerged from the office, Sato Ichiro and Mitsui Shota sauntered away, leaving him behind. After a brief moment of silence in the office, the usual ruckus resumed, with colleagues laughing and joking as if this was merely an inconsequential interlude during their lunch break. Yet, the hatred within Yi Fan blazed like a wildfire, consuming him with its intensity. Chapter 2. The Slaughtering System. With his battered body, Yi Fan painstakingly made his way back home. The small, dimly lit rental apartment was permeated with a musty odor. The furniture was dilapidated, and the walls were mottled, mirroring his own heart, which was riddled with wounds. Upon entering, Yi Fan locked the door behind him and slowly slid down against it. Collapsing onto the floor, he gasped for breath, as if trying to expel the humiliation and anger he had endured throughout the day with each exhale. After a considerable pause, he mustered the strength to rise and trudge towards the bathroom. The reflection staring back at him in the mirror was a disheveled visage. His cheeks were swollen, his lips bled, and the abrasions on his palms were caked with dirt and dust. The dried blood adhering to his flesh. Yi Fan turned on the faucet, and the icy water gushed forth. He cupped his hands to splash the cold liquid onto his face, the sudden sting eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Yet he gritted his teeth in silence, allowing the mixture of blood and grime to flow down the drain. Rummaging through his belongings, he unearthed a half-empty bottle of expired iodine, a few yellow cotton balls, and a crumpled roll of bandages. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he began to tend to his wounds. Each dab of iodine felt like fire against his skin, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The sound of his sharp intake of breath echoed painfully in the quiet room, but no pain compared to the footfalls of the bullies or the profound humiliation of being forced to crawl. He tended to the injury on his palm. The flesh adhered to the bandage. A gentle tug sent a jolt of agony through him, causing his eyes to redden. "Damn Mitsui and Sato, I will not let this matter rest," Yi Fan muttered under his breath, fury surging in his eyes as he continued his task. He bit down on his lip until the metallic taste of blood spread in his mouth, then meticulously wrapped the bandage around his hand. Just as he finished, the sound of the door lock turning signaled his mother's return. Yi Fan swiftly wiped his face and hid the medical supplies beneath the bed, not wishing to reveal his condition and burden her with unnecessary worry. His mother entered, her face weary, her meticulously applied makeup failing to conceal the fatigue in her eyes, the scent of alcohol lingering around her. "Fenner, have you eaten?" she asked, her voice hoarse, struggling to muster a semblance of cheer. "I have, Mom." "You look tired, please go rest," Yifan replied, forcing a calm demeanor and managing a smile that was more painful than tears. The mother seemed to sense something amiss, stepping forward to gently touch his face. Yet, Yifan instinctively recoiled, only to be caught by his mother's gaze, which fell upon the lingering redness and swelling on his cheek. "What happened? Who struck you?" Her eyes brimmed with tears, and she grasped Yifan's shoulders, her voice rising in pitch, tinged with anxiety and anger. Yifan lowered his head and, after a moment of silence, muttered, "It's nothing, Mom. I just had a fall. Please don't worry." How could he dare tell the truth? His mother was already exhausted from her daily duties of entertaining clients, and if she learned of the bullying he endured at the company, she might act impulsively. Their family could not withstand any upheaval. Though his mother remained skeptical, she refrained from pressing further, simply reminding him with tear-stained eyes to be careful in the future. Once she entered the house, Yifan clenched his fists, gazing out at the vibrant Tokyo nightscape, silently vowing to become stronger. He would repay those bullies for every ounce of suffering he had endured, letting them experience the taste of being trampled underfoot. The following day, despite enduring a body aching with pain, Yifan entered the gates of Tokyo Sunrise Software Company as usual. He kept his head bowed, the brim of his cap pulled low in an attempt to conceal the hatred burning in his eyes as he navigated through the bustling crowd towards his office. During the lunch break, he gritted his teeth against the discomfort, quietly clutching the damp tissue hidden in his sleeve, a small prize he had pilfered from the pantry, hoping to find a moment to clean the stains from his hands before reapplying his medication. Yes, he stepped into the restroom. An abrupt cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted behind him, reminiscent of a pack of wolves pursuing their prey. His heart skipped a beat, and he turned to see, as expected, Mitsui Shota and several of his cronies blocking his path, their faces adorned with arrogant, malicious grins, embodying the essence of street bullies. The restroom had previously been occupied by a few colleagues, who were engaged in light-hearted banter, but upon witnessing this scene, their smiles froze and their faces drained. Of colored, in an instant, water splashed as they hastily shook off droplets from their hands, desperate to vanish from the scene, scrambling towards the exit. One smaller colleague, in his panic, collided with Yifan, nearly knocking him to the ground. Yet, the small figure paid no heed to apologies, fleeing without a backward glance. Mitsui Shota observed this with a furrowed brow and a menacing glare, bellowing, "What the hell are you all staring at? Get out! Anyone who dares to speak or spread rumors about today's incident will regret it." His voice reverberated through the restroom, causing the tiles to buzz ominously. A few colleagues, caught off guard, faltered, nearly losing their balance as they hastened their escape. In the blink of an eye, the restroom was left with only Yifan, Mitsui, and his entourage, the atmosphere thick with tension. Mitsui Shota crossed his arms and advanced step by step, cornering Yifan against the wall. With a mocking tilt of his head, he sneered, "Well, thinking back to your pathetic state yesterday brings me such amusement. You really put in quite the effort to crawl, didn't you?" The cronies beside him erupted into raucous laughter, their jeers echoing painfully within the confined space of the restroom. The Yifan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms as he gritted his teeth and retorted, "Mitsui, do not be so arrogant. There will come a time when you will regret this, huh?" Mitsui responded, as if he had heard the greatest joke. He suddenly grasped Yifan's collar and delivered a resounding slap. The impact caused Yifan's cheek to swell once more. "Your defiance is quite impressive. Had you brought today's tribute? Do not come up with some excuse about it being delayed again," Mitsui sneered. Yifan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly replied, "No, I told you I would pay, but not at this moment." That moment. A few colleagues passed by the restroom, drawn by the commotion. They peeked in, but upon locking eyes with Mitsui, they promptly retreated and hurried away. Just then, Ichiro Sato strolled in with his hands in his pockets, and upon witnessing the scene, a mischievous smile crept across his face. "What's the matter, Yasan? Still unconvinced?" he said, approaching and poking Yifan's forehead with his finger. "I showed you mercy yesterday, but it seems you do not understand gratitude." Yifan glared at Ichiro Sato, his eyes wide with fury, as he articulated each word. "Gratitude? You scoundrels, bullying your colleagues, what kind of skill is that? If you have the ability, fight me unknown. As soon as the words left his mouth, the restroom fell silent. Mitsui's eyes widened in shock, and he prepared to strike, only to be halted by Sato's raised hand. Sato narrowed his eyes, assessing Yifan for a long moment before smirking coldly. Unknown? Very well, bring on. He paused, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. With a commanding shout, attack. Mitsui lunged forward first, delivering a powerful kick to Yifan's abdomen. Yifan raised his arm to block, but the sheer force left his arm numb, causing him to stagger backward. Seeing this, the lackeys surged forward, fists and feet raining down upon Yifan like a torrential storm, and the cramped restroom erupted into chaos. Yifan curled up in the corner, cradling his head as he endured the relentless blows. Each hit felt as though his insides were being rearranged, yet the fury burning in his eyes intensified. Isn't this supposed to be an unknown fight? Yifan shouted in desperation, summoning all his strength to rise and charge at the nearest lackey, swinging his fists in retaliation. However, outnumbered, he was soon overpowered and violently thrown to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his vision blurring. Mitsui, still unsatisfied, grabbed Yifan by the hair and forcefully slammed his head against the ground. Exactly. You think you can take on all of us alone? Yifan felt himself nearing his breaking point, humiliation and rage roiling within him, threatening to shatter his reason. Gazing at Mitsui's grotesque face, a murderous intent ignited within him, his teeth grinding together as a voice within him roared, kill him, and it will all be over. Just as he fumbled to pick up a shard of broken ceramic, ready to plunge it into Mitsui's carotid artery, a thunderous chime echoed in his mind. System activation successful. Killing system initiated. The host will gain attribute points for each individual slain. A cold electronic voice resonated within Yifan's consciousness. Chapter 3. The choice between good and evil. Yifan was momentarily taken aback, nearly dropping the shard of ceramic in his hand. The cold electronic voice pierced through his chaotic mind like a jolt of electricity, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. Mitsui Shota, however, paid no heed to his bewilderment, gripping Yifan's hair with increasing ferocity while hurling insults. Bakayuru, dare to glare at me? I shall teach you a lesson today. With that, he raised his fist, ready to strike again. The henchmen gathered around, their faces alight with mockery, giggling and jeering, eager to witness Yifan's further humiliation. Just as the tension reached its peak, a fierce glimmer flashed in Yifan's eyes, and an inexplicable surge of confidence welled up within him. Though his murderous intent lingered, it was accompanied by a newfound determination. He exerted his strength, breaking free from Mitsui Shota's grasp, and swiftly lifted his leg to kick at Mitsui's knee. Mitsui let out a yelp, losing his balance and stumbling backward. You little brat, where do you find such audacity? One of Mitsui's lackeys charged at Yifan with a clenched fist. Yifan sidestepped, crashing into the restroom door with a loud bang, causing the partition door to collapse. Mitsui's followers surged into the stall, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Yifan. He quickly shielded his head, curling into a corner as the blows rained down upon him like a torrential storm. Each strike resonating painfully through his bones and quaking his insides. Bruises rapidly spread across his body. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his vision blurred from the relentless assault, leaving only a tumultuous tide of humiliation and resentment surging within him. Just as he felt himself on the brink of collapse, his consciousness fading, the restroom door was forcefully flung open. The crowd froze in shock, turning to see the veteran employee, group leader Yokoyama, standing at the entrance. His face contorted with fury, veins bulging on his forehead, his booming voice reverberating throughout the restroom. What are you doing? Fighting in broad daylight. Do you have no regard for school rules and discipline? Mitsui Shota's expression changed slightly, yet he feigned calmness, defiantly retorting, group leader Yokoyama. It was Yifan who instigated this. He struck first. We were merely acting in self-defense. His followers nodded in agreement, though their faces betrayed their anxiety. Yokoyama's gaze was piercing as he saw through their ruse. He strode forward, seizing Mitsui Shota by the collar and pulling him close. Self-defense? I've watched you bully a colleague, taking advantage of your numbers, and you dare lie to my face." With that, his eyes swept over the disheveled Yi Fan, a flicker of compassion crossing his face as he shouted, "You all better get out of here." With that, Mitsui and his gang vacated the restroom, each passing Yi Fan with a faint smile of goodwill. Leaning against the wall, Yi Fan gasped for breath, summoning all his strength to lift his head. His voice hoarse yet resolute. "Group leader Yokoyama, this cannot be left unresolved." Yokoyama furrowed his brow, placing a hand on Yi Fan's shoulder, speaking solemnly. "Yi Fan, this matter is complex. Their parents are the principal. They wouldn't dare offend them easily. With pressure from above, my authority as a mere group leader is quite limited." The resignation and frustration in his voice were palpable, his eyes glistening with the injustice of the situation. Yi Fan had long anticipated this outcome, having no expectations for the school to impose any punishment on them. Team leader Yokoyama let out a deep sigh and lowered his voice. "Child, I understand your grievances, but reality is indeed quite cruel." With that, he turned and departed from the restroom. Yi Fan gazed at Yokoyama's receding figure, clenching his fists. He endured the excruciating pain that enveloped his body, leaning against the wall as he unsteadily rose to his feet. With every step he took, his body felt as if it were on the verge of collapse, the pain causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. Stumbling out of the restroom, he was met with glances of pity and fear from his colleagues in the corridor, yet Yi Fan paid them no mind. His thoughts consumed by a singular urgency. He needed to reach the infirmary. What should have been a brief distance felt interminably long. His legs weakened, and he nearly fell several times. At last, he staggered to the infirmary door. He raised his hand to push it open, and with a creak, Dr. Suzuki looked up in surprise upon seeing Yi Fan's woeful state, quickly rising to assist him. "Good heavens, Yi Fan, how have you gotten yourself into this state again?" he exclaimed, helping him onto the examination bed. Dr. Suzuki, adept in his movements, swiftly gathered antiseptic, bandages, and ointment, tending to Yi Fan's wounds while murmuring in concern. The cruelty of those bullies knows no bounds. As the antiseptic made contact with his injuries, Yi Fan inhaled sharply but resolutely remained silent. After tending to the external wounds, Dr. Suzuki's brow furrowed deeply, his expression serious. "Yi Fan, I cannot accurately assess some internal injuries. You must be taken to a major hospital for imaging. I will contact your family to take you home." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan abruptly sat up, disregarding the pain that shot through him. "Do not inform my family," he urged urgently. "My mother is busy with work. I cannot allow her to be distracted." He understood all too well the toll his mother endured daily to support their family, tirelessly working in the service industry, and if she were to find out, it would only deepen his own humiliation. Previously, when he had been bullied, he had turned to superiors and even the chairman, yet they had chosen to ignore his plight, leading to a brutal beating on the rooftop the very next day. Dr. Suzuki hesitated, his expression conflicted, but ultimately sighed and nodded in agreement. "Very well, but you must promise me that if you experience any discomfort, you will speak up." Yi Fan weakly nodded. As Dr. Suzuki turned to organize the medical supplies, he silently accessed the system interface in his mind. Attribute points: 0, strength; for agility; for stamina; 3, mentality; 8, reaction; for gazing at the data displayed on the interface. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with a newfound determination. Although his attribute points stood at 0 and the values were rather ordinary, the emergence of this system represented a glimmer of hope in his dire situation, a foundation for his counterattack. Clenching his fists, he felt the stinging pain from his still healing wounds and silently vowed to harness this system to reclaim all that he had lost. As he exited the infirmary, dusk had descended, leaving the campus eerily quiet. Yi Fan trudged homeward, his heavy footsteps echoing the arrogant faces of his tormentors and Yokoyama's helpless expression. Flitting through his mind like a revolving lantern, a tumult of humiliation and anger churned within him, reddening his eyes, yet he resolutely withheld his tears. Upon arriving home, before he could even turn on the lights, Yi Fan was greeted by the muffled sound of suppressed sobs emanating from his mother's room. His heart constricted with anxiety as he gently pushed open the door, revealing his mother seated at the edge of her bed, her face streaked with tears, clutching several debt collection notices in her hands. Upon seeing her son return, she hastily wiped her face, forcing a faint smile. "Fanner, you're back. Have you eaten yet?" Yifan's eyes brimmed with unshed tears as he feigned nonchalance. "I've eaten, Mom. Don't tire yourself too much." He refrained from mentioning the issues at work. Retreating quietly to his room, where he lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, his thoughts a tumultuous storm. To extricate himself from this predicament, he realized he would have to rely solely on his own strength. Yet, the surging tides of hatred and humiliation crashed relentlessly against his heart, threatening to erode the fragile dam of reason. In his mind, two voices emerged. One whispered ominously in his ear, imbued with a chilling malevolence, as if it were a temptation straight from the depths of hell. "Eliminate him, and it will all be over. Once Mitsui is gone, no one will dare to trample upon you again. All the punches, all the humiliations will vanish into thin air. Living in fear, treated as a soft target. Is that how you wish to exist? Will you endure a life of cowardice? Take action, for this is your only escape." The other voice, however, quivered with terror and resistance, desperately tugging at his rationality. "Yifan, do not let hatred cloud your judgment. To take a life is to plunge into an abyss from which there is no return. Your existence thereafter will be spent in flight or in chains. What about your mother? She has suffered enough. Should she discover you have become a murderer, it would shatter her completely. And what are your unfulfilled dreams? They would all dissolve into nothingness. Is it truly worth sacrificing your entire life for a fleeting moment of vengeance?" Yifan gripped the blanket tightly, his knuckles turning white, cold sweat beading on his brow, as his chest heaved with intensity. The scenes of bullying replayed in a relentless loop in his mind. Mitsui S.H. Ta's sinister grin, the cruel taunts of his followers, each moment seared into his heart like a branding iron, igniting a relentless urge for retribution. Finally, gritting his teeth, he sat up, a resolute glimmer flashing in his eyes. Tonight, he would make Mitsui pay. Dressed in black attire, donning a black mask and armed with a dagger, Yifan stealthily made his way to Mitsui's residence. The night breeze swept past him, carrying a hint of chill, tousling the strands of hair on his forehead. Yet it could not extinguish the seething inferno of rage within his heart. Chapter 4. A moonless night, the night enveloped the city like a thick, inky darkness, and Yifan, clad in dark attire, seemed to merge with the shadows, gliding ghost-like through the dimly lit streets. He raised his head slightly, his keen gaze sweeping repeatedly over every corner by the roadside. Upon spotting the flickering red light of a surveillance camera, he would instantaneously alter his path, skillfully maneuvering to avoid detection. As he passed a convenience store still aglow with light, Yifan crouched low, using the promotional display at the entrance as cover, swiftly and silently slipping through without causing a sound, successfully evading the watchful eye of the camera. After a series of careful maneuvers, he finally arrived near the Mitsui residence. The Mitsui home was a quaint villa styled in European architecture, its cream-colored exterior shimmering with a cold glow beneath the moonlight. The ornate iron gate exuded an air of grandeur, reflecting the substantial wealth of its owner. The garden within was meticulously manicured, with greenery arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, a clear indication of significant investment in upkeep. Several luxury cars were parked in the garage, their polished bodies radiating a subtle yet opulent quality. It was well known that Mitsui's father presided over a renowned local business conglomerate, his financial prowess unrivaled in the industry. Such advantageous circumstances had spoiled Mitsui, turning him into a tyrant within the company, mercilessly bullying his colleagues without a hint of restraint. Yifan cursed Mitsui inwardly, his anger boiling. How outrageous! To be so wealthy, yet still demand protection fees, purely to satisfy his own twisted desires. At this moment, the villa was shrouded in an atmosphere of tranquility, pierced only by a few streetlights, their dusty lamps struggling to emit a feeble, dim glow, illuminating a very limited area. Yifan inhaled deeply, suppressing the surging tides of hatred and fury within him, and stealthily crept along the icy walls of the villa. It was approximately 2 in the morning. He calculated the time as he searched for a point of entry, moving silently along the base of the wall. Yi Fan eventually discovered the deepest shadowed corner of the surrounding wall, concealed by several tall, ornamental trees, their lush foliage effectively blocking out the moonlight. He quickly retrieved his pre-prepared gloves from his pocket, slipping them on and feeling the subtle friction against his fingertips. Stepping back a few paces, he took a running leap, grasping the top of the wall with both hands, carefully maneuvering his feet over the edge and flipping himself inside. As he landed, he bent his knees to absorb the impact, his foot gently brushing against the grass without making a sound. One hand drew a dagger, its blade gleaming coldly, mirroring the resolute and chilling determination in his heart. The villa was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the faint ticking of an ornate clock on the wall. Its sound magnified in the stillness of the night. Yi Fan pressed himself against the wall, inching forward carefully, his sharp eyes missing no detail as he scrutinized his surroundings, attempting to glean any clues regarding Mitsui's room. Passing by a study, he noticed a sliver of light seeping through the crack of the door. His heart raced as he positioned himself against the door, leaning in to listen closely. Inside, Mitsui's father's deep voice resonated, seemingly engaged in a phone conversation with overseas partners, discussing substantial orders, utterly oblivious to the unexpected intruder within his home. Yi Fan dared not linger, pressing onward. As he traversed the corridor adorned with a plush carpet, his gaze fell upon several scattered game tokens on the ground. A sudden realization struck him. These were the limited edition tokens often favored by Mitsui, indicating he was nearing his objective. He quickened his pace, honing in on the room at the corridor's end, guided by the clues before him. The door was firmly shut, devoid of any light seeping through. Holding his breath, Yi Fan cautiously grasped the doorknob and gently pressed down. The door creaked open slightly, revealing a languorous atmosphere within, bathed in the faint moonlight filtering through the window. He discerned a figure nestled beneath the covers, his heart leaping into his throat. Stealthily, he approached the bedside, treading lightly as each step was muffled by the carpet. Closer, ever closer, just as he raised his dagger, poised to strike, the figure on the bed turned over, mumbling in slumber. The visage revealed was unmistakably that of a girl, likely Mitsui's sister, prompting Yi Fan to retreat silently from the room. Casting his eyes toward the adjacent bedroom, he was certain this must be Mitsui's domain. Exhaling slowly, he endeavored to calm his erratic breath and racing heart, tightening his grip on the dagger. The blade felt slightly slick from the cold sweat of his palm, yet its cold gleam remained undiminished. He placed his hand upon the doorknob, applying pressure with utmost caution. The hinges seemed to sense the gravity of the moment. Emitting no sound, the door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit interior, where scant moonlight struggled to outline the room's contours. The air was thick with a faint scent of tobacco, mingled with an almost imperceptible hint of men's cologne. This was undoubtedly Mitsui's territory. Yi Fan slipped into the room, gently closing the door behind him, shrouded in the shadows cast by the door. His gaze, sharp and vigilant, scanned the surroundings. The room lay in disarray, garments strewn haphazardly across the sofa, crumpled papers littering the floor, a game controller rolling to one side, and the screen still aglow with a faint standby light. He crept toward the bed, each step fraught with caution, as if treading upon a razor's edge. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Was he truly ready to take this step? On the bed, Mitsui lay oblivious, snoring heavily, completely unaware of the impending danger. At that moment, the moonlight cascaded across Mitsui's face, illuminating his thick, unkempt beard, a reflection of the arrogant features that had haunted Yi Fan's nightmares countless times, now within arm's reach. Just as Yi Fan gritted his teeth, preparing to plunge the dagger down, the phone on the bedside table suddenly illuminated, its jarring notification sound shattering the silence. Mitsui jolted awake, groggily reaching for his phone. Yi Fan's heart raced, and he instinctively crouched beneath the bed. The phone's glow illuminated Mitsui's drowsy face as he muttered a string of profanities, glanced at the notification, and tossed the phone aside, rolling over to resume his slumber. Yi Fan held his breath beneath the bed, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. his eyes fixed above until he was certain Mitsui had fallen back into a deep sleep before slowly emerging from his hiding place. Yi Fan straightened his posture anew, a flicker of determination gleaming in his eyes, devoid of any hesitation. Like a panther in the shadows of the night, he surged forward with remarkable swiftness and silence. His left hand shot out like lightning, swiftly covering Mitsui's mouth, his palm firmly pressed to stifle any cry for help. Mitsui, suddenly jolted awake, widened his eyes in sheer terror and disbelief. Just as he attempted to struggle, Yi Fan's right hand plunged the dagger, imbued with boundless hatred, forcefully into his heart. Chapter 5. The blade descends in the fleeting moment when the sharp blade pierced deeply. The burly man trembled violently, emitting a muffled groan from his throat. His limbs flailed aimlessly, kicking the blankets and scattering the pillows across the floor. Yi Fan's gaze remained icy as he exerted more force, driving the dagger further into the man's body. Warm blood splattered, staining Yi Fan's face and clothing, yet he remained oblivious, consumed solely by the thrill of vengeance. In a mere instant, the once formidable figure of Mitsui began to weaken, his eyes widening with disbelief. The arrogance and disdain that had characterized him swiftly faded, replaced by an overwhelming terror and shock. He fixed his gaze on Yi Fan, seemingly unable to comprehend that this impoverished youth, whom he had so carelessly bullied, had summoned the audacity to draw a blade against him, thrusting it brutally into his own heart. You dare!" Mitsui gasped, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to utter a few indistinct words, his voice as faint as the dying cries of a cornered beast. He could never have imagined that the once subservient Yi Fan harbored such resolute murderous intent. The suppressed rage from past humiliations now transformed into a torrent of flames that wholly engulfed him. Yi Fan let out a cold snort, leaning closer to Mitsui's ear, whispering with a low intensity, "Did you think I would forever be at your mercy? This strike is for every punch and every kick I endured, for the life you have shattered." With that, he violently withdrew the dagger, blood gushing forth and splattering onto the sheets, creating a horrifying pattern of dark crimson. Within mere seconds, Mitsui's movements became feeble, his gaze began to dull, and his body slumped, ultimately falling into silence. "Ding! You have slain a human, earning 3 attribute points." Yi Fan's mind blanked, completely disregarding the system's notification. The blade in his hand dripped with blood, the crimson liquid pooling on the sheets and forming dark stains. Breathing heavily, his chest heaved with exertion. Despite having fulfilled his wish, his hands trembled uncontrollably. After a brief moment of distraction, Yi Fan regained his composure, understanding that he could not linger in this place. He swiftly snatched the sheets, wiping his face and hands clean of blood, carefully wrapping the dagger to eliminate any fingerprints or evidence. Once satisfied with his preparations, Yi Fan stealthily approached the door, pressing his ear against it to listen intently. Confirming that the outside was quiet, he quietly opened the door. Yi Fan slipped through the doorway, his form merging with the shadows of the corridor. The villa remained eerily silent, save for the rhythmic ticking of an ornate clock on the wall, marking a strange tempo to this dark night as slaughter. He edged along the wall, each step taken with utmost caution, the thick carpet muffling all sound of his movements. As he passed a storage room, a slight noise emanated from within, causing Yi Fan to freeze, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He held his breath and focused intently, and after a moment, meow, it was merely a cat that had wandered in. Yi Fan quietly exhaled in relief and continued onward. Reaching the staircase, just as he was about to descend, he spotted a maid in the lobby below, yawning as she began her cleaning routine. His heart suddenly constricted, and he slipped into the shadow of the stairway corner, his body tense, scarcely daring to breathe. "Damn cat, fur everywhere. Just wait until the master is away, and I'll show you," the nanny muttered as she approached the stairs. And Yi Fan tightened his grip on the cloth wrapping the dagger, preparing for a desperate fight. Fortunately, the nanny merely cast a casual glance without noticing anything amiss before turning to walk in the opposite direction. Once her figure had completely vanished, Yi Fan swiftly descended the stairs, making his way to the back door of the villa. Just as he grasped the doorknob, he heard the conversation of the nannies outside. His gaze sharpened, and he scanned the area before retreating into the utility room beside the door. The cramped space was suffused with a musty odor, and Yi Fan huddled in the darkness, listening as the footsteps grew fainter before daring to emerge once more. Pushing open the back door, the cold night breeze hit him like a wave. Yi Fan took a deep breath and stepped out. The yard was eerily silent, the moonlight obscured by clouds, casting the surroundings into utter darkness, a perfect cover. He stealthily navigated along the wall, relying on memory to locate the spot to scale it. With a running start, he leaped effortlessly over the wall. When he landed, he bent his knees to absorb the impact, making not a sound. Once outside the yard, Yi Fan did not allow himself to relax, avoiding the main road and brightly lit streets, opting instead for the dimly lit alleys. As he passed by a polluted river, Yi Fan halted, unwrapping the dagger from its cloth and hurling it into the water with force. He watched as the river rippled, the blade vanishing beneath the surface, before turning and quickly departing. Stumbling back home, the sky had already begun to pale with the first light of dawn, faint rays seeping through the window cracks. Yet the interior remained suffocatingly silent. Leaning against the door, he gasped for breath, as if trying to expel all the foul air from his lungs. His legs weakened, and he slid down the door to the floor. After catching his breath, Yi Fan mustered the strength to rise, mechanically walking into the small, dimly lit bathroom. He turned on the faucet, letting the icy water wash over his wrists, the remnants of blood swirling away under the flow. Gazing into the mirror at his disheveled and unfamiliar reflection, his eyes were hollow, as if his soul had been lost. After a long while, he emerged from the bathroom, numbly stripping off his blood-stained clothes and mask, the dried blood exuding a nauseating metallic scent, akin to the guilt he could not wash away. Yi Fan found a battered iron basin, stuffing the garments inside, then rummaging for a box of matches. His hands trembled violently, and it took several attempts before a faint flame flickered to life. He leaned in close to the clothes, and the flame eagerly licked upward, the orange glow illuminating his pallid face, casting dancing shadows that mirrored his complex emotions. The clothes quickly carbonized, curling into ashes, the acrid smoke stinging his eyes and provoking a series of coughs. Yet he seemed oblivious, fixated on the basin of fire, as if he intended to incinerate all the unbearable memories along with it. When the flames finally extinguished, Yi Fan collapsed onto the bed, his mind a chaotic blur, the lingering warmth of blood on his hands refusing to dissipate. Every time he closed his eyes, the terror-stricken visage of the burly man on the brink of death haunted him like a specter. He is, after all, merely a young employee in his 20s. The impulsive act of taking a life has left him engulfed in fear. What if he gets caught? Will his mother be able to accept it? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a sudden, urgent knock at the door jolted Yi Fan from his reverie. "Fanner, are you awake? I made breakfast for you." His mother's voice resonated with weariness and concern. Yi Fan inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself, and replied hoarsely, "Yes, Mom, I'm coming." As he rose from bed, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and he staggered a few steps before steadying himself. Raising a hand, he rubbed his face vigorously, attempting to present an facade of normalcy. He then opened the door, forcing a smile to greet his mother. Yet deep within, he understood that the days ahead would never return to their former state. Yi Fan struggled through breakfast. His taste buds felt numb, and each mouthful seemed like a laborious task. His mother's gaze frequently fell upon him, her concern intensifying. But he could only feign indifference, hastily finishing the last few bites before rising to say, "Mom, I'm off to work." His voice endeavored to remain steady, yet an imperceptible tremor betrayed his inner turmoil. Stepping outside, the bright sunlight cascaded down, yet it could not dispel the darkness that lingered within. Throughout his journey, Yi Fan's mind felt blank as he mechanically put one foot in front of the other. The shouts of street vendors and the laughter of colleagues faded into a blurred background. Only when the bustling crowd at the company entrance came into view did he abruptly snap back to reality. Halting in his tracks as cold sweat began to bead on his palms, the burly man had not reported for work, and this matter was bound to stir up a significant uproar. Chapter 6. Attribute points. As Yi Fan stepped into the company, The office was abuzz with noise. Colleagues were laughing and joking. He lowered his gaze, hastening towards his workstation, keen to conceal any signs of distress. The faint sound of his chair scraping against the floor made his heart lurch. Just as he settled his backpack, his neighbor leaned over. A look of concern etched on their face. "Yi, why do you look so pale? Are you unwell?" Yi Fan gripped the edge of the desk tightly, his fingertips turning white, and managed to force a smile. "I'm fine, just didn't sleep well last night." As he spoke, his throat felt parched, and his voice was hoarse. His neighbor grimaced slightly, muttering, "Huh? Don't pass your illness on to me," before turning back. Feigning to organize his documents, Yi Fan's trembling fingers fumbled with the papers. But his gaze could not concentrate. His ears buzzed with the echoes of the bloodshed from the previous night, and the terrifying visage of the bearded man, Mitsui, flickered before his eyes. At that moment, Ichiro Sato, seated at the back of the office, casually propped his feet on the desk in front of him. Reclining against the back of his chair with arms crossed, a smirk of disdain gracing his face as his gaze zeroed in on Yi Fan. His eyes seemed to scrutinize Yi Fan as if he were a lesser creature, dripping with contempt. "Yeah," he bellowed, deliberately raising his voice to draw the attention of several colleagues, who turned to look at Yi Fan with curiosity and concern. Yi Fan froze, his fists clenched beneath the desk, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the surging anger and anxiety within him, rising to approach Ichiro Sato. Each step felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. His legs trembled slightly, yet he forced himself to maintain composure. A few employees stood up behind him, grinning, standing as loyal subordinates. When the boss needed to discipline someone, they were obliged to stand by. As he reached Sato, before he could utter a word, Ichiro Sato abruptly kicked Yi Fan's knee, causing him to collapse to the ground with a thud, his knee slamming against the hard concrete floor, pain flooding his senses and bringing tears to his eyes as cold sweat broke out on his brow. "Look at you, in such a pitiful state," Ichiro Sato scoffed, leaning forward to grasp Yi Fan by the collar, yanking him upwards with malicious intent. "Whereas today, as tribute. Don't think just because the bearded man isn't here, that no one will trouble you." Yi Fan bit down on his lip, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth, yet he stubbornly remained silent. Colleagues gathered around, but none dared to intervene. Most averted their gazes, unwilling to attract trouble. Seeing Yi Fan's refusal to respond only fueled Ichiro Sato's fury. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Yi Fan's face, the sharp sound echoing throughout the office. A bright red handprint immediately blossomed on Yi Fan's cheek, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Lost your voice, have you? I'm asking you a question," Ichiro Sato roared. Yi Fan met his gaze, eyes ablaze with hatred, glaring at Sato as if he were prepared to devour him whole. Ichiro Sato paused for a brief moment, only to be consumed by a surge of indignation. With a forceful shove, he sent Yi Fan crashing to the ground, placing a foot upon his chest and looking down with derision. "Dare to glare at me? Who do you think you are? Merely a soft fruit to be squeezed at will." Suddenly, the manager strode into the office, clutching a folder, his usually gentle demeanor now radiating authority. Yi Fan straightened his back, hands neatly stacked on the desk, striving to appear diligently engaged, yet his gaze remained hollow and devoid of spirit. The manager spoke at length about the company's affairs, but Yi Fan absorbed none of it. His mind consumed by dread at the thought of being taken away by the police, cold sweat trickling down his back. The supervisor scanned the office, his brow furrowing slightly as he commanded, "Everyone quiet down and commence work. Today, we shall discuss the recent adjustments in our company's operations." With that, he turned and inscribed the words "Project Summary" on the whiteboard. "Colleagues, this project summary marks a pivotal turning point in our company's development, propelling us from an outdated business model to becoming a leader in the industry. All thanks to your foresight and relentless pursuit of progress." The manager spoke passionately, his eyes gleaming with pride. However, Ichiro Sato had little interest in listening. As the manager turned to write, he hurled a small paper ball at Yi Fan, striking him squarely on the back of the head, and whispered menacingly, "Wait until after work. This isn't over." Yi Fan clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms as he suppressed his anger. The manager continued, In a time of intense market competition, our company stood on the brink of crisis. Yet our Ichiro Sato did not sit idly by. He actively sought advanced technologies and concepts, forming an efficient team that propelled our performance skyward, securing numerous substantial orders and enhancing our company's reputation. At that moment, Yi Fan could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet, drawing the attention of the entire office. The manager's brow furrowed slightly in displeasure as he inquired, "Yi Fan, do you have a question?" With reddened eyes, Yi Fan met the manager's gaze and exclaimed, "Manager, you are well aware of the effort I invested in securing those significant orders to negotiate with clients. I spent countless sleepless nights and traversed much of the city conducting market research, all in hopes of delivering tangible results for the company. Yet here you are, attributing all the credit solely to Ichiro Sato. Is this fair?" The office erupted in a flurry of whispers, eyes darting between Yi Fan, the manager, and Ichiro Sato. Initially taken aback, Ichiro soon regained composure, leaping to his feet and angrily pointing at Yi Fan, shouting, "What do you know, outsider? This is merely the necessary path to the company's strength. It's survival of the fittest." Colleagues murmured among themselves, most wary of Ichiro's connections, echoing his sentiments. The manager's expression fluctuated between pale and flushed as he raised his hand to quell the commotion, furiously bellowing, "Yi Fan, understand that this is a business meeting. Watch your words. The company's arrangements are made with careful consideration, and it is not your place to criticize here." Yi Fan, consumed by rage, let out a bitter laugh. "So, according to you, distorting right and wrong and usurping the accomplishments of employees is a measure of the company? Am I destined to suffer for having my hard work so brazenly trampled upon by you? Is this the principle you advocate? A blatant favoritism that refuses to acknowledge the injustice committed?" The leader, momentarily at a loss for words, turned various shades of purple, and after a lengthy pause, erupted with indignation. "You are disrupting the meeting. Step outside and stand there." With a cold snort, Yi Fan strode out of the office, the sound of mocking laughter and Ichiro Sato's derision echoing behind him. Overestimating oneself, thinking to argue with the leader. Standing in the corridor, Yi Fan gazed out at the falling cherry blossoms, his heart heavy with desolation. Inside, the business meeting continued, perpetuating distorted ideologies, while the bullying he endured wove an impenetrable web that constricted his breath. Yet, the flame of defiance within him blazed ever brighter, and he vowed never to submit to this absurdity. It was then that Yi Fan recalled the attribute points he had obtained the previous day. He silently invoked the system, and a user interface materialized in his mind. Attribute points: 3, strength; 4, agility; 4, stamina; 3, mentality; 8, reaction; 4, Yi Fan's gaze fixed upon the system interface, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes, and without hesitation, he allocated all 3 attribute points to strength. In an instant, a surge of fiery and extraordinary energy surged through his body like a raging tide, coursing through every vein and fiber of his being. His muscles began to tremble uncontrollably, as if countless fine currents were dancing within them, while a tingling sensation coursed through his bones, hinting at a nascent power quietly gestating and thriving deep within his marrow. The excruciating pain inflicted by Ichiro Sato's bullying was gradually supplanted by a burgeoning sense of strength. Yi Fan clenched his fists, acutely aware of the tautness and expansion of his arm muscles. The power within him felt as though it might burst forth, each finger brimming with vigor. Attribute points: 0, strength; 7, agility; 4, stamina; 3, mentality; 8, reaction; 4, as Yi Fan reveled in the wondrous sensation brought about by his newfound strength. The department manager hurried into the office, trailed by a scruffy man in a trench coat and a serious-looking police officer. The manager directed a sharp gaze at Yi Fan. "It's you again. Why are you always standing in punishment? Return to your office and sit down." The scruffy man grinned at Yi Fan. "How did you come by those injuries?" The once boisterous atmosphere in the office suddenly froze, the air seemingly sucked out, becoming tense and oppressive. The colleagues' eyes converged on the doorway, filled with curiosity and unease. Chapter 7. The detective enters. Yi Fan slightly raised his head, his gaze unwavering as it met that of the older gentleman. In a low but firm voice, he declared, "It was Sato Ichiro who struck." His words, though softly spoken, reverberated through the stillness of the office like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring a tempest of reactions. Colleagues turned their attention towards Sato Ichiro, whose complexion darkened ominously. He sprang to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Yi Fan, bellowing, "You are talking nonsense. Do not attempt to tarnish my reputation." A flicker of panic shone in his eyes, overshadowed by a deeper, more profound anger at being publicly exposed. The older gentleman squinted slightly, his gaze shifting between Yi Fan and Sato Ichiro. The police officer stood impassively to the side, meticulously observing the reactions of both parties. The department manager furrowed his brow, gravely admonishing Sato Ichiro, "Calm down at once and refrain from shouting in the office." At that moment, the older gentleman's demeanor shifted, and he spoke slowly. "I'm not here to address the trivial matters of the office today. There are far more pressing concerns. Yi Fan, please return to your seat." A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Yi Fan's eyes, a reflection of his disillusionment with the workplace environment. He lowered his head in silence, trudging back to his desk with heavy steps. As he sat down, he leaned wearily against the back of his chair. Sato Ichiro, noticing Yi Fan's despondent posture, could not suppress a triumphant grin. He swaggered over to Yi Fan's desk, leaning forward with both hands planted on the surface, adopting an exaggerated tone of mockery. "Umph. I told you not to challenge me. How does it feel now? Still hoping to frame me? You should realize your limitations. Look at yourself, just a pitiful wretch without family, deserving only to be trampled underfoot." A few colleagues could not stifle their laughter, the sound piercing Yi Fan's heart like a dagger. The department manager rushed in, his expression dark enough to evoke unease. He approached the desk swiftly, slamming down a folder with a resounding thud that sent a plume of dust rising from the surface. "Colleagues, please hold on," he said, his voice gravelly, betraying fatigue and concern. The older gentleman and the police officer entered the office with measured steps, their gazes sweeping over each colleague like searchlights. Yi Fan's heart raced, instinctively lowering his head to evade their piercing scrutiny, yet fearing that such an action might arouse suspicion. He feigned calmness, lifting his head once more, though his hands gripped the edge of the desk tightly, knuckles blanching. The older gentleman stepped forward, cleared his throat, and addressed the assembly in a loud voice. "Colleagues, I am Takahashi, the head of the Special Investigation Unit of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. We are currently investigating a case and require your cooperation. Mitsui-san was brutally murdered, and some unsettling events occurred at his home last night. We wish to ascertain if anyone noticed any unusual behavior from him yesterday." The office lay shrouded in silence, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Colleagues exchanged glances. Some shook their heads while others averted their eyes. Yet no one dared to break the stillness with words. Yi Fan felt the thrum of his own heartbeat resonating in the quiet, as if it might burst forth from his chest. He struggled to maintain a calm facade, but visions of the gruesome scene at the Mitsui residence from the previous night surged unbidden in his mind, causing his stomach to churn violently. Sato had already been shaken to his core by the news. Mitsui, that sycophant, had met his demise, and within the confines of his own home, no less. Sato Ichiro feigned composure, though a flicker of panic was unmistakable in his gaze. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he rose once more and declared loudly, "Minister Takahashi, I believe Yi Fan is a prime suspect. Yesterday, he engaged in a fierce altercation with Mitsui in the corner of the restroom. I witnessed Yi Fan hurling insults at Mitsui and even pushing him. At that moment, Mitsui was livid, yet powerless against Yi Fan." Upon hearing this, the colleagues redirected their scrutiny towards Yi Fan, their expressions rife with suspicion and intrigue. Yi Fan's complexion turned ashen, and he glared at Sato Ichiro with fury, vehemently protesting. "You are lying. It was he who instigated the conflict. I was the one being assaulted, and I did not retaliate." Minister Takahashi raised his hand to silence the pair, fixing his gaze intently on Yi Fan as he inquired, "Yi Fan, is there any truth to this?" Please elaborate on the circumstances of that moment. Yifan inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure as he began to recount. In the restroom yesterday, Mitsui demanded protection money from me. When I told him I had no money, he unprovokedly attempted to assault me. I did not initiate any aggression. The officers, maintaining their impassive demeanor, recorded Yifan's account. One of them posed a question. Yifan, were there any witnesses present during the incident? Yifan nodded, responding, Supervisor Yokoyama saw it. The officer continued to press. And what happened afterward? Did you go to the hospital? Yifan's eyes dimmed as he replied, I could not afford to go to the hospital. At that juncture, another officer, contemplating the notes, remarked, Yifan, you claim that after being assaulted you had no further contact with Mitsui. Is that accurate? Yifan's fists clenched tightly as he expressed fervently, I did not seek revenge. I am merely an ordinary employee, wishing to work diligently. How could I possibly resort to murder? Minister Takahashi nodded slightly and inquired, very well. I have gathered this information. Yifan, please remain calm. We are merely seeking to understand the situation. He then posed several questions to other colleagues regarding Mitsui's interpersonal relations and any potential enemies he might have had, to which they offered scattered bits of information, though none of significant value. Subsequently, Minister Takahashi exchanged a few meaningful glances with the officers before preparing to leave the office. Before departing, he solemnly addressed his colleagues, stating, The information you have provided today will undergo thorough investigation and verification. Should any further leads arise, please do not hesitate to contact the police. This is a serious criminal case, and I urge everyone not to conceal information or propagate false rumors. Having spoken, he strode out of the office in unison with the police. Instantly, the office erupted into a flurry of discussions. Yifan sat there, his thoughts entangled like a chaotic mass of threads. Takahashi and the department manager made their way to the corridor outside, leaving Yifan only able to observe their lips moving, yet he could discern no sound. Takahashi, arms crossed, occasionally cast a penetrating gaze through the window in his direction, a look so palpable it rendered Yifan restless. Meanwhile, the department manager's furrowed brow and troubled expression conveyed his deep concern. Yifan's heart raced with anxiety. What were they discussing? Were they speculating that I am the murderer of Mitsui? Chapter 8. The discovery of the murder weapon. The Mitsui villa was enveloped in police cordons, with flashing lights illuminating the tense atmosphere. Outside the barricades, a throng of curious neighbors gathered, whispering among themselves, their eyes brimming with intrigue regarding this sudden incident. Takahashi, having rushed back from school, arrived with an austere demeanor and resolute gaze, instantly engulfed by the palpable tension as he stepped into the restricted area. Minister Takahashi, we have made a discovery. A police officer approached swiftly, excitement lacing his voice, which stood out starkly amidst the oppressive environment. He led Takahashi to a corner of the wall, where the underbrush appeared disturbed, bearing unmistakable signs of having been tampered with. The suspect must have entered from here, he exclaimed, pointing at the disheveled foliage, his eyes reflecting a professional acuity. Takahashi crouched down to inspect the area meticulously, his brow furrowed in concentration, scrutinizing every detail. Were any footprints collected? He inquired. The officer shook his head in resignation, replying, Minister, no footprints were found. The suspect seemed exceptionally cautious, having deliberately altered the entry path to leave no trace for us to follow. Takahashi's gaze deepened with contemplation as he stood up, brushing the dust from his knees, and proceeded directly into the interior of the villa. Inside, forensic personnel were diligently engaged in their work. Takahashi entered the living room, observing the shaking heads of the investigators. One of them approached to report, Minister, we found no fingerprints within the room. The suspect must have worn gloves, leaving us with no direct clues to their identity. After scanning the surroundings, Takahashi paused for a moment before instructing, continue to widen the search area and examine the surveillance footage around the villa in hopes of capturing the suspect's image or movements. Additionally, inquire with the neighbors to determine if they heard any unusual noises or observed any suspicious individuals entering or exiting at the time of the incident. The officers promptly dispersed to commence their tasks. Takahashi ascended to the second floor and entered Mitsui's bedroom. A pungent metallic scent pervaded the air, with the bedclothes in disarray and dried blood staining the floor. He approached the bedside slowly, where Mitsui's lifeless body lay contorted, his eyes wide open as if frozen in terror from witnessing something profoundly horrifying. The fear visible in his gaze remained striking even in death. His mouth bore the marks of having been forcefully covered, a ring of bruises starkly visible, evidence of a struggle in his final moments. A crimson stain marred his chest, the site of a fatal wound, with blood having seeped through his clothing and dried into a dark red patch upon the sheets. Furrowing his brow, Takahashi gently lifted Mitsui's arm for a closer examination, yet found no defensive wounds, indicating that Mitsui may have been entirely unprepared or swiftly overpowered, rendered incapable of resistance. Standing upright, he surveyed the room, noting that the belongings exhibited no signs of having been disturbed. Takahashi pondered, concluding that this was certainly not a case of burglary. He summoned a forensic officer, instructing him to meticulously examine the premises for any missing items or anomalies. At that moment, a police officer hurriedly ascended the stairs to report to Takahashi, "Minister, we have questioned Mitsui's parents, and after thorough verification, they confirmed that no valuable possessions are missing. All household valuables, important documents, and some sentimental items remain intact." Takahashi nodded slightly, his expression grave, as he internally deduced from the available clues that this case was likely a premeditated murder. He swiftly retrieved his well-worn notebook from his pocket, its pages slightly yellowed and corners frayed, a testament to countless investigations. As he opened the notebook, the pages rustled softly, and he hastily jotted down key points of the case, his strokes vigorous and assertive. Upon reaching the name Yifan, he paused momentarily, a flicker of doubt and seriousness crossing his gaze. He then emphatically marked the name with a large exclamation point, the ink seemingly infused with his profound suspicion of Yifan and a sigh over the complexity of the case. Takahashi slowly closed his eyes, a habit cultivated over his years in criminal investigation. Whenever he found himself in an impasse, he would attempt to empty his mind entirely, seeking to immerse himself in the perspective of the perpetrator to simulate the entire criminal process. After a brief moment, he reopened his eyes, their expression now cold and incisive, as if he had transformed into another being. In his mind's eye, Mitsui's dimly lit room began to materialize. He envisioned a shadow, ghost-like, stealthily infiltrating the space, the air growing frigid and tense with the presence of this unwelcome visitor. The shadow approached the unsuspecting Mitsui, who lay defenseless in slumber, swiftly covering his mouth with one hand as a glint of steel flashed in the other. A sharp dagger plunged directly into Mitsui's chest, his eyes widening in terror and disbelief, yet no sound escaped his lips. After delivering the fatal blow, the shadow did not immediately depart but lingered briefly in the room, seemingly searching for something or confirming whether Mitsui was truly dead. Takahashi rapidly recorded these details in his notebook. Then, as if possessed by the shadow, he followed its path of movement. The shadow treaded cautiously around the room, avoiding places that might leave traces, eventually arriving at the corner that had been previously disturbed. With agility, the shadow scaled the wall, flipping over the windowsill and vanishing into the vastness of the night. Takahashi proceeded along the pathway, periodically glancing at the surveillance cameras, mindful of their field of view, as his mind churned with the intricacies of the case. He understood, well, that since the perpetrator had so carefully evaded the villa's surveillance and left no fingerprints or footprints at the scene, it was highly probable that other clues could be found in the vicinity of the villa. Takahashi arrived at the riverbank, pausing there due to an instinctual notion that, from the perspective of the perpetrator he was attempting to comprehend, the assailant might have chosen this relatively concealed path after fleeing the villa, one that would facilitate the disposal of certain items. The dense underbrush along the riverbank, cloaked by the shroud of night, provided an excellent cover for concealing various objects. Standing at the water's edge, Takahashi furrowed his brow, his gaze penetrating as he contemplated whether the assailant might have discarded the murder weapon or other crucial pieces of evidence related to the case here. After a brief moment, He decisively retrieved his phone and dialed the police station, instructing them to dispatch a team to the riverbank for a recovery operation, emphasizing the need to search for knives, clothing, or other suspicious items. Once he hung up, Takahashi continued to pace along the riverbank, meticulously observing the conditions of the shore. He noticed a patch of disturbed soil, which stirred a sense of urgency within him, reinforcing his conviction. Crouching down, he gently touched the earth, assessing its moisture and texture. Before long, the officers arrived at the scene, swiftly commencing their recovery efforts. Takahashi stood by, his eyes fixed intently on the river's surface, silently hoping for a significant discovery. As time passed, the operation unfolded in a tense yet orderly fashion, each rise and fall of the recovery tools stirring his anticipation. However, after an initial sweep, no conspicuously suspicious items were uncovered. Undeterred, Takahashi directed the officers to broaden their search area and delve deeper. After a meticulous and patient search, a police officer suddenly exclaimed, "Chief, we have a find." Takahashi's heart raced as he quickly approached. The officers were carefully retrieving a dagger from the water. Its blade glinted with a chilling sheen in the sunlight, and it appeared to bear traces of a dark red substance, likely the blood of Mitsui. Takahashi donned gloves and cautiously accepted the dagger, scrutinizing it closely. The handle was unremarkable, lacking any discernible markings that might directly indicate the identity of the assailant. As he examined the weapon, he pondered whether this dagger had been deliberately prepared by the perpetrator or merely seized in haste as a weapon of opportunity. He instructed the officers to properly seal the dagger and transport it back to the station for further examination, including an analysis of the blood on the blade and the potential for fingerprint residues. Chapter 9. The after-work ambush as the sun descended in its habitual manner. It signified the conclusion of another day's labor. Yi Fan, as usual, gathered his belongings and stepped out of the company's doors with a somewhat burdensome gait. His mind was still preoccupied with the murder case of Mitsui and the various tribulations he experienced at work that day, casting a pall over his mood. Upon exiting the building, a cacophony of voices reached his ears. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze and scanned the area ahead, only to find a crowd gathering not far from the entrance. Narrowing his eyes slightly for a clearer view, a sense of foreboding washed over him as he recognized the leader of the group, Sato Ichiro, whose brazen demeanor was unmistakably conspicuous among the throng. Flanking Sato were 7 individuals, each with a menacing countenance, exuding an air of provocation. Sato Ichiro seemed to have sensed Yi Fan's presence before he even approached, his previously nonchalant expression now brimming with excitement. With a broad grin revealing his pearly whites, he enthusiastically waved at Yi Fan, calling out, "Yi-san, over here." His tone dripped with feigned warmth. Yi Fan inwardly cursed, fully aware that Sato Ichiro would not let him off easily, especially after the latter's deliberate slander during the investigation into the Mitsui case earlier that day. Now, with such a formidable entourage waiting at the company entrance, it was evident that their intentions were far from benign. Yi Fan instinctively slowed his pace, rapidly devising a strategy while keeping a vigilant eye on the gathering ahead. His body tensed in readiness to confront the forthcoming confrontation. Steeling himself, he pressed onward, attempting to feign indifference as he passed them. However, Sato Ichiro had no intention of allowing him to escape unscathed. At the very moment Yi Fan brushed past them, Sato Ichiro lunged forward, warmly draping an arm around Yi Fan's shoulders, a gesture that, though seemingly intimate, filled Yi Fan with revulsion and dread. "Yi-san, why the rush? Let us find a quiet place to chat," Sato Ichiro said, his smile resembling the mockery of a demon in Yi Fan's eyes. As Yi Fan prepared to free himself from Sato Ichiro's grasp, the latter's hand clamped down like a vice upon his shoulder. The 7 individuals accompanying Sato swiftly encircled him, forming a semicircular blockade that left Yi Fan trapped at the center. Realizing that resistance would likely provoke a more ferocious attack, he inhaled deeply and replied coolly, "Sato, what do you wish to discuss? Is there anything that cannot be addressed here?" In response, Sato Ichiro let out a derisive laugh, laced with mockery. "Yi-san, there are too many prying eyes here. Some matters are best kept from public ears. Rest assured, I merely wish to reminisce with you. And I mean you no harm. With that, Sato Ichiro steered Yi Fan towards a secluded alleyway by the street. Reluctantly, Yi Fan followed, his eyes darting around for potential avenues of escape. As they entered the alley, the light dimmed significantly, shrouding the scene in a cloak of uncertainty. Yi Fan's heart grew increasingly heavy, for he understood that venturing deeper into this remote area would render him even more perilous. Suddenly, with a surge of strength, Yi Fan broke free and fled in another direction, inciting furious shouts from Sato and his companions as they pursued him. Like a nimble leopard, Yi Fan darted through the narrow alleys, maneuvering deftly to evade capture. He seized nearby debris, occasionally hurling it backward in an attempt to hinder Sato's relentless chase. Sato Ichiro shouted angrily as he chased after him. "You can't escape, Yi Fan. Stop right now." Yet, Yi Fan paid no heed to the threats. A singular thought consumed his mind: to flee. He turned into one side street after another, striving to shake off his pursuers. However, Sato and his crew were undeterred, displaying an apparent familiarity with the area. As Yi Fan sprinted through the labyrinthine alleys, sweat drenched his back, and his breaths became increasingly labored. Yet he dared not relent his pace. The cacophony of Sato's curses echoed behind him, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves hunting their prey. Suddenly, a bustling marketplace came into view, teeming with people and stalls. Seizing the opportunity, he plunged into the crowd, skillfully weaving and dodging amidst the throng. Upon entering the market, Sato and his gang found themselves momentarily disoriented, shouting and shoving their way through the masses in a desperate search for Yi Fan. Their brutish behavior incited strong discontent among the market-goers, as an elderly woman brandished her vegetable basket, vociferously rebuking them. "You ruffians, what are you causing such a ruckus for? Can't you see all these people?" An irate vendor bellowed. "Baka, you made a mess of my goods. You must compensate me." Yet, Sato and his companions remained unfazed, continuing their reckless pursuit. Witnessing their audacity, utterly disregarding the safety and anger of the crowd, a surge of indignation welled up within Yi Fan. His eyes fell upon a large radish displayed at a nearby stall, its girth comparable to that of a forearm. Without hesitation, he seized it and, with a fierce shout, launched it towards Sato and his henchmen. The radish whistled through the air, akin to a cannonball, striking one of the pursuers squarely on the shoulder. The impact elicited a pained howl, sending him spinning like a top. Emboldened by his success, Yi Fan continued unabated, swiftly grabbing several more radishes and hurling them with fervor. The radishes descended upon Sato and his group like a torrential downpour. Some struck their legs, causing them to falter. Others collided with their backs, forcing them to hunch over. The onlookers in the marketplace, witnessing Yi Fan's counterattack, instinctively stepped aside, creating a clear space. Sato Ichiro, both astonished and enraged, shouted amidst the chaos, "Catch him! Don't be cowards!" However, before he could finish his command, a radish landed at his feet, splattering mud onto his shoes, igniting his fury to an even deeper shade of crimson, yet leaving him powerless. Yi Fan pressed on, launching an assortment of fruits and vegetables from the stalls towards them, oranges striking their eyes and eliciting tears, while apples thudded against their heads, swelling into painful bruises. The Sato group was reduced to tears, their ranks thrown into disarray. Seizing this moment of chaos, Yi Fan turned and fled deeper into the marketplace, continuing his search for an escape opportunity. He dashed to the opposite side of the market, only to discover that he had reached a dead end, a high wall looming before him. His heart sank. Just then, Sato and his men closed in, blocking the only exit. Sato Ichiro, observing Yi Fan trapped in the cul-de-sac, wore a mocking expression. As he adjusted his disheveled clothing, he spoke with a sardonic tone. "Umph. You pathetic pests, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Do you truly believe that throwing a few items in this marketplace could facilitate your escape? How utterly foolish." He took a few steps closer to Yi Fan, his eyes brimming with provocation. "You lowly insects dare to challenge me? Look at your pitiful state. Flailing about like a headless fly, you bring disgrace upon your kind." The laughter of Sato's subordinates echoed around them, one of them shouting, "Boss, This kid was quite spirited not long ago. Now he is just a fish in a barrel. Hearing this, Sato laughed even more maniacally. Yi Fan, weren't you quite capable? Why do you now cower like a wretched mouse? If you comply, perhaps I might consider showing you leniency. However, if you dare to resist. Yi Fan glared fiercely, fists clenched tightly, his body trembling with rage. Through gritted teeth, he declared, Sato, do not push your luck. Your malevolence will eventually meet its reckoning. Sato burst into laughter. Charge at him. Chapter 10. Street Brawl at the command of Ichiro Sato. His subordinates lunged at Yi Fan like ravenous wolves. With a strength value of 7 provided by the system, Yi Fan swiftly evaded the straight punch of the foremost attacker. Sidestepping with agility. Seizing the opponent's wrist, he twisted forcefully, eliciting a scream as the man's wrist dislocated, causing him to collapse in agony. Without hesitation, Yi Fan launched a powerful kick toward another assailant rushing at him, channeling his entire strength into the strike, sending the man flying and crashing into 2 others behind him. However, outnumbered by Sato's men, the remaining adversaries quickly encircled him, forming a tight formation. When one enemy attempted a sneak attack from behind, wielding a club, Yi Fan sensed the assault but was unable to fully evade due to the multitude of attackers restraining him. The club struck heavily against his back, a wave of pain surging through him, forcing his body forward. Though he fought through the agony, his steps faltered. Observing this, Ichiro Sato's face broke into a smug grin as he shouted more arrogantly, Hit him hard. Let him know the consequences of opposing me. Upon receiving the order, his subordinates intensified their assault. Surrounded, Yi Fan endured a relentless barrage of fists and kicks. Yet the fire of fury within him blazed ever brighter. Bakayuru, dare to fight back. Jiju, Naizen, look at your cowardly visage, still attempting to resist. Before the might of our great neon empire. You are but an ant beneath our feet. Resign to your fate. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can conjure any tricks? As he spoke, he delivered a forceful kick toward Yi Fan. You foreign scum, daring to defy us. Soon, we will beat you so severely that even your parents won't recognize you, ensuring you forever remember the consequences of crossing us. You weakling, destined to be trampled underfoot, never to rise again. It is too late to beg for mercy. Prepare to endure our boundless wrath. Listening to these taunts laden with insult and provocation, Yi Fan's anger erupted like a volcano. His eyes instantly reddened, and though his body was weary from pain, it now felt invigorated by an invisible force, muscles taut and veins bulging. Suddenly, Yi Fan charged toward Ichiro Sato like an enraged lion, his speed leaving the surrounding delinquents in shock. In a single bound, he leaped forward, akin to a cannonball hurtling toward Sato. The moment Sato's eyes widened in horror, his smugness transformed into fear. He instinctively attempted to evade, but it was too late. Yi Fan clung tightly to Sato, and they both tumbled to the ground. With Yi Fan straddling Sato, he raised his fists, fueled by a torrent of rage and hatred, raining blows upon Sato's face like a tempest. Each punch landed with a roar of fury. This is for your arrogance. This is for your insults. Sato's face swiftly became swollen, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Witnessing this, his subordinates rushed forward, attempting to pry Yi Fan away. They forcefully tugged at Yi Fan's arms, his clothing, and even kicked his back with their feet. Sato shouted, Baka, get this pig off. Yet at that moment, Yi Fan seemed to have lost all sensation of pain, his mind consumed by a singular thought, to severely teach Sato Ichiro a lesson. He tightly clamped his legs around Sato's body, rendering him unable to escape, while relentlessly pummeling Sato's head and neck with his fists, again and again. Just as the scene spiraled into utter chaos, the sound of police sirens grew louder, approaching rapidly. It turned out that nearby residents had called the police as soon as the conflict began. Several police cars swiftly arrived at the scene, and well-trained officers poured out, unhesitatingly separating Sato Ichiro's subordinates and the still fighting Yi Fan from Sato Ichiro, swiftly bringing everyone under control. Sato Ichiro, bloodied and in disarray, continued to shout, On what grounds are you arresting me? I'm a member of the Sato family. My father is the leader of the Kurizakura gang. The officers paid no heed to his outcries, strictly adhering to protocol as they led everyone onto the police vehicles. Although Yi Fan was also temporarily detained, the flames of anger within him gradually subsided. As the police lights flashed, the cars slowly departed from the scene, bringing a temporary close to the fierce conflict instigated by Sato Ichiro and his cohorts. All that remained were a crowd of stunned onlookers, discussing the event in hushed tones, while Yi Fan was on his way to the police station. Upon arrival at the police precinct, the individuals were placed in separate interrogation rooms. Yi Fan sat on the cold chair, his initial fury replaced by a calm resolve, knowing that he must recount the events accurately to clear his name. Meanwhile, Sato Ichiro, in another interrogation room, still seethed with anger, incessantly bellowing at the officers. Do you know who my father is? How dare you treat me this way? He will not let you get away with this. The officers merely regarded him with calm expressions, one seasoned officer sternly stating, before the law, no one is above it. Regardless of who you are connected to, if you break the law, you will face consequences. Other participants in the brawl exhibited a range of emotions. Some appeared fearful, anxious about leaving a criminal record that could tarnish their futures, while others stubbornly claimed that Yi Fan had provoked them first. The officers patiently questioned each individual, meticulously recording every detail and leaving no stone unturned. Yi Fan recounted the unprovoked harassment, insults, and the initial aggression from Sato Ichiro and his associates with unwavering determination in his gaze. In the corridor of the police station, Sato Ichiro's father, Sato Daishur, rushed in after receiving word of the incident. Dressed in an expensive suit and accompanied by several subordinates, he demanded to see his son with an imposing presence. The precinct chief stepped forward unflinchingly, stating, "Mr. Sato, your son is suspected of participating in a brawl and is currently under investigation. You cannot interfere with the proceedings." Sato Ken scoffed, "I want to see what you can do to my son. He merely had a minor dispute with a colleague." Yet the officers remained unyielding, continuing their work undeterred. Upon witnessing the police station's unwavering stance, Sato Taisher momentarily subdued his arrogant demeanor and turned to contact his legal team. Shortly thereafter, a well-known attorney, proficient in navigating various disputes, arrived at the precinct. After a brief, hushed conversation with Sato Taisher, the lawyer began to maneuver through the intricacies of the police station, employing an array of legal provisions and dubious evidence to exonerate Sato Ichiro's actions. Through the lawyer's efforts, combined with the influence and connections of the Sato family in the locality, immense pressure was exerted on the police station's internal operations. Despite Yi Fan's testimonies and the substantial evidence against Sato Ichiro, the senior officials of the police station, following multiple deliberations, ultimately resolved to release Sato Ichiro on the grounds of insufficient evidence and the claim of self-defense, as forcibly contorted by the lawyer. As Sato Ichiro stepped out of the police station, his face once again bore that haughty expression. He laughed heartily at his father and subordinates who had come to welcome him, proclaiming, "I told you they wouldn't dare do anything to me. In this city, there's nothing I, Sato Ichiro, cannot handle." Sato Taisher, observing his son bloodied and battered, scolded, "Baka, are you useless? 8 grown men against 1. And you end up like this?" Meanwhile, upon learning of Sato Ichiro's release, Yi Fan clenched his fists tightly, filled with resentment and rage. He understood that this setback was merely temporary. He vowed to ensure that Sato Ichiro would pay a far steeper price for his actions. If the law could not deliver justice, then he would take it upon himself. Chapter 11. Pressing forward as Yi Fan silently vowed to himself, Minister Takahashi arrived at the police station. He immediately spotted Yi Fan in the corner, his gaze as frigid as ice, and approached him directly, saying, "Yi Fan, we meet again." Yi Fan lifted his eyes to meet Minister Takahashi's, the fury within him still ablaze. He merely snorted softly, offering no response. Minister Takahashi's expression turned awkward. Yet he persisted, "I have heard about the events that transpired. Sato Ichiro's heinous actions are truly appalling. The police's conduct in this matter is utterly unjust. I shall seek to restore your honor." Yi Fan let out a cold laugh. "Restore my honor? What means do you possess?" The Sato family wields immense power, and even the police lean in their favor. Minister Takahashi straightened his posture, his demeanor serious. Yi Fankuin, do not be so pessimistic. Although the Sato family is formidable, I'm not entirely without recourse. Leaning in closer, he whispered, "You're the one who killed Mitsui, weren't you?" Yi Fan was taken aback at first, then, filled with anger, retorted, "I was at home that night and never stepped outside. Do not slander me." Minister Takahashi fixed his gaze on Yi Fan's eyes, smiling as he said, "Yi Fankuin, please do not be so agitated. My inquiry is not without reason. There were peculiar signs at Mitsui's death scene, and given your previous conflict with him, the police have yet to fully investigate you. Yet I cannot help but harbor doubts." Yi Fan abruptly stood up, fists clenched tightly. "Just because I had a conflict with him, you assume I am the murderer? What kind of logic is that? I had no opportunity to commit the crime. If you truly wish to solve the case, you should not be suspending your doubts on me, but rather seek out the true culprit to clear my name." Minister Takahashi raised his hand slightly, signaling Yi Fan to sit down. "Yi Fankuin, please remain calm. I am merely forming a preliminary hypothesis. Since you claim to have an alibi, could you elaborate on what you did that evening at home? Is there anyone who can corroborate your story?" Yi Fan glared at Takahashi, taking a deep breath before responding, "I was alone at home, sleeping, with only my mother present. I can swear that I never stepped outside, let alone killed Mitsui." Minister Takahashi nodded thoughtfully. "I will verify your statement. If it is as you say, then that would be ideal. But before that, I ask that you understand my suspicions." Yi Fan scoffed lightly. "I hope you can clarify this matter swiftly." He appeared calm on the surface, yet his hands trembled slightly beneath the table. After conversing with Yi Fan, Minister Takahashi turned to the officer in charge of the case. With a serious expression, he stated, "Officer, I have just had an in-depth discussion with Yi Fan. He is the victim here. Releasing Sato while continuing to detain him is utterly unreasonable. I urge you to release Yi Fan immediately and restore his freedom. Sato Ichiro's mob violence has already caused Yi Fan considerable distress. We cannot allow an innocent person to suffer unjustly." The officer appeared troubled. "Minister Takahashi, according to protocol, we cannot simply release him at this stage." Minister Takahashi furrowed his brow, emphasizing his words. "You claim to uphold justice based on evidence, yet you detain him without any proof. Does that not seem unjust? If one were to act contrary to the law due to the pressures exerted by the Sato family, it will be difficult to gain public trust in the future. As the Minister of Inspection, I shall closely monitor the developments of this matter and, if necessary, report the situation to my superiors." The police officer pondered for a moment before reluctantly nodding. "Very well, Minister Takahashi. Since you have stated it so, we shall proceed with the necessary formalities to allow Yi Fan to leave." Minister Takahashi nodded slightly, turning to face Yi Fan with a smile, saying, "Yi Fan, allow me to escort you home." Yi Fan intended to refuse, but, realizing he had no better means of returning, reluctantly followed Takahashi towards his vehicle. Throughout the journey, Yi Fan remained silent, gazing out of the window, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. He worried whether Takahashi truly believed his words, while Takahashi occasionally glanced at him through the rearview mirror, reassuringly stating, "Yi Fankun, do not fret too much. I shall ensure your safety and prevent the Sato family from having any further opportunity to harm you." Yi Fan merely responded with a faint acknowledgement, offering no further reply. Takahashi made idle inquiries about Yi Fan's school life, to which Yi Fan mechanically responded. Before long, they arrived at Yi Fan's home. As he led Takahashi inside, the narrow street was flanked by rows of dilapidated low houses, their walls marred with age, and in some places, moss had begun to grow. The nearby utility poles stood at awkward angles, with tangled wires precariously draped across them, as if they might fall at any moment. Upon entering the residential area, the uneven path underfoot was riddled with potholes, stagnant water collecting in low spots, emitting an unpleasant odor, while a few stray cats rummaged through the refuse nearby. Yi Fan's home was a modest wooden cottage, its roof tiles incomplete and barely covered with a few broken planks. Pushing open the creaky wooden door revealed a yard cluttered with various odds and ends, including an old bicycle and rusted barrel strewn about haphazardly. Inside, the dim light illuminated yellowing walls, and the floor was uneven due to years of neglect. The living room contained only a tattered sofa, with springs protruding from the cushions, facing a cathode ray television screen filled with static. In the corner stood a small table, piled high with Yi Fan's personal belongings. Yi Fan's mother emerged from the inner room, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Takahashi, her expression revealing a hint of apprehension and unease. Dressed in simple, worn clothing, her hair was somewhat disheveled, and her face bore the marks of life's hardships. "Mother, this is Minister Takahashi. He has kindly brought me home," Yi Fan softly said. His mother quickly nodded in acknowledgement, her anxious gaze shifting to Yi Fan. Upon noticing his injuries, her eyes widened in alarm as she rushed forward, her voice trembling with concern. "Faina, what has happened to you? How'd you get hurt like this?" As she gently touched Yi Fan's bruised cheek, her eyes brimmed with compassion and worry. Yi Fan turned his head slightly away, murmuring, "Mother, it is nothing. I merely had a minor conflict with someone." His mother furrowed her brow, tears welling in her eyes. What kind of conflict could result in such injuries? What were we to do? Takahashi stood by, uncertain of their conversation, as it was conducted in a language unfamiliar to him, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. Yi Fan elucidated to his mother how Minister Takahashi had extricated him from the police station, with a mixture of gratitude and confusion. His mother turned to Takahashi and said in a soft tone, "Minister, I truly appreciate your assistance, but could you clarify what transpired?" Takahashi briefly recounted the general sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's mother turned pale, exclaiming, "How can the Sato family act with such audacity? Is there no law left to uphold?" Takahashi glanced at Yi Fan and then surveyed the modest surroundings before casually remarking, "Yi Fan-kun, though your home is small, it is quite cozy. By the way, it was exceptionally quiet here last night. I trust you were able to rest well?" Yi Fan felt a pang of anxiety, aware that Takahashi was still preoccupied with the events of the previous night. Nonetheless, he endeavored to respond calmly. "Yes, I slept quite well, undisturbed throughout the night." Takahashi smiled slightly, continuing, "Indeed, I had thought you might struggle to sleep due to the day's events, or perhaps venture out for some fresh air. It can be quite challenging to remain tranquil at home when one's mind is troubled." Yi Fan met Takahashi's gaze resolutely, asserting, "I did not go out. I stayed home the entire time." Takahashi nodded gently, then turned to Yi Fan's mother, inquiring with a soft tone, "Madam, you were also at home last night, correct? Can you confirm that Yi Fan did not leave the house at all? This information is crucial for our investigation." Yi Fan's mother hesitated for a moment before promptly replying, "I can certainly assure you of that. Both Yi Fan and I were at home. I retired early, and Yi Fan returned to his room. Our house is small, and I would have heard any noise if he had stepped out." Takahashi scrutinized Yi Fan's mother-esque expression, seemingly assessing the veracity of her words. "Forgive me, madam. For my inquiries, I am merely following protocol. Given that you slept so early, is it possible you were in such a deep slumber that you might not have noticed if Yi Fan had left?" Yi Fan's mother frowned, answering with a hint of irritation, "That is impossible. Although I sleep early, I am a light sleeper. I awaken at the slightest sound." Yi Fan did not go out. Unable to contain himself, Yi Fan interjected, "Minister Takahashi, I've already stated that I did not leave. Why is it so difficult for you to believe me?" Takahashi refrained from responding to Yi Fan's inquiry, merely nodding politely at his mother. After taking a final glance around the room, he rose to take his leave. Yi Fan accompanied him to the door, watching the minister's retreating figure with a heart full of apprehension. Upon exiting the small courtyard, Takahashi approached his vehicle. He opened the door, retrieving a black notebook and a pen from his chest pocket. Leaning against the car, he began to meticulously jot down notes. Chapter 12. Yi Fan's predicament as night enveloped the world. Yi Fan lay alone in the dim confines of his cramped room. The haunting images of his daytime beating at the hands of Sato and his crew replaying in his mind like a relentless nightmare. He vividly recalled Sato's arrogant countenance and the barrage of fists and clubs that rained down upon him like the relentless patter of raindrops. The physical agony he endured was overshadowed by a burgeoning hatred within. He vowed silently that whether he killed one or several, he would ensure Sato paid a grievous price, should the opportunity arise. Restless and tormented, Yifan tossed and turned in his bed, his gaze fixated on the fruit knife resting on the table. Two voices clamored within his mind. One, a guttural and sinister whisper, urged him to seize the knife and eliminate Sato, claiming that only through his demise could Yifan attain true liberation and make them aware of his formidable nature. His hand trembled involuntarily as it reached for the knife. However, another voice, filled with urgency, interjected. You have already taken a life. The police are surely suspicious of you now. You cannot afford to go out. If you err again, there shall be no redemption. Have you considered your mother? How devastated she would be. Yifan's hand abruptly halted, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he found himself ensnared in a profound internal struggle. He clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together in a cacophony of tension. On one side was his overwhelming animosity towards Sato, and on the other, a paralyzing fear of the future and a deep-seated guilt toward his mother. In the oppressive darkness, his eyes widened, fixated on the indistinct ceiling above, his breath coming in heavy, labored gasps as if he were engaged in a silent battle. The demonic voice continued its insidious persuasion. Do not hesitate. This is your only chance, or Sato will continue to torment you. Meanwhile, the voice of reason pleaded earnestly. Yifan, regain your composure. There will always be other avenues. Do not allow hatred to cloud your judgment. In agony, Yifan clasped his head, rolling restlessly on the bed, the tumult of his conflicting emotions crashing over him like a relentless tide. Time slipped away and gradually, fatigue began to claim him. He collapsed onto the bed, empty-handed yet wide-eyed, fixated on a shadowy corner of the room, where the flames of vengeance clashed violently with the instinct for survival, rendering his night an excruciating blend of torment and unrest. Meanwhile, outside his home, a black sedan harbored two plainclothes police officers who were vigilantly monitoring Yifan's household. One officer, peering through binoculars, directed his gaze towards the faint light emanating from Yifan's window, murmuring, "What's the directive from above to have us surveil a civilian?" The other officer, engrossed in the surveillance equipment displaying data from around Yifan's residence, replied, "Minister Takahashi instructed us to keep a close watch on him. He is deeply entangled in the Mitsui case, and now, with such a significant conflict involving the Sato family, we cannot dismiss the possibility of him resorting to extreme measures." They had been stationed there for several hours, not leaving since Yifan was returned home by Takahashi. The night deepened, the cold air thickening to a palpable frost. Yet they dared not allow themselves a moment of complacency. Occasionally, a passing stray cat would disturb the stillness of the parked car, producing the faintest sound that would instantly alert them, their eyes fixated on Yifan's residence, not willing to overlook any potential anomaly. They were acutely aware of the weight of their responsibility, which transcended the resolution of a single case, extending to the security and stability of the entire region. Beneath the veneer of tranquility on that seemingly calm night, a silent contest was quietly unfolding. The following day, Yifan awoke to the glaring sunlight streaming through the window, the hatred within him still burning fiercely. He was cognizant that school was on break that day, and a bold yet perilous idea began to sprout in his mind: to observe the vicinity of the Sato residence. After a hasty wash and dressing, he stepped out of his house, feigning nonchalance. The plainclothes officers in the black car, upon noticing Yifan's departure, immediately heightened their vigilance, one of them whispering, "The target is on the move. Maintain distance and do not get detected." They cautiously started the vehicle, trailing behind Yifan at a measured pace. As Yifan ambled down the street, he pondered how to approach the Sato house without drawing attention. He deliberately took a few winding back roads, occasionally pausing at a shop front as if perusing items, while his eyes subtly scanned the surroundings for any signs of activity. The plainclothes officers matched his movements, stopping and going intermittently, ever mindful of Yifan's every action, fearful of losing sight of him. As Yifan gradually neared the block where the Sato residence was situated, his heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and his hands clenched into tight fists. Concealed behind a street corner, he peered towards the grand house of the Satos, his inner fury reigniting. At that moment, he failed to notice that the plainclothes officers had meticulously documented his every move and were quietly relaying the situation to their superiors. Just as Yifan's gaze was intensely fixed on the Sato residence, a familiar figure flickered in his peripheral vision, catching his eye in a nearby reflective surface. Startled, he feigned nonchalance and turned his head, only to discover that two individuals were loitering nearby, their eyes occasionally drifting towards him. Beads of perspiration sprang forth on Yifan's forehead, his heart pounding as if it were a drum, acutely aware that these two figures had been lingering close by. Were they police officers or members of the Black Cherry Society? He forced himself to regain composure, his mind racing as he contemplated how to evade suspicion. Spotting a bookstore at the roadside, an idea struck him, and he hurriedly entered. The air inside was infused with the scent of paper and ink, and Yifan endeavored to steady his breathing, masquerading as an ordinary book lover. He strolled leisurely between the shelves, his fingers gliding over the spines of various tomes, ultimately selecting a popular novel at random before heading to the cashier. As he fished for his money, he discreetly monitored the outside activity through his peripheral vision, noticing the two individuals watching him from a distance. After completing his purchase, Yifan did not exit the bookstore immediately. Instead, he chose a seat by the window, opened the book, and pretended to immerse himself in reading, while his mind continued to race, contemplating the likelihood that the two outside were indeed police officers. One of the undercover agents wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief, saying, "It turns out this fellow was merely looking for a bookstore, leading us on a wild goose chase. Perhaps we overthought it. He may indeed just be out for a leisurely stroll." However, another agent furrowed his brow, expressing his dissent. "We cannot afford to let our guard down. His prior actions were too suspect. Why did he suddenly head towards the Sato residence? Moreover, his erratic movements in the market did not appear to be solely for the purpose of purchasing books." They found a discreet corner outside the bookstore to continue observing Yifan's every move. Seated by the window of the bookstore, Yifan maintained the facade of reading. Yet his thoughts had already drifted far away. He was acutely aware that, after the recent turmoil, he could not possibly go to the Sato house today. The two undercover officers loomed over him like an inescapable shadow, constantly overshadowing his actions. He began to reflect on his reckless behavior that day. His impulsive desire to approach the Sato home not only failed to achieve its objective, but also exposed him to the vigilant eyes of the police. He silently cursed his own carelessness while contemplating how to navigate this increasingly intricate situation. Yifan closed his book and departed from the bookstore, making his way home. Chapter 13. Tracking Sato. As Yifan returned home at noon, he gently closed the door, yet did not immediately lower his guard. He crouched low, cautiously approaching the window, striving to keep his silhouette concealed from outside. Through a crack in the curtains, he furtively observed the two police officers in the black sedan. One officer was engaged in conversation on his mobile phone, while the other reclined in his seat with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. However, Yifan was acutely aware that their vigilance would not wane, despite their apparent ease. A whirlpool of thoughts swirled in his mind. How much information did they possess about him? Was their relentless scrutiny merely due to his altercation with Sato, or did they genuinely suspect his involvement in Mitsui's demise? A flicker of anxiety and unease danced in his gaze. To avoid arousing suspicion, he deliberately moved about the house, feigning nonchalance as he organized his books and clothes, occasionally wandering to the kitchen for a drink, all the while maintaining the facade of a typical afternoon at home. After a considerable period of contemplation, Yifan retreated to his room and, crouching low, quietly slipped out through the back window. Behind his home lay a disordered alley and a few abandoned yards. Once he landed, he swiftly maneuvered into a cluttered yard nearby, hiding behind a heap of old tires, cautiously peeking out to survey his surroundings. He breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming that he had not been detected. A fierce determination surged within him. He could not remain passive, for he was acutely aware that the police might uncover evidence to incriminate him at any moment. He resolved that he must eliminate Sato promptly. Each day of delay only heightened the peril he faced. In his mind, he replayed the layout surrounding Sato's residence, contemplating the most discreet approach to get close to him. Perhaps he could exploit Sato's daily routines, setting a trap along his usual path. However, this necessitated precise timing and an impeccable hiding spot. Any miscalculation would jeopardize his efforts. Moreover, he knew that Sato was likely surrounded by numerous members of the Heiying society, making it no simple feat to breach their defenses. Yet, he had no alternative. Clenching his lips and unconsciously balling his fists, an expression of resolute madness flickered in his eyes. Yi Fan began to clandestinely stake out near Sato's home. Finding a concealed corner behind a thicket of dense bushes, his gaze fixated intently on Sato's front door. As time ticked away, his body grew increasingly numb, yet his mind remained sharply focused, unwilling to entertain even a moment of complacency. At last, Sato emerged with 3 of his clearly subordinate companions. Striding confidently, Sato's demeanor radiated arrogance, as if proclaiming his dominion, a cigarette dangling from his lips, its smoke swirling before his face. "Boss, if that kid dares to show up again, we'll teach him a proper lesson, so he knows the consequences of opposing you," exclaimed a sycophantic young thug with bleached hair. Sato snorted disdainfully. "Him? Merely an ant. Last time was just a minor reprimand. If he remains oblivious, I'll make sure he can't stay in this city." Another muscular subordinate chimed in. "Boss, I heard he's still being stubborn, claiming he won't let you off." How utterly laughable. Sato threw his head back in laughter, exclaiming, "Huh? On what grounds? Does he dare to speak so boldly against the Sato family? Once I find the opportunity, I shall make him wish for death, and I'll deal with his mother as well." As he spoke, a stream of vile language tumbled from his lips, laced with contempt for Yi Fan and his mother. They continued to exchange egregious remarks while making their way to a vehicle parked by the street. Completely oblivious to the fact that Yi Fan, concealed not far away, had overheard their entire conversation. A surge of hatred ignited within Yi Fan, his breath quickening, eyes ablaze with fury. He cautiously peered out from behind the bushes, observing their every move while rapidly devising his next course of action. Yi Fan resolved to silently follow them, seeking to uncover their destination in an opportune moment to strike. Maintaining a safe distance, he stealthily trailed Sato and his group. They arrived at a bustling street, thronged with passers-by, adding an element of difficulty to Yi Fan's pursuit. Eventually, Sato and his entourage entered an arcade. Just as Yi Fan approached the entrance, he glanced up and spotted a surveillance camera. His steps abruptly halted, a sense of alarm gripping him. He realized that if he were to enter recklessly, his movements would be recorded in their entirety. For someone under police scrutiny and plotting revenge, this was undeniably perilous. Quickly, he sidestepped behind a nearby pillar, fixating his gaze on the arcade's entrance, his hand brushing against the fruit knife concealed in his pocket as he contemplated his strategy. After waiting for Sato to emerge, he resumed his pursuit. They laughed and frolicked on the street, occasionally delivering a flying kick to parked vehicles, utterly disregarding the feelings of the car owners. After trailing them for a while, Yi Fan noticed they had entered an alley, causing a surge of excitement within him as he promptly followed. He approached the alley's mouth stealthily, peering inside. The alley was dimly lit, and Sato and his subordinates strolled leisurely, seemingly unaware of any unusual presence behind them. Gripping the fruit knife tightly in his pocket, Yi Fan cautiously stepped into the alley, striving to make no sound. At that moment, his heart raced, and memories of Sato's humiliating words towards him and his mother flooded his mind, intensifying his desire for revenge. He calculated that once he got closer, he would charge forward, swiftly dispatching Sato's nearby subordinates before confronting Sato himself. However, just as Yi Fan was mere steps away, one of the subordinates appeared to sense something, casually glancing back. Yi Fan's heart sank, his body freezing in place. Fortunately, the subordinate merely cast a fleeting glance, failing to notice Yi Fan before turning back to engage with the others. Yi Fan exhaled deeply, steadying his breath as he cautiously advanced. He understood that the window of opportunity was fleeting, and he needed to act before they exited the alley or grew suspicious. At this moment, he had entirely cast aside any thoughts of his own life or death. his heart solely focused on the successful execution of his revenge, determined to make Sato pay a harrowing price for his transgressions. As the distance between them diminished, Yi Fan could distinctly hear their conversation, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike with lethal precision. The knife in Yi Fan's hand trembled slightly, a manifestation of his nervousness that he could scarcely control. All he desired was to lead a simple life as an ordinary worker, to labor diligently, marry a beautiful wife, and raise a child, living in such unremarkable tranquility, now shattered by the actions of Sato and his ilk. With a black mask concealing his face and gloves adorning his hands, Yi Fan stealthily approached the four individuals. Chapter 14. A triple kill. As Yi Fan drew near enough to launch his assault, he surged forth like a shadow. The fruit knife in his hand gleamed ominously in the dimly lit alley, striking first at the nearest henchman with the yellow hair. The hapless youth barely had time to utter a gasp before Yi Fan's blade plunged into his throat. As Yi Fan withdrew the knife, the young man's eyes widened in terror, hands clutching his neck as blood gushed forth. He fell forward, convulsing violently. The sudden turn of events left the remaining three in a state of shock. Sato's complexion paled instantly, but he quickly regained his composure, bellowing, "Who the hell are you? I am a son of Sato Daisher. Ding! You have killed a human, earning 3 attribute points." Yi Fan paid no heed, his gaze icy with murderous intent, his stride unbroken as he lunged towards the remaining trio like a predator. The muscular henchman, sensing impending doom, attempted to flee. He had often bullied Yi Fan at the company, reveling in their encounters. With a swift advance, Yi Fan delivered a powerful kick to the back of his waist. The henchman stumbled forward, and Yi Fan seized the opportunity to mount his back, plunging the knife unhesitatingly into his heart. The moment the blade pierced, the muscular henchman's body stiffened as if struck by electricity, his mouth agape in a silent scream, producing only a muted groan. Soon after, his limbs began to convulse uncontrollably, hands flailing through the air in a desperate attempt to grasp something to alleviate the excruciating pain. His fingers clawed at the ground, nails breaking as blood seeped forth unnoticed. His legs kicked violently, shaking Yi Fan slightly with each spasm, dust and blood spraying into the air. Moments later, the convulsions grew weaker until he finally collapsed, eyes wide and vacant, staring blankly ahead, devoid of life. Ding! You have killed a human, earning 3 attribute points. Now, only Sato and another henchman remained. The latter was clearly paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably, terror evident in his eyes. Sato screamed, "Help! There's a murderer here!" Both he and the remaining henchman turned and fled frantically, crashing through the narrow alley, knocking over trash cans and debris in a futile attempt to impede Yi Fan's pursuit. Yi Fan's gaze was fixed intently on their retreating figures, his steps swift and resolute, each breath steady, imbued with lethal determination. As the distance closed, Sato, in a moment of desperation, shoved his companion towards Yi Fan at a corner. The terrified henchman's eyes widened in despair, his face a canvas of hopelessness, his body hurtling towards Yi Fan like a kite with severed strings. "Sato, you bastard!" Yi Fan's eyes blazed with fury as he lunged forward, driving the knife into the man's neck with precision. The blade sliced cleanly through, and he swiftly withdrew it, having learned the most vulnerable point through experience. The subordinate, pierced in the neck by Yi Fan, was gushing blood from the wound like a fountain. Instinctively, he pressed his hands against the injury, desperately attempting to stem the flow. Yet his efforts were in vain. His body began to tremble violently, his eyes bulging with terror and disbelief, as if he could not fathom that such a calamity had befallen him. His breaths came in rapid, labored gasps, each inhalation accompanied by a hissing sound from his throat, reminiscent of a weary bellows struggling to draw air. His legs grew weak, unable to bear his weight, and he gradually sank to his knees, his body shaking uncontrollably. His complexion swiftly turned as pale as parchment. His lips took on a bluish hue from blood loss, and the light in his eyes gradually faded. Eventually, he collapsed forward, convulsed a few times on the ground, and then lay still. Ding! A human has been slain, earning 3 attribute points. Yi Fan gasped for breath, feeling his stamina wane after the intense chase, as if his lungs were about to burst. He glanced up to see Sato had already fled the alley and cursed under his breath, realizing he had lost his chance and needed to escape. Just a step away. Sato, you, wait for me. He knew he could not linger, as the police would soon be drawn by Sato's cries. Swiftly, he shed his blood-stained jacket, wrapped the fruit knife in the fabric, and concealed it at the bottom of his backpack. Then, he crouched low and hurried in the opposite direction of Sato's escape, darting through the alleys. His heart raced like a drum, and his mind whirled with thoughts of how to extricate himself. He avoided crowded streets, opting instead for secluded paths. At every corner, he paused, cautiously peering around to check for any suspicious individuals or vehicles. In that moment, he was no longer the impulsive corporate worker seeking revenge. He had transformed into a desperate fugitive, striving to conceal his presence for the sake of survival. He arrived at a relatively bustling street, striving to calm himself as he blended into the crowd, feigning nonchalance. Yet, his gaze remained vigilant, constantly scanning his surroundings, while his ears attuned to the potential sound of police sirens. Suddenly, he spotted a public restroom not far ahead. An idea struck him. He entered the restroom and completely changed out of his blood-splattered clothes, rinsing the blood from his face and hands with clean water. What to do with these clothes and the weapon? He certainly cannot take them home. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating until he recalled the sewage pit behind the restroom. He tightly bound the discarded clothes and the wrapped fruit knife together, ensuring they would not come apart. Then, he searched for a tool to assist him and discovered a long mop handle in the corner of the restroom. He tied one end of the mop handle to the secured bundle and struggled to lift it high, extending it towards the entrance of the sewage pit. Carefully adjusting the angle and position, he gradually lowered the bundle into the pit, striving to minimize any noise. After confirming that everything had fallen into the sewage pit, he forcefully withdrew the mop handle and, under the faucet, rinsed it repeatedly to avoid leaving any traces. Having completed all these tasks, Yi Fan took a deep breath, tidied his hair and attire, striving to appear more natural and unremarkable. He strolled slowly in the direction of home, deliberately avoiding crowded areas and opting for dimly lit, sparsely populated alleys. Each step was taken with utmost caution, his ears attuned to the sounds around him, dreading the distant wail of police sirens drawing near. At last, he arrived at the rear of his house. He concealed himself in the shadows, meticulously surveying his surroundings. And only after confirming the absence of any suspicious signs did he stealthily approach the back window. Supporting himself on the windowsill, he made a vigorous leap, deftly vaulting into the interior. As he landed, he crouched slightly to minimize noise, then swiftly rose, moving stealthily within the house. He entered the living room, peering through the gap in the curtains. The black sedan he had seen earlier and the 2 police officers remained stationed outside. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet his vigilance did not wane. Proceeding to the bathroom, he turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on his face, attempting to calm the fevered thoughts racing through his mind. Gazing into the mirror at his slightly fatigued yet resolute reflection, he silently vowed that he would not abandon his quest for vengeance against Sato, regardless of the formidable challenges and dangers that lay ahead. Returning to his room, he sat on the edge of his bed, contemplating his next course of action. He was acutely aware that Sato would undoubtedly bolster his defenses, and the police would intensify their pursuit. Yet, he remained undeterred, having embarked on this thorn-laden path. He was resolved to press on until he utterly vanquished Sato and reclaimed his justice, even if it meant standing against the entire world. Yi Fan mentally summoned the system, and the interface materialized in his mind. Attribute points: 9, strength; 7, agility; 4, stamina; 3, mentality; 8, reaction; 4, chapter 15. Enhanced attributes. Yi Fan gazed at his attributes, prioritizing the allocation of points to strength, for his stamina was regrettably insufficient and needed fortification. If his endurance were up to par today, overtaking Sato would pose no challenge. Yi Fan commanded the system, allocate 6 points to strength and 3 points to stamina. Attribute points: 0, strength; 13, agility; for stamina; 6, mentality; 8, reaction; For in an instant, Yifan sensed a profound transformation within his body. A surge of formidable power coursed through him, as if every muscle had been meticulously reforged, brimming with explosive potential. As he clenched his fist, the previously laborious effort to tighten his grip now felt effortless. The veins along his forearms bulged slightly, resembling serpents, a testament to his newfound reservoir of strength. His leg muscles grew taut and powerful, infused with boundless energy, and he even entertained the illusion that he could effortlessly leap over several meters of obstacles. Regarding his stamina, the weariness that had accumulated from fierce combat and prolonged flight receded like a receding tide, replaced by a vibrant sense of vitality. He inhaled deeply, feeling his chest expand with ease as fresh air continuously filled his lungs, providing ample oxygen to support his body. This enhancement in stamina significantly bolstered his confidence for the impending confrontation with Sato and the pursuit by the police. Rising to his feet, he strode purposefully across the room, each step steady and vigorous. This feeling is truly remarkable, he mused. His strength now far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Though merely 10 points of strength may seem modest, the difficulty for an average person to gain even a single point was considerable, and he was no longer bound by the limits of the human body. He could scarcely fathom the implications of possessing a strength of 999. Could he shatter the very earth with a single punch? Bored, Yifan ambled to the window. A casual glance revealed two men in plain clothes, their expressions austere. One held a phone tightly to his ear, whispering urgently, while the other gestured animatedly, their gaze fixed like hawks on his residence. Moments latte. As if receiving a pressing directive, their demeanor shifted to one of grave urgency. Their pace quickened, resembling leopards sprinting towards Yifan's home. A chill gripped Yifan's heart, a wave of dread coursing through his spine. He pondered anxiously. Had the news of his actions against those men already leaked? Their eagerness to arrive meant they were surely intent on apprehending him. Before his thoughts could settle, a series of rapid, forceful knocks erupted in the stillness, each resounding like a hammer on Yifan's heart. He inhaled deeply, striving for composure, instinctively smoothing the creases of his clothing and straightening his posture. Gradually, he approached the door, bracing himself for the imminent unknown. Upon opening the door, the two plainclothes officers surged inside. One of them quickly reported the situation over the phone, stating, "He is at home, conducting further searches." Another undercover agent scanned the room with piercing eyes, then silently began to traverse through each room, rummaging through belongings with fervor. On the surface, Yifan feigned calmness, yet a multitude of thoughts swirled within him. He was acutely aware that despite his augmented strength, due to the system's enhancement, he could not afford to be complacent in the face of the police's pursuit. He quietly contemplated that if an escape were indeed necessary, perhaps he could create some opportunities with his current strength and stamina. The searching officer was in the bedroom, upturning the bed, tossing clothes from the wardrobe, and pulling open drawers, leaving a chaotic scene in his wake. The officer emerged from the bedroom with a serious expression, shaking his head as he spoke into his phone. Report, no suspicious items or related evidence found. His voice carried a hint of reluctance and confusion as his sharp gaze continued to scrutinize Yifan, seemingly searching for any cracks in his facade. Yifan inwardly exhaled in relief. Though his countenance remained placid, he understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room felt as if it had solidified, suffused with a stifling tension. The officer who had been fixated on Yifan furrowed his brow, whispered a few words into the walkie-talkie, and then addressed Yifan. Although nothing was discovered this time, you remain a key suspect. We will continue to monitor your every move. Do not leave the city in the near future and be prepared for further inquiries. Yifan nodded slightly, remaining silent. After the two officers departed, he slowly approached the window, gazing at their retreating figures, uncertain if he had left behind any evidence. At the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, Chief Takahashi sat in the conference room, his expression grave as he examined the photographs and reports from the crime scene. All three victims had been stabbed to death with a fruit knife. The locations of the wounds and the method bore similarities to the Mitsui case, indicating the same perpetrator. Takahashi remarked, while Assistant Matsuda nodded in agreement. The scene had yielded few useful clues, aside from some indistinct footprints and signs of struggle. Takahashi stood and approached the whiteboard. Let us begin by investigating the identities of the deceased, looking into their social connections to determine if they had any enemies. Matsuda responded, We are already on it. Preliminary findings suggest they were associates of Sato Daishi's son, often bullying colleagues at the company and in the surrounding area. Takahashi pondered for a moment. What about that Yi-fan? Has there been anything unusual regarding him? Matsuda replied, Shortly after the incident, I dispatched someone to check his residence. He was home, and no murder weapon was found. Takahashi inquired, Did Sato provide any useful information? Matsuda replied, Sato was quite shaken after the incident. He stated that the assailant appeared suddenly, wearing a black mask and gloves. He was so frightened that he did not get a clear look at the perpetrator and turned to flee. After a moment of silence, Takahashi decided to personally question Sato. In the interrogation room, Sato fidgeted restlessly. Takahashi fixed his gaze upon him and asked, Think carefully, is there anything or anyone that stands out potentially related to this case? Sato hesitated before responding, I truly do not know. Perhaps it was a madman. Sato suddenly recalled, The only person I have a grudge against is Yi-fan. At that moment, I was uncertain if it was indeed him. Takahashi rubbed his chin, lost in contemplation. Sato hastily continued, Yi-fan has changed significantly lately. In the past, when I struck him, he would merely cower and endure the blows, but recently, he has begun to resist. Takahashi's gaze sharpened, and he reprimanded sternly, Do you dare to mention acts of bullying? Your malevolence will inevitably bring upon you a greater calamity. If this murder case is indeed related to your usual conduct, you shall bear the consequences. Sato's face turned pale with alarm as he hastily defended himself. I was merely joking around with them. It wasn't that serious. Takahashi thundered, A joke? Your actions have already constituted a crime. From this moment forth, you must truthfully disclose everything, including all those you have bullied and whether there are any irreconcilable conflicts among you. Sato lowered his head, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, stammering, I realize my mistakes. I will confess. Takahashi continued to scrutinize him. You had better be sincerely repentant. Regarding Yi-fan, elucidate his changes in detail. No nuance must be overlooked. Sato, trembling with trepidation, spoke. He used to be quite timid. We often took his belongings and physically assaulted him. Yet recently, he seems to have suddenly found his confidence. That day, the way he looked at me was different, filled with anger and a strength I had never witnessed before. Takahashi was now convinced that the murderer was indeed Yi-fan, and the task at hand was to uncover the evidence. Chapter 16. The revelation of crimes the following day. Yi-fan proceeded to the office, as usual, his spirits buoyant. As he entered the building housing the Tokyo Sunrise Company, the cherry blossoms at the entrance appeared particularly enchanting. With a light-hearted stride and a cheerful tune on his lips, he made his way down the corridor towards office 3-7. Along the way, he observed his colleagues gathered in small clusters, animatedly discussing the amusing events of the previous day. Yi-fan couldn't help but quicken his pace, his heart brimming with anticipation for the new day ahead. Upon reaching the door of office 3-7, he took a deep breath, adjusted his attire, and entered with a beaming smile. The office was already populated by several colleagues, and after finding his workstation, he settled down, retrieving documents and office supplies, quietly awaiting the arrival of his supervisor. However, after the work bell rang, the supervisor strode into the office with a serious demeanor, beginning to take attendance. Naoko called out a colleague. Present. The supervisor marked it down and continued. Suzuki, here. As the roll call continued, when the name Sato and 3 others were called, silence ensued. A wave of curious whispers enveloped the office as colleagues exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why those individuals were absent. Yi-fan feigned confusion like the rest, yet inwardly he chuckled coldly. He knew well that the 3 bullies would never grace this office again, and Sato was likely undergoing interrogation at the police station given the abruptness of yesterday's events. As the supervisor continued to speak, Yi-fan appeared to listen attentively, though his thoughts drifted far away. He recalled the painful memories of being bullied, the humiliation and torment flashing a fierce glint in his eyes, only to be replaced by calmness almost instantly. He was aware that his actions had transgressed the law, yet driven by anger and desperation at that moment. He felt he had no other choice. Unbeknownst to Yi Fan, at that very moment, Takahashi was at his home, armed with a search warrant, gathering evidence. In a dimly lit room, several investigators were scanning the area with ultraviolet lights. Chief Takahashi donned white gloves, his gaze sharpening with intensity. He first approached Yi Fan's wardrobe, meticulously examining each garment, his fingers gliding over the fabric, leaving no wrinkle or seam that could conceal a clue unturned. Then, crouching down, he inspected the bottom of the wardrobe and discovered a pair of dust-covered shoes. He picked them up, scrutinizing the soles with contemplation. "Takahashi," he called. "Shine a light on all the shoe soles." Matsuda hurried over. "Yes, Chief." Next, Takahashi approached the desk, slowly pulling open a drawer cluttered with various stationery, papers, and a few tattered books. He carefully extracted each item, placing them into evidence bags for subsequent examination for any traces or writings pertinent to the case. However, no relevant findings were made. Subsequently, Chief Takahashi ventured into Yi Fan's backyard. His gaze fell upon the iron barrel, its surface still marred by the remnants of a recent incineration. He slowly crouched down, delicately sifting through the ashes within. Minister Takahashi carefully extracted a small piece of fabric with tweezers, a chill running through him as he realized it could very well be a crucial piece of evidence. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the surroundings and discovered a charred thread amidst the grass nearby. Takahashi's expression grew increasingly somber as he summoned his assistant, instructing them to meticulously collect everything in the vicinity for examination, including the ashes, fabric, and thread. Immediately, evidence technicians approached to carefully package the items. At that moment, a low murmur arose among the evidence collectors. "Minister, there's something unusual about the soles of these sneakers." Takahashi swiftly turned around, and under the ultraviolet light, the worn-out sneakers revealed several dark red stains, blood that would have gone unnoticed without the special illumination. Takahashi's demeanor shifted to one of heightened gravity as he stepped closer to inspect, contemplating that this blood must be intrinsically linked to the case. He commanded, "Ensure these shoes are also sealed with care and taken back for immediate blood analysis to compare with the victim's blood type." As Takahashi gathered evidence, he began piecing together the overall picture of the case in his mind. He surmised that Yi Fan, after committing the crime, hastily returned home to destroy evidence, attempting to incinerate the bloodied garments, unaware that the blood on the soles of his shoes and other overlooked traces would still be discovered. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, oblivious to the gradual unraveling of his transgressions by Minister Takahashi, sat in his office, casually engaging in small talk with a colleague, feigning nonchalance. Yet unbeknownst to him, his fate was quietly being rewritten, ensnared in a meticulously woven legal web that was tightening around him, poised to drag him from this seemingly tranquil workplace existence into the frigid depths of the law. Upon returning to the police station with the collected evidence, Takahashi felt an overwhelming weight upon his heart. As he awaited the examination results, he sat at his desk, staring intently at the evidence bags, Yi Fan's seemingly youthful visage repeatedly surfacing in his thoughts. He pondered how a young man in his 20s, who should be striving and aspiring for a bright future in his career, could have endured such inhumane torment and bullying that allowed hatred to fester within him, ultimately transforming him into a demon capable of taking 4 lives. Perhaps he had wept countless times in the shadows, pleading for mercy from his tormentors. Perhaps he had harbored hopeful expectations for aid from his superiors and colleagues, only to return home time and again in disappointment. Takahashi understood that bullying was no mere trivial friction among colleagues. It was akin to an invisible blade, capable of eroding an individual's mental defenses and distorting their humanity piece by piece. However, while sympathy is one thing, the scales of justice will not tip in favor of personal emotions. When the examination results unequivocally confirmed Yi Fan's connection to the case, Takahashi organized his thoughts and began drafting the investigation report. His strokes were resolute and powerful, meticulously documenting every piece of evidence and each step of reasoning. Despite the tumult of emotions within, he understood that this was his duty. Takahashi took out his phone and dialed a number. Initiate the arrest. Target: Tokyo Sunrise Corporation. Yifan. Two police cars, their lights flashing, departed from the police headquarters, heading straight for the Tokyo Sunrise Corporation. The vehicles swiftly entered the parking lot of the building, their piercing sirens shattering the tranquility, drawing the attention of employees. Takahashi, accompanied by several officers, proceeded directly to Office 3-7. Inside, Yifan was absently perusing documents, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. The office door swung open, and Takahashi entered with an air of apparent ease, his gaze firmly fixed on Yifan. A faint smile graced his face as he greeted, "Yifan, long time no see. Please come with us." Chapter 17. The press conference at the Metropolitan Police Department upon hearing the sound. Yifan raised his head and was met with the sight of Takahashi and the uniformed officers behind him. His complexion instantly drained of color. His hands trembled slightly, yet he forced himself to maintain a facade of composure as he stood up, glancing at the curious gazes of his classmates surrounding him. What is wrong with Yifan? They must be investigating the bullying he endured from Sato and the others. I believe Mitsui is the one who killed him. Someone apprehend this criminal. He has always seemed off. Who would have thought he could be so ruthless? He was the one being beaten every day, and yet he killed someone. Yifan dismissed these voices, observing the seemingly amiable yet unyielding gaze of Takahashi, and reluctantly shuffled his feet to follow him out of the classroom. As they walked, Takahashi spoke in a casual tone. "Yifan, I understand this may come as a shock to you, but there are matters we must discuss thoroughly at the police headquarters." Yifan lowered his head, offering no reply, his mind racing with thoughts of where he may have revealed a crack in his facade. While a deep sense of despair welled within him, he realized his meticulously crafted illusion of a tranquil life had been irrevocably shattered. Inside the police car, Yifan stared blankly out the window, his gaze hollow. Takahashi sat beside him, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Yifan, I know you have endured considerable pain, but resorting to such extreme measures is misguided." Yifan let out a cold laugh. "You wouldn't understand. Those days were a living hell. Their humiliation and torment never ceased." Takahashi sighed. "I can imagine the trials you faced, but the law treats everyone equally. Regardless of the reasons, taking a life must face consequences." Upon arriving at the police headquarters, Yifan was escorted to the interrogation room. Takahashi sat across from him, his expression grave yet tinged with sympathy. "Now, please recount the events in detail." After a moment of silence, Yifan began to narrate the dark past of his bullying, recounting how he was beaten, insulted, and maliciously tormented, while those around him turned a blind eye. Takahashi listened intently, occasionally jotting down notes. Once the interrogation concluded, Yifan was temporarily detained. Meanwhile, Takahashi continued to compile the case files, fully aware that this case would capture widespread societal attention, not only due to its gravity, but also because it highlighted the pervasive issue of school bullying. He resolved to raise awareness about bullying throughout the case proceedings, striving to prevent such tragedies from occurring. In his cell, Yifan finally shed his pretense, curling up in the corner as tears silently streamed down his face. He began to regret his impulsive actions, yet it was too late to turn back. He could only await the judgment of the law, enduring the long hours steeped in remorse and anguish. The once hopeful youth, yearning for a normal life and chasing dreams, had become irrevocably lost in a maelstrom of hatred and violence, leaving behind nothing but endless sighs and uncertainty about the future. The following day, Takahashi, clad in his crisp police uniform, convened a press conference. Standing before a multitude of media representatives, his expression was grave and solemn. Countless flashes erupted from cameras, capturing the moment. "We have conducted a thorough investigation and interrogation regarding this case. Yifan, an immigrant from Huagua, was once a youth who endured relentless bullying. Unable to withstand the prolonged beatings, insults, and malicious torment, he ultimately succumbed to extremism, taking 4 lives in the process. This is a tragedy, one that could have been averted." Takahashi's voice resonated powerfully in the conference hall. During the investigation, we discovered that Yi Fan's experiences within the company were heart-wrenching. He was persistently bullied by Sato and others, while those around him chose to remain indifferent. This apathy undoubtedly emboldened the bullies and gradually pushed Yi Fan towards the abyss. Our society should not be characterized by such indifference. Tokyo should be a place filled with sunshine and hope, not a breeding ground for violence and hatred. Concern was palpable in Takahashi's gaze. As we handle this case, the Metropolitan Police Department will adhere strictly to the law. At the same time, we hope that this incident will raise societal awareness regarding the issue of school bullying. Companies, communities, and every facet of society must assume their respective responsibilities to provide proper guidance and protection. We cannot allow more individuals to suffer the same anguish as Yi Fan, nor can we permit hatred and violence to proliferate within our society. Takahashi paused momentarily, surveying the assembled journalists. We will seize this opportunity to intensify our efforts against bullying and establish a more comprehensive prevention mechanism. We also hope that our friends in the media will actively cooperate, spreading the dangers of bullying widely so that everyone can recognize that stopping bullying is our collective mission. Only in this manner can we prevent tragedies like Yi Fan's from recurring, restoring a pure sky to our society and providing a safe environment for all. Upon concluding his statement, Takahashi left the journalists in contemplative silence. Host, we will now enter the question and answer segment. As soon as the words left his lips, the journalists surged forward like ravenous wolves. One reporter raised his voice, demanding, "Officer Takahashi, Yi Fan is an immigrant from Huagua. Who can guarantee that there are no political secrets in his background? Are you merely conducting a cursory investigation into his alleged bullying experiences here while turning a blind eye to his past in Huagua? Perhaps he harbors a deep-seated propensity for violence, with a history of misconduct in his homeland. Can your investigation truly inspire confidence?" Takahashi's expression darkened as he replied sternly. Throughout the investigation process, our focus has been on clarifying the bullying he experienced locally and factors closely related to this case. After a comprehensive examination, we found no necessary correlation between his past in Huagua and the act of murder. Our judgments are based on the reliable evidence at hand and the behavioral patterns he exhibited locally, rather than the hasty conclusions you suggest. Another reporter unflinchingly followed up with a question. Yi Fan brutally killed 4 individuals. This is hardly an act of impulsiveness. On what grounds can you assert that he did not premeditate this heinous crime? He may very well be a deeply concealed danger, using bullying as a pitiable fade to excuse his own atrocities. Has your police department been easily deceived by his one-sided testimony? Takahashi emphasized during the interrogation. Yi Fan articulated in detail and with coherence the entirety of his prolonged ordeal with bullying, along with the profound inner turmoil and psychological transformation he experienced. These subtle nuances align seamlessly with the bullying facts we have investigated. Furthermore, based on his daily demeanor and corroborative accounts from numerous classmates, there were no apparent signs of violent tendencies in him prior to this incident. Therefore, we ascertain that his actions stemmed from extreme reactions under prolonged repression. However, the final judicial determination will undoubtedly adhere to a meticulous and rigorous process, without question. A reporter, visibly incensed, pressed, "Bullying has been rampant in society for how long now? What has your police department been doing all this time? Have you simply stood by and watched? Must it take a horrific tragedy for you to feign concern and declare your intent to address the issue? Is this not a grave dereliction of duty? How will you account to the public?" Takahashi responded slowly. The issue of school bullying, due to its insidious nature and complexity, has long posed a challenge for societal governance. Our department has previously collaborated with enterprises to conduct a series of educational and preventative initiatives. However, the implementation process has indeed revealed numerous inadequacies. This case undoubtedly serves as a stark wake-up call. We shall engage in profound reflection and intensify our rectification efforts comprehensively, ensuring that our actions are not merely superficial post facto remedies. Rather, we will exert every effort to enhance proactive prevention and real-time monitoring, resolutely guaranteeing that there are no corners or loopholes in campus safety, providing the public with a satisfactory account through tangible actions. The international online community has also been stirred by this incident, with netizens from various countries flooding YouTube videos with comments. Chapter 18. Global attention. Countless comments flooded the internet. American netizens remarked, "Humph, that's typical of the Chinese. When trouble arises, they always seek excuses. Clearly, their education system is flawed, breeding such violent individuals. They should learn from our joyful education." British netizens commented, "Perhaps Yifan didn't receive a proper education over there, bringing his bad habits to Neon country. China should seriously reflect on its cultural exports." South Korean netizens observed, "Look at the Chinese committing crimes here. They always claim to be victims. But who knows if they're merely pretending? The Chinese excel at such tricks." Indian netizens stated, "Chinese immigrants behave like this in Neon. It's hard to imagine the chaos in their homeland. Their moral education must be severely lacking." Australian netizens noted, "This case reveals the inherent flaws of the Chinese. They dare to commit murder in foreign lands with such arrogance. China ought to manage its citizens better and refrain from embarrassing itself globally." Chinese netizens swiftly retaliated, "Stop your rambling. Our joyful education has faced frequent gun violence, yet you boast superiority? You lack the qualifications to criticize Chinese education. Perhaps your logic is flawed." They asserted, "China's cultural essence is profound. Don't make a spectacle of yourselves based on Yifan's actions. Conduct some self-reflection on your cultural foundations." They admonished Indian netizens, "Quit your nonsense. China is prosperous and harmonious, with moral education starting from a young age. Are you prematurely condemning the Neon case? Have you been drinking too much Ganges water?" They declared, "Purely unjust. You will not tarnish China's image. Silence yourself." As the Tokyo Metropolitan Police released the bullying videos, more rational netizens from various countries began to change their stance. "Oh my, it's already 2000. Such things still happen?" One exclaimed, "I've heard so much about the violence in Neon, but today my eyes have truly been opened. They're just a group of ordinary youths. I can't imagine what they will become in the future." Another expressed sympathy for the perpetrator. "I can only imagine the psychological pressure he must be under." Chinese netizens began to express their opinions. "Damn, this is infuriating. Is this what humanity has come to? I can only say those four deserved it. It is indeed a minor incident. They are incorrigible. One day, we shall make you pay in blood for your debts." They argued, "Yifan's actions were in self-defense. Look at those people. 8 of them surrounded one. They were striking with lethal force. What a shame. I hope he is not sentenced to life imprisonment." In Tokyo, within the Metropolitan Police headquarters, Minister Takahashi gazed at the report in his hands, muttering to himself, "The dust is settled. All evidence is conclusive. Next comes the sentencing. I shall do my best to speak some good words on your behalf." He tossed the report aside, resting his hands behind his head, feet propped on the desk, a cigarette dangling from his lips, staring at the ceiling lost in thought. At that moment, a police officer knocked and entered, saying, "Minister, Yifan's mother is outside, requesting to see you." Takahashi furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before nodding to let her in. Moments later, Yifan's mother entered the room, her eyes reflecting both fatigue and determination. Takahashi straightened his posture, about to speak, when another officer hurriedly entered to report, "Minister, a multitude of media reporters have gathered outside, relentlessly inquiring about the latest developments in the Yifan case. Additionally, some citizens are protesting outside the police headquarters, demanding stringent punishment for the bullies, as they believe Yifan was merely resisting injustice." Takahashi rubbed his temples, acutely aware that this case had stirred significant social upheaval, igniting a contentious discourse not only internationally, but also resonating with the public's sensitive nerves regarding violence within the neon-lit nation. He turned to Yifan's mother and gently said, "Please, share your intentions." Taking a deep breath, Yifan's mother spoke slowly, "Minister Takahashi, I am aware of your involvement in this case. I implore you to treat my son fairly. He acted out of desperation. The videos of the bullying serve as undeniable evidence. He must not become a scapegoat." Takahashi nodded slightly, assuring her, "I will address this matter in accordance with the law and the evidence, without bias towards any party." Yet, he understood that under the mounting pressures from all sides, delivering a verdict that would satisfy everyone was far from an easy task. The societal issues, international relations, and public sentiments entangled in this case formed a complex web, ensnaring him tightly, and he was compelled to navigate through this dense fog to uncover the most just path. Upon hearing Takahashi's words, tears streamed down Yi-Fan's mother's face. "Minister, my son has always been a kind-hearted child. After enduring such inhumane torment, he merely instinctively sought to protect himself. Look at the injuries on his body, the scars left by the bullying. Each mark feels like a dagger etched into my heart. I beseech you, please consider all he has endured. Do not let his life be irrevocably destroyed." Takahashi, witnessing her profound anguish, felt a pang of empathy. "Mrs. Yi, I comprehend your feelings, yet the outcome has resulted in 4 fatalities, which constitutes an extremely serious crime under the law. However, given that he retaliated after prolonged bullying, I will ardently present these factors to the judge during sentencing, striving to minimize the term, though I cannot guarantee significant leniency. I urge you to prepare yourself for this reality." Upon receiving this news, Yi-Fan's mother nearly collapsed, her legs buckling beneath her. "Minister, I implore you to consider other options. Even a glimmer of hope would suffice. He is still so young, with a bright future ahead. If he were to spend his life imprisoned, it would ruin him, and I, as his mother, would find it unbearable to continue living." Takahashi quickly rose to support her. "Mrs. Yi, please do not become overwhelmed. I will exert every effort within the confines of the law to advocate for Yi-Fan's rights. You must also trust that the judicial system in our Neon Nation still holds the potential for fairness." At that moment, the shouts of reporters and citizens outside seemed to seep through the walls, intensifying the already heavy atmosphere within the room. Takahashi knew he was on the brink of confronting a dual challenge, a formidable judicial decision and a tempest of public opinion. A few days later, at the Tokyo High Court, countless reporters awaited eagerly at the entrance, gazing into the distance. In the distance, 5 police cars approached, igniting excitement among the journalists who eagerly vied for prime positions to secure first-hand accounts. Once the police vehicles came to a halt, dozens of officers swiftly intervened, preventing the frenzied reporters from advancing. Takahashi exited the car and gestured for the police to open Yi-Fan's door. As Yi-Fan stepped out, he was seen with handcuffs adorning his wrists, his expression calm, yet tinged with a hint of desolation. He lifted his gaze to the solemn and majestic structure of the Tokyo High Court, a flicker of complex emotion shimmering in his eyes. The reporters surged forward, bombarding him with a torrent of questions. "Yi-Fan, do you have anything to say at this moment? Do you regret your actions? How many years do you believe you'll be sentenced to? You murderer, you deserve to die. We demand the death penalty for such scum who threaten our nation." Yi-Fan remained silent, though it was evident that regret coursed through him. A profound remorse for not having eliminated Sato, as he was escorted slowly toward the court's grand entrance. Chapter 19. The court's verdict upon entering the courtroom. A solemn and grave atmosphere enveloped every inch of the air, with every seat in the gallery occupied, and all eyes converging upon the defendant, Yi-Fan. As if illuminated by a spotlight, the trial commenced in earnest, with the prosecution rising first to deliver a statement regarding the fundamental aspects of the case in a serious and resonant tone. The defendant, Yi-Fan, is undeniably implicated in the tragic deaths of 4 victims, a consequence of grave severity, merely due to the seemingly minor physical altercations initiated by the victims. The defendant resorted to extreme violence, ruthlessly taking their lives. Such actions constitute a profound violation of legal order and have inflicted significant turmoil upon societal safety and stability. Therefore, the prosecution respectfully requests that the court impose a severe sentence upon Yi-Fan, as only then can the supreme authority of the law be upheld, and the sanctity of each life be duly respected, thus maintaining the balance of social order and justice. The prosecution's representative spoke with piercing clarity, firmly establishing Yi-Fan as a remorseless criminal who willfully trampled upon the law and the sanctity of life, intensifying the already tense atmosphere within the courtroom. Subsequently, Yi-Fan's defense attorney rose with measured composure, adjusting his collar, his demeanor serious and earnest. He first bowed, deeply before the court, then methodically began to present the harrowing evidence of bullying captured in video recordings. These videos vividly documented the inhumane torment that Yifan endured for 2 long years at the hands of the victims. From initial verbal insults and malicious ostracism to frequent violent assaults, including threats with dangerous instruments, each frame pierced the hearts of all present like a steel needle. The attorney eloquently declared, esteemed judge and members of the jury, through these irrefutable video evidences, we can clearly and intuitively grasp the inhumane struggle that the defendant, Yifan, has been subjected to. He has lived daily in the shadow of fear and despair, his body and spirit enduring dual torment. On the day of the incident, the victims once again launched an unprovoked attack on Yifan, with the severity and intensity surpassing all previous encounters, thereby posing an urgent and direct threat to his life. In such an extreme and perilous circumstance, Yifan instinctively retaliated in self-defense, an action that fully aligns with the criteria of justifiable defense. Admittedly, due to the chaotic and critical nature of the situation, Yifan's response may have exceeded the necessary bounds, resulting in an outcome of excessive defense. Yet this cannot overshadow the defensive essence of his actions. I implore the court to take into account the long-standing bullying suffered by Yifan and the exigent circumstances surrounding the incident when deliberating the sentencing. May a fair, reasonable judgment that embodies both the spirit of the law and humane consideration be rendered, ensuring that a soul long tormented does not again suffer injustice within this hallowed court. The lawyer's impassioned plea sought to secure the just verdict that Yifan deserved, stirring the emotions of the audience below. Some, who had experienced bullying or were acutely aware of its detrimental effects, found tears welling in their eyes. As the debate between the two sides intensified, the atmosphere in the courtroom grew ever more charged and solemn. The judges occasionally whispered to one another, meticulously perusing the voluminous case files in their hands, their expressions grave and profound. Outside, the public had divided into two factions. One staunchly asserted that Yifan's actions were unforgivable and warranted severe punishment, while the other expressed sympathy for his plight, urging the court to take into account the circumstances that compelled him to rise in defiance, advocating for leniency in sentencing. Yifan sat quietly in the defendant's chair, his gaze resolute and composed, as if he had already reconciled himself to the impending verdict. Meanwhile, his mother sat in the audience, her hands tightly intertwined, the knuckles blanching from the strain, her body trembling uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face like a torrent, soaking her garments. Each sob echoed through the courtroom like a lament from the depths of her soul, eliciting compassion from those around her. Her eyes were fixed intently on Yifan, filled with anguish, sorrow, and profound guilt. She berated herself internally, questioning why she had not recognized her son's suffering from such cruel bullying sooner, why she had lacked the means to protect him, allowing him to fall into this dire predicament. Her lips quivered as if she wished to speak, but grief choked her voice, leaving only broken sobs to escape her throat. Around her, some cast sympathetic glances, while others engaged in hushed discussions regarding the case's trajectory and potential verdict. Yet, Yifan's mother remained ensconced in her own world of sorrow, oblivious to her surroundings. Her heart harbored but a singular thought, that under no circumstances should her son's life be allowed to unravel in this manner. She was willing to sacrifice everything, even her own life, to secure a glimmer of hope for Yifan. At that moment, the judges finally ceased their deliberations, and the courtroom fell silent, save for the sound of Yifan's mother's weeping. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the imminent gavel strike and the verdict that would determine Yifan's fate. Yifan sat quietly in the defendant's chair, his eyes hollow as he stared ahead, his destiny hanging by a thread. Outside the courtroom, reporters continued to interview passers-by about their opinions on the case, while the public anxiously awaited the announcement of the verdict, enveloping the entirety of Tokyo in an unprecedented tension and anticipation. Ultimately, the room fell into a profound silence, every individual holding their breath, awaiting that decisive moment. The judge began to read the verdict, his voice resonating within the courtroom, each word seemingly laden with immense weight. When he announced that Yifan was sentenced to 5 years in prison for negligent homicide, a An uproar erupted in the courtroom. Yi Fan's mother could no longer contain her tears, feeling a flicker of solace that her son would not face life imprisonment or the death penalty. Yet her heart ached at the thought of the lengthy years he would spend in prison. Yi Fan, lifting his gaze slightly to the ceiling, wore an inscrutable expression. At that moment, his heart was a tumult of emotions, engulfed by confusion regarding his impending life behind bars, yet grateful for even the faintest possibility of returning to a semblance of normalcy. The verdict, akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirred extensive discussion and contemplation both within Neon Nation and the international community, compelling society to re-evaluate the grave issue of campus bullying and the fairness and rationality of the law when confronted with such intricate circumstances. Minister Takahashi, seated, let out a soft sigh before rising and slowly approaching Yi Fan. He regarded Yi Fan with a gaze fraught with complex emotions, regret mingled with resignation. He then nodded at Yi Fan and spoke in a gentle tone. Yi Fan, the verdict has been rendered. For the next 5 years, you must serve your time diligently and strive for good behavior to secure an early release. Your mother has been constantly worried about you. She has sacrificed so much for you, and you cannot let her hopes be dashed. Upon hearing Minister Takahashi's words, a flicker of emotion crossed Yi Fan's eyes. He parted his lips, seemingly wishing to express his gratitude, yet was at a loss for words. Ultimately, he simply replied in a soft voice, Yes, I understand, Minister Takahashi. Thank you for everything you have done for me during this time. Yi Fan's mother, fighting against her sorrow, struggled to rise, her body trembling uncontrollably as she made her way, step by step, toward her son. Observing this, those around them instinctively parted to allow her passage. Upon reaching Yi Fan, she enveloped him in a tight embrace, her cries growing even more anguished, as if to release all the pain, worry, and reluctance she had suppressed over these days. My child, I cannot bear to part with you. For these 5 years, I will await your return every day. You must take care of yourself in there. Do not let me worry. Yi Fan's eyes too glistened with unshed tears as he gently patted his mother's back, comforting her. Mother, please do not cry. I will be all right, and you must take care of yourself until I return. Minister Takahashi, witnessing the poignant scene of mother and son weeping in each other's arms, felt a swell of emotion within him. He understood that although the case had reached a verdict, its repercussions were far from over. Subsequently, Yi Fan, escorted by the police, began his slow walk toward the court exit. His mother, wiping her tears, closely followed behind, her gaze never leaving Yi Fan's back, filled with reluctance and concern. Outside the courthouse, as Yi Fan emerged, media reporters swiftly converged, thrusting microphones forward as a deluge of questions ensued. Yi Fan, what are your thoughts on this verdict? Madam Yi, do you believe this judgment to be fair? Neither Yi Fan nor his mother paid any heed to the cacophony surrounding them. Under the watchful eye of the police maintaining order, Yi Fan boarded the vehicle that would transport him to prison. As the car slowly began to move, he gazed through the window at his mother's increasingly haggard countenance, silently vowing to conduct himself well during his incarceration, with the hope of returning to her side as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's mother stood rooted to the spot, her eyes fixed on the direction in which the vehicle had departed, reluctant to part ways for an extended time. Chapter 20. Bidding farewell to the past, Yi Fan endured 3 arduous years in prison, his days devoid of purpose, channeling all his energy into physical training. Throughout this time, he silently prayed for his mother's well-being, yearning for the day he could reunite with her upon his release. His hope was to provide her with a better life, to compensate for the suffering and torment she had endured over the years. However, fate once again revealed its cruel visage. On that day, sunlight streamed through the narrow, lofty windows of the prison, casting its rays upon Yi Fan's weathered face. Engaged in the monotonous labor of prison life, he was suddenly summoned by a guard to the visitation room. An ominous premonition surged within him, rendering his steps heavy and laborious, each stride feeling as though it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Upon entering the visitation room and seeing the grave expression on the guard's face, Yi Fan's heart plummeted. The guard slowly handed him a letter, saying, "This concerns your mother. You must brace yourself. With trembling hands, Yi Fan took the letter, its thin paper feeling as though it weighed a ton in that moment. He eagerly tore it open, and as his eyes scanned the words, his complexion paled, his gaze filled with shock, anguish, and despair. The contents of the letter pierced his heart like a sharp dagger. His mother had been killed in a hit-and-run, and the perpetrator remained at large. Yi Fan's body began to tremble violently, his lips quivering uncontrollably, a low, beast-like howl escaping his throat. Suddenly, he threw his head back and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Oh, why? Why? The sound was laden with infinite grief and fury, reverberating off the walls of the visitation room, even moving the guards present. Yi Fan's hands clenched the letter tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, as if he intended to crush the paper into oblivion. Tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes, streaming down his cheeks and splattering onto the cold floor. Memories of his mother's sacrifices over the years flooded his mind, her heart-wrenching visage in court, her fervent hopes and profound love for him. And now, she had been taken from him, and in such a brutal and unjust manner. In that instant, the hatred within Yi Fan blazed like an inferno, consuming all rationality. He vowed to uncover the identity of his mother's killer and ensure they paid a devastating price. No matter the cost, no matter the hardships he would face, he would show no mercy and spare no one connected to the crime. From that moment on, warmth vanished from Yi Fan's gaze, replaced with a relentless resolve and coldness. It was a fervent belief in vengeance, a madness that would not hesitate to stand against the entire world. 2 years later, at the gates of Tokyo prison, the doors slowly swung open. A figure, strong and resolute yet with a stern countenance, emerged. It was Yi Fan. 5 years of rigorous training had augmented his physical attributes, affirming that such exertion could indeed enhance his bodily capabilities. Attribute points: 0, strength; 15, agility; 5, stamina; 7, spirit; 9, reaction; 7. At this moment, a resolute determination shone in his eyes, far surpassing that of his past. The youthful naivety was entirely absent, replaced by a calmness and an aura of grim resolve born from the trials of life. The prison guard stood at the entrance, gazing at Yi Fan, letting out a soft sigh before stepping forward to say, "Yi Fan, your 5 years of imprisonment have come to an end. However, I implore you to genuinely let go of the past and start anew. The world outside is filled with boundless possibilities. Do not allow hatred to blind your vision. You are still young, with a bright future ahead. Do not let a moment of impulsiveness lead you astray once more." Yi Fan merely cast a cold glance at the guard, remaining silent. His eyes resembled an ancient, unfathomable abyss, rendering his innermost thoughts inscrutable. Observing this, the guard continued, "I understand that your mother's situation has profoundly affected you, but responding to violence with violence will not resolve anything. It will only plunge more individuals into despair. Have faith in the law. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent." A faint smirk of derision graced Yi Fan's lips as he softly replied, "The law? If the law were truly effective, my mother would not have died unjustly, and I would not have squandered 5 years of my life in this prison." With that, he strode forward with unwavering resolve, as if he had embarked upon an irreversible path of vengeance. The guard watched Yi Fan's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation, silently praying that this young man would not be entirely consumed by hatred and could one day rediscover his true self and embrace life once more. At that moment, Yi Fan was overwhelmed with memories of his mother and the hatred directed at those responsible. He had resolved to pursue what he deemed justice, even if it meant standing against the entire world. Dragging his heavy steps, he unknowingly returned to the apartment he once rented. The familiar corridor seemed to echo with memories of the past, each step laden with nostalgia. He slowly approached the door, raising his hand to knock, but halted midair. The door swung open to reveal a stranger, a mother playing with her child inside. Laughter and joy permeated the air, a heartwarming scene reminiscent of the time he spent with his own mother. The child, noticing Yi Fan, blinked curiously and asked, "Uncle, who are you?" The mother also looked up, her eyes filled with confusion and caution. Yi Fan opened his mouth, but words eluded him, as if his throat were constricted. His gaze drifted past them, resting upon the spot where tables and chairs once stood, and he could almost see his mother's figure there, smiling down at him. In an instant, a flood of memories surged forth. As a child, when he fell ill, his mother anxiously kept vigil by his bedside, sleepless through the night. During his school days, she would rise early each morning to prepare breakfast for him, sending him off with eyes brimming with warmth and hope. Those mundane yet precious days had now transformed into an unreachable longing. Tears began to well up in Yi Fan's eyes as he fought to suppress them. Turning swiftly to leave, he was acutely aware that his once cherished home was no longer in existence. Yet the love of his mother would eternally reside within his heart, serving as the sole pillar of support on his quest for vengeance. This love would also become the warm force propelling him forward in a frigid world. It would compel him to relentlessly unveil the truth, ensuring that those who inflicted harm upon his mother would pay in blood, even if the path ahead was fraught with endless darkness and abyss. Yi Fan wandered aimlessly along the street, his heart a tumultuous sea of emotions. Before he knew it, he found himself in the park he had often visited with his mother. The benches were filled with children playing joyfully and leisurely elders basking in the sun's embrace. The sunlight danced upon the grass, rendering the scene tranquil and serene. Yet this idyllic tableau stood in stark contrast to the tempest raging within Yi Fan's soul. He sought refuge in a secluded corner, clasping his head in his hands, and closed his eyes in anguish. As vivid memories of his mother's visage and the letter announcing her demise surged through his mind, time became an abstract concept as he remained lost in his torment. Eventually, Yi Fan rose, inhaling deeply in an attempt to regain his composure. He understood that wallowing in pain and nostalgia would not lead him to the perpetrator of his mother's murder. He had to take decisive action. Chapter 21. The search for the killer. Yi Fan suppressed the tumult of grief and rage within him as he made his way to the police station. The laughter and merriment of passers-by resonated in his ears like a cacophony. His mind consumed solely by a singular thought, to identify the murderer of his mother from this indistinct video footage. Inside the precinct, officers busily navigated their tasks. Yi Fan approached the reception desk, his voice low yet resolute as he declared, "My name is Yi Fan, and I wish to view the surveillance footage of my mother's car accident from 3 years ago." Upon hearing his name, the attending officer frowned slightly, scrutinizing Yi Fan with a keen gaze. A flicker of recognition crossed his features as he inquired, "Yi Fan, are you the one who just got released from the Tokyo prison?" A glimmer of caution flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he replied coldly, "And what of it? What does that have to do with my request to see the footage? I merely want to find the person responsible for my mother's death." The officer sighed softly, responding, "I understand your feelings, but you've just been released. You must remain composed and avoid further trouble. We will continue to investigate your mother's case. Do not act impulsively." Yi Fan retorted, "What progress has been made after all this time? I just want to see the video." The officer shook his head in resignation, but proceeded to verify Yi Fan's identification, soon retrieving the requested records. Yi Fan fixated on the screen, watching a blurred figure exit the vehicle to inspect the scene after the collision. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to catch a subtle gesture, the perpetrator adjusting their glasses. Though the image was unclear, that detail shone like a beacon of hope, compelling Yi Fan to replay the segment, etching that characteristic deeply into his memory. After leaving the precinct, Yi Fan embarked on a quest throughout the city's streets and alleys, searching for individuals with a habit of wearing glasses, particularly those whose eyes darted suspiciously and whose behavior seemed furtive. Day in and day out, he traversed various neighborhoods, leaving no potential lead unexamined. At times, he would stake out a location for hours, merely to observe a passerby with spectacles for any incriminating signs. However, as days passed, he remained at a standstill, devoid of any leads. Yi Fan rummaged through his pockets, realizing he had run out of money. Survival had become an immediate concern. Standing at the street corner, anxiety gnawed at him as he contemplated his next steps when a familiar voice called out from behind, "Yi Fan, is that really you?" Turning around, Yi Fan saw Jin Shanlongi, his former cellmate. Jin Shan approached him with enthusiasm, clapping a hand firmly on Yi Fan's shoulder. "Brother, Why haven't you sought me out since your release? What are you up to? Yi Fan regarded him coolly, offering a curt response. Nothing much, just handling some matters. Seemingly oblivious to Yi Fan's aloofness, Jin Shan continued. I knew you wouldn't be able to let go. But brother, life must move forward. What troubles are you facing? You don't look well. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan finally admitted, I have no money left. Upon hearing this, Jin Shan erupted into laughter, a mix of carefree spirit and camaraderie in his tone. I thought it was something serious. Brother, if you're short on cash, just tell me. Cool me. Let me take you for a little adventure in Shinjuku. There's an abundance of entertainment there, and I'll show you the ropes of my current dealings. I assure you, you will have the opportunity to earn money. Yi Fan hesitated slightly. He was aware that Jin Shanlongi was a young leader of a Yakuza organization, the Sankawakai. However, his current financial predicament left him with little room for choice. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly and followed Jin Shanlongi into the car. The nightlife in Shinjuku was ablaze with lights, the streets bustling with vehicles and an energetic crowd. Neon signs flashed with dazzling brilliance, and the names of bars and nightclubs adorned the landscape. Jin Shanlongi led Yi Fan into an opulent nightclub, where the air was thick with the scent of perfume and the haze of smoke and liquor. After exchanging a few whispered words with some acquaintances, he ushered Yi Fan into a private room. Shortly thereafter, several scantily clad women entered, carrying drinks. Jin Shanlongi embraced a couple of them and encouraged Yi Fan to relax. Brother, if you stick with me, I guarantee a life of indulgence. I've recently embarked on some business ventures. If you are willing, you can join me, and you need not worry about money, Jin Shanlongi proclaimed while drinking, thumping his chest for emphasis. Yi Fan responded perfunctorily. He had no desire to be involved with the gang. Internally, Yi Fan remained vigilant, maintaining a calm exterior while merely sipping his drink. After a while, Jin Shanlongi seemed to discern Yi Fan's thoughts. He set down his glass, his demeanor turning serious. Yi Fan, I know what's on your mind. Rest assured, I won't pressure you into anything you don't wish to do. Jin Shanlongi gazed deeply into Yi Fan's eyes before continuing. Actually, I sought you out today for an even more significant matter. I am aware that you have been searching for the perpetrator who killed your mother. Our Sankawakai holds considerable power in Tokyo, with many eyes and ears. Finding someone is not a daunting task. If you are willing to assist me with certain matters, I can leverage the organization's resources to help you find that killer. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's body jolted, a flicker of uncontrollable excitement and turmoil flashing in his eyes. This was the most tempting offer he had encountered in recent times. The pain of his mother's death had lingered in his heart, and he had invested so much in his quest for justice, yet had come up empty-handed. Nevertheless, he understood that entangling himself with the underworld could lead to greater troubles and dangers. Jin Shanlongi, noticing Yi Fan's wavering resolve, continued, Yi Fan, I genuinely consider you a brother, which is why I am extending this opportunity to you. Think about it. How long would it take you to find the truth on your own in this vast sea of people? The Sankawakai can provide you with the resources and connections you need. This is your quickest path to discovering the killer. Yi Fan remained silent for a long time, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Finally, he lifted his head, determination and resolve shining in his eyes, and slowly spoke. All right, I accept your offer. I will join the Sankawakai, but my condition is to find the one who killed my mother. Jin Shanlongi's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he patted Yi Fan on the shoulder, declaring, it's a deal. From this moment forth, you shall be my brother, Jin Shanlongi. I shall undoubtedly assist you in locating the perpetrator, ensuring that he faces retribution. Ye Fan inhaled deeply, acutely aware that he had ventured into perilous territory, yet for the sake of his mother, he had no alternative. In this bustling and intricate realm of Kamishichiken, his destiny is poised to intertwine closely with the Yamakawa clan, while the future that awaits him is shrouded in an even more enigmatic uncertainty. Chapter 22, The Mountain River Society. Jin Shanlongi immediately beckoned to the waiter, instructing, go, some of the most beautiful and attentive hostesses to join us. Let them keep my brother Yi Fan company. Today we must celebrate in style. Before long, The door was gently pushed open, and several exquisitely adorned hostesses, clad in alluring short skirts, swayed gracefully into the room. Upon their entrance, they made a beeline for Yi Fan and Jin Shan, their eyes radiating a professional allure and charm. One particularly tall and striking hostess, with cascading long hair, approached Yi Fan first. She gracefully seated herself beside him, entwining her arm with his, and playfully remarked, "Handsome, is this your first visit to our establishment? You must take good care of me from now on." As she spoke, she picked up a wine glass from the table, filled it to the brim, and offered it to Yi Fan, saying, "Come, let us share a drink and unwind." Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly, discreetly pushing the glass away, and replied coolly, "I'm not much of a drinker. Let us set it aside for now." Observing this, Jin Shan Longi chuckled heartily, wrapping his arm around the nearby hostess, and said, "Yi Sang, today is a joyous occasion. Don't be such a downer." He then exchanged a knowing glance with the hostesses, urging, "Make sure to entertain my brother well. If he is happy, there will be rewards for you." At that moment, another short-haired hostess hurried to Yi Fan's other side, gently massaging his shoulders while sweetly cooing, "Handsome, is there something we're lacking? Don't be so serious. We're here to have fun." Suppressing his distaste, Yi Fan glanced at Jin Shan and then at the hostesses, forcing a faint smile as he replied, "No, I'm just a bit tired." He understood that he must not reveal his true feelings at this moment, lest it jeopardize his quest to find his mother's murderer. Thus, he allowed the hostesses to flutter around him, occasionally sipping a small amount of wine to appease the situation. His thoughts, however, had already wandered far away, contemplating how to navigate his days within the Mountain River Society and how to leverage their power to swiftly locate the one he loathed so deeply, the killer. In the ensuing days, Yi Fan began to accompany Jin Shan in various affairs of the Mountain River Society, ranging from simple message delivery to maintaining presence during minor power conflicts. Each action was executed with utmost caution, as he constantly reminded himself not to become lost in this dark world. His singular goal remained, utilizing the strength of the Mountain River Society to find the one who had slain his mother. Jin Shan Longi, while outwardly attentive to Yi Fan, was discreetly observing whether he was genuinely committed to the society. Within this intricate relationship, both were calculating their next moves, with Yi Fan lingering on the edge of darkness. As Yi Fan gradually delved deeper into the affairs of the Mountain River Society, Jin Shan Longi sensed the moment had arrived to hold a formal initiation ceremony for Yi Fan and the newly admitted members. On the day of the ceremony, the society's hall was adorned with solemnity, draped with the banners of the Mountain River Society, and at its center lay a long dagger, symbolizing the power and honor within the organization. In a corner of the hall, several veteran members of the Shanchuan Society were seated in casual conversation, their glances occasionally drifting toward Yi Fan and Jin Shan Longi, who were engaged in dialogue. This Yi Fan is the new recruit brought back by the leader of Jin Shan. He seems to be held in high regard, remarked a middle-aged man with a scarred face and a low voice. He was the head of security for the hall and had witnessed the rise and fall of many newcomers over the years. Who knows? This lad looks rather gentle. I wonder if he can withstand the heat. During our last confrontation with the Akaji group, we lost many brothers. I doubt this fellow has the guts to charge forward. A bald young man scoffed, his disdain evident. Recently released from prison, he was hot-tempered and eager to make a significant name for himself within society, naturally harboring some resentment toward this newcomer. Do not underestimate him. I've heard he possesses considerable skill, and the leader has entrusted him with several tasks, all of which he completed commendably, interjected a bespectacled man, seemingly frail, who was responsible for intelligence gathering and was well informed. However, the Shanchuan Society is not an easy place to navigate. Many enter with grand ambitions, only to end up dead, maimed, or discarded in some forgotten corner to fend for themselves. Our group has also been unsettled lately. The Akaji group has been eyeing our territory, and the last clash was merely a prelude. I fear we may face even greater troubles ahead, the scarred man said, furrowing his brow with concern. I wonder how much use these new recruits will be. We cannot afford to falter when it matters most. The bald young man down to drink aggressively, declaring, "What is there to fear? If they dare to come, We will fight them to the bitter end. This territory of the Shanchuan society was earned with our lives, and no one shall take it lightly. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, shaking his head slightly. Relying solely on brute force will not suffice. We must also employ our wits. The Akaji group has shown signs of colluding with several smaller factions, and we must prepare ourselves in advance to avoid being caught off guard. As they spoke, a sudden burst of laughter rang out, drawing their attention to Jinshan Longyi, who was conversing with Yi Fan. Yi Fan merely smiled and nodded in response. Regardless, after this initiation ceremony, Yi Fan would officially become a member of the Shanchuan society. Whether he would soar like a dragon or slither like a worm would depend on his own destiny. The scarred man concluded, prompting nods of agreement from the others, who then fell into contemplative silence, pondering their fates amid the impending storm. A while later, the new members, clad in traditional black attire, knelt in unison before the hall. Yi Fan was among them. Jinshan Longyi, a prominent figure within the Shanchuan society, approached the front with steady steps, adorned in a splendid ceremonial garment. He first offered 3 deep bows before the venerated long sword, murmuring prayers for the deities and ancestors to bless the prosperity and flourishing of the Shanchuan society. He then turned to face the new members, beginning to recite the oath of initiation. Today, as you step through the gates of the Shanchuan society, you pledge your heart and soul to this cause. Loyalty, courage, and brotherhood are our guiding principles. Those who betray shall endure the most excruciating of punishments, 1,000 cuts, witnessed by the divine and our ancestors. Jinshan Longyi's voice resonated powerfully within the hall, and the new members echoed in unison. Yi Fan joined in reciting the oath, yet he felt little sense of belonging, regarding it merely as a necessary step towards unraveling the truth. Upon the conclusion of the reading, a seasoned member approached, carrying a tray adorned with fine spirits and several glasses. Jinshan Longyi took the lead, consuming a cup of the clear liquor before passing the glass to Yi Fan. As Yi Fan accepted the cup, he gazed intently at the pristine liquid, acutely aware that swallowing it would bind him deeper into this shadowy realm. Nevertheless, he hesitated not for a moment, tilting his head back to down the drink in one swift motion. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, mirroring the tumultuous yet resolute emotions within him. With the ceremony complete, the gathering erupted in celebration of the new member's induction. The hall was lavishly adorned with an abundance of food and drink, yet Yi Fan found himself devoid of the appetite to partake in such revelry. Chapter 23. Extortion. Outside the headquarters of the Yamakawa Society, a dozen police cars stood stationed, while Minister Takahashi peered through the window with a stern expression, observing the unfolding scene. His acquaintance with Yi Fan dated back 5 years, when Yi Fan had taken the lives of 4 classmates who had bullied him. Minister Takahashi had personally seen Yi Fan imprisoned, and now, to his astonishment, he learned of Yi Fan's association with the Yamakawa Society. A sense of regret and confusion enveloped him as he pondered why Yi Fan had chosen this path. During Yi Fan's incarceration, his mother had tragically been killed in a hit-and-run accident, and the driver remained at large. Was this the catalyst for his current predicament? Furrowing his brow, Minister Takahashi recalled the look of hatred and despair in Yi Fan's eyes when he was imprisoned, and his heart tightened. He understood well that Yi Fan might be veering toward an extreme path. At last, the initiation ceremony of the Yamakawa Society concluded, and the crowd began to disperse. Spotting Yi Fan alone, Minister Takahashi promptly opened the car door and hurried after him. Yi Fan, he called softly from behind. Yi Fan abruptly halted, his body tensing, and slowly turned to face Minister Takahashi. A flicker of complex emotions crossed his eyes. Minister Takahashi, it has been a while, Yi Fan replied, his voice somewhat hoarse. What are you doing here, Yi Fan? Do you realize the gravity of your actions? Minister Takahashi stepped closer, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Fan, searching for answers within his eyes. After a moment of silence, Yi Fan responded, Minister, I am fully aware of my intentions. With a deep sigh, Minister Takahashi remarked, Are you trying to leverage the Yamakawa Society to find that driver? I understand your feelings about your mother, but this is not the way. Joining a gang will only ensnare you deeper. Do you truly believe they will assist you? Yi Fan shook his head with a bitter smile. I have no choice. During those years in prison, I came to understand that the rules of this world are predatory. I must grow stronger to uncover the answers I seek. Minister Takahashi regarded Yi Fan with helplessness. You are mistaken, Yi Fan. Justice may be delayed, but it will not be absent. Come with me. Let's pursue the perpetrator of your mother's death through legal means. Do not allow hatred to cloud your judgment. Yi Fan replied coolly, Minister, I appreciate your goodwill. If the police were effective, this matter would have been resolved 2 years ago. Not a single sighting of the perpetrator has emerged. Taken aback by Yi Fan's words, Minister Takahashi found himself momentarily speechless. He recognized that Yi Fan's resentment had festered too deeply to be alleviated by mere persuasion. Observing Minister Takahashi at a loss for words, Yi Fan slightly bowed and said, Minister, you have shown me kindness in the past and offered support during my time in prison. However, I now have my own path to tread. Please consider this our final encounter. I shall bear the consequences of my future alone. With that, Yi Fan turned and walked away briskly. Minister Takahashi gazed after his retreating figure, murmuring to himself, I hope I will not have to apprehend you again. A few days later, Yi Fan accompanied several members of the Zaitian group to the bustling commercial district of Kamurocho, where shops abounded and a throng of people filled the streets. At the forefront was a ruffian named Aoki, his face a canvas of rugged flesh, his gaze imbued with a menacing intensity. Kid, today you will learn how to persuade these shopkeepers to part with their money, he said, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Fan, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he spoke, the smoke escaping in wisps through his clenched teeth. They first entered a modest eatery, where the proprietor, a middle-aged man, was diligently attending to his customers. Aoki strode up to the counter with an air of arrogance, slamming his hand down forcefully and bellowed, Boss, it's time to pay this month's protection fee. The proprietor's expression shifted dramatically, his face contorting into a forced smile as he replied, Gentlemen, business has been tough. Could we possibly delay payment for a few days? What? Do you take us for a charity organization? A skinny thug beside Aoki seized the boss by the collar with a fierce grip. Yi Fan stood by, a pang of compassion stirring within him. Yet he understood the necessity of concealing his feelings in this moment. Around them, the patrons of the restaurant cast fearful glances, a few young men appearing to rise in assistance, only to be restrained by their companions, wary of inviting trouble. Seeing the stirring of defiance, Aoki grew increasingly brazen, drawing a knife from his waistband and slamming it onto the counter with a resounding clang. If you don't comply, don't expect to keep your establishment open today. The proprietor's face turned ashen, trembling as he retrieved an envelope from beneath the counter and handed it over, pleading, Brother, this is this month's payment. Please, don't cause a ruckus. My humble business cannot withstand such turmoil. Aoki smugly accepted the envelope, counting the money within before scoffing. Consider yourself wise. If you dare to short us next month, don't blame us for being unfriendly. They proceeded to a succession of shops, employing the same coercive tactics. Yi Fan trailed behind them, outwardly impassive, yet inwardly revolted by their actions. He recognized that with each step deeper into this shadowy realm, he was straying further from his own moral compass. Yet for the sake of uncovering his mother's murderer, he had no choice but to endure. Upon arriving at nightclub, the doorman's expression faltered upon spotting them, though he forced a smile and greeted them. Inside, the ambience was dimly lit, the music deafening, as men and women writhed on the dance floor. Aoki led the group directly to the manager's office, where a slick, middle-aged man greeted them with a beaming smile. Brother Aoki, what brings you here? Aoki plopped down onto the sofa, crossing his legs nonchalantly, and coldly remarked, It's time to settle this month's protection fee. The manager's face betrayed concern. Brother Aoki, business has been rather poor lately. The number of patrons has dwindled significantly. Could we possibly extend the deadline? Enough with excuses. A bald thug beside Aoki stepped forward, seizing the manager's tie with a fierce grip. We're all struggling here. Are you the only one finding it hard? Our brothers don't survive on sympathy. Yi Fan stood in the corner, watching the scene unfold, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. He scanned the office, noticing photographs on the wall depicting the manager with other local factions. a nagging suspicion creeping into his mind that this nightclub might possess connections far more intricate than it appeared. At that moment, a scantily clad waitress entered with drinks, her eyes widening in alarm at the charged atmosphere. The bald thug glared at her impatiently, commanding, "Get out." The manager sighed helplessly, rummaging through his drawer to produce a thick stack of cash. "Brother Aoki, this is all we have for this month. We truly cannot offer any more." Aoki accepted the money, nodding in satisfaction. "This is more like it. However, if you continue to lament your financial woes next month, do not blame us for wreaking havoc on your establishment." Just as they were about to depart, the nightclub's door was suddenly flung open, and a group of men stormed in with an aggressive demeanor. The leader, a man wearing sunglasses and adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, was flanked by several burly enforcers. "Aoki, is your Shanchuan society becoming too brazen? You cannot behave so recklessly in Shinjuku's territory." The man removed his sunglasses, his eyes filled with anger and provocation. Aoki's expression shifted, and he hastily handed the money to a nearby subordinate, eyeing the intruders warily. "Yamamoto, what do you mean by this? This is our territory, and it is only natural to collect protection fees." Chapter 24. The resounding fist. Yamamoto let out a cold sneer and took a step forward, his henchmen closing in behind him, effectively cornering Aoki and his companions within the confines of the office. Has your Yamakawa association grown excessively arrogant of late? Since when has Shinjuku become your playground? This nightclub has always been under the protection of our Shinwa Association's Akaji faction. You, members of the Sawada group, had best vacate at once, or I shall not hesitate to show you no mercy. Aoki, refusing to back down, straightened his posture and glared defiantly. "Yamamoto, spare us your nonsense. When did this territory ever belong to your Akaji faction? Each of us relies on our own capabilities. Are you attempting to instigate a war between our two factions today?" The atmosphere within the nightclub grew palpably tense, both sides exchanging fierce glares, the potential for conflict looming ominously. Staff members and hostesses hurriedly retreated to the sidelines, indifferent to whose territory it was, as their sole concern was the collection of protection fees. Yifan stood to the side, his gaze sharp and vigilant as he assessed the situation, rapidly contemplating strategies. He understood that once a fight broke out, the chaos would be nearly impossible to contain. At that moment, the manager hurried forward to mediate. "Gentlemen, let us speak amicably. Please refrain from resorting to violence in my nightclub. We are all here to earn a living. Must we escalate matters to such a point?" However, his words fell on deaf ears. One of Yamamoto's henchmen, unable to contain himself, surged forward, launching a punch at Aoki. Aoki sidestepped just in time, evading the blow, and retaliated with a kick that landed squarely in the henchman's abdomen. Instantly, the office descended into chaos, tables and chairs overturned, the sound of shattering glass echoing throughout the space. Observing the situation spiraling out of control, Yifan resolved that rather than passively endure the onslaught, it would be wiser to take the initiative, perhaps even intimidate the adversary. Seizing the moment when Yamamoto stood at the rear, directing the fray, Yifan propelled himself forward like a cheetah, his right fist raised high, slicing through the air with a fierce wind aimed directly at Yamamoto's head. Sensing the impending danger, Yamamoto swiftly sidestepped, yet Yifan's fist grazed his cheek, igniting a stinging heat across his face. This encounter thoroughly enraged Yamamoto, who bellowed, "Baka Yuru!" He discarded his sunglasses and retaliated with a punch aimed at Yifan. Agile and nimble, Yifan dodged to the left and right, evading several of Yamamoto's strikes, and capitalized on an opening. He crouched low and then sprang up, driving his elbow fiercely into Yamamoto's abdomen. Yamamoto staggered back in pain, but quickly regained his footing and charged once more. The two exchanged blows in a fierce back and forth, drawing the attention of bystanders who temporarily ceased their mutual hostilities to form a circle, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Seeing this, Aoki shouted, "Brothers, don't just stand there. Let us charge." Instantly, the members of the Sawada and Akaji factions were ignited with fury, rushing toward each other while hurling curses. "You reckless fools. dare to wreak havoc on our territory," shouted a member of the Sawada group, his face flushed with rage. "Ha! Since when has Shinjuku belonged to you? Today, you shall witness the might of our Akagi faction." The members of the Akagi group retorted fiercely, and soon chaos erupted as they engaged in a fierce melee. The office was engulfed in turmoil, with shouts and the sounds of fighting intermingling. A member of the Zadata group seized a nearby chair and hurled it at an Akagi member, shouting, "Damn you, watch me crush you." However, the adversary blocked the attack with an arm, swiftly retaliating with a kick to the assailant's knee, mocking, "With such feeble skills, you dare show off here?" The injured Zadata member fell to one knee in pain, but defiantly swung his fists in retaliation, exclaiming, "Baka, I'll take you on." One burly enforcer from the Akagi group charged through the fray like an enraged bull, bellowing, "Clear on my way." He knocked over several Zadata members, but was soon ambushed from behind. The assailant wrapped their arms around his neck, cursing, "You big oaf," and dragged him into the fray. Meanwhile, the lights in the office flickered ominously amidst the fighting, as if trembling in fear of the fierce conflict. Decorations on the walls fell and shattered on the ground. As Ifan engaged with Yamamoto, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. He noticed an Akagi member poised to ambush Aoki with a shard of glass and swiftly intervened, kicking the assailant aside. After successfully thwarting the attack on Aoki, Yifan redirected his focus back to Yamamoto, who was becoming increasingly flustered by Yifan's relentless assaults, his moves growing more erratic. Seizing the opportunity, as Yamamoto swung his fist again, Yifan deftly sidestepped, rapidly grasped Yamamoto's wrist, twisted forcefully, and drove his knee into Yamamoto's elbow joint. A sharp crack echoed as Yamamoto's arm cried out in agony, his attack immediately faltering. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifan seized Yamamoto's shoulders, exerting all his strength to lift him, and executed a powerful over-the-shoulder throw, slamming Yamamoto to the ground. The impact left Yamamoto gasping for breath, struggling to rise, but Yifan denied him that chance. He swiftly mounted Yamamoto, unleashing a flurry of punches upon his face. Soon, Yamamoto's visage was a bloody mess, his mouth bleeding and his eyes nearly swollen shut. Witnessing this spectacle, those around them were momentarily stunned, the previously fervent brawl pausing in light of Yifan's sudden outburst. The Zadata members, seeing Yifan gain the upper hand, felt their morale surge, their shouts growing louder. Yamamoto, bloodied and battered, struggled to maintain his composure. His voice slurred as he threatened, "You wait for me, and you Zadata group, I will remember this debt. We shall see each other again." With the assistance of his subordinates, he clumsily rose to his feet and staggered towards the exit. As the members of the Akagi group witnessed their leader being so severely beaten, they lost the will to fight and retreated, trailing behind Yamamoto. In their hasty exit, they overturned numerous tables and chairs, leaving chaos in their wake. The members of the Sawada group shouted curses from behind. "Humph, if you're so capable, why run? Look at how terrified you are." In Kamurocho, the Akagi group had better not stir up trouble again. Once the Akagi group had fled, Aoki approached Yifan, patting him on the shoulder with a wide grin. "Yifan, you have truly achieved a remarkable feat. You sent that Yamamoto fleeing in utter disarray. Let's see if he dares to swagger onto our territory again." Yifan rose to his feet, slightly panting, and gazed at his blood-soaked hands. Yet his heart bore no trace of triumphant joy. "Brother Aoki, we should take our leave as well. We cannot linger here. The police may arrive at any moment," he calmly suggested. Aoki nodded in agreement, swiftly leading his subordinates and Yifan away from the nightclub. They vanished into the night, leaving behind the venue marked by the remnants of their scuffle. Chapter 25. The arrival of the Shinwa Society. Aoki returned with Yifan to the headquarters of the Zaidi group. The dimly lit surroundings of the base became charged with a palpable excitement at their return. Aoki made his way directly to the room of Jinshan Longi, recounting the events in meticulous detail. Jinshan Longi, seated upon a tatami mat, rhythmically tapped his fingers against the table. Upon hearing the account, a subtle smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. "Yi, your skills are impressive. Yamamoto of the Akagi group is no easy adversary, and to have bested him so thoroughly is no small feat. Yi Fan bowed slightly, humbly responding, "Brother Jinshan, you flatter me. The situation was dire, and I acted out of necessity." Jinshan Longi nodded, rising to pace the room. "While we have temporarily repelled the Akaji group, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. We must prepare ourselves for their retaliation." Aoki interjected, "Boss, given Yi Fan's remarkable abilities, I believe we should involve him more in our operations to instill fear in other factions." Jinshan Longi pondered for a moment before replying, "Indeed, however, Yi Fan is still new and needs to familiarize himself with the rules and operations of the Zeta Group. Yi Fan, are you willing to exert yourself further for our cause?" Without hesitation, Yi Fan affirmed, "Brother Jinshan, as long as you trust in me, I am prepared to do anything for the Zeta Group. It was during my lowest moments that the Zeta Group took me in, and I shall repay that kindness with my life." Jinshan Longi was pleased with Yi Fan's response and patted him on the shoulder. "Excellent. From today onward, you will accompany Aoki to gain familiarity with our affairs. But remember, loyalty is the most esteemed quality within the Zeta Group. Do not let me down." Yi Fan bowed once more, indicating his understanding. However, just as they were deliberating their next course of action, a cacophony erupted from outside. Jinshan Longi's expression darkened as he inquired, "What is happening?" Shortly thereafter, a subordinate rushed in, breathless with urgency. "Boss, members of the Akaji group are causing a ruckus outside, demanding we surrender Yi Fan, or they will raise the Zeta group." The atmosphere in the room became instantly tense. Jinshan Longi's gaze sharpened as he turned to Yi Fan and Aoki. "It appears they have come for us sooner than expected. Let's confront them." Yi Fan and Aoki exchanged determined glances, their spirits ignited, and followed Jinshan Longi out of the room. Outside, they encountered a gathering of Xinhua society members, clad in black suits adorned with the society's emblem. Their expressions were fierce, and they brandished baseball bats and other weapons. With Yamamoto, the very one Yi Fan had bested, leading the charge, the Zeta group members stood resolutely in their black suits and white shirts, emblazoned with their own emblem, facing off against the Xinhua society. Yamamoto's face bore the remnants of bruises and blood, and he glared at Yi Fan with a fierce intensity, as if he wished to devour him whole. "Yi Fan, you little brat, if you don't shed some blood today, my heart will be unsatisfied." Yamamoto turned to Jinshan and declared, "Jinshan Ryuichi, you must surrender Yi Fan today, or else your Seishin group will find no peace in this territory." His voice, distorted by fury, echoed through the air. Jinshan Ryuichi scoffed disdainfully, "Yamamoto, do you truly believe I fear you? In this Kamurocho, it is not your Akaji group that holds sway." He continued, "Yi Fan is now a member of my Seishin group, and I shall never relinquish him." Yi Fan stepped forward, his gaze unwavering as he addressed Yamamoto. "Yamamoto, if you hold grievances, direct them at me." Jinshan positioned himself protectively in front of Yi Fan, gesturing for him to remain silent. He then spoke, "Yamamoto, as a prominent leader, why stoop to squabble with someone of lesser standing? Are you not concerned about the ridicule that may ensue?" He continued, "This situation arose because your Akaji group sought to provoke my Seishin group, and after failing to claim our territory, it was Yi Fan who taught you a lesson. Your anger stems from embarrassment. Is that not so?" Yamamoto's face flushed with a mix of anger and humiliation as he glared at Jinshan, shouting, "Jinshan, cease your mockery. This brat has reduced me to this state. If I let it go unaddressed, how can I maintain my standing in this world?" Jinshan Ryuichi chuckled derisively. "An explanation? Yamamoto, do you not perceive the current circumstances? If a confrontation ensues, do you truly believe you would prevail? My Seishin group is not to be trifled with." Surveying the surroundings, Yamamoto noted the vigilant expressions of the Seishin group members, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Yet he retorted defiantly, "Humph, Jinshan, do not presume I am intimidated by you. I am here merely to seek clarification. If you insist on shielding this brat, then we shall see what transpires." At that moment, Yi Fan quietly interjected from behind Jinshan, "Brother Jinshan, I am willing to challenge him one-on-one to resolve this matter. I cannot allow my presence to endanger the Seishin group." Jinshan Ryuichi glanced back at Yi Fan, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes before he murmured, Yi Fan, do not act impulsively. Yamamoto is not a fool. He has clearly come prepared and will not engage you in a fair contest. Trust me, I will handle this. Turning to the group behind him, Jinshan called out, Aoki, you and Yi Fan, along with 10 of our finest, step forward. Aoki promptly complied, leading Yi Fan and a selection of 10 robust subordinates forward. They stood resolute, exuding an air of fearlessness, even though they were slightly outnumbered by the Akaji group. Jinshan pointed at them and addressed Yamamoto. Yamamoto, we do not wish to escalate this matter unnecessarily. How about this? I will have them apologize, and we can call it even. Upon hearing this, a sardonic smile curled Yamamoto's lips. Apologize? Jinshan, do you take me for a child? This issue cannot be resolved with mere words. Jinshan's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Yamamoto, do not mistake our willingness to compromise for weakness. We have offered you a way out. Should you insist on escalating this, my Seishin group will stand firm until the end. At this moment, the atmosphere between the two parties became once again fraught with tension, as a chaotic clash seemed imminent. Qingmu and his companions gripped their weapons tightly, their bodies slightly leaning forward, poised for battle at any moment. Their gazes were fixed intently on the members of the Akaji group, fervently shouting, Brother, we are not afraid of them. Let us fight. Yi Fan stood there, his expression remarkably composed. Even before his imprisonment, he had navigated the underbelly of society, witnessing profound darkness and injustice. He understood all too well that often this world operates without reason. The law of survival is one of the strong preying upon the weak. His time in prison further deepened this realization. In order to survive, he had to learn to communicate with his fists, defending his dignity through sheer strength. Observing Jinshan's resolute stance, Yamamoto pondered that should a confrontation erupt, he would likely be the one at a disadvantage. Chapter 26. The Laws of Survival. Yamamoto observed Jinshan's unwavering demeanor and glanced at the surrounding members of his UN group. Fierce as wolves and unyielding, he weighed the pros and cons in his mind, fully aware that should a confrontation arise today, his side might not emerge victorious, and it could potentially spark a large-scale conflict between the two factions, a situation that would surely spiral out of control. After much contemplation, Yamamoto gritted his teeth and spoke. Jinshan, for the sake of our shared endeavors in this world, I shall temporarily acquiesce to your proposal. However, this matter is far from resolved. Jinshan Longi furrowed his brow slightly, cognizant that Yamamoto would not easily relent regarding Yi Fan. Nevertheless, the concession granted both parties an opportunity for de-escalation. Very well, Yamamoto. I trust you will honor your word. I shall instruct them to apologize to you. Though Aoki and the others felt some reluctance, they complied with Jinshan's directive, stepping forward to reluctantly utter their apologies to Yamamoto. With a grim expression, Yamamoto listened to Aoki's apology, yet his gaze transcended them, fixated intently on Yi Fan, who stood behind. Suddenly, he strode purposefully towards Yi Fan, a mocking smile flickering across his face as he coldly declared, What good is strength? In this world, one must speak of power, connections, and backing. Yi Fan raised his chin slightly, meeting Yamamoto's gaze with unflinching resolve, responding calmly, Yamamoto, I possess no connections or support. I only know that when one treats me with respect, I will reciprocate tenfold. Should you wish to persist in this conflict, I shall not cower. Yamamoto snorted dismissively, about to unleash his wrath, when a thought seemed to strike him. Suppressing his fury, he turned and gestured to his subordinates, leading them away. As Yamamoto's figure receded, Jinshan Longi approached Yi Fan, patting his shoulder. Yi-san, while we have momentarily stabilized the situation, Yamamoto will undoubtedly seek retribution. Yi Fan nodded in understanding. Brother Jinshan, I comprehend the gravity of the situation. I shall remain vigilant. Jinshan Longi tilted his head slightly towards the sky, speaking slowly, Yi-san, in the underworld, there exists no semblance of justice. Might is the only law. Those with the strongest fists prevail. For individuals like us, who dwell at the bottom, there is no concept of pride. Just as today, had we not been resolute, surrendering you would have rendered the Ziyuan group incapable of holding its head high in Shinshiku. Yifan listened quietly, a tinge of bitterness swelling within him as memories of his arduous journey resurfaced, struggling at the bottom of society, enduring disdain and humiliation for meager earnings before his incarceration. Within prison walls, he witnessed the brutal survival laws, where the powerless were left to be slaughtered. Brother Jinchuan, I understand. From the moment I stepped into this line of work, I prepared myself for the challenges ahead. I simply wish not to bring undue trouble to the Ziyuan group, Yifan murmured. Jinchuan Longyi shook his head. This is not solely your burden. Since you have joined the Ziyuan group, you are one of us. If given the opportunity, let them recognize the prowess of our Zetian group. Aoki stepped forward, his demeanor respectful as he addressed Jinshan Longyi. The boss speaks wisely. We must endure for now to maintain stability and seek our chances in due time. Although Yamamoto has temporarily gained the upper hand in words, our Zetian group is not to be trifled with. Jinshan Longyi nodded slightly, a trace of subtle concern flickering in his eyes. Indeed, however, in the days to come, everyone must remain vigilant. Yamamoto will undoubtedly plot against us in the shadows, and we must prepare our countermeasures in advance. Yefan, you should minimize your outings alone and familiarize yourself with the operations within the group. Report any developments to me promptly. Yefan nodded. Rest assured, I am not so easily defeated. The following day, Yefan arose early, donned his black suit, and, after ensuring his appearance was impeccable, made his way to the Zetian group. Within their stronghold, the members were gathered around, enjoying breakfast together. On the low wooden table lay a traditional Japanese breakfast featuring rice, miso soup, grilled fish, and pickled vegetables. The members sat on tatami mats in an order reflecting their hierarchy, eating quietly and swiftly, occasionally engaging in hushed conversations. Yefan gently entered the room, offering a slight bow to the group before finding a vacant seat. A nearby comrade silently handed him a pair of chopsticks, and Yefan expressed his gratitude in a whisper before beginning his meal. Jinshan Longyi, seated at the head of the table, set down his chopsticks and spoke. Today, let us all remain alert. Although we managed to stall Yamamoto yesterday, he is undoubtedly scheming his revenge against us. Over the next few days, we must intensify patrols at our various strongholds, and any signs of unusual activity must be reported immediately. The group nodded in agreement. After breakfast, Aoki led Yefan to a room filled with various goods and ledgers. Yefan, this is a portion of our group's business ledgers and inventory lists. Familiarize yourself with them, as you will also be involved in these matters moving forward. Yefan accepted the ledger and began to peruse it attentively. He understood that to establish himself within the Zetian group, it was essential not only to possess formidable skills, but also to grasp the intricacies of the gang's business operations, thereby contributing meaningfully to the group and gaining confidence when facing adversaries like the Akaji group. After a while, Yefan closed the ledger, raised his gaze to Aoki, and hesitated before inquiring. Aoki, I see that you handle your tasks reliably, and I have long wished to know, how did you join the Zetian group? Aoki was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of complexity crossing his face. Before he could respond, Jinshan Longyi, who had just entered, chimed in. Ah, Aoki was quite the fighter in his day, known for his boxing prowess in this region. Unfortunately, he fell victim to a scheme and was imprisoned. After spending several years behind bars, he emerged to find everything had changed. His previous connections and opportunities were gone, leaving him to scrape by on meager, sporadic work. I took pity on him and recommended he join the Yamakawa Association. Aoki chuckled softly, scratching his head. Boss, what's done is done. Why bring it up again? If it weren't for you taking me in later, I honestly wouldn't know what to do. Yifan furrowed his brow slightly, a tinge of sympathy welling up within him. So, Aoki, do you know who set you up? Aoki replied, It doesn't matter who it was. One must look forward. He paused for a moment, then patted Yifan on the shoulder, saying, Let us not dwell on the past. We need to focus on the present. Today we have a task at hand. We must head to the construction site. There are some stubborn residents causing a ruckus, impeding the progress of the project. This site is under the protection of our Setagawa group, and we cannot allow them to continue their disturbances. Yifan nodded in agreement. All right, Aoki, I'll follow your lead. The two men, accompanied by several subordinates, set off towards the construction site. Chapter 27. The construction site trap. A group of individuals arrived at the construction site, and as soon as the troublemakers recognized them as members of the Zetian group, they immediately ceased their disturbances, fear flickering across their faces. The ringleader, a burly middle-aged man, displayed a hint of anxiety in his eyes, yet maintained a facade of composure as he stood his ground. Aoki stepped forward, his gaze icy as he surveyed the crowd, and spoke. "Bakayuru, your ruckus here is hindering our progress. Are you aware of the consequences?" A subtle murmur of discontent rippled through the crowd of agitators. Yet none dared to confront Aoki's inquiry directly. Standing to the side, Yifan keenly sensed an unusual reaction from these individuals. Ordinarily, common folk would exhibit greater fear and retreat when faced with the intimidation of gangsters, even if they felt aggrieved. However, although these people appeared momentarily subdued by Aoki's presence, there lingered in their eyes a glint of ferocity and defiance, a demeanor far from that of mere citizens driven to protest by life's pressures. Yifan subtly moved closer to Aoki, speaking in hushed tones for their ears alone. "Aoki, these individuals seem amiss. They do not strike me as ordinary residents. There may be someone orchestrating them from behind the scenes." Aoki furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze remaining fixed on the troublemakers as he replied quietly. "I have sensed it too. Let us observe their responses and tread carefully." At that moment, the burly middle-aged man cleared his throat and began. "We do not wish to cause unrest, but this construction site operates day and night, creating unbearable noise and disrupting our lives. Furthermore, the explosions from a few days ago have left many of our homes with cracks. Surely, you must provide us with an explanation." Aoki sneered. "Rest assured, we shall provide an explanation, but do not expect to make unreasonable demands. This site is under the protection of the Zetian group, and should you dare to act recklessly, do not blame us for being unkind." While Yifan remained vigilant, observing the troublemakers, he noticed a few shadowy figures lurking in the corners of the construction site. Brandishing weapons, he signaled Aoki with a subtle glance, indicating the precarious situation. Aoki nodded slightly, acknowledging the unspoken warning. "And how do you intend to resolve our grievances?" The middle-aged man pressed on, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Yifan's suspicion deepened. He felt they could no longer afford to be passive pawns in this unfolding drama. Just then, a small, weasel-like figure emerged from behind the middle-aged man, wearing a mocking grin as he pointed at Yifan, taunting, "You must be the newcomer, right? You don't seem all that impressive." Yifan's expression hardened instantly, his eyes turning cold as a smirk of disdain played on his lips. With a swift motion, he raked his fingers through his hair defiantly and retorted, "You insolent fool! Who do you think you are?" In an instant, he surged forward like lightning, and before anyone could react, he delivered a powerful straight punch directly to the small man's face. The force of that punch was tremendous. The petite individual had no time to evade it, and was sent flying backward for a meter, crashing heavily onto the ground. Blood gushed from his nose, causing him to writhe in agony, howling in pain. The troublemakers, witnessing this, erupted into chaos. Some gasped in shock while others attempted to charge forward, only to be deterred by Yifan's icy gaze and the palpable aura of menace emanating from him, causing them to hesitate. Aoki, seeing Yifan take action, silently commended him and stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yifan. The ruffians, initially taken aback by Yifan's audacity, soon found themselves incensed. They brandished steel pipes, clubs, and other weapons, shouting wildly as they recklessly surged toward Yifan and Aoki. Aoki's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he drew a short dagger from his waist, its blade glinting menacingly in the sunlight. He stepped forward, partially shielding Yifan behind him, and bellowed, "You fools! Do you truly believe that the Zetian group is easily provoked? Anyone who dares to make a move today shall face my wrath." Yifan remained behind Aoki, his gaze coolly surveying the advancing crowd, his body slightly crouched in a defensive stance, swiftly scanning the surroundings for potential escape routes and defensive advantages. Although briefly stunned by Aoki's admonition, the ruffians, emboldened by their numbers, did not falter. They continued to swing their weapons and close in. Just as the two sides were about to clash, Yifan suddenly noticed a figure in the back of the crowd, seemingly orchestrating the chaos. His eyes sharpened, and a plan formed in his mind. Aoki, I will handle their leader. Hold them off. Yifan whispered to Aoki. Without turning back, Aoki merely nodded slightly. Be careful. Taking a deep breath, Yifan surged forward with explosive power, darting toward the back of the crowd like a nimble cheetah. He skillfully weaved between the troublemakers, deftly avoiding the incoming swings of pipes and clubs. The ruffians were caught off guard by Yifan's sudden maneuver, turning to intercept him, but his speed left them no chance to react. Before long, Yifan found himself before the apparent leader, a tall, burly man with a brutish visage. Upon seeing Yifan approach, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes, but it quickly gave way to composure as he drew a dagger from his waist and lunged at Yifan. Yifan sidestepped effortlessly, evading the strike, then swiftly seized the man's wrist, twisting with force. A sickening crack echoed as the man's wrist broke and the dagger clattered to the ground. The man cried out in agony. Yifan showed no mercy. He followed up with a kick to the man's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground, then pinned his foot on the man's chest, coldly declaring, "Command your people to cease, or today shall mark your demise." Meanwhile, Aoki was embroiled in a fierce struggle with the ruffians. Although Aoki wielded only a short knife, his agile movements and formidable blade techniques instilled fear in the troublemakers, deterring them from approaching with ease. Nevertheless, outnumbered, Aoki gradually found himself overwhelmed, sustaining several scrapes from steel pipes that marred his skin with wounds. Just as the situation grew increasingly dire for Aoki, a thunderous roar erupted from Yifan's direction. "Cease at once. Otherwise, your leader shall meet his end." Upon hearing these words, the assailants halted their actions, turning to face Yifan. There, their leader lay firmly pressed beneath Yifan's foot, his visage contorted in agony and dread. "Retreat! Retreat!" the leader bellowed. Though the troublemakers were reluctant, they slowly began to withdraw, relinquishing their weapons in the process. Aoki exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat and blood from his face as he approached Yifan and said, "Well done, Yifan. What shall we do next?" Yifan replied, gradually back toward the vehicle. The adversaries, numbering around 30, maintained their distance, wary of drawing nearer. Chapter 28. Leader Zetian Yifan and Aoki, along with their companions, cautiously advanced towards the vehicle, their eyes vigilantly scanning the surrounding tumultuous crowd. Although the rioters had temporarily ceased their assault, the ferocity in their eyes remained unabated. They were merely wary of the leader at Yifan's feet, hesitant to act recklessly. As they neared the car, Yifan suddenly felt an unusual gust of wind behind him. With no time to ponder, he instinctively sidestepped, just in time to see a flying knife whistle past his ear, embedding itself in a nearby sand pile. "This is bad, an ambush," Yifan shouted. Aoki and the others immediately heightened their alertness, forming a protective circle around Yifan and the hostage. Following the trajectory of the flying knife, Yifan glanced towards the crowd and noticed several figures emerging from behind, one of whom brandished another knife, poised to strike again. The rioters seemed invigorated by this unexpected turn of events, slowly inching forward with renewed boldness. Yifan's mind raced. The trouble was far greater than anticipated, and they needed to devise a means of escape swiftly. "Aoki, I will push the hostage towards them to divert their attention, and you lead the others to the car." "I'll follow shortly," Yifan whispered to Aoki. Aoki's expression reflected hesitation. "That's too dangerous. What will you do?" "There is no time for second-guessing. If we don't move now, we'll all perish," Yifan replied with unwavering resolve. With that, he forcefully shoved the hostage into the midst of the rioters. Seizing the moment of distraction, Aoki and the others dashed towards the vehicle. The rioters were briefly drawn to the hostage, but quickly regained their composure. Some pursued Aoki and his group, while others lunged towards Yifan. Yifan dodged several attacks, then sprinted in the opposite direction of the car, attempting to draw away more adversaries. As he ran, he glanced back and saw Aoki and the others had reached the vehicle. Yet it was obstructed by several rioters who prevented it from starting. Realizing he needed to shake off these pursuers and return to assist Aoki, Yifan suddenly spotted a dilapidated scaffold nearby. An idea sparked in his mind. He swiftly made his way over, climbing the scaffold to gain a vantage point over the riders below. "Get down here, you brat. Surround him. Don't let this little punk escape." The rioters were momentarily thrown off by Yifan's actions, forming a circle below, uncertain of his intentions. Observing the surroundings from the scaffold, Yifan discovered a shortcut leading to the car, albeit requiring passage over the heads of the rioters. Taking a deep breath, he waited for the opportune moment and leaped from the scaffold, diving directly into the midst of the crowd below. The rioters were startled by Yifan's sudden attack and instinctively recoiled. Seizing the opportunity, Yifan navigated through the throng, racing towards the vehicle. As Yifan sprinted towards the vehicle, the instigators quickly regained their composure after a brief moment of chaos. They shouted profanities while brandishing their weapons, closing in on Yifan once more. "This despicable fellow dared to toy with us. Once we capture him, he shall surely regret his actions." An enraged troublemaker, his face a mask of fury, bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. Gripping a stout iron rod tightly, he swung it menacingly in Yifan's direction, generating a fierce gust of wind. Indeed, does he think he can escape by climbing onto that rickety structure? Such delusions. Today, we must teach the Zetian group a lesson, making it abundantly clear that we common folk are not to be trifled with. Another voice from the crowd shouted, "Let us not let him get away. He has injured our brothers, and he must pay the price." When Yifan finally reached the car, Aoki and the others were already embroiled in a fierce struggle with the instigators. Yifan joined the fray, his fists flying, each strike forcing the troublemakers to retreat several steps. With Yifan's assistance, Aoki and the others successfully repelled the instigators, allowing the vehicle to start. They swiftly boarded the car and sped away, leaving behind a group of furious yet helpless instigators. Inside the vehicle, everyone gasped for breath, each bearing varying degrees of injury. Leaning back in his seat, Yifan reflected on the recent events, feeling a sense of relief. The car raced towards the Jinshan branch of the Zetian group, and their troubles were only just beginning. Upon arriving back at the Zetian group, the members quickly surrounded the vehicle. Shock registered on their faces as they witnessed the injured Aoki and his companions being assisted out of the car. What on earth happened? Who did this? An evidently high-ranking member demanded angrily, his gaze sweeping over Aoki's wounds, eyes ablaze with fury. "Enough questions. We must get them inside for treatment." Another member shouted. Thus, amidst a flurry of activity, they hurriedly carried Aoki and the others into the building. Yifan followed closely behind, though he bore only minor injuries. The intensity of the earlier battle had drained much of his energy. Some members of the group, noticing that Yifan appeared relatively unscathed apart from a disheveled appearance, cast him curious glances, a mix of surprise and respect evident in their expressions. "You did well, considering you emerged without significant injuries," one member approached, his tone laced with admiration. Yifan merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. He understood all too well that this incident was far more than a mere disturbance. Inside the Zetian group, personnel were already attending to Aoki and the others' wounds. Yifan found a corner to sit, diligently recalling every detail of the instigators' actions and movements. He sensed something peculiar about their behavior. They did not resemble a typical mob. Their organization and aggression were strikingly pronounced, and they seemed to possess intimate knowledge of the Zetian group's operations, indicating the presence of a traitor among them. At that moment, Jinshan approached, his countenance dark as he regarded the injured Aoki and others, before shifting his gaze to Yifan. "Elucidate the events in detail," he commanded. Yifan rose, recounting the entire sequence of occurrences to Jinshan, including his suspicions of external instigation behind the ruckus. After a brief silence, Jinshan replied, "This matter is far from simple. Aoki and I shall meet with the leader." Jinshan piloted a black sedan, gradually steering towards the headquarters of the Zetian group. Yifan occupied the rear seat, gazing through the window at the passing scenery, his mind preoccupied with the impending situation. Aoki occupied the front passenger seat, occasionally glancing back at Yifan, his eyes betraying a hint of unease and wariness of the unknown. As they approached the ancient courtyard, before the vehicle had fully halted, A throng of Zaiqian members swiftly converge around them. Their expressions were stern as they scrutinized each occupant of the car. The leading member stepped forward, bending slightly to survey the interior, his gaze lingering on the faces of Yifan, Aoki, and Jinshan. Once he confirmed their identities, he nodded slightly, signaling for the others to allow passage. The vehicle smoothly entered the courtyard, coming to a stop. Jinshan was the first to exit, followed closely by Yifan and Aoki. Mind your words and actions. Do not overstep, Jinshan cautioned. The trio adjusted their attire and swiftly traversed the neat and tranquil courtyard, flanked by unidentifiable greenery swaying gently in the breeze. They proceeded directly to the room where the leader resided, situated deep within the courtyard. Along the way, Yifan sensed numerous hidden eyes observing their every move, heightening his awareness of the strict hierarchy and intricate dynamics within the Zaiqian group. Upon entering the room, a palpable aura of authority enveloped them. The dim lighting revealed the leader, Zaiqian Saihira, seated in the forefront, resembling a silent mountain. His piercing gaze fixated on the trio, as if capable of penetrating their very souls, rendering the atmosphere within the room heavy with tension. Chapter 29. A respite in Shinjuku. Jinshan, Yefan, and Aoki respectfully bowed to leader Ziyang, inclining their bodies at a 90-degree angle, and spoke in unison, "Leader, we have arrived." They then straightened up, their hands resting at their sides, eyes cast downward, unwilling to meet the leader's gaze, quietly awaiting his directive. Leader Ziyang slightly raised his hand and spoke in a low, resonant voice, "You may rise. Now, tell me what transpired." His words echoed in the still room, imbued with an invisible weight. Jinshan stepped forward, bowed again, and began recounting the events. "Leader, today we went to the construction site to address the disturbances. We initially believed it to be a routine dispute, but upon arrival, we discovered the situation was far more complex. The instigators appeared to be well prepared, and Leader Ziyang listened intently, his expression growing increasingly somber. He gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, pausing for a moment before inquiring, "Did you observe any suspicious signs? Or is it possible that we have an internal issue?" Yefan hesitated briefly before responding, "Leader, I suspect there may be someone within our ranks who has leaked our movements and plans. The actions of those troublemakers were too targeted, and their armament was quite substantial, indicating it was not a spontaneous act." Leader Ziyang's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the three of them and asserted, "This matter must be thoroughly investigated. We, the Ziyang group, cannot tolerate traitors among us, nor can we allow others to provoke us with such impunity. Jinshan, please compile the recent personnel movements and intelligence to see if any clues can be uncovered. Yefan, Aoki, you should focus on your recovery. Once you are healed, further tasks will be assigned to you." Subsequently, Leader Ziyang's attention shifted to Yefan, his eyes revealing a subtle appreciation as he spoke slowly. "Yefan, you handled this situation commendably. Your skills, your ability to remain composed under pressure and devise strategies, as well as your keen perception of the issues at hand, are truly remarkable. You, my friend, have a promising future. Work closely with Jinshan, and your efforts will undoubtedly be rewarded within the Ziyang group." Upon hearing this, Yefan felt a flicker of emotion within, yet maintained a respectful demeanor, lowering his head and replying, "Thank you for your kind words, leader. These achievements are merely my duty and a collective effort with my brothers. Had it not been for Aoki and the others' assistance, I would have struggled alone. I shall continue to strive diligently to meet your expectations." Leader Ziyang nodded slightly and remarked, "Yes, humility and patience are commendable attributes. You may leave now. I will attend to this matter." "Understood, leader." The three of them bowed once more respectfully before gradually exiting the room. Once outside, Jinshan let out a soft sigh and said to Yefan and Aoki, "Let us return to the division." Upon their return to the division, Jinshan summoned Yefan and Aoki to a nearby office. He opened a drawer, retrieved an envelope, and handed it to Yefan, saying, "Yefan, you have performed exceptionally well this time. Here is 100,000 yen. Take it, along with Aoki, and enjoy a few days of well-deserved rest." In recent days, an abundance of events has transpired, leaving everyone weary, It is essential to conserve our energy, for there are formidable challenges ahead. Yi Fan accepted the envelope, expressing gratitude. Thank you, elder brother. Aoki, standing nearby, echoed, Thank you, elder brother. Jin Shan waved his hand, interrupting their words. This is what you rightfully deserve. It is thanks to Yi Fan's ingenuity and bravery that we have avoided dire straits. Moreover, the team leader holds you in high regard. We shall face life and death together as brothers, and consider this an early reward for you. Jin Shan continued. Take the next few days to relax thoroughly. Do not dwell on anything. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me. After leaving the office, Yi Fan and Aoki prepared to return to their respective rooms to gather their belongings. Just a few steps away, Jin Shan caught up with them, holding a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Yi Fan, wait a moment, he called out, handing him the glasses. You have achieved merit this time. Yet your gaze often carries an intimidating aura. When you go out these days, wear these glasses to mitigate any unnecessary troubles. Yi Fan accepted the glasses and examined them closely. The frame was exquisite, and the lenses were clear. He gently donned them and looked at Jin Shan and Aoki through the lenses. How do I look, brother Jin Shan? Jin Shan smiled softly. Indeed, you appear less menacing this way. Maintain a low profile outside, rest well, and keep me informed of any developments. Aoki leaned in playfully. Yi Fan with these glasses? You resemble a refined scholar. It is a stark contrast to your demeanor during our fights. After departing from the branch, they strolled along the streets, sunlight bathing them. Aoki tilted his head slightly, inquiring of Yi Fan. We have this rare opportunity for a holiday. Where do you suggest we go to unwind? He added. These past few days have truly exhausted me. I need to relax my taut nerves. Yi Fan pondered for a moment and suggested, how about we visit Shinjuku? It is bustling with activity, offering a myriad of entertainment options and delectable cuisine, and amidst the crowds, we may even overhear some valuable information. Aoki's eyes brightened, and he nodded in agreement. Excellent choice. Shinjuku is renowned for its vibrant nightlife. We can start with a delightful meal and then explore the night market, hoping to uncover some clues. After all, this matter is too peculiar. Even on our holiday, we must remain vigilant. Yi Fan smiled slightly. You are indeed thoughtful, brother Aoki. Let us first secure accommodations, drop off our luggage, and then set out to explore. Upon arriving in Shinjuku, they checked into an inconspicuous little inn. After a brief rest, they eagerly ventured onto the streets. The thoroughfares of Shinjuku were teeming with people, neon lights flickering, and an array of shops beckoning. As they wandered, they were drawn to a Chinese restaurant adorned with red lanterns. Let us go in and savor the flavors of my hometown, Yi Fan proposed, to which Aoki readily agreed. The restaurant was furnished in an antique style, and the air was filled with the familiar aroma of culinary delights, evoking a sense of warmth and nostalgia. A waiter from Huaguo approached, noticing two men clad in black suits adorned with the insignia of the underworld. He immediately shrank back, hesitantly inquiring in halting Japanese. What would you like to eat, sirs? Yi Fan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and replied fluently in Mandarin, Kung Pao chicken, mapo tofu, sweet and sour ribs. Upon hearing the familiar tongue, the waiter abruptly lifted his head, astonishment filling his eyes. He scrutinized Yi Fan closely and could not restrain himself from asking in Mandarin, Are you Chinese? Yi Fan nodded slightly and softly replied, Indeed, hearing my native dialect in a foreign land feels quite endearing. The waiter remarked, You are welcome to visit often. Shinjuku has a vibrant Chinese community. Given your attire, I presume you are facing some difficulties? Yi Fan's expression remained calm, merely offering a faint smile. In the world of Jianghu, one is often not in control of their own fate. At that moment, the patrons in the restaurant cast curious glances, prompting the waiter to recognize the inappropriateness of the situation. He quickly composed himself and respectfully stated, Please enjoy your tea. The dishes will be served shortly. Do not hesitate to let me know if you need anything before hurriedly retreating. After Yi Fan and Aoki settled at their table, Aoki, filled with curiosity, asked Yi Fan, Your Mandarin is so fluent. Do you miss your hometown? A complex emotion flickered in Yi Fan's gaze as he looked into the distance and slowly replied, I only miss my mother. Aoki, aware of Yi Fan's past, gently patted his shoulder, unsure of what comforting words to offer. Soon, the dishes arrived, and as they dined, Yi Fan and Aoki engaged in quiet conversation. This flavor reminds me of the days back home, Aoki reflected. Yi Fan nodded and picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, placing it into his mouth. Suddenly, a group of men entered, making their way to the empty table beside Yi Fan. Chapter 30. Neon Shadows. A group of men, dressed in various attires and bearing a certain degree of dirtiness, exhibited weary expressions. The foremost among them, a tall and robust figure, strode in with an air of confidence. Upon sitting down, he adeptly called out in Mandarin, 1 order of twice-cooked pork, 1 serving of fish-flavored shredded pork, and add a boiled fish. Make it quick. The others joined in the conversation, expressing themselves in the same language. Damn it, today has utterly exhausted me, remarked a slightly stout man with a simple demeanor, wiping the sweat from his brow. His round belly gently swayed as he spoke, his tattered clothes soaked through with perspiration, clinging to his body, revealing his sheer fatigue. The stout man inquired, Azu, how much garbage did you collect today? Beside him, a tall and slender man with striking features responded, his deep-set eyes shadowed by faint dark circles. His chiseled face, though still handsome, bore a layer of dust, and his hair hung disheveled over his forehead. He wore a faded denim jacket and worn-out jeans, his sneakers showing significant signs of wear. Don't mention it. I barely picked up a few bags, enough to scrape by. Azu sighed, his face reflecting a sense of helplessness. In this foreign land, lacking legal status made finding respectable employment a daunting challenge, forcing them into such dirty and arduous jobs. Indeed, we came here hoping to make a fortune, yet look at where we've ended up, another man lamented. Working ourselves to the bone while living in constant fear of being caught by the police. Enough with the complaints. Instead of lamenting, we should focus on how to earn more, the leader interjected, his brow furrowed and his expression grave. Despite his worn black jacket, dark cargo pants, and tattered shoes, he exuded a vigorous presence, marked by the lines of age and the struggles of life. I heard the docks are hiring laborers for loading and unloading. It's still under the table, but the pay is better than scavenging. It's hard work, though. Are you in? The leader proposed. Longa, is that true? If we can earn more, I'm willing to endure the hardship, the stout man replied, determination in his voice. I can barely afford to eat as it is. I'll go as well, but we must be cautious. I've heard inspections are quite strict at the docks, Azu added. Don't worry. We'll proceed carefully and steer clear of those conducting checks, the leader assured them. Uncertainty loomed over their lives, and Azu mused, if only we could obtain legal status. Meanwhile, Yi Fan listened intently while eating, his heart stirred by their conversation. A glance at Qing Mu revealed his curiosity. You seem quite interested in those men. What were they discussing? Setting down his chopsticks and sipping tea, Yi Fan replied softly, those men are undocumented immigrants. Qing Mu nodded, indifferent to their status as illegal residents. As Azu engaged in conversation with the others, he caught a glimpse of Yi Fan and Qing Mu glancing their way from the corner of his eye. A sense of unease creeping into his heart. He subtly leaned closer to Longu and murmured in a hushed tone, Longu, those two at the table have been keeping a close watch on us. Their gazes seem rather unsettling, suggesting there could be trouble. Upon hearing this, Long Ji's expression tightened, yet he refrained from making any overt movements. Instead, he merely raised his eyes slightly, casting a discreet glance at Yi Fan and Qing Mu before responding quietly. They are members of a gang from Neon. There's no need to concern ourselves with them. They can't comprehend our words. Just avoid provoking them. Azu nodded subtly, straightened his posture, and feigned nonchalance as he continued dining, though his attention remained fixed on Yi Fan and his companion. Yi Fan sensed Azu's vigilance and realized his scrutiny had aroused suspicion. Unfazed, he remarked, once we've finished, let's depart. Qing Mu replied, I'm done. Where next? After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Fan suggested, once we finish, let us unwind with a soak. It's been a strenuous few days. A bath will help alleviate the fatigue. Qing Mu's eyes brightened at this notion, and he cheerfully responded, sounds splendid. It's just a remedy to soothe our frayed nerves. The two rose to settle the bill, cautiously making way past Azu's table. Upon exiting the restaurant, They soon spotted a bathhouse nearby. The sign was unremarkable, yet the steam wafting from the entrance suggested it might be quite inviting. Upon entering, they exchanged brief pleasantries with the proprietor, bypassing payment as they headed straight for the changing room. Before long, they emerged, clad only in towels, and made their way to the bathing pool. As they walked, Ching Mu cast a casual glance at Yi Fan, suddenly widening his eyes and teasing, "Yi Fan, you're packing quite the surprise. I never noticed this before." Yi Fan, caught off guard by his friend's abrupt comment, felt a tinge of embarrassment and retorted playfully, "Ching Mu, why bring this up now? Let us just enjoy the bath." Ching Mu continued, "We have quite a few actors under the Zetian group. How about making a debut? I can arrange everything for you. We have contracts with names like Bodo, Hama, and Mikami." Yi Fan's expression darkened at the thought of becoming an adult film star, contemplating how that would hinder his reputation in the underworld. As they settled into the warm waters of the bath, leaning comfortably against the edge, the steam enveloped them, inducing a profound sense of relaxation. Ching Mu closed his eyes, a look of contentment gracing his face as he murmured, "This is what life is about. These past few days have been so tense. I nearly forgot what it feels like to unwind." At that moment, the door of the bathhouse was forcefully swung open, and a cacophony of footsteps surged in. Several tattooed men strode in, the leader among them a burly figure with a fierce glare, who immediately began shouting. The group approached the bathing pool where Yi Fan and Ching Mu were, the leader's eyes bulging like brass bells as he fixated on the two, bellowing, "Hey, you two, if you know what's good for you, get the hell out of this pool. We need it." His voice echoed off the walls of the bathhouse, carrying an unmistakable tone of aggression. Several others echoed in agreement, clamoring loudly while snapping their towels with a sharp crack, adopting a menacing stance as if ready to strike. The tattoos adorning their bodies twisted grotesquely with the flexing of their muscles, creating a particularly fearsome sight. Yi Fan and Ching Mu exchanged glances, a flicker of displeasure crossing their eyes, yet they refrained from rising immediately. The other patrons in the bathhouse, witnessing the commotion, hastily retreated to the sidelines, too frightened to make a sound. The proprietor, alerted by the ruckus, hurried over with a forced smile, addressing the tattooed men. "Gentlemen, let us calm our tempers. It is better to discuss matters amicably. Our establishment has multiple pools, and I can arrange another for you. There is no need to create discord with these two patrons." However, the leader of the group dismissed the owner's words entirely, shoving him aside as he continued to advance toward Yi Fan and Ching Mu, cursing foully. "Enough of the nonsense. This pool is ours today. If they do not vacate, they shall not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Yi Fan took a deep breath, gradually rising from the pool, water droplets cascading down his muscles as he regarded the men before him with a chilling gaze. Chapter 31. Dominance shakes the arena. Yi Fan inhaled deeply, slowly rising from the pool, droplets cascading down his muscular form. His gaze, icy and unyielding, fixed upon the individuals before him. The burly leader, taken aback by Yi Fan's murderous indifference, hesitated momentarily, gulping in an attempt to regain his composure, before bellowing defiantly, "You dare glare at me, brat? It seems you are unaware of my formidable reputation." With that, he swung his fist towards Yi Fan with reckless abandon. At that critical moment, Aoki also stood up. As he rose, the attention of the tattooed thugs instinctively gravitated towards him. Upon noticing the myriad scars and tattoos adorning Aoki's body, their previously brazen demeanor diminished significantly, and their aggressive movement slowed. Each scar and tattoo intertwined, seemingly narrating a tale of bloodshed and brutality, a testament to countless life and death struggles, exuding an aura of dread. A flicker of hesitation and fear crossed the leader's eyes. Although he was accustomed to acting tyrannically in this bathhouse, the presence of someone like Aoki, marked by such battle-worn achievements, unnerved him. He pondered to himself, a person bearing such conspicuous scars is undoubtedly no ordinary foe, and his companions might not be his match, especially with Yi Fan, who also appeared formidable at his side. The other tattooed thugs noticed their leader's shift in demeanor, exchanging glances. The previously boisterous bravado evaporated into thin air. Gradually, they began to retreat, muttering some indecipherable curses. Yet their intent to engage had clearly dissipated. Observing their retreat, Aoki's lips curled slightly, revealing a disdainful smirk as he remarked, "What's the matter? No longer vying for the pool?" The leader's face fluctuated between pale and crimson as he struggled to utter a response, finally managing to say, "You. Forget it. I shan't stoop to your level." They then made their way to another pool. Yifan and Aoki watched the disheartened group shuffle towards a different pool, exchanging a knowing glance before shrugging and settling back into the water. The warm embrace of the pool enveloped them, and Yifan gently closed his eyes. Leaning against the edge, the coldness of his visage gradually melting into a relaxed expression as he murmured, "What a bunch of bullies, preying on the weak." This commotion nearly spoiled our enjoyment. Aoki adjusted himself comfortably, resting his hands on the pool's edge, chuckling, "A pack of trash, only capable of tormenting ordinary folk." The bathhouse returned to tranquility, the only sound being the gentle ripples of the water. Yifan savored this fleeting moment of peace. Suddenly, a commotion at the entrance drew his attention. A fleeting glance revealed two figures entering, clad only in bath towels. None other than Brother Long and Azu from the restaurant. Upon their entrance, they spotted Yifan and Aoki, and a peculiar tension enveloped the atmosphere as their eyes met. Brother Long frowned slightly, clearly taken aback by the unexpected encounter, while Azu instinctively stepped back, a hint of unease flickering in his gaze. Yifan remained silent, closing his eyes once more to rest. Longu and Azu approached an empty pool, casting a glance at the group of tattooed men they passed by, who glared at them with fierce and provocative expressions. One of the tattooed thugs deliberately flung the towel in his hand onto Azu, cursing, "What are you looking at? You filthy beggar." Azu's complexion instantly darkened, his body trembling slightly as he averted his gaze in fear. Longu quickly pulled Azu toward the empty pool, inquiring, "What are they saying?" Having just arrived in Neon City, Longu was unfamiliar with the local language. Azu whispered, "He called us trash." Longu furrowed his brow, and Azu hurriedly added, "They clearly look like small-time thugs. Let's avoid any conflict with them." The earlier intimidation they had faced from Yifan had already soured the mood of the ruffians, and now, with the arrival of two seemingly ordinary citizens, they felt a surge of misplaced aggression. Exchanging glances, they stood up unsteadily and staggered toward Longu and Azu. The leader of the group, a burly man with a face full of flesh, trembled with a sinister grin, his fists clenched as his knuckles cracked ominously, clearly seeking trouble. Behind him, a thug with dyed yellow hair shouted crudely, "Hey, you two poor outsiders, do you even understand the rules here? This pool isn't a place for the likes of you." Other thugs gathered around, forming a semicircle that trapped Longu and Azu at the edge of the pool, their expressions menacing, as if poised to strike at any moment. Longu shielded Azu behind him, his gaze vigilant towards the thugs. Although he couldn't comprehend their words, their expressions and gestures conveyed enough. He lowered his voice to Azu, reassuring him, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Azu clutched Longu's arm tightly, trembling slightly, fully aware that a conflict with these thugs could lead to dire consequences given their current predicament. Seeing that Longu and Azu offered no response, the thugs interpreted their silence as fear and grew bolder. The leader thrust his hand forward, shoving Longu forcefully while shouting, "Are you mute? I'm asking you a question." Longu stumbled back a step, but quickly regained his balance, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes, though he restrained himself from lashing out. Meanwhile, Yifan and Qingmu, at another pool, had also noticed the situation. Yifan slightly opened his eyes, observing the thugs bullying Longu and Azu, and frowned. Qingmu straightened up, murmuring, "These guys never quit. They're at it again." Yifan felt a surge of indignation, yet he exerted immense self-control, recognizing that impulsiveness would be futile. He rose slowly, water droplets cascading down his muscular frame, emanating an intimidating aura of power. He strode toward the group of thugs with steady, forceful steps, each one resonating with unyielding strength. Qingmu called out. Let me know if you need help. Yi Fan replied dismissively. Just a bunch of lowlifes. As Yi Fan approached the ruffians, his gaze was icy, sweeping over the group with an air of authority. In a deep, menacing tone, he admonished them. What exactly do you intend to do? Do you even realize where you are, daring to cause a ruckus here? If you seek trouble, you ought to first reckon with your own strength. The leader of the gang, upon hearing Yi Fan's stern rebuke and sensing the formidable aura he exuded, displayed a flicker of surprise and trepidation. Internally, he muttered to himself, this fellow appears far from harmless. He must not be provoked lightly. Yet, in front of his subordinates, he was reluctant to lose face, and thus he forced a response. What? What do you want? The other thugs, too, were taken aback by Yi Fan's imposing presence, standing frozen in confusion. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with hesitation and unease, and the once tight-knit circle around Yi Fan gradually loosened. With a disdainful snort, Yi Fan seized the moment of their disarray, moving like lightning to close the distance. In a swift motion, his right hand shot out, expertly grasping the wrist of the gang's leader, twisting it with force, while his left leg swept towards the man's lower body. The series of actions unfolded with a speed that left the leader no chance to react. He was swiftly subdued, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. In one fluid motion, Yi Fan pressed his knee against the leader's back, firmly pinning him down. All accomplished in the blink of an eye. Ah, it hurts. Let go. The leader's voice trembled as he felt the weight of Yi Fan's gaze piercing into him. We merely wished for a quiet bath, yet you choose to create such a disturbance. What is your true intention? Rendered immobile, the leader instinctively recoiled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his eyes filled with terror and regret. He cursed his misfortune for provoking such a formidable opponent, and now, utterly powerless. He gritted his teeth and relented. Fine, let us go. With that, Yi Fan released him, dusting off his hands as the leader awkwardly scrambled to his feet and hastily departed. The other ruffians, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped a dire fate, quickly followed suit, retreating into the distance. Yi Fan coldly observed their retreating figures, the chill in his eyes lingering. He then turned to Longu and Azu, his expression softening slightly as he spoke softly in Mandarin. It's all right now. They will not dare to act further. Longu and Azu looked at Yi Fan, their eyes filled with gratitude and astonishment. Unable to contain himself, Azu exclaimed, Brother, thank you immensely. Without you, today could have ended tragically for us. Longu added, Are you also of Chinese descent? Yi Fan nodded gently, replying, We are all compatriots. In a foreign land, it is only natural that we look out for one another. With that, he led Longu and Azu back to the previous pool, where the atmosphere at the poolside became subtly intricate and complex once more. Chapter 32. The Bathhouse Rescue. Yi Fan gazed at Longu and Azu, his expression softening considerably, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he said, It seems we have become acquainted through shared misfortune. May I inquire about your names? Longu, momentarily taken aback, felt a flicker of wariness in his eyes. Yet, recalling how Yi Fan had just aided both him and Azu, he sensed no malice in the young man, and thus relaxed somewhat, responding, I am called Wulong, and my companions refer to me as Longu. This is Chunzu. We have been trying to make a living here for some time, though our fortunes have not been favorable. Azu nodded slightly in acknowledgement, though his gaze still bore traces of unease and vigilance. Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully and remarked, Longu. Azu, I am Yi Fan, and this is Qingmu. You must have endured considerable hardships in this foreign land. Those ruffians did not harm you, did they? Longu shook his head, a bitter smile emerging as he replied, Being of our status, we can only endure the bullying. However, thanks to your timely intervention today, we can only wonder what might have transpired otherwise. Gently patting Long Ji's shoulder, Yi Fan assured him, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to speak up. We are all compatriots. I will certainly lend a hand. A fellow citizen does not deceive another. Upon hearing this, Longu and Azu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mixture of gratitude and surprise. They had not anticipated finding someone willing to assist them in this unfamiliar and indifferent environment. Azu hesitated for a moment before quietly voicing, "Given our status, would we impose any trouble upon you?" Yifan waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for concern. In this foreign land, we Chinese should stand united." The guardedness in Longgu and Azu's hearts diminished further as they sensed Yifan's sincerity. Perhaps, amidst the trials of their arduous existence abroad, they had indeed found a trustworthy friend. Turning to Longgu, Yifan inquired, "Longgu, I perceive you possess a decisive demeanor. What was your profession prior?" Longji's eyes dimmed momentarily, and after a brief silence, he took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "I was a soldier, having spent several years in the army. Life was relatively stable, or so I thought." His voice faltered, and, after a pause, he continued, "My son was abducted by traffickers. I searched every corner of the country, but found no leads. Eventually, through some connections, I learned that he might have been brought to Neon. Desperate to find my son, I took the risk of smuggling myself across." Listening to Longji's plight, Azu could not help but sigh, gently patting Longji's shoulder in sympathy. Yifan, moved by Longji's story, felt a surge of compassion within him. Meanwhile, Qingmu looked on, bewildered by the conversation, unable to comprehend a word. Furrowing his brow, Yifan asked, "Longgu, I hope you can find your son. May I see a photograph? Perhaps we might cross paths in the future." A glimmer of hope sparked in Longji's eyes as he gratefully replied, "Brother Yi, thank you. I understand this is no small favor, but your words bring me a sense of reassurance. For so long, I have wandered aimlessly like a headless fly. Now, finally, someone is willing to assist me." Yifan pondered for a moment and said, "Brother Long, please share the details about the child with me, such as his age, appearance, attire when he was abducted, and any clues you may have gathered regarding him here in Neon. The more detailed, the better." Brother Long promptly nodded, cautiously retrieving a slightly yellowed photograph from his wallet, which he handed to Yifan, saying, "This is a photograph taken before my son was taken from me. His name is Xiao Hu. He was only 8 years old then, wearing a blue cartoon short-sleeved shirt and black shorts." Brother Long elaborated on his son's features, his eyes brimming with longing and sorrow. Yifan took the photograph, scrutinizing it closely, and then solemnly asked, "How old would he be now?" Brother Long gazed up at the ceiling, a hint of confusion and yearning in his eyes, and slowly replied, "If Xiao Hu is still alive, he would be 25 now. So many years have passed. I wonder how he is doing and whether he still remembers me as his father." At this point, Brother Long's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and his voice trembled slightly. Azu, standing nearby, let out a gentle sigh, attempting to alleviate the weighty atmosphere. He softly remarked, "I'm also uncertain about my exact age. I should be around the same as Xiao Hu. I have been an orphan since childhood, devoid of family, and no one has ever celebrated my birthday, so I have never had a clear concept of age." A fleeting glimmer of desolation crossed Azu's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He had long since adapted to this solitary existence, yet in this moment, facing Brother Long's profound yearning for his son, he couldn't help but feel a surge of unfamiliar emotions. Yifan listened to their narratives, feeling a profound discomfort within. He placed a reassuring hand on Brother Long's shoulder and said resolutely, "Brother Long, do not lose hope. If Xiao Hu is in Tokyo, one day you shall reunite." Although Aoki could not comprehend their words, he sensed the gravity of the situation from Yifan's expression and gestures and nodded in support. Yifan looked at Brother Long and Azu with concern and then inquired, "Brother Long, Azu, where are you currently residing? What is the surrounding environment like? Additionally, do you often interact with other Chinese individuals? Approximately how many live in your area?" Brother Long rubbed his temples, fatigue etched on his face, and replied, "We live not far from the dock, in a very dilapidated little house. The area is filled with lower-class laborers like us, and the conditions are quite poor. There aren't many Chinese there. Most are undocumented, around 100 to 130 individuals, all gathered together to make a living. Everyone is generally preoccupied with their own affairs, though we occasionally look out for one another." Yifan asked, "Brother Long, could you take me to see where you live? I have not encountered any other Chinese since I arrived." A flicker of hesitation crossed Brother Long's eyes. aware of the substandard conditions of their dwelling and fearing that Yi Fan and Aoki might find it uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he nodded and said, "Sure, Brother Yi. If you don't mind a dilapidation, we can go now. I just worry it may be a bit rough for you and Brother Aoki." Azu concurred, "Indeed, Brother Yi. That place leaves much to be desired. However, we are all compatriots, so there's no need for excessive scrutiny, as long as you do not mind." Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively and replied heartily, "Dragon Brother, Azu, what are you saying? I have also endured my share of hardships." He then turned to Aoki and said in Japanese, "I will accompany them to take a look. Would you care to join?" Although Aoki did not fully grasp the situation, he nodded in response to Yi Fan's inquiry, saying, "Sure, I'll follow your lead." With that, the four of them rose and exited the bathhouse. After a brief tidying up, they made their way to the residence of Dragon Brother and the others. As they walked, Yi Fan meticulously observed the surrounding environment, which was indeed in a state of disarray. Gradually, they arrived at the site of the dilapidated house. Before them lay a somewhat chaotic area, with buildings that appeared to have seen better days. The walls were weathered, and some roofs even had visible gaps. The air was occasionally punctuated by a cacophony of sounds, including the conversations of laborers after a long day's work, interspersed with disputes echoing from unknown sources. Chapter 33. The triad Yi Fan and his companions continued their journey inward, soon encountering a disarray of tables and chairs, where numerous individuals were indulging in late-night snacks. The seating arrangement appeared haphazard, with some chairs missing legs, propped up by bricks, creating an atmosphere that was both chaotic and rudimentary. People gathered around, feasting on simple fare, predominantly consisting of inexpensive noodles and a few plates of modest barbecue dishes. Their faces bore signs of fatigue, yet their eyes sparkled with a deep appreciation for this fleeting moment of respite. As the group entered, led by Brother Long, the previously tranquil ambience instantly transformed into one of tension. Expressions of terror flickered across many faces, as if they had witnessed something dreadful. Some individuals abruptly ceased their dining, their bodies trembling slightly, their eyes filled with unease as they exchanged hushed, anxious whispers. "Why has Brother Long brought outsiders here? Could this lead to trouble for us?" "Shoo! Lower your voices. We must not be overheard. Those gangsters are notoriously ruthless. If we attract their ire, we could find ourselves in dire straits." Others from various backgrounds, including individuals of African descent and Vietnamese, as well as those speaking Korean, voiced their apprehensions in hushed tones. Yi Fan was taken aback by the sheer number of undocumented individuals present, reflecting on his mother's modest savings that had secured her identity. Otherwise, he too might have been among them. Brother Long, evidently sensing the palpable anxiety in the air, approached with a somewhat awkward yet earnest demeanor. He greeted a few familiar faces, striving to assuage their fears. "Everyone, please do not worry. These two brothers are my friends, not ill-intentioned." A middle-aged man, concern etched on his face, lowered his voice to inquire, "Brother Long, do you still have connections with the Japanese gang?" Brother Long reassuringly patted his shoulder, responding sincerely, "Old Zhang, I understand the hardships we all endure and the fears we harbor. However, Brother Yi is different. In this foreign land, having an additional friend can open new avenues. Trust him this once." Upon hearing Brother Long's words, the fear on their faces slightly subsided, though doubt lingered. Their eyes continued to scrutinize Yi Fan and Qing Mu, enveloping the scene in an atmosphere thick with apprehension and unease. Brother Long ordered an array of barbecue dishes, advising Yi Fan not to mind the simplicity of the place. "Brother Yi, the environment may be modest, and the food may lack refinement, but please accept this as a token of my goodwill." Yi Fan smiled and nodded. "Brother Long, you are too kind. This is more than sufficient." Qing Mu echoed his sentiments from beside him. As the drinks flowed, Brother Long gradually opened up, sharing tales of the hardships faced by his compatriots abroad. "Brother Yi, we are far from home, lacking identity and security, toiling in the lowest rungs of society, all in hopes of saving a little to send back home. Ye fandisten it." His heart stirred by their plight. Just as the conversation began to flourish, Wang Fatty sauntered over from a distance, his voice preceding him. "Brother Long, this hardly seems fair. You start a private feast without inviting me. He boisterously pulled up a chair, his gaze fixated on the barbecue delicacies laid out before them. Laughing, Long Gu jested. You hefty fellow, with such a keen nose. I'm merely concerned that you might devour too much, leaving none for Brother Yi. The crowd erupted in hearty laughter, and the previously tense atmosphere lightened considerably. Wang Pongzi picked up a skewer of grilled meat and, while munching, mumbled, Brother Yi, please don't take offense. I'm not devious, just a glutton. Yi Fan quickly waved his hand, Brother Fat, you jest. The more the merrier. As a few cups of wine were consumed, Wang Pongzi became more loquacious. He suddenly sighed deeply, saying, Brother Yi, you have no idea. In this place, one cannot survive without resorting to the sidelines. With our backgrounds, securing a legitimate job is as difficult as reaching the heavens. Even if one manages to find a position, the meager salary barely covers rent. Long Ji's expression shifted slightly, and he admonished, Fatty, don't speak so recklessly. However, Wang Pongzi seemed to have opened a floodgate, disregarding Long Ji's warning and continuing. What's so wrong about saying it? Aren't we all coerced by circumstance? We toil endlessly, earning just enough to get by. Those affluent individuals can summon wealth with a mere flick of a finger. We resort to petty theft for a little extra cash. What is the harm in that? Yi Fan furrowed his brow and replied, Brother Fat, this isn't a sustainable solution. If caught, it would all be over. Wang Pongzi scoffed, Brother Yi, you speak from a position of comfort. We don't wish to live this way, but life has forced us into this corner. What choice do we have? Long Gu shook his head helplessly. Fatty, what is the use of saying this? Brother Yi is a sensible person. He can't save us. We must forge our own path. At that moment, a person rushed over in a panic, his face awash with fear, and exclaimed to Long Gu, Brother Long. It's bad. Tai Tu has been beaten. Long Gu sprang to his feet, his gaze becoming sharp. What happened? Who did this? The newcomer, panting heavily, stammered, It was that gang from the next street. They claimed Tai Tu stole from them and ambushed him in the alley. Now he is lying there, unable to get up. Wang Pongzi also set down his skewer and stood up. Brother Long, this cannot be left unaddressed. We must avenge Tai Tu. Long Gu's expression darkened as he turned to Yi Fan and Qing Mu. Brother Yi, I apologize, but I must attend to this matter. Yi Fan rose and declared, Brother Long, I'll accompany you. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Qing Mu shook his head in resignation. Though he didn't fully understand, he could sense the gravity of the situation. Long Gu hesitated, but upon seeing Yi Fan's sincere expression, he nodded. Very well. I appreciate Brother Yi and Brother Qing Mu's help. The group hurried to the scene, where they found Tai Tu curled on the ground, his face bruised and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Long Gu rushed to support Tai Tu, his voice filled with fury as he shouted, Brothers, let us go. The three ruffians, upon realizing they were outnumbered, momentarily displayed a flicker of panic in their eyes. Nevertheless, they feigned composure, brandishing their weapons, a metal rod, a dagger, and a wooden stick, while shouting, Do not approach. Anyone who dares come closer shall not be treated kindly. At that moment, one of the thugs inadvertently caught sight of the mountain and river tattoos adorning Yi Fan and Qing Mu, and his complexion turned ashen. Trembling, he stammered, You are members of the Mountain and River Society? Are you attempting to incite a gang war? We belong to the Triad. One of the members, fluent in Japanese, hastily translated this revelation, and the air around them seemed to freeze. Long Gu and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that the situation would involve gang affiliations. Yi Fan's heart sank. He was acutely aware that conflicts between gangs were often brutal and bloody, and any escalation would inevitably endanger the innocent lower-class individuals caught in the fray. Yi Fan stepped forward, his demeanor composed, and declared, We are not here to instigate a conflict. We merely seek justice for my friend. You have grievously injured him. Let us resolve this amicably. Compensate for his medical expenses and provide some restitution, and we shall consider this matter settled. Chapter 34. Collecting debts. The three thugs from the Triad, with fierce expressions, vehemently refused. Humph. Pay us money? Not a chance. If you have the guts, come at us. Aoki exclaimed, Bakayuru, do you truly think I am afraid of you? Yet Yi Fan intervened, stating, "In that case, I shall take on all three of you alone. If I lose, I will no longer pursue this matter. But if I emerge victorious, not only must you compensate me, but you must also bow an apology to my friend." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Long Gu and the others wore expressions of concern, aware that although Yi Fan was quite skilled, facing three opponents at once was no trivial feat. The three thugs were initially stunned, then exchanged glances, as if they had just heard the most absurd joke, and erupted into laughter. "You are overestimating your capabilities. Do not blame us for being ruthless." With that, they brandished their weapons, encircling Yi Fan in a triangular formation. However, Yi Fan remained unfazed, his eyes sharpening like an eagle's, meticulously observing every movement of his adversaries. He swiftly advanced towards the thug wielding an iron rod, dodging the incoming strike and delivering a kick to his wrist, causing him to yelp in pain as the rod nearly slipped from his grasp. Sensing the tide turning against them, the other two thugs attempted to flank Yi Fan from either side. One thug, gripping a dagger tightly, shouted, "Zinni!" Yi Fan bent low, evading the dagger's thrust, encountered with a powerful elbow strike to the gut of the thug with the wooden stick, who doubled over in pain. In quick succession, Yi Fan pivoted and landed a hook punch on the jaw of the dagger-wielding thug, sending him staggering back. Long Gu and the others watched in tense silence, hardly daring to breathe. The three thugs, now devoid of their initial arrogance, attacked Yi Fan once more with ferocity. Leveraging his agility and calm judgment, Yi Fan navigated their onslaught with remarkable ease. Although he sustained a few blows, none were fatal. As the rounds progressed, the thugs gradually began to tire, their movements becoming increasingly disorganized. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Fan executed a flawless shoulder throw, sending the thug with the iron rod crashing to the ground. He then swiftly maneuvered behind the thug with the wooden stick, locking his throat and rendering him immobile. Ultimately, he kicked the dagger from the hand of the final thug, subduing him as well. At that moment, Aoki stepped forward, arrogantly proclaiming, "You cowards! What skill is there in bullying a single person? Now that Brother Yi has bested you, do you have the courage to face me?" The three thugs lay on the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes filled with fear and resentment. Yi Fan coldly regarded them. "So, are you willing to compensate now?" The thugs exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in resignation. Although they were unwilling, they understood there was no escaping their fate that day. The leader rose from the ground, dusting himself off, and with a defeated expression said, "Fine, we concede. How much do you demand?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Fan stated a reasonable compensation amount, including medical expenses and wages, totaling 200,000 yen. The thug gritted his teeth and called upon his companions to pool their funds. Before long, they presented crumpled banknotes to Yi Fan. "Yi Fan remarked, 'Why is there only 80,000?" The ruffian replied, "This is all the money we have." Yi Fan turned to Long Gu and inquired in Mandarin, "They only have 80,000. Is that sufficient?" Long Gu nodded, "Just 80,000 will suffice." Yi Fan took the money, handed it to Long Gu, and directed the ruffians, "Why aren't you going to apologize?" Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the three ruffians, albeit reluctantly, approached Tai Tu. After a moment's hesitation, they bent down and bowed, muttering apologies. Tai Tu grunted in acknowledgement. Only then did Long Gu and the others exhale in relief, casting admiring glances at Yi Fan. "Brother Yi, we owe you a great deal today. Not only are you skilled, but you possess such wisdom. Otherwise, this matter wouldn't have been resolved so easily." Long Gu expressed gratefully. Yi Fan smiled, "We are all friends. It is only natural to assist one another. However, it's best to avoid such troubles in the future. Let's lead our lives with integrity." The others nodded in agreement. Once the matter was settled, they returned to their gathering place. Along the way, their spirits lightened considerably, and laughter began to fill the air. After escorting them back to the gathering point, Yi Fan glanced at the time and said to Long Gu, "Brother Long, I must take my leave as I have some matters to attend to." As he spoke, he pulled a note from his pocket and handed it to Long Gu. "This is my number. Should you need anything or encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to call me. Today marks our first acquaintance. I hope we can converse again in the future." Long Gu received the note and grasped Yi Fan's hand firmly, saying, "Brother Yi, with your departure, I cannot foresee when we shall meet again. We will remember your kindness today, and should you ever require our assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Yi Fan nodded with a smile and exchanged a few brief words with Aoki before turning to leave. As the group watched Yi Fan's retreating figure, their hearts were filled with emotion. Wang Pengzi smacked his lips and remarked, "With Brother Ye's skills and demeanor, he is clearly no ordinary person. We must hold on to this powerful ally." Longa shot him a warning glance. "Do not speak carelessly. Brother Yi genuinely regards us as friends, and we must not create trouble for him. Let today serve as a lesson for us all. We should refrain from provoking unsavory individuals and strive to live well." The group nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yi Fan disappeared into the city's nightscape. After spending a few days in Shinjuku, Yi Fan returned to the Sakurada Group's branch in Kamishichiken. As he stepped through the door, a junior approached him. "Brother Yi, you have finally returned. The boss has been mentioning you these past few days." Yi Fan nodded slightly and made his way towards the leader's office. Jin Shan was at his desk, reviewing documents. Upon seeing Yi Fan, he set aside his work and smiled. "Yi Fan, how was your time away?" Yi Fan replied with a grin. "Quite enjoyable. I encountered many new experiences." Jin Shan stood up, patting Yi Fan's shoulder. "After your time away, you should be well rested. I have an important task I wish to assign to you." Ye Fan inwudit. "Brother Jin Shan, what is this important task? Please do tell." Jin Shan furrowed his brows, a hint of displeasure in his tone. "It is as follows. The principal of Sunrise High School, Jing Bian, has previously lost a considerable sum of money in our establishment, and now shamelessly refuses to repay. If this matter were to leak, who would ever regard our Zetian group with any respect in the future? Therefore, I would like you to confront him and compel him to return the owed funds." Yi Fan felt a slight stir in his heart. Sunrise High School was indeed his nightmare. However, he did not reveal any signs of distress on his face and merely nodded. "I understand, Brother Jin Shan. What course of action should I take? Should I go directly to the school to seek him out?" Jin Shan settled back in his chair, hands clasped. "Yes. Try to avoid causing too much commotion to prevent attracting unnecessary trouble. After all, we merely wish to reclaim what is rightfully ours, not to instigate a disturbance." Yi Fan replied, "Understood. I will proceed with caution." "And what if he still refuses to repay?" Jin Shan retorted. "Do I need to instruct you on this?" Yi Fan comprehended and nodded before making his way outside. Chapter 35. The violent company Yi Fan arrived at the entrance of the educational group building affiliated with Sunrise High School. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and attired in a sleek black suit, he had long removed any insignia that might have identified him as a student, presenting himself as an ordinary businessman. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he adjusted his collar and strode confidently into the building. As he walked through the corridors, several female employees cast admiring glances his way, their expressions brimming with infatuation and shyness. They huddled together, whispering about the striking stranger. "Wow, he is so handsome. How come I've never seen him before?" remarked a blushing woman with a ponytail. "Perhaps he is a new executive," speculated a short-haired colleague, her gaze unwavering from Yi Fan, while Yi Fan maintained an air of calmness, deliberately avoiding eye contact. Inwardly, he could only manage a wry smile. He was secretly grateful that his appearance had not raised excessive suspicion. However, the fervent attention from the female employees made him somewhat uncomfortable. After all, being naturally handsome was indeed a burden. As he passed the employee lounge, a few resting women momentarily forgot their conversation upon spotting him. It was only after a colleague nudged them that they returned to reality, eliciting a chorus of laughter from those nearby. Yi Fan quickened his pace, finally arriving at the front of the office building. He gazed up at the direction of the boardroom on the third floor, gathering his thoughts as he prepared to confront the indifferent director, who had turned a blind eye during his ordeal of bullying, an ordeal that had ultimately led to him taking the lives of 4 of his tormentors and serving 5 years in prison. Meanwhile, the female employees continued to gossip about his identity and purpose, wholly unaware of Yi Fan's true intentions. Upon reaching the door of the boardroom, he gently knocked. "Come in," came a slightly weary voice from within. Yi Fan opened the door and found the director seated behind the desk, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the document. Upon noticing Yi Fan, a flicker of confusion crossed the director's face. "Who are you?" Yi Fan inclined his body slightly, offering a polite smile. "Good day, Director. I am a former employee of the company, and I have some matters I wish to discuss with you." The director set down the document, leaned back in his chair, and scrutinized Yi Fan closely. "Former employee? What is it that you wish to discuss?" Yi Fan closed the door behind him and walked leisurely toward the chair in front of the director's desk. He sat down unhurriedly, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag before speaking. "Director, you may not remember me, but I have quite a vivid recollection of this company, particularly of you." Sensing the underlying implications in Yi Fan's words, the director straightened in his chair, his demeanor shifting to one of unease. "What exactly do you want to say?" With the cigarette between his lips, Yi Fan removed his gold-rimmed glasses and delicately wiped the lenses with a handkerchief, seemingly nonchalant as he continued. "When I was subjected to bullying in this company, where were you? As a senior decision-maker, you were supposed to be the guardian of the employees, yet you turned a blind eye to my plight, which ultimately led to the tragic events that followed." The director's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. You were the one for back then." Yi Fan adjusted his glasses, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the director. "Indeed, I am the very person who served 5 years in prison for eliminating 4 colleagues who tormented me. I have come not merely to reminisce, but for a far more pressing matter." The director swallowed nervously, his voice quivering as he inquired, "What matter?" Yi Fan retrieved a promissory note from his pocket and flung it onto the director's desk. "Take a look at this. The debt you owe outside. Shouldn't it be settled? Originally 20 million, it has now escalated to 30 million. Consider this a small price for your dereliction of duty back in the day." As the director gazed at the note, his pallor deepened, his hands trembling uncontrollably. What is the meaning of this? How did you come by this?" Yi Fan replied with a cold smirk. "You need not concern yourself with how I acquired it. Your focus should be on repaying the debt. Otherwise, the unsavory truths about your past may not remain solely in my knowledge." The director fell silent, his eyes rife with dread and helplessness. He understood the gravity of the predicament he was in, and it was evident that Yi Fan had returned with a purpose and would not relent easily. Suddenly, the director slammed his hand on the table, rising with fury that swiftly replaced his terror. "You insolent fool! Do you know who I am? Are you threatening me? No one in this company dares speak to me in such a manner. Do you think your years in prison make you formidable? I have navigated the complexities of society for years, and you believe you can intimidate me?" Yi Fan, unfazed, flicked the ash from a cigarette, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Now, director, let us not be hasty. Connections, you say? Are you referring to those who will distance themselves from you the moment your gambling debts come to light? Your current situation is likely less favorable than you imagine." The director's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. You speak nonsense. I assure you, I have the means to repay. I simply cannot manage it at this moment. If you dare make this public, it will not bode well for you either. After all, you are an employee of this company, and any damage to its reputation will reflect poorly on you. Yifan Chakitkoldi, having endured 5 years of imprisonment, I have faced the darkest days of my life and have no regard for such fleeting reputation. Yet you, who maintain the airs of a director, engage in disgraceful dealings. If you truly valued the company's reputation, you would not have turned a blind eye to the plight of your employees back then. You must provide me with an explanation regarding this debt today. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." The director sank back into his chair, his gaze hollow as he stared at Yi Fan. After a moment, realization seemed to dawn upon him. "Yi Fan, I acknowledge my past failings. I apologize for my negligence. However, I genuinely do not have the funds at present." Upon hearing the director's insincere words, Yi Fan's eyes glinted with frost. He abruptly stood, shedding his coat, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from strain. "Do you truly believe that a mere apology can resolve this matter?" Yi Fan gritted his teeth and spoke deliberately, each word punctuated with intensity. Before his voice could fully fade, he strode forward with determination, seizing the collar of the director and yanking him abruptly from his chair. The director's eyes widened in terror, and just as he was about to plead for mercy, Yi Fan's fist descended upon him like a tempest. With a resounding thud, the first punch landed heavily on the director's cheek, causing his head to jerk to the side and blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. This blow was a manifestation of the isolation I endured during years of bullying. Yi Fan roared, following up with another strike aimed squarely at the director's abdomen. The director doubled over in agony, emitting a pained groan, as he had once turned a blind eye to my suffering. Now he would taste the bitterness of retribution. With each blow, Yi Fan's fury intensified, pouring forth the pent-up hatred and grievances that had festered within him for years. He hurled the director to the ground, relentlessly pummeling him as he lay curled up in a futile attempt to shield himself. The director's glasses flew off, his hair was disheveled, and his face bore the marks of bruises, blue and purple, a testament to his disheveled state. Did you truly believe you could evade punishment? You, a wretch unworthy of the title of director. Yi Fan vented his emotions with each strike. The very atmosphere around them seemed to resonate with his wrath, and he showed no signs of relenting. Each impact was a cathartic release, as if he sought to reclaim all that he had endured in prison over the past 5 years, along with the torment of his past bullying, and deliver it back to this once indifferent director. Chapter 36. A vicious beating of the director just as Yi Fan was gasping for breath, and the director was on the brink of collapse. The office door was suddenly flung open. "Stop! What are you doing?" roared the head of security, as several guards rushed in, momentarily stunned by the scene before them. However, they quickly regained their composure and charged at Yi Fan, attempting to restrain him. "You won't escape today," one guard shouted, swinging his baton at Yi Fan's legs. Yi Fan deftly sidestepped, but another guard seized him by the waist. With a powerful twist, he delivered a sharp elbow strike to the guard's chest, causing him to release his grip in pain. The director struggled to rise from the ground, his face marred with bruises and his clothes in disarray, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With wide, furious eyes, he pointed a trembling finger at Yi Fan and shouted, "You reckless wretch! How dare you wreak havoc on my turf? I shall not let you go." With that, he grabbed the telephone from the desk, frantically preparing to dial. Sensing the urgency of the moment, Yi Fan could not allow the director to succeed. Ignoring the guards tugging at him, he lunged forward and delivered a swift kick to the telephone, shattering it into pieces that scattered across the floor. The director stumbled back in shock, nearly losing his balance once more, his eyes filled with terror and rage. You've compounded your crimes," the director screamed hoarsely. The guards, incensed by Yi Fan's reckless actions, charged at him with renewed vigor. As one guard raised his baton to strike, Yi Fan sidestepped and seized the guard's wrist, twisting it forcefully until the guard cried out in pain, dropping the baton. Yi Fan snatched the baton and swung it in a wide arc, forcing the surrounding guards to retreat. Then, he dashed toward the nearest guard, pressing the end of the baton against the guard's abdomen with great force, causing the guard's face to drain of color as he doubled over in agony. At this moment, the remaining guards, feeling a flicker of trepidation, hesitated but were compelled to attack again. Yi Fan, however, suddenly leaped into the air, executing a swift turn, his legs striking like a storm towards the guards. Caught off guard by this fierce assault, the guards stumbled backward, unable to withstand the onslaught. Upon landing, Yi Fan did not relent. He swung the baton, pressing forward relentlessly. The guards, overwhelmed by his ferocity, began to falter. Soon, the last guard found himself kicked to the ground, unable to rise again. The office lay in disarray, and the director watched in terror as Yi Fan approached, his body trembling uncontrollably, muttering, What do you want from me?" Yi Fan regarded the director coldly, his eyes icy enough to freeze the very air around them. "As I have stated, this is merely the interest on what you owe me. Now, it is time to settle the entire account." Upon hearing this, the director, feigning bravado, roared, "Do you think you can escape the clutches of the law? Your violent actions will surely land you in prison." Yi Fan let out a disdainful cold laugh, slowly extracting from his pocket a finely crafted and unique badge, the emblem of the Shanchuan society. Under the terrified gaze of the director, he solemnly affixed it to his chest. The badge shimmered with a chilling light under the illumination, as if narrating the formidable power lurking behind Yi Fan, a force not to be trifled with. Imprisonment? Yi Fan scoffed, declaring that from this day forth, the director should be more concerned about his own predicament. The director's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, for he was acutely aware of the Shanchuan Society's renown and influence in this land, an entity far beyond the reach of someone of his stature. You are actually a member of the Shanchuan Society? The director's voice trembled, his legs weakening, nearly unable to support him. Yi Fan offered no reply, instead advancing towards the director with measured steps, each stride seeming to tread upon the director's very heart, causing his fear to swell like a tidal wave. You turned a blind eye to my suffering back then. Now, I shall ensure you pay a heavy price for your actions. The Shanchuan Society's rules never spare any guilty party, and your crimes are heinous. Yi Fan's voice was deep and frigid, akin to a judgmental decree from the depths of hell. Despairing, the director closed his eyes, realizing that his doomsday might truly be at hand. Yi Fan approached, seizing the director by his collar and brutally throwing him against the wall. Subsequently, Yi Fan raised his fist, raining blows upon the director. Each punch was imbued with years of repressed hatred and fury. The director cried out in pain, initially attempting to resist and curse, but gradually, under Yi Fan's tempestuous assault, he lost his strength and could only weakly plead for mercy. Stop, I beg you. The director's voice quivered, barely audible. Yet Yi Fan showed no signs of halting, delivering several more vicious kicks. Where were you when I was bullied? Now you know fear? It's too late. The director curled up on the ground, clutching his head in terror. I will repay. I will. Please spare me. Yi Fan coldly chuckled and paused, looking down at the director with disdain. Now you wish to repay? Do you think it could be so easily resolved? The director, trembling, struggled to rise, leaning against the wall while gasping for breath. I will gather the money now. Just give me a little time. A flicker of scorn crossed Yi Fan's eyes. Very well. I shall grant you 3 days. If you fail to procure the funds, prepare for the Shanchuan Society's even harsher retribution. Do not entertain any tricks. Otherwise, neither you nor your family will have a favorable outcome. The director nodded repeatedly, terrified. I won't. I will repay on time. Yi Fan adjusted his attire and strode confidently out, leaving the director slumped in a disheveled office, his gaze vacant and despairing. Filled with dread and regret for the future, the director knew he had truly entangled himself in grave trouble. And all of this was the bitter fruit of his past deeds. Yi Fan exited the director's office with steady steps, bearing the bruises and disarray of a scuffle. Yet his cold demeanor remained unwavering. He advanced slowly along the corridor of the company, attracting curious glances from numerous employees along the way. Upon reaching the lobby of the office building, he was met with a cacophony of chatter. A group of infatuated female employees had gathered, their eyes brimming with admiration and intrigue. Wow, it's him, the incredibly handsome man we just saw in the company, exclaimed a girl with twin ponytails, her cheeks flushed with excitement. How could he emerge from the boardroom? And it looks like he just had a fight. That's so cool, chimed in a short-haired colleague, her expression one of infatuation. As Yi Fan approached, the female employees instinctively parted to create a pathway, their gazes fixated upon him as if drawn by an invisible force. Yi Fan, however, remained indifferent, seemingly oblivious to the attention and gossip surrounding him, and continued his stride towards the company's entrance. Nevertheless, the enthusiasm of the female employees did not wane in the face of his aloofness. A few bold ones even trailed quietly behind him, eager to uncover the mystery. Colleague, are you part of the upper management of our company? Or perhaps someone's brother? A professionally dressed female employee mustered the courage to inquire, her voice tinged with shyness. Yi Fan offered no reply, merely pausing momentarily before resuming his path. This subtle reaction only heightened the excitement among the women, who exchanged animated glances as if they had stumbled upon a remarkable secret. At last, Yi Fan stepped out of the company's doors. He glanced back at the place that had once been a source of countless painful memories, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He then turned and merged into the crowd, leaving the group of infatuated female employees lingering at the entrance, gazing longingly in the direction he had departed. Lost in fantasies about this enigmatic and handsome man, as Yi Fan walked back towards his group, contemplating the money he would collect in 3 days. A sudden roar of an engine caught his attention. A sleek black luxury car sped past, its windows tinted, obscuring the occupants within. Before he could dwell on it further, an older van closely trailed the luxury vehicle, exhibiting suspicious behavior. The van's window was partially open, and Yi Fan caught a glimpse of several men inside, their expressions fierce and seemingly armed with something ominous. Yi Fan thought to himself, these individuals are likely after the luxury car. He chose to disregard the unfolding events and continued on his way. Chapter 37. The kidnapping incident. After turning several corners, Yi Fan arrived at a secluded alley. The sight before him tightened his heart. A luxury car was crookedly parked in the lane. Its body bore multiple dents and deformations, and the driver lay on the ground, lifeless, with blood pooling around him, creating an atmosphere of suffocating silence. The assailants had vanished without a trace. Approaching the scene, Yi Fan discovered that the driver had already succumbed. At that moment, he heard a commotion not far away and looked up to find himself near the gates of Jingdong University. Most students had already departed, yet the van he had seen earlier remained parked not far from the entrance. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, Yi Fan pondered, what were these individuals up to? Curiosity piqued. He observed from a distance. As the evening progressed, the sky darkened, and the streetlights at the gate illuminated one by one, casting a warm, golden glow on the ground and elongating the shadow of the van. The vehicle remained still, its occupant silent as if awaiting something. Hiding behind a wall, Yi Fan's gaze was fixated on the van, his mind racing with conjectures about their intentions. As seconds turned into minutes, the campus grew increasingly tranquil, with the occasional distant bark of a dog breaking the stillness. Suddenly, a female student appeared at the entrance, breathtakingly beautiful beyond words. She stood there, checking her watch, her long, flowing hair cascading over her shoulders, her features exquisite, skin fair as snow, and her figure graceful. Under the streetlight's glow, she resembled a mesmerizing painting. For a moment, Yi Fan was captivated by her beauty, but he quickly regained his focus, returning his attention to the van. After a while, the girl, growing impatient, began to walk toward the street. At that moment, the van slowly started, trailing her at a deliberate pace. Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that something was amiss, and stealthily followed. As night deepened, the number of pedestrians dwindled, and the van maintained a cautious distance behind her. When they reached an isolated area, the van suddenly accelerated, swiftly pulling up beside the female student. The door swung open with a clang, and 4 burly men leaped out. One, with a face full of rough features, shouted, "That's her. Grab her." Without hesitation, they lunged at the girl like wolves descending upon prey. The student's eyes widened in terror as she desperately tried to retreat, her voice choked with fear. "Who are you? Why are you doing this to me?" But her pleas fell on deaf ears as they swiftly and brutally seized her. One tall, lean man growled, "Don't struggle. If you scream, things will not end well for you." They swiftly covered her mouth with a piece of black cloth, muffling her cries to mere whimpers. Another bald man produced a length of rope, muttering, "Just behave, this is all you're doing." Together, they bound her hands and feet, then roughly hoisted her into the van. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and the van sped away, leaving behind an empty, desolate street. Yi Fan sprinted forward, his heart brimming with anxiety and indignation. As he ran, he pondered to himself, were these individuals seeking to commit acts of lust or abduction? The prevalence of lecherous individuals in Neon City compelled him to entertain such thoughts. Ahead, a van sped along, and utilizing his agile physique and familiarity with the terrain, Yi Fan took a shortcut, relentlessly pursuing the vehicle and gradually diminishing the distance between them. He followed them to the entrance of a dilapidated, unfinished building, where the van slowly drove inside. Cautiously, Yi Fan approached, concealing himself amidst the surrounding shadows. He overheard the voices of the captors within. "Keep a close watch on this girl. When a boss arrives, there will be rewards for us. Such a pretty girl. I wonder how the boss intends to handle her. Don't get any foolish ideas. Let's wait for the boss to arrive. Her father is the chairman of the Zhongshan group. I'm set for life. Ha ha ha. A scarred bandit grinned, his eyes glimmering with avarice. Dream on. With your character, you think you'll get a reward? If the boss doesn't TB rate you, consider a win. The lanky bandit scoffed, a cigarette dangling from his lips, obscuring his expression in a haze of smoke. Hey, fellas, do you think this young lady is usually adored by the boys at school? Who would have thought she'd end up in our hands today? The bald bandit toyed with a piece of rope, leering as he approached the girl tied to a pillar. Little beauty, just wait here patiently. When the boss arrives, you'll be living the good life. As he spoke, he reached out to touch the girl's face, but she recoiled in terror. Her eyes filled with disgust and fear. Enough of this nonsense. Keep an eye on her. If anything goes awry, we'll all be in deep trouble. Yi Fan waited silently in the shadows, as if time itself had frozen. At last, a steady and powerful footfall echoed from afar, resonating with a clarity that pierced the stillness of the derelict building. A man clad in a black trench coat emerged into view, his tall figure casting a stern shadow in the dim light. His face bore a chiseled determination, and beneath his thick brows, a pair of narrow eyes glinted with sharp, ruthless insight, as though able to perceive everything. With a high-bridged nose and a subtly downturned mouth, he exuded an air of imperceptible arrogance and ferocity. His hair was meticulously slicked back, revealing a broad forehead, and he emanated an unnerving presence that sent chills down one's spine. He strode into the room, his black coat billowing with each step, the edges rising gently, imparting an invisible pressure. Following closely behind him were two equally stern-faced bodyguards, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings. Boss, the girl is here, just over there, a burly man with a face full of excess flesh exclaimed, hurrying forward, his demeanor now obsequious. A stark contrast to his earlier ferocity. The boss nodded slightly, his gaze never lingering on the burly man, but instead, he advanced directly toward the bound girl. The leader approached the female student, halting before her, his gaze imposing and devoid of any compassion. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly, his voice deep and frigid. Miss Cozy, I never anticipated you would find yourself in such a predicament. Contact your father and demand a ransom of 10 billion yen. Should there be even a single yen short, you shall not leave here unscathed. The student's eyes brimmed with terror and indignation as she struggled vehemently, emitting muffled sounds of protest against this sudden misfortune. The leader let out a cold chuckle and turned to one of his subordinates, instructing, retrieve her phone and call her father. I wish to speak with him personally. The subordinate quickly rummaged through the student's bag, producing her phone and handing it to the leader. He dialed the number, and soon an anxious voice crackled through the line. Cozy, where are you? The leader replied, icily. Mr. Nakayama, greetings. Your precious daughter is in my custody. If you wish to see her again, prepare 10 billion yen. Do not contact the authorities, or else. Mr. Nakayama, clearly taken aback by this abrupt turn of events, trembled as he responded, who are you? Do not harm my daughter. I will pay you, but you must guarantee her safety. The leader scoffed dismissively. Who I am is of no consequence. You need only follow my instructions. I will contact you again with details regarding the payment time and location. With that, he ended the call. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, hidden in the shadows, clenched his fists, contemplating how to eliminate this band of kidnappers and rescue the woman, all while significantly enhancing his own attributes. Chapter 38, No grievance. No enmity after the boss hung up the phone. A flicker of irritation and brutality danced in his eyes. He abruptly turned, facing Ms. Guangxi once more. Without any forewarning, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across her face, the crisp sound echoing throughout the desolate, unfinished building. This is all your father's fault. He has caused me to lose everything, and now it is time for him to pay the price. The boss glared with fury, his voice a thunderous roar, as if he sought to unleash all his pent-up resentment upon this innocent girl. Ms. Guangxi's cheeks instantly flushed and swelled, tears welling in her eyes. Yet her mouth was stifled, rendering her unable to vocalize her anguish. Her body trembled, eyes brimming with fear and despair. Yet the boss showed no signs of relenting. He clenched his fist and delivered another brutal blow to Ms. Guangxi's abdomen. She doubled over in pain, sweat beading on her forehead, muffled whimpers escaping her lips. Her suffering stifled by the cloth covering her mouth. Ah, just relish this moment. Before your father pays up, this is merely the beginning, the boss sneered. A twisted pleasure etched across his face as he continued his assault on Ms. Guangzi. With a swift rip, her clothing was torn apart, and her eyes widened in horror. A wave of shame crashing over her. Today, I'll collect some interest. The boss grinned wickedly, as his 6 henchmen looked on, salivating at the scene. In a moment of defiance, Ms. Guangzi delivered a kick to the boss's groin, causing him to collapse to the ground, writhing in agony. Struggling to rise, his eyes burned with a fierce rage as he grasped her neck, forcefully pinning her against the wall, his mouth spewing curses. Ms. Guangzi's vision began to fade, her consciousness slipping away, just as she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. A figure clad in a black suit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses emerged from the shadows. It was Yi Fan. Yi Fan's gaze was as frigid as the stars on a wintry night, his steps steady as he approached, brandishing a short knife. The blade glinted ominously under the dim light. Like a wraith, he surged forward, plunging the knife unhesitatingly into the throats of 2 bodyguards, the action swift and precise, blood gushing forth and splattering onto the ground. Ding! You have killed a human, gaining 3 attribute points. Ding! You have killed a human, gaining 3 attribute points. Only then did the remaining henchmen react, their eyes wide with terror as they hastily drew their weapons, knives and clubs, but their hands trembled with fear. The boss, clutching his groin, roared in a distorted voice, "Who the hell are you? Kill him." One of the kidnappers swung a metal rod toward Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan slightly sidestepped, evading the whistling rod, and seized the assailant's wrist, twisting it forcefully. A sharp crack echoed as the wrist broke, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Following this, Yi Fan launched a kick, sending the attacker flying into 2 others, causing chaos to ensue. At that moment, a henchman, emboldened by desperation, launched a sneak attack on Yi Fan from behind. Yet, Yi Fan seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head. He swiftly retaliated, hurling his dagger with fierce precision. The blade embedded itself deep into the henchman's chest, and with wide, incredulous eyes, he collapsed. Ding! You've slain a human, gaining 3 attribute points. The remaining assailants were thoroughly intimidated by Yi Fan's ferocity, instinctively retreating. Yi Fan promptly allocated all 9 attribute points to his reflexes. Strength, 15. Agility, 5. Stamina, 7. Spirit, 9. Reflexes, 16. Upon enhancing his reflexes, Yi Fan felt his body enter an unprecedented state of heightened acuity. He could distinctly perceive the subtlest shifts in the air, as if everything around him were unfolding in slow motion. Yi Fan strode forward, retrieving the dagger from a fallen foe, and charged towards the remaining enemies. The last 3, exchanging apprehensive glances, brandished their daggers and rushed at him with fierce determination. Yi Fan, akin to a vengeful specter from the abyss, navigated through the chaos with agility, each strike accompanied by splattering blood. Before long, those henchmen lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony, stripped of their will to resist. The leader, paralyzed by terror, gazed at the scene with trembling legs, his voice quaking yet feigning composure as he shouted, "What do you want from us? We bear no grudge. You need not annihilate us." Yi Fan advanced step by step towards the leader, his eyes devoid of pity, as if regarding a lifeless corpse. Coldly, he replied, "No grudge? What reason do I need to eliminate scum like you?" As he reached the leader, he pressed the dagger against the man's throat, the blade grazing the skin, drawing a trickle of blood. The leader, feeling the sharp sting and chilling sensation in his neck, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, looked utterly terrified and pleading. "Brother, don't act rashly. How about this? Once this job is done, I'll give you half, no, 70% of the earnings. Just spare me, and I promise to involve you in future ventures. We could prosper together, far better than this senseless violence." Yi Fan listened to the leader's desperate bargaining, a sneer of derision appearing on his face. "Do you think I covet your tainted money? The sins you've committed cannot be absolved with currency." With that, Yi Fan pressed the dagger forward, carving a deeper wound into the leader's neck, blood flowing steadily along the blade. The leader's body quivered violently, his voice rising in pitch. "Brother, if you kill me, the police will never let you go. Release me, and we can escape together. With my skills, I can ensure you a good life." Yet, Yifan's gaze remained resolute, his irritation growing at the leader's incessant pleas. As the leader attempted to utter more words, Yifan granted him no further opportunity. With a sudden, forceful thrust, the dagger glinted ominously as it pierced the leader's throat, swiftly penetrating through. The leader's eyes widened in terror, despair, and reluctance. A choked sound escaping his throat, yet he could utter not a single coherent word. Blood gushed forth from his throat like a fountain, splattering across Yifan's face and body, but Yifan seemed utterly indifferent. He slowly drew forth his short blade, allowing the leader's body to crash to the ground like a kite severed from its string. After a few convulsions, it lay still, the air thick with the pungent scent of blood. A notification chimed. "Congratulations, you have slain a human, earning 3 attribute points." Yifan cast a cold glance at the corpse on the ground before turning his attention to the 3 abductors who writhed in agony on the floor. Chapter 39. The light of Zhongshan. Yifan approached the 3 bound criminals lying on the ground, his expression devoid of any compassion. One of the criminals, filled with terror, watched Yifan draw near, desperately dragging his injured body backward while repeatedly pleading for mercy. "Brother, please spare me. I will never dare again." Yifan ignored his supplications, stepping directly in front of him, pressing his foot onto the man's chest, rendering him immobile. With a swift motion, the blade fell, piercing mercilessly into his heart. The criminal's body stiffened instantly, his gaze vacant as he stared at Yifan, before slowly collapsing, blood pooling around him. "Ding, you have slain a human, earning 3 attribute points." The remaining 2 criminals, witnessing the scene, were utterly shattered. In a frantic attempt to escape, they lunged at Yifan, desperate for a final struggle. Yifan sidestepped one attack, simultaneously slashing his knife deep into the assailant's abdomen. The man's innards spilled forth as he screamed in agony, clutching his belly and rolling on the ground. "Ding, you have slain a human, earning 3 attribute points." The last criminal, paralyzed by fear, fell to the ground, losing control of his bodily functions, his eyes filled with despair and terror. Yifan approached him, looking down from his elevated position as the criminal fervently bowed his head, crying out, "Please, spare me. I have an elderly mother to care for." Yifan scoffed coldly. "Did you ever think of those you have harmed while committing your evil deeds?" With that, the dagger in his hand plunged forcefully into the man's neck, extinguishing his life. "Ding, you have slain a human, earning 3 attribute points." Yifan surveyed the surroundings, a gruesome sight of carnage before him. Taking a deep breath, he understood that he had irrevocably descended into a realm of slaughter. Yet, he felt no remorse. These individuals brought their fate upon themselves. He wiped the blade clean on one of the criminal's garments, stowing it away, before turning to look at the unconscious Guangxi. At this moment, Guangxi lay in tatters, unconscious beside him. Yifan donned gloves, picked up the criminal's phone, and dialed the emergency number. 110 Police Department. Is this a case or an accident? Yifan did not hang up, instead turning to leave the scene. "Moses, are you still there?" Minutes later, a swarm of police officers arrived swiftly at the scene, their eyes widening in horror at the sight before them. Bodies lay scattered, blood dried and congealed into dark crimson patches on the ground, the air thick with the stench of death. Amidst the carnage, the officers discovered the disheveled Guangxi, collapsed on the ground. A female officer hastily approached, removing her jacket to drape over Guangxi, gently shaking her in an attempt to rouse her. "Miss, wake up. You're safe now." Meanwhile, the other officers swiftly spread out to cordon off the area, conducting investigations, collecting evidence, and documenting the scene. The commanding officer's expression was grave as he surveyed the brutal tableau, pondering the intensity of the clash that had unfolded. At that moment, the coroner arrived, commencing preliminary examinations of the bodies, whispering to his assistant as he worked. The wounds were all fatal, executed with a precision that belied the work of a novice. The officers meticulously scoured the vicinity, hoping to uncover any trace of the assailant. They stumbled upon signs of a struggle and chaotic footprints. Yet the clues concerning Yi Fan were scant, with the solitary emergency call standing out as the only overt indication. Under the gentle urging of the female officer, Guangzi gradually regained consciousness, her eyes filled with terror and confusion, her lips quivering but unable to articulate a word. The officer softly reassured her, "Do not be afraid. You're safe now. We are the police." Guangzi's gaze slowly traversed the area, and upon comprehending the scene of scattered corpses, a wave of horror surged within her. Her eyes widened in disbelief and profound fear. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if electrified by an icy current. She gasped for breath, each inhalation seeming to embed the sanguinary air deep within her lungs, her throat emitting faint, dissonant sounds akin to the desperate whimpers of a terrified creature. Her hands clutched the officer's arm tightly, her nails instinctively digging into the officer's skin, as if that connection were her sole lifeline to escape this ghastly nightmare. "Do not be afraid. Take your time. What did you see?" The officer inquired patiently and gently, seeking to soothe Guangzi's overwhelming panic. However, Guangzi could only shake her head vehemently, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, carving paths through the bruises and dirt, splattering onto the ground and mingling with the surrounding blood, amplifying the desolation of the scene. The officers gathered around, their expressions reflecting both sympathy for Guangzi and outrage over the heinous crime. The lead officer squatted down, endeavoring to keep his voice calm. "You are a crucial witness in this case. Any information you provide may be vital in apprehending the perpetrator. Can you tell us what transpired?" Gripping the officer's arm tightly, Guangzi took a moment to regain her composure. Through her sobs, she managed to articulate, I am Zhongshan Guangzi, the daughter of Zhongshan Teng, the chairman of the Zhongshan Group. The deceased were my abductors." Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed the lead officer's face, quickly replaced by a more serious demeanor. He gently patted Guangzi's shoulder, assuring her, "Ms. Zhongshan, rest assured, we will thoroughly investigate this case and bring all involved to justice. Can you recall the details of your abduction?" Closing her eyes, Guangzi took a deep breath, striving to steady herself as she began recounting her harrowing ordeal. "This afternoon, on my way home from school, several individuals suddenly emerged and dragged me into a vehicle. They brought me here and began to beat me, even calling my father to demand a ransom." At this point, her tears overflowed once more, and her body trembled slightly. The female officer, filled with compassion, grasped Guangzi's hand and softly reassured her, "Do not be afraid. It is all over now. You are safe." The officers attentively recorded the account provided by Guangzi as they listened intently. The leading officer surveyed the gruesome scene, silently vowing to resolve the case swiftly, ensuring that Guangzi and her family received the answers they deserved. "Miss Zhongshan, did you manage to see what the person who rescued you looked like?" The officer inquired further. Guangzi recalled Yi Fan, the one who had saved her. She had clung to the memory of his face before losing consciousness. Yet revealing this to the police could lead to complications. She shook her head, confusion evident in her eyes. "I only remember being choked unconscious. Beyond that, I truly cannot recall." The officer furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before instructing a nearby officer, "Investigate the surveillance footage in the vicinity. See if we can uncover any clues regarding this enigmatic individual. Additionally, contact the Zhongshan Group to inform them that Miss Guangzi has been safely located and request their cooperation with our investigation." Chapter 40. Successful collection of debts before long. The thunderous roar of automobile engines echoed as several luxury vehicles from the Zhongshan Group sped onto the scene. The foremost car came to a swift halt, and a tall, imposing middle-aged man disembarked in haste, none other than Zhongshan Teng. His countenance was clouded with a darkness so profound it seemed to drip with foreboding, and his eyes betrayed a deep-seated fury and concern. Trailing behind him were a dozen well-trained bodyguards who promptly fanned out, encircling the area and vigilantly monitoring every movement around them. Zhongshan Teng strode purposefully towards Guangzi, and upon seeing his daughter disheveled and wearing an expression of sheer terror, his heart ached. "Guangzi, how are you?" "Daddy is here. Do not be afraid," he murmured softly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Guangzi collapsed in her father's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Daddy, I am so scared." Zhongshan Tung gently stroked Guangzi's hair, offering her comfort for a considerable while, before lifting his gaze to the leading officer, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Officer, could you please elucidate the situation? Who dares to abduct my daughter?" The officer recounted the general course of events to Zhongshan Tung, detailing the circumstances surrounding Guangzi's discovery and the leads currently in the possession of the police. Upon hearing the account, Zhongshan Tung's expression darkened further, and he ground his teeth, declaring they ought to perish. It would be too lenient for them. After uttering those words, Zhongshan Tung gazed down at Guangzi, who was still sobbing in his arms, and gently inquired, "Guangzi, how are you feeling now? Shall we return home?" At this, Guangzi seized upon his words like a lifeline, nodding vigorously as she replied with a tearful quaver, "Daddy, I want to go home. I cannot bear to remain here a moment longer." Zhongshan Tung's demeanor hardened with resolve, and he addressed his bodyguards with authority. "You there? Escort Miss back to the car at once, ensuring her safety. The rest of you, remain here to assist the police with their investigation." In unison, the bodyguards acknowledged yes. "Chairman." Shortly thereafter, several bodyguards swiftly surrounded Guangzi, cautiously guiding her towards the luxury vehicle. Guangzi nestled among them, her steps unsteady. She frequently glanced back at the gruesome and chaotic scene, her eyes still reflecting the remnants of terror, each step seemingly sapping her of all her strength. Once Guangzi was safely inside the car, Zhongshan Tung turned to the remaining bodyguards, reiterating his instructions. "Stay alert. If you uncover any valuable leads, report them to me immediately. This incident cannot be brushed aside." The bodyguards nodded in agreement. Zhongshan Tung then pivoted towards the vehicle where Guangzi was seated, and before entering, he cast another earnest glance at the leading officer, his tone resolute and unwavering. "Officer, I implore you to exert every effort in this matter. I await your prompt resolution of this case and the apprehension of those vile individuals who sought to harm my daughter." The officer responded, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhong. This is our duty, and we shall devote ourselves fully to it." Zhongshan Tung nodded slightly and subsequently entered the vehicle, which glided smoothly into motion, heading towards home. Inside the car, Guangzi leaned against her father's shoulder, her body still trembling faintly. Zhongshan Tung, filled with paternal anguish, embraced his daughter tightly, his eyes brimming with rage directed at the unseen puppeteers behind the kidnappers. He silently vowed to wield every ounce of his strength to ensure those responsible would pay a grievous price, vowing never to allow his daughter to endure such harm again. Meanwhile, Yifan had returned to his dormitory. He lay on his bed, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, now burnt down to the very end, its long ash cascading down and leaving several pale traces on the sheets. System. Open interface. Attribute points, 12, strength, 15, agility, 5, stamina, 7, mentality, 9, reaction, 16, gazing at the system interface. Yifan contemplated to himself. This recent battle had rendered my speed and stamina somewhat strained. I shall enhance these two attributes first. He directed his focus towards the buttons for agility and stamina in his mind. The attribute points began to dwindle rapidly, while the values for agility and stamina surged steadily. Yifan could distinctly sense a warm current surging within his body, his muscles tightening gradually, his once weary form transformed into one imbued with lightness and vigor. Taking a deep breath, he rolled off the bed and attempted to stretch his body. His movements were now more agile and fluid, his steps quicker and more powerful. He needed to devise a way to acquire more attribute points. Clenching his fists, Yifan resolved that in this world where strength reigned supreme, only by continually enhancing his power could he aspire to stand atop the pinnacle of existence. Attribute points: 0, strength, 15, agility, 12, stamina, 12, mentality, 9, reaction, 16. Recalling his previous experiences, he calculated that an ordinary person typically possesses around 5 points in attributes, while those who have undergone training might reach about 10 points. He had yet to encounter anyone stronger. As long as he continued to eliminate foes, You should evolve into a superhero akin to Superman. On the third day, Yi Fan returned to the Sunrise Company and entered the boardroom. Director Jingbian, upon seeing Yi Fan's entrance, trembled involuntarily. The wounds on his face had yet to heal, and the bandages made him resemble a comical pig. However, the fear gleaming in his eyes was palpably genuine. What do you want now? Director Jingbian stammered, instinctively retreating. Yi Fan regarded him coldly. What, am I not welcome? Do not forget our agreement. With that, he pulled up a chair and sat down casually, crossing his legs. Director Jingbian swallowed hard, hastily retrieving the prepared 30 million yen from his drawer, extending it towards Yi Fan with both hands. This is the money you requested. Please take it and leave me in peace. Yi Fan accepted the money, casually flipping through it before stuffing it into his backpack. Rest assured, as long as you remain obedient from now on, I shall not trouble you. With that, he rose and exited the boardroom without a backward glance. Yi Fan clutched the money, a hint of joy illuminating his mood as he walked briskly along the path back to the Zetian group. At that moment, the streets were bustling with activity, and a luxurious vehicle was gliding slowly in his direction. In the back seat sat Koizumi Hikari, her gaze vacant as she stared out the window, attempting to pull herself from the haunting memories of her recent abduction. Suddenly, her eyes inadvertently fell upon Yi Fan, who was strolling by the roadside. Her body tensed instantaneously, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her face, fear mingled with an indescribable confusion. Stop the car, Hikari instinctively shouted. The driver promptly slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a steady halt by the roadside. Hikari's heart raced wildly. She trembled slightly as she rolled down the window, leaning out to fixate on Yi Fan's retreating figure. Sensing something amiss, Yi Fan paused, turning to meet her gaze directly. Chapter 41. The blossoming of affection time seemed to come to a standstill in that moment, as a flicker of surprise crossed Yi Fan's gaze. Though he quickly regained his composure, Guangzi hurriedly exclaimed, I want to get out. You all stay in the car. The bodyguard in the passenger seat swiftly interjected, Miss, the chairman instructed that you cannot go alone. The driver also urged, Indeed, Miss, there may still be kidnappers lurking nearby. A glimmer of stubbornness shone in Guangzi's eyes as she bit her lip, her hands instinctively gripping the hem of her clothes. No, I must get out. Wait for me, she insisted. The bodyguards exchanged hesitant glances, well aware of Guangzi's temperament, and found themselves at a loss for what to do. Noticing their indecision, Guangzi reached for the car door handle. The bodyguards, seeing her determination, dared not forcibly stop her, allowing her to exit the vehicle. With graceful steps, she approached Yi Fan. A gentle breeze caressed her silky hair, causing a few rebellious strands to playfully stick to her smooth forehead, accentuating her picturesque features. Her eyes resembled a clear spring, bright and pure, yet brimmed with complex emotions. Fear from a recent ordeal, gratitude towards Yi Fan, and a hint of shyness in the presence of a stranger. Dressed in a simple white dress, slightly wrinkled yet failing to conceal her slender, graceful figure, she resembled a lily swaying in the wind, innocent and beautiful, exuding an irresistible charm. As she stood before Yi Fan, she tilted her head slightly, fixing her gaze upon him, and softly spoke, It was you who saved me, wasn't it? Her voice was gentle and melodious, akin to a mountain stream, trickling sweetly into Yi Fan's heart. Yi Fan, captivated by the ethereal beauty before him, found himself momentarily dazed, unsure of how to respond. Noticing his silence, a flicker of panic crossed Guangzi's eyes. She clasped her hands in front of her, fidgeting with her fingers, and continued, I am Zhongshan Guangzi. Thank you for saving me. With that, she performed a deep bow, her waist curving elegantly, exuding grace and refinement. Regaining his senses, Yi Fan cleared his throat and replied, It was merely a small act. You need not dwell on it. He endeavored to maintain an air of indifference. Yet his gaze involuntarily wandered over Guangzi. At that moment, the atmosphere around them seemed to soften. The cacophony of traffic gradually faded, leaving only the two of them locked in a silent exchange, a subtle sentiment blossoming between them. Inside the car, the driver and bodyguards observed the scene with wide eyes, their faces etched with incredulity. In their understanding, As the daughter of the Zhongshan group, Guangxi held an esteemed status, typically interacting with prominent figures. When had she ever shown such deference to someone who appeared to be a mere gangster? The driver gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles whitening, and whispered to the bodyguard beside him, "Who exactly is this guy? Why would they mistreat him this way?" The bodyguard, equally bewildered, furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Fan and Guangxi outside the vehicle, and replied in a low voice, uncertain of the situation, yet observing the gratitude in the young lady's demeanor. "We shall refrain from hasty actions and assess the circumstances further. May I know your name?" Photon inquired softly, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. After a brief hesitation, Yi Fan replied, "My name is Yi Fan." Photon gently repeated the name, Yi Fan. A splendid name, as if etching it into her memory. Biting her lips slightly, she unconsciously tugged at her skirt, her eyes betraying a mix of anticipation and nervousness as she softly asked, "Yi Fan, may I have your phone number? I wish to repay your kindness in the future." Yi Fan felt a stirring within him as he beheld the expectant gaze of Photon. Since his mother's passing, he had navigated the frigid world alone, enduring countless perils and hardships, never having encountered such sincerity directed towards him. Amidst the treachery and survival of the fittest, his heart had gradually been encased in a hardened shell. However, Photon's presence was like a warm ray of light, piercing through that shell and illuminating the softest recesses of his heart. "Hand me your phone," Yi Fan instructed. Photon swiftly retrieved her phone and handed it to him. He unlocked the device and entered a series of numbers before returning it to her. Photon accepted the phone, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed at the numbers displayed on the screen, her smile blossoming like vibrant spring flowers, radiant and enchanting. She clutched the phone with utmost care, as if it were a rare treasure, her fingers gently caressing its edges, her expression filled with reverence and delight. "I will cherish this," Photon whispered, her voice tinged with barely contained excitement, as she lifted her gaze to Yi Fan, her eyes shimmering with a complex mix of gratitude, curiosity, and admiration. Just as Yi Fan prepared to respond, a sudden roar of an approaching vehicle broke the moment. A sleek black luxury car screeched to a halt beside them, and a young gentleman of affluence emerged, clad in a finely tailored suit, his hair slicked back with an air of arrogance and disdain. Two imposing bodyguards followed closely behind, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes. As the wealthy young man stepped out, his gaze fell upon Yi Fan and Photon. Noticing the phone tightly clutched in Photon's hand and the lingering flush on her cheeks, a shadow flickered across his expression. Striding confidently towards them, he raised his voice deliberately, "Miss Photon, what brings you to associate with this ruffian?" Photon furrowed her brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features as she retorted, "That is none of your concern. It is my prerogative to choose whom I associate with." The young gentleman snorted derisively, glancing at Yi Fan, and remarked, "What makes you think you can approach Miss Photon? You should consider your own standing." A surge of anger welled up within Yi Fan, yet he understood the necessity of restraint. He cast a cold glance at the wealthy young man and asserted, "The matters between Photon and me are beyond your interference." Upon hearing this, the young heir's expression darkened even further. He exchanged a glance with the bodyguards behind him, who immediately stepped forward, adopting a threatening stance. At that moment, KKO's bodyguard also alighted from the vehicle and approached. One of them slightly bowed to the young heir, addressing him respectfully. "It has been a while, Master Suzuki." Suzuki Dashion was well known as a scion of a wealthy family, possessing considerable influence in the local business circles and accustomed to behaving arrogantly. With the power of his family, he often stirred trouble, and he had long coveted KKO. Witnessing the current scene, jealousy flared within him. He cast a disdainful glance at KKO's bodyguard and scoffed. "Is this how the Nakayama Group protects Miss KKO? Allowing her to associate with such unsavory characters?" KKO's bodyguard, visibly troubled, hastily replied, "Master Suzuki, there seems to be a misunderstanding. We are merely following orders." Sensing the tension, KKO quickly positioned herself in front of Yafan, declaring, "Suzuki, do not act recklessly. If you dare to harm him, I will ensure you face the consequences." The intensity of Suzuki's jealousy ignited even further at KO's defense of Yefan, yet he dared not retaliate against her, given her esteemed status. Having pursued KO for 2.5 years without so much as holding her hand, the thought of this ruffian usurping his chance was unbearable. Meanwhile, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, their curious whispers filling the air. Feeling cornered, Suzuki gritted his teeth and commanded, "Very well. Teach him a lesson." As the two bodyguards advanced, Yefan preemptively struck Suzuki Dashiong across the face with a resounding slap. Chapter 42. Clear rewards and punishments. The visage of Suzuki Dashiong was abruptly marked by a crimson handprint, his eyes widening in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend that Yi Fan had the audacity to strike him in full view of the crowd. A brief silence enveloped the scene, as all present were taken aback by Yi Fan's unexpected action. In the wake of this, Suzuki's bodyguards quickly regained their composure and charged at Yi Fan with furious shouts. "You dare to lay a hand on him!" Yi Fan's gaze sharpened, and with a deft movement, he evaded a straight punch from one of them, seizing the assailant's wrist and twisting it with force. A sharp crack echoed as the bodyguard fell to the ground, howling in agony and clutching his arm. Another bodyguard, sensing the peril, withdrew a short baton from behind and swung it menacingly at Yi Fan's head. Unfazed, Yi Fan crouched slightly to evade the brutal strike, then propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful kick to the bodyguard's abdomen. The man soared backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise for a considerable time. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, who had not anticipated that the seemingly slender Yi Fan possessed such formidable skills. Standing nearby, Nakayama Mitsuko's eyes sparkled with admiration. She bit her lip tightly, her fists unconsciously clenching in excitement. Meanwhile, Suzuki Dashiong observed his two bodyguards being effortlessly incapacitated by Yi Fan, his face oscillating between pallor and crimson. A mix of fury and fear coursed through him, yet he was reluctant to lose face in front of so many witnesses. Thus, he blustered, "Why you wait? I will not let this go." "Do you dare to declare your name?" Yi Fan replied. "Yamashikawa Society." "Yi Fan of the Zetian Group." "Very well," Suzuki Dashiong retorted, before hastily retreating to his vehicle, leaving in disgrace. Yi Fan dusted off his hands, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He turned to Mitsuko, his demeanor softening slightly. "It's all right now. You should head back." Mitsuko nodded subtly, her eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. "Do remember to answer my calls." A faint smile graced Yi Fan's lips, barely perceptible. "Yes, go on now." Accompanied by her bodyguards, Mitsuko entered the car, which slowly began to move. She gazed through the window, watching Yi Fan's figure recede until it vanished from her sight. Yi Fan remained rooted in place, his eyes fixed on the departing vehicle, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. He understood that his tranquil life might soon undergo some unforeseen transformations from this moment onward. Upon returning to the Zetian Group's branch, Yi Fan was greeted by his fellow members, who, as usual, saluted him, albeit with a hint of curiosity and intrigue in their expressions. "Yi Fan, did something good happen while you were out today? You seem in high spirits." One member inquired with a cheerful grin. Yi Fan cast a sidelong glance at him without uttering a word and proceeded to his seat. Yet the subtle smile lingering at the corners of his mouth was impossible to conceal. Observing this, the other members began to murmur among themselves. "I've never seen him smile before. Is the sun rising from the west today? Did he strike a fortune out there?" At that moment, Aoki from the Zetian Group approached, his brow furrowed as he regarded Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, you seem a bit off today. Are you concealing something from us?" Yi Fan raised his head, glancing at the curious gazes around him, and gently shook his head. "It's nothing, merely dealing with a minor inconvenience." However, the others remained unconvinced, pressing him for answers. Growing somewhat impatient with their inquiries, Yi Fan stood up and declared, "Stop the wild speculation and focus on your own tasks." With that, he stepped aside, lost in contemplation. Images of Nakayama Mitsuko flashed through his mind, her clear eyes, shy smile, and the reluctance of their parting, like scenes from a film replaying incessantly. Yi Fan realized that he had developed a peculiar affection for this girl. Yet he was acutely aware of the chasm that separated them in the context of the Zetian group. Aoki leaned in and whispered to Yifan, "Are you smitten with some girl? You look rather lecherous, unlike your usual self." Yifan's expression shifted slightly as he shot Aoki a glare. "Don't be ridiculous. There's nothing of the sort." Yet, his gaze involuntarily flickered away. Aoki, undeterred, patted Yifan on the shoulder. "What kind of place are we in? Don't be foolish. If you get into trouble because of a woman, the boss won't take it lightly." Irritated, Yifan shrugged off Aoki's hand. "My affairs are none of your concern. I know what I'm doing." He then arrived at the office door of Jinshan Longi, took a deep breath to steady his emotions, and raised his hand to knock. "Come in," came Jinshan Longi's deep voice from within. Yifan pushed the door open, finding Jinshan Longi seated behind his desk, his sharp gaze fixed upon him. Yifan gave a slight bow and stated, "Boss Jinshan, the matter has been resolved." With that, he placed a box containing 30 million yen on the table. Jinshan Longi raised an eyebrow, his attention drawn to the box. "What's this? Wasn't it supposed to be 20 million? Yifan replied calmly, "I charge a bit of interest." He was quite cooperative, hence the 30 million yen. Upon hearing this, the previously taut corners of Jinshan Longi's mouth lifted slightly, a glimmer of subtle appreciation flashing in his eyes. "Good lad, you have some skills." He leaned forward, hands interlaced, intrigued by Yifan's ability to extract an additional 10 million from that man. Yifan lowered his head slightly, humbly responding, "Thank you for your praise. Boss, that man fears the strong and bullies the weak. I merely exploited his weakness." Jinshan Longi leaned back in his chair, fingers lightly tapping the desk as he pondered. "You performed well this time. You've brought honor to the organization." Yifan nodded slightly. "Boss, this is what I ought to do." After a moment of silence, Jinshan Longi suddenly leaned forward, opened the box, and handed Yifan several stacks of cash. "This is a reward from the organization. Take it." A flicker of surprise crossed Yifan's eyes. After a brief hesitation, he extended his hand to accept it. "Thank you, boss." Jinshan Long fixed his gaze intently upon Yifan, cautioning, "However, do not let this lead you to arrogance and complacency. The organization does not neglect talent, nor does it have any need for conceited incompetence." Yifan respectfully replied, "Rest assured, boss, I shall remain vigilant." "Very well, you may go. Report any developments to me promptly." Jinshan Long waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Suzuki Dashion returned to his territory in disarray, his frustration escalating with each passing moment. In a fit of rage, he seized the telephone and dialed a number. "Hello, I need to report Yifan from the ZDN group. Have Chief Yamada of the police department handle it directly." Chapter 43. The Oppression of Justice After a Prolonged Period of Relentless Activity. Yifan found a rare moment of respite at the base of the Zetian group, reclining in a chair with his eyes gently closed and his demeanor relaxed. Suddenly, a piercing and urgent wail of sirens approached, shattering the tranquility that had enveloped the space. Instantly alert, Yifan rose and peered through the window, witnessing 4 blue and white police cars racing towards them, coming to a halt with precision at the entrance of the compound. The doors swung open, and 16 officers clad in crisp uniforms disembarked swiftly, their movements sharp and efficient. Wearing their caps with authority, their eyes gleamed with intensity, and their belts were equipped with batons and handcuffs, exuding an imposing presence. Observing this, the members of the Zetian group surged forward without hesitation, obstructing the officers' advance. "What do you want, officers? This is private property. Get lost, you fools. Do you have a warrant? Brothers, don't let these filthy cops take anyone." The officers displayed their credentials, and a leading officer proclaimed loudly, "We have received reports that Yifan of the Zetian group is implicated in multiple illegal activities. We are here to arrest him, so please cooperate." Although the members of the group typically exhibited diverse styles in their dealings, in the face of this situation, they demonstrated a remarkable unity and resolve. Some crossed their arms, others clenched their fists, their eyes reflecting vigilance and defiance, forming a human barricade against the advancing officers. "Stand aside immediately. Are you resisting the law?" The leading officer's face turned a deep shade of anger, veins bulging on his forehead as he furiously swung his baton. slicing through the air with a whoosh while bellowing. We have reliable reports of significant criminal activities involving Yi Fan of the Zhejiang Group. This is a law enforcement operation, and you cannot obstruct it. Anyone who dares to interfere will face the consequences. The majesty of the law cannot be challenged. Do you really think you can protect him this way? We are here on a mission, and no one will escape the consequences. Cease your futile struggles and hand Yi Fan over. Otherwise, you will all face legal repercussions. Do not harbor any illusions. We possess ample evidence. And Yi Fan will not elude justice today. If you persist in your obstinacy, you will only entangle yourselves in deeper troubles. Regret will come too late. The officer's shouts reverberated in the air, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. The two sides stood in a standoff, the air thick with tension, akin to a powder keg poised to ignite. Yi Fan felt a heavy weight in his heart. He recognized this was likely a retaliatory maneuver orchestrated by Suzuki de Xiong. He quickly rose and made his way to the entrance, signaling his companions with a glance to restrain their impulses. At that moment, Jin Shanlong arrived. Having received the news, his gaze was icy as he surveyed the police. I am curious to see who gave you the audacity to come and arrest someone from my Zhejiang Group. Jin Shanlong was a notable figure in the area, and his presence further complicated the already delicate situation. Although the officers had come prepared, they hesitated to act rashly in the face of Jin Shanlong Yi's formidable aura. The atmosphere in the vicinity grew increasingly tense, as members of the Zhejiang Group wore expressions of rage, eagerly flexing their fists and casting fierce glares at the police, indicating that an intense confrontation was imminent. The officers gripped their batons tightly, their bodies taut and ready to respond to any potential aggression, as the situation teetered on the brink of chaos. Observing this, Yi Fan realized that if a conflict were to erupt, the consequences would be dire, not only for the Zhejiang Group, but for all involved. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely stepped forward and exclaimed, "Everyone, please remain calm." He then approached the police with steady strides, his demeanor composed as he extended his hands and declared, "I will go with you, but I have committed no crime. You cannot wrongfully accuse me." The officers exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before moving swiftly to handcuff Yi Fan, escorting him towards the police vehicle. Jin Shanlong, watching Yi Fan's retreating figure, called out, "Yi Fan, do not worry, you'll be fine. In this domain, it is not for others to run rampant." Yi Fan glanced back at Jin Shanlong with a slight nod before being ushered into the car. As the police vehicle gradually departed, Jin Shanlong's expression darkened ominously. He turned to his capable assistant and instructed, "Investigate thoroughly to uncover the truth. Additionally, Drive, I must visit the headquarters." Not long after, Yi Fan was taken to the interrogation room of the police station, which was dimly lit with mottled walls that exuded an oppressive atmosphere. He was roughly forced into a cold chair, his handcuffs secured tightly to a metal loop on the table. Moments later, the door was thrust open, and two officers entered, one stout and the other slender. The lean officer proceeded to switch off the surveillance camera. The portly officer, bearing a countenance full of disdain, swaggered across the room, slamming a folder onto the table with a resounding thud. He then dragged a chair closer, sitting down with arms crossed over his chest, sneering, "Yi Fan, do you have any idea whose ire you have incurred? You dare provoke the name of Suzuki de Xiong, truly oblivious to the peril you invite." The slender officer echoed his sentiments, his narrow eyes glinting with malice as he circled Yi Fan, incessantly taunting. "Do you think you wield any power in the Zhejiang Group? Before Mr. Suzuki, you are but a mere shrimp. This time, you will not escape. Confess, and perhaps your suffering may be mitigated." Yi Fan lifted his gaze, his eyes resolute as he coldly retorted, "I have done nothing wrong. Do not attempt to wrongfully accuse me. As for Suzuki de Xiong, if he resorts to such tactics against me, it only reveals his own insecurity." The stout officer, incensed by Yi Fan's defiance, sprang to his feet, leaning over the table, his face nearly touching Yi Fan's as he growled, "You still dare to be obstinate? We have ample methods to extract the truth from you. In this police station, arrogance will not be tolerated." Unfazed, Yi Fan met his glare with serene composure and replied, In your blatant abuse of power, do you not fear the law? The stout officer erupted into laughter, as though he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. His guffaws echoing through the cramped interrogation room, creating an unsettling cacophony. With a mocking laugh, he forcefully jabbed his finger against the table. His eyes fixed intently on Yi Fan as he bellowed, "Law? Here, we are the law. Do you believe you can defy Mr. Suzuki and expect the law to rescue you? Such naivety." The slender officer chimed in. "Indeed. Do you even realize where you are? Once you're in our grasp, escaping will be a distant dream. The influence of Mr. Suzuki is beyond your imagination. If he desires your disappearance, it is merely a matter of his command." Yi Fan retorted, "I challenge you to present your evidence." The portly officer scoffed, "Evidence? Just await your life behind bars. We shall fabricate enough charges to ensure your inescapable fate." As he spoke, he retrieved several sheets of paper from a folder, waving them before Yi Fan. "These pieces of evidence are sufficient to condemn you. Resist all you wish." Upon closer inspection, Yi Fan discerned that the so-called evidence was riddled with inconsistencies and was clearly fabricated. A slight smirk graced his lips as he derisively remarked, "You think you can convict me with such flimsy forgeries? Your methods are exceedingly inept." The overweight officer's face flushed with anger and embarrassment as he retorted, "Do not be so smug. This is merely the beginning. We have ample time to conjure more evidence that will leave you utterly speechless." At that moment, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and a figure clad in an elite officer's uniform entered. He surveyed the situation with a furrowed brow and instructed the two officers, "Step outside. I will handle the questioning." The officers exchanged reluctant glances before exiting, and Yi Fan understood that this arduous confrontation was only just commencing. Chapter 44. Assistance from Zetian. The senior officer entered and gradually seated himself opposite Yi Fan, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized him. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "Yi Fan, you must be acutely aware of your predicament. The pressure exerted by Suzuki Daishiong is considerable, and the situation has transcended your capacity for control." Yi Fan let out a cold laugh. "What I have not done, no one shall force me to confess. As law enforcement officers, should you not strive to uncover the truth rather than perpetuate injustice?" The senior officer shook his head slightly. "You are exceedingly naive. In such a convoluted scenario, the truth occasionally holds little significance. Your conflict with Suzuki Daishiong has jeopardized the interests of many. The higher-ups require a resolution, one that appeases all parties involved." Yi Fan glared at him fiercely. "So you intend to use me as a scapegoat? To convict me with this fabricated evidence?" Leaning back in his chair, the senior officer interlaced his fingers. "If you were to admit to your crimes now, you might still secure a modicum of leniency. Continuing to resist serves no benefit to you. We can make your days in prison a living hell, and ensure that those around you suffer the consequences as well." The senior officer rose and began to pace the interrogation room, picking up a document from the table and glancing over it. "Yi Fan, this is not your first encounter with the law. You have previously spent time in prison. Back then, you were a minor, hence the lenient sentence. However, this time is different. The crimes in which you're implicated are severe, and a conviction will undoubtedly result in a harsh sentence. You are still young. Do you truly wish to squander your prime years behind bars?" A glint of malice flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. "I've already paid the price for my past mistakes. This time, I am innocent. You cannot unjustly label me based on previous allegations." The senior officer scoffed. "Innocent? In the face of power and profit, innocence carries little weight. Consider the evidence at hand. Although you claim it is fabricated, in court, it could serve as the basis for your conviction. Do you genuinely believe that anyone would trust a repeat offender from the underworld over the evidence presented by the police?" Yi Fan remained silent, fully aware that if it came to that, he would not sit idly by. Should the law prove unreliable, he would have to rely on himself. The senior officer slammed the documents onto the table. "Do not harbor any illusions. We possess a professional team dedicated to strengthening this chain of evidence. There is no escape for you. Here is your final opportunity. Admit to your crimes, and perhaps you may find some reprieve in sentencing." Yi Fan gazed up at the ceiling. "I will not confess, not even with the slightest glimmer of hope. I shall fight for my justice." "You." as officers of the law have become mere tools for others. I will resist until the end. At that moment, another officer entered the interrogation room and whispered a few words into the senior officer's ear. The officer's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a flicker of surprise and frustration. Before he regained his composure, seated himself once more, and mockingly regarded Yi Fan. You lucked out this time. The higher-ups have decided to let you off the hook. Yet, do not presume that this matter has reached its conclusion. Suzuki Daishion will not relent, and neither shall we easily let you go. Yi Fan responded coldly. I have nothing to hide. I fear no specters at my door. Whether it be Suzuki Daishion or you, I shall accompany you to the very end. For I am eager to see what further tactics you may employ. The senior officer rose, adjusted his uniform, and scoffed. Very well, await your fate. Next time, fortune may not favor you. We possess ample methods to compel your confession. Complete his paperwork, and he may leave. With that, he exited the interrogation room with his entourage. After completing his paperwork, Yi Fan strode out of the police department with a steady gait. The sunlight illuminated him, yet could not dispel the shadows that lingered in his heart. He scanned his surroundings cautiously, acutely aware that this crisis was merely a temporary reprieve. At that moment, a black sedan approached slowly, coming to a halt before him. The window descended, revealing Aoki's stern visage. Get in, Aoki instructed succinctly. Yi Fan refrained from further words, swiftly opening the door and taking a seat in the back. The vehicle promptly accelerated, racing away. Inside the car, Aoki glanced at Yi Fan through the rearview mirror and remarked, Consider yourself fortunate this time. Boss Zayada personally intervened on your behalf. Yi Fan, taken aback by Aoki's words, felt a surge of complex emotions welling within him. The car soon arrived at the Zayada group. As Yi Fan stepped out, he made his way directly to Jinshan Lomi's office. He gently knocked on the door and, upon hearing a low voice inviting him in, entered. Jinshan Lomi was seated at his desk. Upon noticing Yi Fan's arrival, he slightly raised his head, concern flickering in his eyes. You've returned. Is everything all right? Yi Fan approached, bowing deeply and speaking in a somewhat hoarse voice. Brother Jinshan, I owe you a great debt. Had it not been for your intervention, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to leave the police department unscathed. This gratitude was etched in Yi Fan's heart. Jinshan Lomi waved his hand dismissively, signaling Yi Fan to take a seat. We are brothers. There is no need for such formality. The true gratitude belongs to Boss Sayada. I merely reported the situation. Yi Fan nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with gratitude and resolve. Brother Jinshan, Suzuki Daishion has audaciously resorted to such underhanded tactics against me. We cannot simply let this pass. Jinshan Lomi's gaze sharpened, a flicker of ferocity crossing his features. Indeed, this old fool believes our Zayada group is easy to bully, but the timing is not yet ripe. We shall address it when the opportunity arises. With that, he stood, fists clenched, pacing the room, emanating an aura that instilled trepidation. Yi Fan, go prepare yourself. We shall confront this Suzuki Daishion. I wish to see how bold he truly is, Jinshan Lomi declared, determination evident in his eyes. Yi Fan responded affirmatively. Understood. I shall prepare at once. With that, he turned on his heel and swiftly exited the room, intent on organizing his belongings while contemplating the various scenarios that might unfold during his encounter with Suzuki Daishion. Shortly thereafter, Yi Fan returned to Jinshan Lomi's office, fully prepared. At this moment, Jinshan Lomi had donned a black suit, exuding an air of authority and sternness. Let us proceed, he remarked succinctly, then strode out of the room with Yi Fan, making their way towards the garage. Within the garage, 3 luxurious black sedans awaited patiently, their bodies glimmering with a cold sheen under the lights, as if bracing for the impending confrontation. Jinshan Lomi and Yi Fan settled into the car. The driver ignited the engine, and the sedan glided slowly out of the garage, with the trio of vehicles heading toward an upscale dining establishment. Chapter 45. Suzuki's provocation. The vehicle came to a steady halt, and Yi Fan, along with Jinshan Lomi and others, alighted. Before them stood an upscale restaurant, an ancient wooden structure exuding an air of elegance. Upon entering, They were greeted by the gentle sound of flowing water in a pond filled with numerous koi gracefully swimming. Their scales shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the lighting, a true display of opulence. The courteous staff promptly approached, guiding them to a secluded private room. Inside the room, the decor was simple yet refined, with calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls that conveyed a sense of antiquity. As they settled in, the servers swiftly presented exquisite tea sets, along with steaming cups of fragrant tea, the aroma wafting throughout the room. Jinshan Longyi raised his teacup, taking a gentle sip, his gaze drifting over the rim towards Yifan. We must proceed with utmost caution in our meeting with Suzuki Dayu. Given his willingness to employ such underhanded tactics, he is undoubtedly well prepared. Yifan nodded slightly, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Rest assured, Jinshan, I shall remain vigilant. I am eager to see what tricks he has in store for us today. At that moment, the door to the private room creaked open, and Suzuki Dayu entered with several subordinates in tow. Dressed in a pristine white kimono, he wore a faint smile that did not reach his eyes, which harbored a brooding malevolence. "Ah, Jinshan brother, it has been a while," he greeted, his gaze lingering momentarily on Yifan, flickering with a barely perceptible malice. Jinshan Longyi set down his teacup and rose, offering a subtle nod. "Suzuki, you should be well aware of the reason for today's meeting." Suzuki Dayu chuckled heartily as he took a seat. "Of course I am aware, but I believe there has been a misunderstanding. My relationship with brother Yifan is merely a trivial miscommunication. Yifan Sukolfut Distarinfui. Suzuki Dayu, spare me your pretense. Your methods of fabricating evidence are truly despicable." Suzuki's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, smiling once more. "Yifan, do you think my dignity can be so easily trampled upon?" At this juncture, the servers began to present an array of exquisite dishes, each emanating an alluring aroma. Yet the atmosphere within the room remained tense and fraught. His eyes glinted with malice as he added, "Do not think that your connection with Zitiang Jinping grants you the audacity to act brazenly before me. In this world, while connections are indeed vital, it is strength that holds true authority." Yifan glared fiercely, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale, poised to retort. However, Jinshan Longyi gently placed a hand on his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. With a stern expression, Jinshan Longyi fixed his gaze on Suzuki Dayu. "Suzuki, we are all individuals navigating this world. There must be certain boundaries in our dealings. Your recent underhanded actions against Yifan have breached the established order. Big Brother Zitiang's intervention is merely a call for fairness, not an indication that Yifan is overstepping his bounds." Suzuki Dayu let out a cold laugh, reclining against his chair with arms crossed. "Fairness? What do you? A mere small-time thug, know of fairness. Zitiang Jinping may protect him for now, but can he shield him for eternity?" His gaze swept back and forth between Yifan and Jinshan Long, laced with a hint of provocation. At that moment, the waiter, trembling with anxiety, presented a plate of fresh sashimi, beautifully arranged, with fish slices as thin as cicada wings, glistening under the soft light. Yet, no one had the heart to appreciate this culinary delight, as the atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly tense. Jinshan declared, "We are here to resolve a matter, not to listen to idle chatter." Suzuki de Xiong's eyes narrowed, a twisted smile creeping onto his lips. "Very well, since you insist, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. Today, all you need to do is kneel and apologize to me, acknowledging your prior disrespect, and vow to keep your distance from me henceforth. If you comply, I shall let this matter rest. Otherwise, just wait and see. Tian Jinping won't be able to protect you. That is my word." With these words, the tension in the room reached a palpable peak. Yifan had not anticipated that Suzuki de Xiong would so audaciously overstep, making such a humiliating demand. Jinshan Long's expression darkened ominously, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he spoke in a low, icy tone. "Suzuki, do not overreach. Is Zetian Lao Da's name something you can invoke? Do you truly believe we would acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand?" However, Suzuki de Xiong seemed utterly unfazed by Jinshan Long's threat, bursting into triumphant laughter. Jin-shan, do not act impulsively. I am offering you an opportunity, a chance for a peaceful resolution. Should Yi-fan refuse, I cannot guarantee you will follow. His subordinates joined in the derisive laughter, their eyes brimming with mockery and challenge. Yi-fan glanced at Jin-shan, who lit a cigarette in silence. Understanding his intent, Yi-fan stood and approached Suzuki. The room fell into a hush. The silence, so profound one could hear a pin drop, all eyes fixated on Yi-fan, standing tall and straight, embodying the strength of a pine. His gaze was resolute and fearless, fixed firmly on Suzuki de Xiong, believing Yi-fan to have capitulated. Suzuki's lips curled into a sneer as he reclined back into his chair, crossing his legs with an air of disdain, surveying Yi-fan with condescension. So, have you come to fear? Where has that arrogance gone? I thought you possessed some strength, but it turns out you are merely a coward who bullies the weak. How could Zhe Tianzheng Ping possibly have any regard for a useless individual like you? His subordinates erupted in raucous laughter, their jeers echoing harshly within the confines of the room. As Suzuki de Xiong laughed, he reached for a wine glass on the table, gently swirling the sake within, the liquid rippling, reflecting his smug visage. I suggest you come to terms with your place and obediently follow my instructions. Perhaps I might show you some mercy and allow you a place at the table in this circle. Otherwise, prepare to find it impossible to survive in this city. A lowly wretch like you is easily crushed with but a flick of my finger. Yi-fan adjusted his glasses, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Seeing that Yi-fan remained silent, Suzuki Daio assumed his words had struck a chord, and his laughter grew ever more boisterous. Why the silence? Have I struck a nerve? Humph, I've encountered many like you, lacking genuine skill, relying instead on the influence of others. Today, you are unfortunate to fall into my grasp. He downed the contents of his glass in one swift motion, then slammed it on the table, the sound ringing out sharply. At that moment, Yi-fan sprang into action, delivering a fierce kick towards Suzuki Daio's menacing visage. Chapter 46. De Xiong's plea for mercy. Yi-fan delivered a fierce kick to Suzuki de Xiong's grotesque face, causing blood to erupt from his features. The force of the blow sent him sprawling backward, chair and all, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Suzuki let out a cry of dismay. Ouch. Damn it. His subordinates, momentarily stunned, quickly recovered and surged forward, shouting in anger, "Bastard! How dare you strike our young master?" However, the members of the Zayden group had anticipated this response. The instant the bodyguards moved, they sprang to action, intercepting them with agility and precision. "I dare anyone to take a step forward," they declared, their training evident as they swiftly subdued Suzuki's bodyguards, rendering them incapacitated. Chaos erupted within the private room, a cacophony of shouts and the clatter of furniture filling the air. Struggling to rise from the ground, Suzuki's face was grotesquely marred by blood, lending him a terrifying visage. He wiped the blood from his face with the back of his hand, fixing a murderous glare on Yi-fan as if he intended to devour him whole. "Yi-fan, how dare you lay hands on me? You are courting death." Yi-fan responded with a cold smirk, brushing off non-existent dust from his trousers, maintaining an air of calm. "Suzuki, this is entirely of your own making. I had hoped for a peaceful resolution today, yet you persist in your provocations. Do you truly believe I, Yi-fan, am an easy target?" Jinshan Longyi also stood, his gaze icy as he regarded Suzuki de Xiong. "Your actions today have crossed our threshold. The Zayden group is not a soft target to be toyed with. If you wish to continue your existence in this city, it would be wise to temper your arrogance." The atmosphere in the private room had reached a boiling point, thick with tension and the acrid scent of impending conflict. The wait staff had retreated to the corners, terrified to make a sound, fearing they would be swept up in the turmoil. The once exquisite dishes now lay scattered, a scene of utter disarray. Upon hearing Jinshan Longyi's words, Suzuki de Xiong's features contorted in rage, his muscles twitching as he bared blood-stained teeth in a malevolent grin. "Jinshan, it is you who invited me here for negotiations today. Is this how you treat your guests?" The influence of the Suzuki family in this city far surpasses what your Zayden group can contend with. If you dare to touch me, I will ensure your complete obliteration from this city, not a trace left behind. His voice, sharp and piercing with fury, echoed ominously throughout the room, sending chills down spines. As he spoke, he picked up a shard of broken porcelain from the ground, gripping it tightly. Its razor edge glinted ominously in the light. You will pay dearly for this affront. What of Zhe Tianjingping? Can he shield you at all times? As long as I, Suzuki de Xiong, draw breath, you shall never know peace. A wild determination shone in Suzuki's eyes, his body trembling with rage, oblivious to the blood that continued to flow down his face. Jinshan Longyi's expression darkened, yet there was no hint of retreat in his gaze as he coldly replied, Suzuki, feel free to unleash your methods. Since the Zida group dares to stand here, we are unafraid of your threats. If you dare to act recklessly, we won't hesitate to bring you down with us. As Yifan listened to Suzuki de Xiong's brazen taunts, a fiery rage ignited within him once more. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he stepped forward decisively, swiftly closing the distance to stand before Suzuki de Xiong. Before the latter could react, Yifan raised his right hand high, delivering a resounding slap that struck Suzuki de Xiong's face with force. The impact left a clear palm print on his already bloodied visage, rendering it even more swollen and disfigured. His head tilted to one side, momentarily dazed, disbelief flickered in his eyes. Suzuki, did you truly believe your venomous words could intimidate anyone? From the moment you resorted to your despicable tactics against me, you should have anticipated this outcome. You fancy yourself a threat, do you? Well, I shall relish the opportunity to see how long you can maintain your bravado. As Suzuki de Xiong regained his senses, the hatred in his gaze intensified, yet before he could utter a word, Yifan seized the moment to deliver another swift slap. Silence your tongue. Today, I shall teach you a lesson you will not soon forget, you arrogant wretch. The onlookers in the private room observed the unfolding drama in silence. Members of the Zida group displayed a glimmer of satisfaction in their eyes, while Suzuki de Xiong's subordinates seethed with anger, helplessly writhing on the ground, hurling curses in vain. Yifan paid no heed to Suzuki de Xiong's struggles and insults. His gaze betrayed no semblance of pity, only unmasked disdain and fury. He delivered a powerful kick to Suzuki de Xiong's abdomen. The latter curled up in agony, groaning as he clutched his stomach, rolling on the floor in distress. Let this be a lesson to your arrogance. Yifan gritted his teeth, following up with several more ferocious kicks, each one infused with tremendous force, rendering Suzuki de Xiong utterly defenseless. At that moment, Suzuki de Xiong finally came to the sobering realization that Yifan was not an adversary he could easily contend with. The fear within him began to seep through, erasing any trace of his previously brash demeanor. Please, no more. Suzuki de Xiong tremblait, pleading for mercy. His face a portrait of terror and desperation, blood, tears, and sweat mingling, creating a pitiful spectacle. I was wrong. I promise I will not dare again. Yifan let out a cold laugh, halting his assault, yet his gaze remained oppressive and unyielding. Humph. So now you understand fear? Struggling to rise from the ground under the scrutiny of those around him, Suzuki de Xiong crawled towards the door, his subordinates ceasing their curses, watching him helplessly. As soon as Suzuki de Xiong exited, he fled without looking back, terrified that Yifan would change his mind and pursue him. The private room fell into a profound silence. Members of the Zida group exchanged glances, unable to suppress their mocking smiles at Suzuki de Xiong's humiliating retreat. Jinshan Longyi stepped forward, patting Yifan on the shoulder. Yifan, well done. I always believed you were a talent, even back in prison. Yifan nodded slightly, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. Such individuals prey on the vulnerable. Once you reveal any sign of weakness, you shall be relentlessly tormented. After speaking, he adjusted his attire. Jinshan Long lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and leisurely exhaled a cloud of smoke. Then he addressed Yifan. Rest assured, Yifan, what sort of person is Boss Etienne? He has navigated the tumultuous waters of this city for many years, having faced countless storms. Although the Suzuki group possesses some influence, they would do well to consider their own strength before attempting to provoke our Zetian clan. Your recent reprimand of Suzuki Daon serves as a warning. making it clear that our Zetian clan is not to be trifled with. He patted Yi Fan on the shoulder, his gaze radiating confidence and resolve. Since Boss Zetian has chosen to step in to protect you, he undoubtedly has his strategies and assurances. After suffering this setback, Suzuki Daong will likely hesitate to report the incident to his father, as it reflects poorly on his own capabilities, having lost face so significantly. Even if he dares to lodge a complaint, Boss Zetian will have his ways to manage the situation. We need only to focus on our responsibilities and heed the boss's directives. Upon hearing Jin Shanlong's words, Yi Fan felt a measure of comfort. He recognized that Jin Shanlong was a veteran of the Zetian clan, well acquainted with the dynamics within the group and Boss Zetian's modus operandi. He nodded slightly and replied, "Brother Jin Shan, I understand. I simply wish to avoid causing undue trouble for the Zetian clan due to my own affairs. I am grateful to the boss and my brothers for their support. Should there be anything I can assist with in the future, please do not hesitate to let me know." Jin Shanlong smiled and said, "Good brother, let us not speak of such formalities. The essence of our Zetian clan lies in unity. We share both joy and adversity together. Let this matter pass, and now we must return to report to the boss." With that, Jin Shanlong summoned the members of the Zetian clan, tidied up the remnants of their gathering, and the group departed the upscale restaurant in a grand procession. Chapter 47. Yi Fan's encounter upon returning to his residence. Yi Fan's phone abruptly rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Nakayama Kozi. Upon answering, he was met with her anxious voice. "Yi Fan, I heard you arranged a meet with Suzuki. Are you all right?" Yi Fan was slightly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this matter would reach Nakayama Kozi so swiftly. A faint smile crept onto his lips, his tone laced with a hint of defiance. "What's this? Are you worrying about me?" Nakayama Kozi reproached him. "What time is it? You're still joking. Suzuki Dashiong is not someone to be trifled with. The forces behind him will not let this go easily. Why are you being so impulsive?" Yi Fan chuckled softly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "He has provoked me time and again. If I continue to endure, wouldn't that imply that Yi Fan is an easy target? But rest assured, since I've chosen to act, I have my ways to cope." After a moment of silence, Nakayama Kozi replied, "I understand you have your temperament, but you must truly be cautious this time. The Suzuki group wields significant influence in this city. If they retaliate, their methods will be brutal." Yi Fan's gaze hardened with resolve. "Kozi, I appreciate your concern. However, I will not be intimidated by them. If they come at me, I shall confront them head on, and I am not alone. The Zadata group stands with me." Nakayama Kozi sighed. "I hope that is the case. Please take care of yourself, and contact me if anything arises." A warm surge filled Yi Fan's heart as he responded, "All right, I understand. Don't worry too much. I will be fine." Pausing for a moment, his voice softened. "Kozi, let us set aside these troubling matters for now. Are you free this weekend? I'd like to invite you out for a stroll." Nakayama Kozi paused on the other end, a slight blush tinting her cheeks as she replied softly, "This weekend? I should be free. Where do you wish to go?" Yi Fan pondered briefly before suggesting, "Let us head to the outskirts. I've heard there's a sea of flowers, and it's the perfect season for blooming. The scenery is breathtaking. We could take a break from all these chaotic affairs." Nakayama Kozi gently acquiesced. "All right, I'll be waiting for you this weekend. But do refrain from causing any trouble. Please ensure you arrive safely." With a smile, Yi Fan reassured her, "Rest easy, I will exercise caution. I will manage my affairs here in the coming days and ensure nothing disturbs our weekend." After hanging up, Yi Fan felt significantly lighter. He recognized that in this perilous world rife with intrigue, Nakayama Kozi was one of his few sources of warmth. Later that evening, clad in a black suit with his badge affixed to his chest, Yi Fan arrived at the Zadata group's venue, a brothel named Sakura Pavilion located in Kamurocho. Outside, pink lanterns swayed in the night, casting an alluring glow. As Yi Fan approached the entrance, a woman in traditional attire greeted him with a slight bow, softly saying, "Mr. Yi, welcome. Please come inside." Yi Fan nodded, adjusted his glasses, and stepped into the establishment. The interior of the establishment is imbued with a traditional Japanese aesthetic, featuring wooden structures, exquisite paper doors, and walls adorned with striking ukiyo-e prints, all of which create a unique ambience. A subtle aroma of incense permeates the air, mingling with the delicate scent of women's cosmetics, inducing a sense of intoxication. In the main hall, several geishas are performing traditional songs and dances, their graceful figures and light movements exuding an alluring charm. Guests are seated nearby, savoring fine wines and delicacies while intermittently erupting in laughter and applause. Yifan surveyed the surroundings and noticed a few brothers from the Jetian group present, so he approached to greet them. "Brother Yi, you have arrived." One of the brothers quickly stood up to offer his seat. "This place is quite lively today. I heard a few new girls have joined, and they are truly enchanting." Yifan settled down, lifted a cup from the table, and sipped lightly, yet his gaze remained vigilant, scanning the establishment. Though the atmosphere appeared festive, he was acutely aware that beneath this facade of merriment lay a web of complex forces and potential peril. After all, in the realm of Kamurocho, various factions intertwine, and a moment's carelessness could spark conflict. While engaging in casual conversation with his brothers, he pondered recent events. Suddenly, a commotion shattered the harmonious environment of the establishment. Yifan's expression hardened as he swiftly set down his cup and, accompanied by several brothers, moved towards the source of the disturbance. There, a bare-chested man covered in tattoos was assaulting a young lady, who, terrified and pale, curled up in a corner weeping. Witnessing this, Yifan rushed forward, grasped the man's arm, and shouted, "Stop! What are you doing?" The man, taken aback by this sudden intervention, glared at Yifan with fury and bellowed, "Who the hell are you to meddle in my affairs?" Yifan regarded him coldly, tightening his grip, "Causing trouble on my Jetian group's territory? Are you tired of living?" The man sneered disdainfully. "Jetian group? Huh, I'm not afraid of you. This wretched woman doesn't know her place, and I intend to teach her a lesson today." A flicker of murderous intent crossed Yifan's eyes. "Regardless, you cannot harm anyone within this establishment. You must provide an explanation today. Otherwise, you shall not leave through this door." By now, a considerable crowd had gathered, and the patrons had ceased their conversations, casting curious glances towards the unfolding scene. The brothers of the Jetian group also encircled the man, creating a tense atmosphere. Yifan released the man's arm and took a step back, asking now, "Tell me, which gang do you belong to? Why are you causing a ruckus here?" The man rubbed his sore wrist and replied venomously, "I'm from the Black Wolf Gang." "What can you do about it?" Yifan's heart sank. He recognized that the Black Wolf Gang was a minor faction in Kamurocho, yet they were notorious for their brutality. Previously, a member of the Triad had crossed them, resulting in a brutal retribution, with one of their own taking the fall for the crime. To his astonishment, they dared to provoke him openly on his own territory today. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. It turned out to be members of the Black Wolf Gang. However, did they not fear inciting a fierce conflict between the two factions with such brazen antics? The burly man erupted into a cacophonous laugh, the flesh of his face jiggling with each guffaw. "A fierce conflict? With your Zetian group? Do not mistake your modest reputation in Kamurocho for something remarkable. To me, you are merely a rabble of misfits. The Yamakawa clan? Sounds formidable, yet they are merely a collection of spineless cowards." As he spoke, he disdainfully surveyed the members of his Zetian group surrounding him, his expression replete with contempt, as if he regarded them with utter indifference. "Today, I am here to impart a small lesson to you. If you are wise, surrender that foul woman to me and offer your apologies. Otherwise, I shall ensure that your pathetic establishment will never operate again." Yifan retorted, "Do you believe you can depart from here unscathed? While the Black Wolf Gang may possess a certain ferocity, the Zetian group is not to be trifled with. You have injured someone today and spoken arrogantly. You must provide us with an explanation, or I will not allow you to cross this threshold." The burly man, far from feeling intimidated by Yifan's words, laughed even more boisterously. "Very well, let us see what you can do to detain me. If your Zetian group dares to lay a finger on me, the Black Wolf Gang will not spare you. Prepare to be dealt with one by one." At this moment, the atmosphere within the establishment had reached a boiling point, with patrons quietly retreating in fear of being caught in the impending clash. Chapter 48. Ambush in the alley. Yifan's gaze grew increasingly frigid, for he had never encountered such an audacious individual. Yet, Years of restraint allowed him to maintain an outward calm. He adjusted his glasses once more, the lenses concealing eyes that sparkled like cold stars, radiating a piercing brilliance. Without warning, Yi Fan struck, delivering a resounding slap to the face of the burly man. The sharp sound echoed within the establishment, leaving everyone astonished by this unexpected act. Silence enveloped the hall, punctuated only by the crimson imprint forming on the man's cheek, a testament that the preceding moment was no mere illusion. You dare strike me?" the burly man exclaimed, clutching his cheek in disbelief, unable to fathom that Yi Fan would truly resort to violence. Yi Fan scoffed, "To utter such arrogance in my presence is merely a lesson for you. Since you have chosen to show up today, do not expect to leave easily." The man, humiliated and enraged, roared and lunged at Yi Fan. However, the brothers of the Zetian group swiftly surrounded him, restraining him effectively. Though he struggled and hurled a barrage of profanities, his body remained firmly under control, utterly immobilized. Yi Fan observed the man, still cursing despite being subdued, his gaze filled with disdain. Regardless of who you are, wreaking havoc in Shunshur Town will come at a price." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the burly man paused, as if he had heard the greatest jest, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he retorted, "Kid, you've got guts. Listen well, my name is Fat Wolf, and I am somewhat notorious in this area. Having crossed me today, you can expect retribution from the Black Wolf gang. Go ahead, ask around about Fat Wolf, and see who in Shunshur Town dares to disregard me." Yi Fan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Fat Wolf? I see nothing more than a self-important fool. In my eyes, you lack the merit to warrant my concern. Teach him a lesson and throw him out." With a wave of his hand, he signaled for his brothers to remove Fat Wolf. The brothers of the Zetian group escorted Fat Wolf toward the back of the establishment, all the while he continued to shout threats, vowing vengeance upon Yi Fan and the Zetian group. Yi Fan then turned to address the frightened patrons within the establishment, his expression softening slightly. "Dear guests, my sincerest apologies for the disturbance. Today's events are but a minor interlude. Please continue to enjoy your time." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the patrons felt a measure of relief. Though still shaken, they gradually returned to their previous state, and the atmosphere within the venue began to ease. Yi Fan resumed his seat, lifted his glass, and downed its contents in one go. In his heart, Yi Fan understood that this confrontation with the Black Wolf gang was merely the beginning, and further troubles were sure to follow. Yet, he chose not to dwell upon such vexations at that moment. Setting down his glass, he rose and made his way toward the exit, receiving concerned glances from the brothers of the Zetian group. He nodded in acknowledgement and stepped through the door. Outside, Shunshur Town remained a dazzling spectacle of lights and revelry, vibrant and bustling. The vibrant neon lights flickered, illuminating every corner of the street and reflecting the diverse array of people. The air was filled with the enticing aromas of food, the scent of smoke and alcohol, and a emlang of various perfumes. Elegantly dressed women beckoned to passers-by, while inebriated men swayed unsteadily, humming discordant tunes and bursting into fits of laughter. Yi Fan strolled leisurely down the street, hands tucked into his pockets, his figure appearing somewhat solitary yet resolute under the glow of the lights. As he wandered, he arrived at a small park. The trees within were lush and verdant, casting dappled shadows in the light. Yi Fan found a bench and sat quietly, gazing at the scenery. Not far away, a group of children frolicked and laughed, their cheerful giggles providing a slight reprieve for Yi Fan's spirit. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment of tranquility, attempting to dispel the fatigue and pressure that weighed on his heart. After a while, Yi Fan stood up and continued his journey to the dormitory. Upon returning to the quiet alley where his dormitory was located, he sensed an unsettling silence, with only the echo of his footsteps resounding in the narrow passage. A slight frown crossed his brow as an inexplicable unease washed over him. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved a cigarette, lighting it and inhaling deeply, the smoke rising before him, obscuring his vision. As he indulged in his thoughts, a faint sound of weaponry being wielded suddenly emerged from a nearby corner. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened, his reflexes kicking in as he swiftly reacted. He rolled to the side, deftly evading what could have been a lurking attack, using the momentum to create distance from the impending danger. Once steady, he focused his attention, only to find two masked men brandishing short knives, their eyes fixed menacingly upon him. The neon lights glinted off the blades, casting a chilling reflection. "Who are you?" Yifan asked coldly, his voice echoing in the stillness of the alley. As he spoke, he subtly adjusted his breathing and posture, preparing for the imminent confrontation. The two masked figures exchanged glances, remaining silent while tightening their grips on their knives, positioning themselves for an attack. Yifan understood that these two were not here for benign purposes. They were likely sent by the Black Wolf Gang, seeking retribution. A flicker of determination crossed his eyes. With no path for retreat, he would have to confront them head-on. He crouched slightly, his feet firmly planted as if anchored to the ground, fists clenched before his chest in a defensive stance, his gaze fixed intently on their every move. The masked assailants seemed to grow impatient, with the one on the left suddenly lunging forward, the knife aimed directly at Yifan's abdomen. Yifan si destipit, his right hand darting out swiftly to seize the assailant's wrist with precision, twisting forcefully. A sharp crack echoed, accompanied by the masked man's scream as his wrist was broken, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. Before Yifan could catch his breath, the masked man on the right seized the opportunity, swinging his blade towards Yifan's neck from the side. Yifan leaned back just in time, the edge of the knife barely grazing the tip of his nose. Following this, he forcefully pushed off the ground with his legs, propelling himself into the air and delivering a powerful kick to the assailant's chest. The force of the blow sent the masked man stumbling backward until he crashed against the wall, finally stabilizing himself. Sensing the precariousness of his situation, the lightly injured assailant attempted to flee. However, Yifan was not one to let him escape easily. He picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it with great force, striking the back of the man's leg. The assailant stumbled and fell to the ground. Yifan quickly approached, pinning him down firmly, and tore off his mask, coldly demanding, "Who sent you?" Chapter 49. Assassination and counterattack. The man's face was etched with terror, yet his lips remained tightly sealed, refusing to utter a word. Yifan's gaze sharpened, and he tightened his grip, coldly inquiring once more. "Still silent? Do you think I am powerless against you?" The masked figure, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, continued to hold his ground. With a chilling laugh, Yifan abruptly rose to his feet and delivered a forceful kick against the adjacent wall, causing bricks to tumble and a cloud of dust to rise. "If you remain silent, the next kick will be directed at your head." His voice emerged like icy tendrils, laced with menace. Faced with the palpable threat, the masked man finally crumbled under the psychological pressure, trembling as he confessed, It's the Black Wolf Gang that sent us to teach you the consequences of crossing them." Upon hearing this, a flicker of lethal intent flashed in Yifan's eyes, though it vanished as quickly as it appeared. "Do you really believe you can kill me?" At that moment, another masked man, who had been feigning death on the ground, suddenly sprang up, brandishing a dagger aimed straight at Yifan's back. Yet Yifan seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, sidestepping effortlessly to evade the surprise attack. In one fluid motion, he unleashed a kick towards the assailant's wrist, sending the dagger clattering to the ground. Foolish wretch, still seeking to employ underhanded tactics? Yifan's eyes glinted with intensified coldness. The two men, realizing their failed ambush had only served to enrage Yifan further, were gripped by fear. Nevertheless, they feigned bravado, declaring, "You have attacked us today. The Black Wolf Gang will not let this go. They will tear you apart, making you vanish without a trace in this city of divine chambers." Yifan miridi, as if he had heard a child's idle threat. "I shall see whether the Black Wolf Gang is truly formidable, or if I, Yifan, shall emerge victorious in the end. You are but pitiful pawns, used by others." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of torn cloth from the ground, methodically wrapping it around his right hand, each motion deliberate and composed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the two men before him, as if assessing prey laid out before him. Once he had secured the cloth, he bent down to retrieve the fallen dagger. The hilt rotated slightly in his palm, its glimmering edge reflecting the coldness in his eyes. Suddenly, Yi Fan sprang into action, darting towards the closer masked man like a specter. The man, taken aback, frantically swung the dagger in a futile attempt to defend himself. However, Yi Fan's speed and strength were beyond his capacity to withstand. With ease, Yi Fan pierced through the man's defenses, swiftly reversing the dagger and plunging it deep into the man's abdomen. The assailant's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth issuing muffled sounds as his body crumpled to the ground. Yi Fan expressionlessly withdrew the dagger, blood splattering forth and staining his wrapped arm. Yet he appeared oblivious to it. Ding! You have killed a human and gained 3 attribute points. The remaining masked man, paralyzed by the horrifying scene before him, felt his legs weaken, but the instinct for survival kicked in, prompting him to turn and flee. Yi Fan would not grant him such an opportunity. He lunged forward in a swift motion, delivering a powerful kick to the back of the man's knee, causing him to collapse instantly. Yi Fan unhesitatingly pressed the short blade against the man's throat, coldly stating, "Is this the extent of your Black Wolf Gang's prowess?" The man trembled, pleading for mercy. "Spare me. I was merely following orders." Yi Fan scoffed, "Following orders? Then go deliver the message to your leader in the underworld." With that, his hand struck down. A crimson line etched across the man's neck, his head drooping lifelessly as blood gushed forth, pooling into a dark red puddle upon ground. Ding! Killed a human. Gained 3 attribute points. Yi Fan slowly straightened, surveying the 2 lifeless bodies sprawl before him, his gaze devoid of pity, replaced solely by an unending coldness. He casually discarded the bloodied short blade, tore away the blood-stained cloth from his arm, and wiped the splattered blood from his face. Yi Fan allocated the 6 newfound attribute points to his strength, elevating it to a formidable 21. As he savored the transformation within his body, he closed his eyes, relishing the sensation of empowerment. Strength, 21. Agility, 12. Stamina, 12. Spirit, 9. Reaction, 16. In that moment, he yearned to continue this path of slaughter, relentlessly acquiring attribute points to fortify himself, allowing power to surge within him, intent on dominating this chaotic world. Yet, as he took his first step out of the alley, a flash of clarity pierced through his tumultuous thoughts like lightning. His body stiffened abruptly, and images of innocent faces, trembling in terror under the weight of violence, flooded his mind, their lives mercilessly stripped away. Am I destined to become a monster that knows only slaughter? Yi Fan questioned himself internally, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists, knuckles whitening from a strain. He understood all too well that once he embarked on this path of bloodlust, he would irrevocably lose himself, descending into an endless abyss of darkness, becoming a mere puppet controlled by power, despite its intoxicating allure ensnaring every fiber of his being. He shut his eyes, attempting to regulate his breathing, inhaling deeply time and again, striving to quell the fervent desire for power that simmered deep within. With each breath in, he reminded himself to uphold the sanctity of his humanity. With each exhale, he endeavored to dispel the bloody impulses that haunted his mind. He recalled the warm moments of the past, those who had extended their hands to help him in times of distress, their kindness and trust illuminating his path. He remembered the sincere and gentle smile of Nakayama Mitsuko, a flickering yet steadfast candlelight, swaying in the darkness, hindering his descent into the chasm of murder. Yi Fan opened his eyes and, without a backward glance, departed the blood-soaked alley, leaving behind 2 gradually cooling corpses and an air thick with silence. He appeared as a merciless harbinger emerging from the shadows, where life withered in his wake, and his figure gradually faded into the dim night of Kamishiro-cho. Moments later, the wail of sirens shattered the night, as a squad of Japanese police swiftly cordoned off the area. The flashing red and blue lights cast an eerie glow over the scene, while officers erected barricades to keep the curious onlookers at bay. Outside, the bustling street teemed with a crowd, surging like a tide, all straining on tiptoes, eager to glimpse what had transpired within. Those who were stopped by the police wore expressions of resentment and curiosity, their mouths incessantly speculating about the unfolding events. What had transpired? Had a life been lost? Who could say? It had been quite some time since such excitement had stirred Camarocho. The officers were diligently examining the scene, capturing photographs for evidence, measuring the splatter of blood, and collecting the remnants of weapons and belongings, their demeanor serious and professional. A young officer, upon encountering the corpse, could not help but turn pale, his stomach churning as he struggled to suppress his discomfort and retreated to a corner. Meanwhile, the seasoned officer leading the team bore a sharp gaze, his brow furrowed as he pondered the implications. This was clearly a gang-related altercation. Judging by the precision of the wounds and the traces left at the scene, the assailant must have been a ruthless and formidable individual. The veteran officer crouched down to scrutinize the tattoos on the deceased's body. When he beheld the distinctive insignia of the Black Wolf Gang, he instinctively drew in a sharp breath, realizing the gravity of the situation. It was indeed a member of the Black Wolf Gang. He was acutely aware of the gang's notorious ruthlessness in Camarocho, where they ruled with an iron fist, committing all manner of atrocities. Now that one of their own had been slain here, a storm of bloodshed was likely to engulf the neighborhood. The surrounding officers began to murmur amongst themselves, their expressions becoming increasingly tense and grave. This was dire. The Black Wolf Gang would undoubtedly seek retribution. Indeed, it seemed that peace in Camarocho was a distant hope. The senior officer rose, brushing off the dust from his uniform, his expression somber as he surveyed the area. He then gestured to his subordinates, instructing them, "Remove the body. There is no need to file a case on this one." The young officers exchanged bewildered glances, some voicing their confusion. "Captain, this is a matter of life and death. Why not initiate an investigation?" The veteran officer, his eyes betraying a hint of resignation and fatigue, replied quietly, "This is a matter of gang rivalries. As long as it does not involve innocent civilians, the higher-ups would prefer to avoid escalating tensions for the sake of two gang members, which could lead to further chaos." Chapter 50. Capturing the Fat Wolf within the oppressive atmosphere of the Kinoshita office in the Ziyang group, the tension was palpable, almost thick enough to draw moisture from the air. Yifan stood tall before Kinoshita, who wore an expression of fury, veins bulging on his forehead. With a sudden, forceful slap, Kinoshita struck the heavy wooden table, producing a resounding thud that sent papers scattering across the floor. "The Black Wolf Gang is utterly lawless. They have dared to invade our territory in the Shanchuan society. This is a blatant provocation, and we cannot let it go unpunished." Kinoshita roared, his eyes ablaze with rage. Yifan remained composed, though a glint of cold determination flickered in his gaze. He spoke calmly. "The two members of the Black Wolf Gang have already been dealt with. The police must have discovered their bodies by now. We need to strategize our next steps promptly." Upon hearing this, Kinoshita's brow furrowed tightly, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. He fixed his gaze on Yifan and asked in a low, urgent tone, "Did you leave any traces? Is there evidence that could implicate us at the scene?" Yifan raised his chin slightly, his demeanor unruffled. "I have always conducted my affairs with precision. There is nothing left at the scene that could point back to us. There are no surveillance cameras in the vicinity, making it exceedingly difficult for the police to trace anything back to us." Kinoshita, upon hearing this, felt the tension in his body ease slightly. He exhaled deeply, the anger on his face dissipating somewhat as he remarked, "As long as there is no evidence, we are in the clear. The police will hardly concern themselves with the conflicts among our gang. To them, we are all of a kind. A few deaths mean little. As long as we do not create too much disturbance that affects ordinary citizens, they are more than content to watch us eliminate each other." Kinoshita then raised his voice, calling out to the door, "Aoki." Before long, Aoki entered, glancing at Yifan before respectfully standing to the side. "Kinoshita-san, how may I assist you?" A glimmer of ruthless intent flashed in Kinoshita's eyes as he gritted his teeth. "Go and find that fat wolf from the Black Wolf Gang. He has been quite active in the Camarocho area lately. Once you locate him, bring him back to me." Aoki nodded slightly, his expression resolute. "Understood, Kinoshita-san. I will attend to it immediately." With that, he turned and swiftly exited the office, closing the door behind him, leaving Kinoshita alone in a brief silence. punctuated only by his heavy breathing. Kinoshita resumed his seat, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the table as he contemplated the next phase of their plan. Noticing Kinoshita deep in thought, Yi-Fan spoke up, "Kinoshita-ji, do not overexert yourself. Remember to rest. I shall take my leave now." With that, Yi-Fan turned and walked towards the door, his steps steady and purposeful. Once outside the office, his gaze sharpened like an eagle's, and he pulled out a cigarette, igniting it and taking a deep drag. "Fat Wolf, I hope you can survive to be captured." After returning to his dormitory, Yi-Fan quickly freshened up and collapsed on his bed. The relentless journey of the past few days had left him utterly exhausted. Just as he drifted into slumber, the shrill ring of his phone jolted him awake. Groggily reaching for his device, he saw it was a call from Ching Shan, and he instantly became alert. Pressing the answer button, "Brother Fan, we've located Fat Wolf. That scoundrel is indulging himself in an underground casino in Kamurocho. Brother Jinshan instructed me to inform you. Would you like to join us?" Aoki's voice on the other end was laced with excitement and urgency. Yi-Fan immediately sat up, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "All right, I'll be there shortly. Keep a close watch on him. Do not let him escape." After speaking, he quickly dressed and tidied himself before striding out of the dormitory, heading straight for the casino. The night in Kamurocho was still ablaze with lights. Yet beneath this veneer of glamour lay a multitude of darkness and vice. Shortly thereafter, Yi-Fan arrived near the casino, spotting Aoki and several subordinates concealed in the shadows, vigilantly observing the casino's activities. He approached them swiftly and quietly inquired, "What is the situation?" Aoki turned his head, his expression grave as he replied, "Fat Wolf is still inside, seemingly enjoying himself. We're preparing to storm in." Yi-Fan glanced at the 6 individuals around him, realizing there were merely 7 in total. The uncertainty of the situation within made him frown slightly, concern etched on his face. "With just us, is that not a bit insufficient? We are unaware of what awaits inside. Any unforeseen circumstances could endanger us." However, Aoki clapped Yi-Fan on the shoulder, a confident smile gracing his lips, his eyes radiating determination. "There is no need for concern. 7 of us is ample. Do not be misled by our numbers. Each of us is seasoned in battle, more than capable of dealing with these lowly thugs. I have already observed the casino, and I've stationed men at all the exits. Fat Wolf won't be able to escape. Besides, we are armed and ready to strike swiftly, catching them off guard. Remember, we are here under Brother Jinshan's orders. We must succeed. Failure is not an option." Everyone is eager to unleash their pent-up energy. Hearing Aoki's words, Yi-Fan felt his apprehensions ease somewhat, but he remained vigilant. He scanned the faces of his brothers once more. Seeing their resolute gazes and composed demeanor, he clenched his fists and declared, "Very well. Then we shall proceed as planned. Everyone, stay alert." Aoki nodded, a glint of ferocity in his eyes. "Brothers, we are about to make our move. We must bring him back alive to Brother Jinshan." The group responded in hushed agreement, each checking their weapons, preparing for the impending confrontation. Suddenly, the casino doors swung open, and 2 thugs from the Black Wolf gang emerged, seemingly on patrol. Aoki's expression sharpened as he signaled to his comrades, who instantly understood the cue. As the 2 thugs approached, Aoki and his team pounced with the swiftness of leopards, rendering the foes unconscious before they could utter a sound. The entire encounter transpiring in eerie silence. Subsequently, Aoki waved his hand and led the charge into the casino. The establishment was ablaze with light and filled with a cacophony of voices, as the gamblers remained oblivious to the impending danger. Yi-Fan and his companions swiftly dispersed, advancing toward the position of the corpulent wolf. The fat wolf was seated at a gambling table, vociferously shouting, while the members of the Black Wolf gang vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Upon noticing Yi-Fan and his group, they immediately became alert, drawing their weapons. However, Aoki and his allies, undeterred, surged forward to strike, plunging the venue into chaos. Seizing the moment, Yi-Fan adeptly maneuvered through the crowd, dispatching several advancing members of the Black Wolf gang with a flurry of punches and kicks. His gaze remained fixated on the fat wolf, steadily closing the distance. Meanwhile, Aoki led the others in a fierce skirmish against the Black Wolf gang, blades flashing amidst the turmoil. Just as the battle reached its zenith, a voice bellowed. "You scoundrels from the Mountain River Society dare to cause a ruckus in the Black Wolf Gang." The proclamation rang particularly harsh in the tumultuous casino. Upon hearing this, Aoki's anger surged forth, and he retorted, "Why did you not speak up when your Black Wolf Gang wreaked havoc on our Mountain River Society's territory? Now you come to question us. Today, you shall learn the consequences of inciting our wrath." Sensing the tide turning, the fat wolf attempted to flee. Yet, Yi Fan would not allow him to escape. With a fierce shout, he broke through the smoke and lunged at the fat wolf. The fat wolf, in a panic, turned to flee, hastily drawing a handgun from his waistband. But Yi Fan was quicker, delivering a powerful kick to the fat wolf's wrist, sending the firearm clattering to the ground. "You brat, are you the one who killed my brothers?" the fat wolf exclaimed. Yi Fan offered no reply, instead delivering a crushing blow to the fat wolf's abdomen, the force causing him to collapse to the ground, retching violently. At that moment, Aoki had dispatched several foes nearby and rushed over to assist Yi Fan in subduing the fat wolf. "Take him away," Aoki commanded. The two men restrained the fat wolf and, with the cover of their comrades, swiftly retreated toward the casino entrance. Chapter 51. One against many. As they approached the entrance, a dozen members of the Black Wolf Gang burst in, bellowing, "How audacious are the Mountain River Society to come and wreak havoc on our territory. Thinking they can leave unscathed?" The leader, a burly man with a face full of scars and a large wolf head tattooed on his back, exuded a fierce demeanor. A thick gold chain hung around his neck, glinting ominously in the light, while he brandished a gleaming long knife that shimmered coldly. Yi Fan and Qing Mu exchanged alarmed glances, quickly positioning themselves to shield the corpulent wolf behind them, adopting a defensive stance. Yi Fan inwardly lamented their dire situation. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, their stamina was waning, and now they were confronted with this unexpected reinforcement, rendering their plight exceedingly precarious. "You Black Wolf Gang instigated this conflict, so do not blame us for our lack of courtesy," Qing Mu retorted, his voice gravelly, yet his gaze unwavering. He gripped his weapon tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand, sweat trickling down his cheek and splattering onto the ground. The members of the Black Wolf Gang gradually encircled them, forming a semicircle that forced Yi Fan and his companions against the wall. The other patrons in the casino had long since fled in terror, tables and chairs overturned, chips scattered, leaving a scene of utter chaos. In a hushed tone, Yi Fan instructed Qing Mu, "I will hold them off. You find an opportunity to take the corpulent wolf and escape." Qing Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. We leave together." Yi Fan, with resolute eyes, replied, "There is no time for debate. Hand me a knife." Reluctantly, Qing Mu relinquished his weapon, sensing Yi Fan's determination. Yi Fan took the knife, inhaled deeply, and firmly gripped the hilt, positioning himself sideways, his gaze sharp and focused on the encroaching members of the Black Wolf Gang. The burly leader swung his long knife, charging forward with a whooshing sound, aiming directly for Yi Fan's face. Yi Fan deftly sidestepped, avoiding the lethal strike, and retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at the man's abdomen. The leader reacted swiftly, blocking the kick with his arm, yet he was still forced back several steps. At that moment, other members of the Black Wolf Gang surged forward. Yi Fan, undeterred, resembled a fierce tiger plunging into a flock of sheep, with his knife flashing. He engaged in a fierce melee, delivering precise and powerful strikes that kept the gang members at bay. He skillfully dodged incoming blades, parrying their attacks with the back of his weapon, each move deliberate and forceful, momentarily preventing the gang from closing in. Seeing Yi Fan's unyielding bravery ignited a fire within Qing Mu, yet he understood the importance of honoring Yi Fan's intent. Gritting his teeth, he rallied his brothers, shouting, "Brothers, let's fight our way out." In unison, they responded, charging toward the exit with fierce determination. Qing Mu swung his weapon, leading the charge against the oncoming members of the Black Wolf Gang. Though his technique lacked the ferocity and variety of Yi Fan's, it was imbued with relentless resolve. Each swing of his weapon cut through the air, deflecting the attacks that came his way. The brothers by my side closely followed, coordinating their efforts. Some were tasked with fending off lateral attacks, while others seized the opportunity to counterattack the members of the Black Wolf gang. In an instant, the entrance was engulfed in chaos. The lights of the casino flickered erratically amidst the fierce combat, and the blood staining the floor made it treacherous underfoot. Yet, Aoki and his companions paid no mind to these distractions, their eyes solely fixated on the door that led to freedom. The members of the Black Wolf gang, witnessing their desperation, were incited into a frenzy, launching an even more aggressive assault. However, driven by an unyielding conviction, Aoki and his comrades managed to carve out a path through the encirclement. Two members of the Zishin group were caught off guard, perishing instantly. Aoki's eyes reddened. Bastards. I'll kill you all. Just as he was on the verge of bursting through the door, a thug from the Black Wolf gang lunged at him, attempting to grab his leg. Aoki's gaze sharpened. He forcefully kicked his leg while simultaneously bringing his knife down mercilessly onto the thug's head. With a sickening thud, the thug collapsed to the ground. At last, Aoki, accompanied by Fat Wolf and the remaining brothers, surged through the door. Upon witnessing their escape, Yifan felt a surge of fury ignite within him, especially as they had already suffered 2 casualties. An insatiable bloodlust flickered in his eyes, compelling him to unleash his full might. He bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the venue, and swung his knife with a fierce momentum towards the 2 nearest members of the Black Wolf gang. Startled by Yifan's ferocity, they hastily raised their weapons in defense. Yet, Yifan's strength and speed had reached their zenith. His knife struck one thug's weapon with a resounding crack, shattering it instantly. Undeterred, Yifan's blade pierced deeply into the thug's shoulder, blood gushing forth. The thug let out a wretched scream, but before he could react, Yifan delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him crashing against a gambling table, where he fell silent. Ding! Killed a human. Gained 3 attribute points. The remaining thug from the Black Wolf gang, witnessing this horror, widened his eyes in terror and turned to flee. Yet, Yifan would not grant him the luxury of escape. He lunged forward, stabbing his knife into the man's back and twisting it forcefully, causing the man to spew blood as he slowly crumpled to the ground. Ding! Killed a human. Gained 3 attribute points. At this moment, the remaining members of the Black Wolf gang were paralyzed with fear by Yifan's frenzied actions, hesitating to advance. Seizing the opportunity, Yifan steadied his breath, gripping his bloodied knife tightly, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace as he faced off against the remaining members of the Black Wolf gang. He understood that this battle was merely the beginning, and he must survive to leave this place. The burly leader, witnessing his subordinates continuously fall, was consumed by a mix of shock and rage. With a fierce roar, he sought to bolster the morale of his remaining men and charged towards Yifan alone. His face contorted with fury, muscles taut. He raised his long knife high, its blade reflecting the flickering lights with a menacing glint. Yifan's gaze hardened as he fixed his eyes on the approaching giant, slightly spreading his feet and lowering his center of gravity, readying himself for the confrontation. The burly man charged forward, his long blade slicing through the air with tremendous force aimed at Yifan's neck. Unperturbed, Yifan horizontally positioned his own weapon, and with a resounding clash, the 2 blades met, sending a shower of sparks into the air. The burly man was taken aback, feeling a numbing sensation in his arm, yet he gritted his teeth against the pain and forcefully pushed Yifan's blade aside, astonished by the young man's exceptional strength. Seizing the opportunity, while the burly man withdrew his weapon, Yifan swiftly advanced, his knife striking like a viper emerging from its lair, aimed at the man's abdomen. The burly man, realizing the imminent danger, hastily sidestepped, but the tip of Yifan's blade still grazed his clothing, leaving a tear. Enraged and humiliated, he retaliated with a thrust aimed directly at Yifan's chest. In a swift motion, Yifan evaded to the side and delivered a powerful kick to the man's wrist, causing him to wince in pain and nearly lose his grip on the long knife. Desperately, the burly man called to the thugs around him, "Kill him. He is all alone." Chapter 52. Seeking medical aid for severe injuries, Yifan gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, with a singular thought in his mind: break free. He moved like lightning, charging towards the members of the Black Wolf gang, the gleaming blade in his hand reflecting the light with a chilling gleam, each swing resulting in a spray of crimson. He slashed and parried, fending off the onslaught of attacks. Though his body bore numerous wounds, his spirit remained unyielding. In this moment, Yi Fan gained a profound understanding of his own attributes. His reflexes and speed were insufficient. Suddenly, a member of the Black Wolf gang seized an opportunity, lunging at Yi Fan's side with a knife. Sensing the danger, Yi Fan swiftly sidestepped, the blade grazing his clothing, and retaliated with a fierce thrust to the assailant's temple, resulting in a soft thud as the man collapsed. Notification: you have slain a human, earning 3 attribute points. At this juncture, the leading brute charged again, his attacks growing increasingly ferocious. Yi Fan fought while retreating, gradually inching closer to the doorway. The brute barked, "Don't let him escape. Block the entrance." The surrounding members of the Black Wolf gang closed in relentlessly. Seizing his moment, Yi Fan hurled a long knife into the throng, and as they dodged, he sprinted towards the exit like a leopard. However, the Black Wolf gang members would not let him slip away easily, pursuing him from behind. Yi Fan weaved through the tables and chairs of the casino, employing the terrain to his advantage. He snatched a bottle from the ground and hurled it at his pursuers, the sound of shattering glass mingling with their shouts. With the exit almost within reach, a thug from the Black Wolf gang lunged at Yi Fan, causing him to stumble perilously close to falling. He broke free, swiftly slashing the assailant's neck, who clutched at his throat, eyes rolling back in shock. Notification: you have slain a human, earning 3 attribute points. Just as Yi Fan dispatched the thug and had yet to catch his breath, he found himself cornered once more by a group of Black Wolf gang members. His back pressed against the wall, and before him stood a menacing array of foes, armed with sharp blades. Blood seeped from his wounds, staining his clothing, as he was driven into a dire predicament. The brute looked at Yi Fan, now trapped, a sinister smirk spreading across his face. "Huh, you think you can leave our territory alive? You are nothing but a pitiful pawn. Look at you, cornered like a stray dog, still struggling in vain." Yi Fan's eyes blazed with defiance as he stared down the brute. Despite his exhaustion, his gaze remained resolute. "Don't celebrate too soon. The outcome is not yet decided." The brute laughed even more boisterously. "Huh, do you believe you still have a chance? Your meager abilities are utterly insignificant in my eyes. The Zetian group has truly hit rock bottom by sending a worthless fool like you to meet his demise." Drawing a deep breath, Yi Fan suppressed the excruciating pain from his wounds, tightening his grip on the blade. He silently vowed to survive this ordeal, determined to make the mocking brute pay for his arrogance. Scanning the surrounding foes, he sought an opportunity to break free while also biding his time. With a commanding gesture, the formidable figure of the Han commanded, "Eliminate him," just as the members of the Black Wolf gang prepared to converge upon Yi Fan to seal his fate. The entrance of the casino was suddenly flung open with a violent crash, accompanied by a cacophony of battle cries. It was Jinshan Yilong, leading a contingent from the Zetian group, who had arrived on the scene. Jinshan Yilong, brandishing a compact firearm, exuded an aura of fierce determination as he surged forward, discharging 2 shots into the ceiling with a thunderous report, bellowing, "Cease your actions at once." The Black Wolf gang, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, halted their movements and turned their gazes toward the entrance. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Fan gasped for breath, propping himself up with his knife to prevent himself from collapsing. Jinshan Yilong scanned the casino, his gaze igniting with fury upon witnessing the injured Yi Fan and the surrounding members of the Black Wolf gang. The brothers from the Zetian group swiftly fanned out, encircling the Black Wolf gang and establishing a tense standoff. "How audacious of you, Black Wolf gang, to lay hands on my Zetian group members!" Jinshan Yilong scoffed, his eyes brimming with provocation. The leader of the Black Wolf gang, his countenance dark and teeth clenched, retorted, "Jinshan Yilong, do you dare draw your weapon? Call the police, and you will be doomed." Jinshan Yilong toyed with his firearm, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied with a hint of derision, "The police? In this Shinjuku, do you truly believe they would rush over in the dead of night for the likes of you gangsters? Enough of your idle chatter. Clear a path for your men. I am here solely to escort Yi Fan away." Otherwise, do not blame me for the indiscriminate nature of my weapon." As he spoke, he deliberately pointed the barrel of his gun toward the gang leader's head. The leader, staring down the dark muzzle, felt a wave of pallor wash over his face, followed by a flush of anger. He was acutely aware of Jinshan Ilong's ruthless reputation. Should he provoke him further, he risked a bullet in the chaotic fray. A prudent man does not court disaster. He grimaced and reluctantly gestured for his subordinates to part ways. Aoki, seizing the moment, rushed forward with several brothers to assist Yi Fan. At this juncture, Yi Fan was utterly exhausted, his weight nearly collapsing onto Aoki. Yet his resolve remained unyielding as he murmured, "Thank you, Brother Jinshan, for your timely arrival." Jinshan Ilong nodded slightly, his vigilance unwavering as he kept a watchful eye on the Black Wolf gang, retreating while urging, "Let us depart." The Zetian group shielded Yi Fan as they gradually made their way toward the exit. Although the Black Wolf gang harbored resentment, they could only watch helplessly as Yi Fan was whisked away under the intimidation of Jinshan Ilong's firearm. Once the Zetian group vanished from sight, the gang leader spat vehemently, cursing, "This debt shall be settled in due time." Jinshan Ilong hurriedly navigated the night with Yi Fan, ultimately arriving at a clandestine clinic nestled deep within an alleyway. The dimly lit clinic was permeated by the acrid scent of antiseptic. The physician, a gaunt middle-aged man with sharp eyes, emerged from the inner chambers, astonished by the sight before him. Yi Fan was gingerly laid upon a rudimentary cot by Aoki and the others, his garments thoroughly soaked in blood, clinging to his form. As the doctor trembled and cut open Yi Fan's clothing, he could not help but gasp in shock. Yi Fan's body was marred by a multitude of knife wounds, some so deep that bone was exposed. The grotesque edges of the wounds curled outward, continuously oozing blood, with flesh rolled back to reveal stark white bone beneath, a truly harrowing sight. "What happened here?" The doctor stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Jinshan furrowed his brow, his expression dark as storm clouds, and impatiently retorted, "Stop with the questions and save him. If anything happens to him, your clinic will cease to exist." The doctor shivered at the gravity of Jinshan's words and promptly nodded, hastily preparing the surgical instruments. He began by cleansing the blood surrounding the wounds with alcohol. Each swipe elicited a slight tremor from Yi Fan, whose gritted teeth betrayed the immense pain he was enduring. "These injuries are severe. I have limited anesthetics here, and it may not be sufficient," the doctor said, his expression troubled as he glanced at Jinshan. Jinshan's gaze sharpened, commanding, "Use whatever you have. We must save him." The doctor sighed in resignation and began to suture Yi Fan's wounds. With each needle piercing through flesh, Yi Fan's brows knitted tighter, his hands gripping the edge of the bed with such intensity that his knuckles turned white. Jinshan stood by, fists clenched, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the surgical procedure. Yi Fan was a remarkable talent. He could not afford to perish here. Chapter 53. A narrow escape, uncertain how much time had elapsed. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes, momentarily disoriented by the blinding light. After a few moments, he adjusted to his surroundings. Above him was a ceiling as white as snow, and warm rays of sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting dappled shadows on the floor, where dust motes danced gracefully in the light. He moved his fingers, a sharp pain shooting through him. It dawned on him that he was still alive. A wave of relief washed over him, and he murmured to himself, "Phew, that was a close call. Thankfully, I made it through." The hospital room was enveloped in serene silence, interrupted only by the cheerful chirping of birds outside. He turned his head slightly and spotted a few small birds perched on the balcony, their curious, bead-like eyes surveying him as if they were investigating this person who had just returned from the brink of death. At that moment, the door creaked open gently, revealing a nurse with an attractive visage. Clad in a crisp nurse's uniform, she moved with light steps, holding a clipboard in her hands. She paused for a brief moment, seemingly taken aback by Yi Fan's unexpected awakening, before a joyful smile blossomed on her face, radiant and enchanting like flowers blooming in spring. Hastening to Yi Fan's bedside, she leaned in and softly inquired, "You're finally awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Her voice was gentle, akin to a soft breeze, infused with warmth and concern. Yi Fan parted his lips, only to find his throat parched, his voice hoarse as he uttered, "Water." The nurse promptly turned and poured a glass of warm water, carefully assisting him to sit up and bringing the cup to his lips. He drank deeply, the cool liquid soothing his throat and invigorating him. Watching him, the nurse's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. "Please rest for a moment. I will fetch the doctor right away." With that, she gently laid him back down and swiftly exited the room, her hurried figure vanishing through the doorway. Leaving Yi Fan alone to reflect upon the trials of life and death he had just endured and the tranquility of the present moment. Before long, the door swung open once more, and Qing Mu entered alongside the doctor. The sight of Yi Fan awake instantly brightened Qing Mu's expression. He rushed to Yi Fan's bedside, giving his shoulder a hearty pat, exclaiming with joy, "Yi Fan, you're finally awake. You've been asleep for 2 days, and everyone was worried sick. The doctor said that had it been anyone else with your injuries, they would have perished long ago. It's astonishing that you pulled through." His voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement and relief, his eyes reflecting deep concern for Yi Fan. The doctor, adopting a professional demeanor, approached Yi Fan and placed his medical instruments on the adjacent table. He meticulously examined Yi Fan's eyes and tongue, then listened intently to his heartbeat and breathing with a stethoscope, occasionally inquiring whether Yi Fan felt any dizziness or nausea. After a thorough examination, the doctor nodded slightly, a reassuring smile gracing his face as he remarked, "You are recovering well. All vital signs are stable. As of now, there seems to be no significant concern. With adequate rest and recuperation, my health will gradually improve." Upon hearing the doctor's words, Yi Fan exhaled a sigh of relief and nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Qing Mu, smiling, reassured Yi Fan, "Focus on your recovery. The brothers will manage the affairs outside. You are indeed fortunate to have survived this ordeal." Leaning against the headboard, Yi Fan adjusted his position for greater comfort and inquired of Qing Mu, "Why am I in this hospital? It hardly resembles an ordinary one." Qing Mu pulled up a chair and sat beside Yi Fan's bed, explaining, "This hospital is in fact covertly funded by our Shanchuan Association, equipped with its own set of confidentiality measures and a reliable team of physicians, specifically to aid our injured brothers. You were gravely wounded that day. Seeing the critical situation, Brother Jinshan had no choice but to request the headquarters intervention, which led to your urgent transfer here. The doctors here are top-notch, and the facilities are comprehensive, capable of providing you with the best care." Just as Yi Fan and Qing Mu were conversing, the ward door swung open, and Jinshan Ilong entered. He retained his authoritative demeanor, his gaze betraying both concern and a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. Jinshan Ilong looked at Yi Fan and then at Qing Mu, stating, "Qing Mu, please step outside. I need to speak with Yi Fan privately." Qing Mu nodded slightly, rose, patted Yi Fan's shoulder, and said, "Brother Yi, take good care of your injuries. Call for me if you need anything." With that, he exited the ward and gently closed the door behind him. The ward fell silent. Jinshan Ilong approached Yi Fan's bedside, drew up a chair, and after a moment of silence, spoke, "Yi Fan, you have endured much this time. Boss Shitian holds you in high regard. Once you recover, you should pay him a visit." His voice was low and resolute, exuding an undeniable authority. Yi Fan looked at Jinshan Ilong, his eyes filled with gratitude, saying, "Brother Jinshan, I owe my life to your timely arrival. Without you, I would not be here. I promise to recuperate swiftly." Jinshan Ilong nodded slightly and continued, "That rascal Fei Lang has been apprehended. Given the severity of your injuries inflicted by his men, I initially considered eliminating him directly. However, knowing you must be seething with rage, I decided to leave him for you to handle. That scoundrel is currently locked in the basement of the branch office, under constant watch, and cannot escape." A fierce glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, "Very well. Once I recover, I will ensure he pays dearly for this." Jinshan Ilong patted Yi Fan's shoulder and advised, "There's no need to rush. Focus on healing first. It seems the Black Wolf Gang is also stirring. Our men have been monitoring their movements. Once you're fit again, we will strategize on how to confront them." This is not only about avenging you, but also about preserving the dignity of our Shan-Chuan Association. We cannot allow the Black Wolf Gang to act so brazenly on our territory. Yi Fan took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and responded, Brother Jinshan, I understand. This injury has taught me that in this world of ours, strength is paramount. I shall utilize this period of recuperation to thoughtfully consider how to enhance my abilities and make a more significant contribution to the Shanchuan society. Jinshan Yilong rose to his feet and remarked, Very well, your determination is commendable. During this time, focus on your recovery. Feel free to express any needs you may have. I will attend to some matters within our organization and return to see you in a couple of days. With that, Jinshan Yilong turned and departed from the hospital room. Yi Fan silently contemplated the system. Attribute points, 12, strength, 21, agility, 12, stamina, 12, spirit, 9, reaction, 16. Yi Fan pondered, recalling that his previous injuries were due to insufficient stamina and agility. Thus, he resolved to enhance these two attributes. System. Allocate 8 points to stamina and 4 points to agility. As Yi Fan issued this mental command, a warm current surged from the depths of his being, gradually flowing towards his limbs and bones. He distinctly sensed his muscles trembling slightly, as if countless minuscule currents coursed through them. The once fatigued and feeble body felt invigorated, infused with newfound vitality. Every inch of skin grew tauter, each muscle brimming with enhanced strength, and his previously burdened limbs now felt light, as if poised to unleash remarkable speed at any moment. Yi Fan attempted to move his fingers. The prior sensation of weakness and sluggishness vanished, replaced by a newfound agility and dexterity. He even discerned a heightened precision in his movements, along with an acute awareness of his surroundings. Gradually, he sat up, experiencing none of the previous difficulty or strain. The 8 muscles of his waist and abdomen firmly supported his upper body, allowing him to execute the motion effortlessly. Taking a deep breath, air flowed smoothly into his lungs, filling his chest cavity, and that sense of fullness made him acutely aware of his significant increase in stamina. Yi Fan clenched his fist, feeling the power coalesce within it. Attribute points: 0, strength, 21, agility, 16, stamina, 20, spirit, 9, reaction, 16. Chapter 54. Ascending to leadership within the imposing headquarters of the Zetian Group, a traditional Japanese estate. Yi Fan had just emerged from the hospital, still bearing the remnants of his recent ailment. He was swiftly guided by Jinshan into the enigmatic core area. The reception room was adorned with minimalist yet refined decor, with tatami mats covering the floor, exuding a subtle fragrance of grass. Yi Fan settled onto the mats, observing the exquisite tea set arranged on the low table before him. He lifted a steaming cup of tea, taking a delicate sip as its aroma unfurled upon his palate, attempting to alleviate a flicker of anxiety and uncertainty within him. Setting down the cup, he could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired, Brother Jinshan, what exactly is happening? Why have I been brought here so suddenly? Jinshan's lips curled into a knowing smile, a glimmer of certainty in his expression. I have a premonition that you are about to be greatly valued. Brother Zetian possesses an exceptional eye for talent and never neglects those with true capabilities. He has been keenly aware of your previous performances. There was a hint of satisfaction in Jinshan's tone, as if he could already envision Yi Fan's imminent rise to prominence. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's face brightened with gratitude, and he hastily replied, Brother Jinshan, I owe it all to your support. Without your constant care and trust, I would never have reached this point. He inclined his body slightly, expressing his appreciation towards Jinshan. Observing Yi Fan's earnest demeanor, Jinshan's eyes reflected a subtle complexity of emotions. He placed a reassuring hand on Yi Fan's shoulder and earnestly advised, Brother, rest assured and wait here. The Zetian Group has prospered due to its clear rewards and punishments. You have made significant contributions, and your future is bound to be promising. Yi Fan nodded slightly in agreement, replying, All right, Brother Jinshan, I will heed your words. Yet, a trace of wariness lingered in his gaze as he discreetly surveyed his surroundings. Jin-chan seemed to sense Yi Fan's subtle unease and chuckled lightly. Do not be anxious. It is as if you are at home here. I will step out to assess the situation. Please be patient. With that, Jin-chan turned and briskly exited the reception room, gently closing the door behind him. Once Jin-chan had departed, Yi Fan immediately concealed his smile, his expression transforming into one of cold intensity. He meticulously scrutinized the reception room, leaving no corner unexamined, pondering the true intentions behind the Zetian group's recent actions. Yi Fan was acutely aware that within this underworld organization, the pursuit of self-interest remained an unchanging principle. Today, he was regarded as a valuable asset due to the abilities he had demonstrated, allowing him entry into this core area and the semblance of esteemed treatment. However, he understood that such privileges could vanish in an instant. He recalled the tales he had heard at the fringes of the organization, stories of those once exalted to high positions, who upon losing their utility were callously discarded like pawns. Vanishing without a trace or meeting untimely ends, their remains forever lost. His gaze drifted to a traditional Japanese painting hanging on the wall, its seemingly tranquil scene concealing intricate secrets, much like the ostensible grandeur of the Zetian group, which masked a multitude of conspiracies and bloodshed. Yi Fan gently moved his still healing body, feeling a twinge of pain at the wound, a constant reminder of the perilous situation in which he found himself. He rose to his feet and strolled to the window, peering through the intricately carved lattice at the serene courtyard outside. There, he observed several elite members of the Zakita group, vigilant and armed, scanning their surroundings with watchful eyes. Yi Fan understood that this seemingly tranquil courtyard could swiftly transform into his prison or even a site of execution. Although Jin-chan had consistently shown him kindness, Yi Fan was acutely aware that in this harsh environment, everyone was bound by their circumstances and would inevitably resort to actions contrary to their true nature for the sake of self-preservation. He silently vowed that, regardless of the Zakita group's forthcoming reliance on him, he would remain ever vigilant, ensuring a safe retreat for himself, never to relinquish his fate entirely to others. As Yi Fan immersed himself in contemplation, the door to the reception room creaked open, revealing Zakita Masahira and Jin-chan entering together. Zakita, clad in a dark traditional Japanese garment with an exquisite obi at his waist, moved with a deliberate and measured gait, his gaze imbued with an inscrutable depth. Jin-chan followed closely, maintaining a respectful yet solemn demeanor. Yi Fan, how is your recovery progressing? Zakita Masahira inquired first, his voice low and gravelly, shattering the stillness of the room. His penetrating gaze fixed upon Yi Fan, as if attempting to see through him. Yi Fan promptly stood, bowing slightly, and replied with respect. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Zakita. I'm feeling much better. A grateful smile returned to his face. Zakita Masahira nodded slightly, proceeding to the tatami mat where he slowly took a seat, gesturing for Yi Fan to do the same. Yi Fan complied, placing his hands on his knees and straightening his back, awaiting Zakita Masahira's next words. I have heard about your outstanding performance on this mission, Zakita Masahira stated flatly, devoid of much emotional fluctuation. Our Zakita group requires capable and courageous young individuals like you. Yi Fan was stirred internally, yet he humbly responded, You flatter me, Mr. Zakita. It is merely my duty, and it is my honor to serve the organization. His eyes darted briefly to Jin-chan, who appeared to be observing him with a hint of suggestion, though Yi Fan could not discern its precise meaning. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Zakita Masahira's lips, though it did not reach his eyes. I have a new, significant, and perilous task I wish to assign to you. What do you think? His gaze remained fixed on Yi Fan, seemingly scrutinizing every subtle reaction. A chill ran through Yi Fan. He recognized this as a pivotal moment, one that would determine his future within the Zakita group. Drawing a deep breath, he steeled his expression to appear resolute and confident, responding, Since you trust me, Mr. Zakita, I shall exert every effort to accomplish the task and will not disappoint your expectations. Zakita Masahira nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The Zakita group is in need of expansion. We intend to establish our presence in Shinjuku, where the position of Yakuza leader is required. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was profoundly astonished. To establish oneself in Shinjuku and assume the role of a Yakuza leader is no trivial endeavor. The power dynamics in Shinjuku are intricate and entangled, and a moment's carelessness could plunge one into irretrievable ruin. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor, betraying not a flicker of hesitation or retreat. At that moment, Jinshan furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze revealing a hint of urgency. He discreetly signaled to Yi Fan, urging him to acquiesce promptly. Jinshan was acutely aware of Saito Seihei's temperament. Once he made a decision, he was averse to being contradicted or met with hesitation. Any sign of doubt from Yi Fan at this juncture could swiftly result in a loss of Saito Seihei's trust, or even invite deadly repercussions. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yi Fan resolutely replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Saito, I shall exert my utmost efforts to pave the way for the Saito group in Shinjuku, and I will not betray your faith and guidance." Saito Seihei scrutinized Yi Fan for several seconds before finally responding, "Very well, I believe in you. In the coming days, Jinshan will provide you with detailed plans and materials. Take the time to prepare thoroughly. Remember, success is the only option. Failure is not permissible, and you are aware of the consequences." With that, he rose, adjusted his attire, and strode out of the meeting room. After Saito Seihei's departure, Jinshan let out a long sigh of relief, approached Yi Fan, and spoke softly. Chapter 55. No one, no supplies, brother. That situation was truly perilous. "You nearly lost your life," Jinshan remarked, his voice tinged with apprehension, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "You may not yet fully grasp Mr. Zetian's temperament. He values loyalty and decisiveness above all else. When he proposed that you take on a role in Shinjuku, it was both a test and a formidable trap. Should you have hesitated or displayed any hint of reluctance, he might have ordered your immediate disposal. In the Zetian group, opportunities are fleeting and danger lurks at every corner." Yi Fan nodded slightly, a subtle chill flickering in his gaze, fully aware that he had just danced on the edge of oblivion. "Thank you, Brother Jinshan, for illuminating the stakes at hand." His words carried a hint of concern. Despite his efforts to remain composed, the turmoil within him was challenging to quell. Jinshan furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before continuing. "The situation in Shinjuku is indeed intricate. The Tainan gang and the Yamaguchi group have been entrenched there for years, maintaining a delicate balance between them. Our Zetian group's sudden incursion is bound to provoke a vehement backlash." Yi Fan silently absorbed Jinshan's insights, formulating a preliminary plan in his mind. "Could you offer me some advice on the allocation of personnel within the group, brother? As I am new here, I am not yet familiar with the members, and do not know whom I can trust or who possesses the capabilities suited for this operation." He looked at Jinshan, his eyes brimming with anticipation, hoping to glean substantial assistance from this seasoned elder in the Zetian group. Jinshan clapped Yi Fan on the shoulder, his expression grave. "Most individuals in the group tend to be opportunistic. There are few whom you can genuinely trust. Moreover, Mr. Zetian has not indicated he would provide you with additional personnel. I can, however, select one individual to accompany you." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's heart sank in frustration. Was this not tantamount to sending him to his demise? To stand firm in the treacherous realm of Shinjuku with but a single companion seemed utterly absurd. Yet he maintained a facade of restraint, suppressing his indignation as he addressed Jinshan. "Brother, one person is truly insufficient. The complexities of power dynamics in Shinjuku are overwhelming. Relying on a single individual will scarcely allow us to make headway. Could you possibly reconsider and assist me in securing a few more allies?" Jinshan shook his head in resignation, offering a wry smile. "Brother, it's not that I do not wish to assist you. This is Mr. Zetian's directive, and I cannot act unilaterally. You are well aware of the current climate within the group. No one is eager to navigate these murky waters for fear of losing their lives. Securing even one additional member for you has already required considerable effort on my part." Yi Fan clenched his jaw, his fists tightening discreetly beneath his sleeves. He recognized that lamenting his predicament would be futile. He must devise a way to carve out a path to survival from this dire circumstance. "Then, brother, what arrangements has the group made regarding the funding for this operation?" Yi Fan inhaled deeply, still harboring a glimmer of hope as he inquired. He pondered that, despite the meager manpower, if there were ample funds, perhaps he could navigate the situation with some ingenuity. However, Jin Shan shook his head once more, a troubled expression gracing his features as he said, "Brother, there are no funds available. Mr. Sito believes this operation presents an opportunity for you to prove yourself. You must find a way to resolve the financial issue on your own." Upon hearing these words, Yi Fan was utterly speechless. This was akin to trying to catch a wolf with empty hands. Not only were they withholding resources, but they expected him to carve out a niche for himself in the treacherous lair of Shinjuku without a single penny. It was nothing short of a pipe dream. Yet, he understood that Sito Saihira was deliberately putting him to the test, probing his capabilities and resolve. If he were back down now, all his previous efforts would be rendered futile, potentially even jeopardizing his life. "Brother, this puts me in quite a predicament. However, rest assured, having accepted this task, I will find a way to address these challenges." Yi Fan suppressed his dissatisfaction and anxiety, striving to project a tone of unwavering confidence. Jin Shan regarded him with a flicker of admiration in his eyes, patting Yi Fan on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, I admire your indomitable spirit. Although I cannot offer much tangible assistance, if there is anything you require, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it is within my power, I will certainly oblige." A warmth spread through Yi Fan's heart, and he gratefully replied, "Thank you, brother. Your words bring me great reassurance. I shall take Aoki with me for manpower." Jin Shan nodded slightly, remarking, "Aoki is quite clever and possesses decent skills. Having him alongside, you should provide some assistance. I will arrange for him to prepare." After expressing his gratitude to Jin Shan once more, the two departed from the Sito Group headquarters and returned to the Kamishiro branch. When Jin Shan shared this good news with Aoki, he immediately expressed his willingness to join. After leaving Jin Shan's office, Aoki found Yi Fan in the corridor of the branch. His face was flushed, and he approached with an aggressive demeanor, seizing Yi Fan's collar and shouting, "Yi Fan, I have no grievances with you. Why are you trying to harm me?" Yi Fan was taken aback by this sudden outburst. He quickly pried Aoki's hand away, straightened his collar, and asked in confusion, "Aoki, what is the matter? How have I harmed you?" Aoki, eyes wide, pointed an accusing finger at Yi Fan's nose, exclaiming, "You still pretend to be clueless. Do you know what kind of place Shinjuku is? It's a battleground where people are devoured without a trace. You have neither men nor money, and yet you choose me to accompany you to certain doom. I thought you were reliable, but I never imagined you could be so ruthless." Unable to contain his laughter, Yi Fan replied, "Aoki, calm down. I chose you because I trust you and believe in your abilities. Moreover, this presents an opportunity for us. If we succeed, we will have a significant advantage within the group." Aoki crossed his arms and scoffed disdainfully. "An opportunity? More like a ticket to death. You speak so lightly of it. Just the two of us against those gangs that have been entrenched in Shinjuku for years. This is akin to throwing eggs at a rock." Yi Fan gently patted Qing Mu's shoulder and earnestly said, "Qing Mu, I understand the obstacles we face, yet I have devised a plan. Furthermore, I'm actively seeking funding and personnel. I will not allow you to take risks in vain." Qing Mu gazed at Yi Fan with suspicion, asking, "Do you truly have a solution? I hope you are not merely deceiving me." With a resigned smile, Yi Fan replied, "What benefit would I gain from misleading you? We are in this together, like crickets on the same string. Only through unity can we grasp a glimmer of hope. If you do not trust me, you may go speak to Brother Jin Shan and request a replacement." After a moment of silence, Qing Mu sighed, "Very well, since I have made my promise, it would be unwise to renege. However, you must hold to your word. Should I discover any unreliability on your part, I will not spare you. Yifan Chaklit. Rest assured, Qing Mu, as long as I have sustenance, you shall never go hungry. From this moment forth, we are brothers bound by life and death." Qing Mu rolled his eyes at Yi Fan. Enough with the sentimental nonsense. Chapter 56. The name of the Black Dragon in a tattoo studio nestled among the mountains. Yi Fan lay bare upon a chair, surrendering to the skilled hands of Master Fujiwara, whose hair was streaked with gray. The sight of Yi Fan's well-defined physique brought a glimmer of joy to the seasoned artist. It had been far too long since he had encountered such exquisite material. The ideal canvas for a masterful creation. Fujiwara, unable to contain his admiration, paused his work and exclaimed, "Yi, your physique is nothing short of perfection. The tautness of your muscles and the fluidity of your lines are clearly the result of relentless dedication to fitness." His eyes sparkled with appreciation. Caught off guard by Fujiwara's unabashed praise, Yifan sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "Master Fujiwara, you flatter me. I merely enjoy exercising. It's not as grand as you say." His gaze flickered away, unaccustomed to receiving such direct compliments about his body. Yet Fujiwara waved his hand dismissively, continuing with a smile, "In my years within this craft, I have seen countless physiques, yet few rival yours in excellence. I am certain that once this tattoo is complete, it will be greatly enhanced by your remarkable form." Curious, Fujiwara inquired, "Yi, what prompted you to choose the black dragon as your tattoo design?" Yi Fan's expression deepened, his voice steady as he responded, "To me, the black dragon symbolizes strength and protection. It is both mysterious and formidable, often lurking in the shadows, yet when it emerges, it commands awe. I aspire to embody the black dragon, possessing the strength to confront various challenges, forging ahead through darkness while remaining true to myself. That is the significance of the black dragon to me." Fujiwara listened intently, his tattooing tools momentarily pausing in his hands. He gazed at Yi Fan and, after a thoughtful moment, nodded slightly, saying, "Yi, your perspective is profound. This black dragon tattoo upon you will undoubtedly be imbued with spirit." With that, he resumed his work, his demeanor infused with newfound respect, and his movements became more deliberate, as if he were sculpting a rare treasure. Meanwhile, Yi Fan lay quietly, a glimmer of determination in his eyes, awaiting the gradual awakening of the black dragon upon his skin. As the final needle punctured the skin, a serene and solemn atmosphere enveloped the tattoo studio. Yi Fan slowly rose and approached the nearby mirror. Upon seeing the lifelike black dragon tattoo reflected back at him, he felt an overwhelming sense of awe. The dragon coiled gracefully over his taut muscles, its scales glimmering with a chilling radiance. Its majestic form appearing as if poised to soar from the mirror, merging seamlessly with Yi Fan's physique, as if it were destined to be. Fujiwara stood by, filled with pride and wonder, proclaiming, "Yi, this tattoo is akin to a battle armor tailored just for you. It transcends mere design, becoming an external manifestation of your soul." Yi Fan remained silent, gazing intently at the black dragon tattoo. Memories of past hardships and trials surged in his mind, those challenges that had once sought to bring him down. In this moment, they transformed into the very foundation upon which this tattoo was forged. Clenching his fists, he felt the power surging within him, as if he truly possessed the courage and ability of a dragon to cleave through obstacles and shatter the darkness. At this moment, the lights within the tattoo parlor seemed to dim, leaving only the black dragon emblazoned on Yi Fan's skin, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance, embodying glory, conviction, and boundless strength. In the future, Yi Fan would ensure that the name of the black dragon resounded throughout the world, transforming into a true legend. Deep within the bustling underbelly of Tokyo, in a clandestine yet raucous boxing arena, vibrant lights illuminated the fervent and distorted faces of the crowd below. This was the largest underground boxing venue in Neon Country, known as Happy Island, where each match was broadcast live on the dark web, allowing spectators to place their bets. Yi Fan and Aoki were seated among the audience, surrounded by deafening cheers as patrons vociferously shouted the names of their favored fighters, the cacophony rising and crashing like relentless waves, threatening to overturn the entire arena. Aoki's brow furrowed, his expression rife with confusion and unease. He leaned closer to Yi Fan, raising his voice to be heard over the din. "Why have you brought me here? This place is no sanctuary." Yi Fan's gaze remained steadfast, fixed on the flickering lights of the ring, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding confidence as he replied leisurely, "Haven't we been troubled by a lack of startup capital? This is our opportunity." Aoki's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets as he stared at Yi Fan, his voice tinged with fear. Have you lost your mind? Money from underground fights isn't easily earned. Lives are at stake. Yi Fan, exuding impatience, waved his hand dismissively, his eyes revealing an undeniable resolve. Stop with the nonsense. Just take out all the money you have. I have a plan. Aoki grimaced, clearly reluctant, muttering under his breath. You, the leader, actually have the audacity to ask a mere underling like me for money? What a joke it would be if that got out. Yi Fan's expression hardened, his voice rising with an imperious authority. Enough chatter. I am the boss. Do as I say. Aoki sighed in resignation, reluctantly retrieving a tattered wallet from his pocket, counting its contents, over 200,000 yen, before reluctantly handing it over. Yi Fan swiftly produced his own funds, totaling more than 600,000 yen, and tightly clutched the combined stacks in his hands. I will register for the match shortly. You will bet all this on my victory, understood? Aoki swallowed hard, still apprehensive. But upon witnessing Yi Fan's unwavering determination, he grit his teeth and nodded. All right, I'll follow your lead, boss. Yi Fan rose from his seat and made his way toward the backstage area of the boxing arena. A guard, imposing and muscular, stood at the entrance of the passage, his vigilant eyes scrutinizing each passerby. As Yi Fan approached, the guard slightly shifted, extending a robust arm to block his path, his gaze harboring suspicion and hostility as he inquired. Hey kid, what are you doing? This place isn't open to just anyone. Yi Fan maintained an air of composure, his gaze reflecting a blend of determination and confidence. Unflinchingly, he met the guard's eyes and calmly declared, I have come to register for the competition. Upon hearing this, the guard could not help but scrutinize Yi Fan from head to toe, his gaze lingering momentarily on the top muscles. A flicker of surprise crossing his features before he quickly reverted to his usual indifferent and vigilant demeanor. Just you? He remarked, assessing Yi Fan's physique with a critical eye. You certainly possess a certain build, but this is no trifling matter, young man. I trust you have given this serious thought. The guard's voice was deep and gravelly, imbued with a hint of warning. Chapter 57. Dark Web Live broadcast. Yi Fan's lips curled slightly, forming a faint arc as he spoke softly. I am well aware of what I am doing. Please allow me to enter. The guard furrowed his brow, seemingly poised to voice further objections. Yet upon encountering Yi Fan's resolute gaze, he ultimately lowered his arms and stepped aside, muttering, Humph, a fool unaware of his own mortality. Proceed. With measured steps, Yi Fan entered the backstage area, where an atmosphere thick with tension and repression enveloped him, mingling the sense of sweat and adrenaline. He inhaled deeply, surveying his surroundings, and observed other fighters engaged in their warm-up routines, their eyes ablaze with determination and resolve. He understood that he was about to step onto this brutal stage, where the name of Black Dragon would emerge, igniting a storm within the dark underground boxing arena. Navigating through a dimly lit corridor, permeated with the mingling odors of sweat and disinfectant, he arrived at the fighter's registration room. The decor boasted a modern aesthetic, with metallic walls reflecting the cool hues of the lighting. Surrounding him were an array of advanced electronic devices, meticulously arranged to record the fighter's data and information. Yi Fan approached a sleek desk where a staff member sat, expressionless and with piercing eyes. The individual appraised him before handing over an electronic form and a stylus. Yi Fan accepted them and began to fill in his basic information. When he reached the name section, he hesitated momentarily but ultimately inscribed a pseudonym. As he proceeded to the alias field, his gaze sharpened with unwavering fervor, and without hesitation, he wrote the 2 characters for Black Dragon. In his heart, this was not merely an alias. It embodied his rise within this shadowy arena, carrying the weight of his beliefs and strength, much like the Black Dragon tattoo adorning his skin, soon to manifest his authority and glory upon this merciless battlefield. Upon completing the form, the staff member affixed a small electronic wristband to Yi Fan's arm, its faint blue glow recording his competition details and identification code. From this moment forth, you are Black Dragon. Remember, your first match is in half an hour. Prepare yourself. Once on stage, life and death are of no concern. The staff member stated mechanically, devoid of any inflection. Yi Fan nodded slightly, elated at the prospect of earning money and attribute points. He turned to exit the room, hearing the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, resonating like the low growl of a dragon within his chest. He approached the battlefield that was destined to be his, marking the official commencement of the Black Dragon's legendary saga, with this underground boxing ring serving as the initial stepping stone towards his ascent. Arriving at the fighter's waiting area, the surrounding clamor seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier, leaving his world focused solely on the impending battle. He found a corner to settle in, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Not far away, several seasoned fighters scrutinized him with discerning gazes, having navigated the challenges of this underground arena for quite some time. They regarded the newcomer with a mix of curiosity and a hint of disdain. However, the subdued aura emanating from Yi Fan instilled a sense of unease among them. As time progressed, the audience's cheers crescendoed, crashing like surging waves into the backstage. Yi Fan understood that the match was about to commence. He rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, the muscles beneath his black leather jacket taut, as if brimming with untold explosive power. When the announcer called out the name of the Black Dragon, Yi Fan inhaled deeply and strode purposefully towards the boxing ring. The spotlight pierced through the darkness like a brilliant sword, illuminating his path ahead. With each step onto the ring, he felt the vibrations beneath his feet, a manifestation of the audience's fervor and anticipation. He cast a glance towards Aoki, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, his eyes radiating unwavering determination and confidence. Seated in his position, Aoki clenched his fists. This was Yi Fan. Without hesitation, he pressed the betting button, wagering the entirety of his 600,000 yen chips on the Black Dragon. The machine opened its mouth, swallowing the chips whole, and a small ticket emerged, which Aoki immediately secured in his pocket. Observers around him regarded his reckless gamble with astonishment, some seemingly mocking his audacity, while others exhibited a glimmer of greed, as though envisioning his imminent downfall. Most spectators held little faith in the newcomer, placing their bets on Yi Fan's opponent. Yet, Aoki remained unfazed by their gazes, his focus intently fixed on Yi Fan in the ring, silently urging, "Brother, you must win." At that moment, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his hands trembled slightly from anxiety. Yet his tightly clenched fists never faltered, as if channeling all his faith and strength to Yi Fan on stage. Opposite in the ring stood Yi Fan's opponent, a towering figure with a robust physique, a long scar marring his face, which appeared particularly menacing under the lights. His eyes brimmed with provocation and disdain as he thudded his fists against his chest, attempting to intimidate Yi Fan with his sheer presence. Nevertheless, Yi Fan remained undaunted, his gaze calm and profound, resembling an unfathomable abyss. The referee approached, succinctly declaring the match rules. There were none, before a sharp whistle sliced through the air. The contest had officially begun. The hulking man launched the first assault, swinging his powerful fists with a whooshing sound aimed at Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan deftly evaded the strike with a swift motion, gliding across the ring with an ethereal grace akin to a wraith. He was in search of his opponent's vulnerabilities, like a leopard lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, viewers from around the globe in the dark web inundated the live stream with comments. "Black Dragon, he seems formidable. I bet $10 million. Black Dragon, he seems formidable. I bet $10 million. Humph, just a newcomer. If he lasts 3 rounds, that will be impressive. I still favor Scarface. I bet 20 million. These fighters are nothing more than mere playthings for our amusement. The outcome of victory or defeat bears little consequence, as long as it provides sufficient thrill. The Black Dragon appears somewhat intriguing. I wonder how high his blood will splatter. I am eager to see how long he can withstand the assault of the Scarface fighter. I place 5 million on the Black Dragon's defeat. Regardless, this match must conclude swiftly, for I have an engagement to attend, a party at sea. I cannot afford to waste time. It would be best if the Scarface fighter dispatched this audacious young man with a single blow. In this boxing ring, life and death are dictated by fate. They risk their lives for money while we reap the rewards. Such a simple arrangement. This underground fighting arena serves as a microcosm of the real world. The weak are eliminated while the strong survive, albeit under far more brutal and explicit rules. After this contest, I shall seek out even more formidable opponents, These trivial skirmishes are rapidly losing my interest, rendering my expenditures futile. Yi Fan in the ring remains oblivious to these cold and ruthless comments. He is wholly focused on his duel with his adversary. Each evasion and counterattack stands as testament to his fight for survival and honor, while the spectators below, who regard human life as inconsequential and view money as mere sport, remain ensconced in their twisted revelry, utterly indifferent to the fact that the fighters are risking their lives to present this spectacle. Chapter 58. The prophecy of attributes. Yi Fan continuously altered his footwork as the scarred-faced giant's fists repeatedly missed their target, inciting further rage within him and rendering his attacks increasingly frenzied and disordered. Seizing a momentary gap, Yi Fan swiftly ducked beneath a straight punch and closed the distance to the brute, landing a vicious uppercut squarely on his chin. The giant staggered backward from the unexpected blow, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. An eruption of gasps filled the audience. Some marveled at Yi Fan's exquisite counterattack, while others expressed shock at the sudden shift in the match's dynamics. Black Dragon. Who would have thought a newcomer could be so formidable? This is clearly not a fair weight class. That bear is just too massive. I hope the bear doesn't lose. I wagered quite a sum. Come on, retaliate. Aoki clenched his fists tightly from the sidelines, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yi Fan. Yes. Finish him off. Regaining his composure, the scarred giant roared as he charged once more, this time adopting a new strategy, shielding his head and vital points with his arms, attempting to bulldoze Yi Fan with brute force. Come on, don't dodge. Yet Yi Fan remained unperturbed, sidestepping gracefully while executing a swift kick to the side of the giant's knee. The giant howled in pain, dropping to one knee, but he seized the opportunity to grasp Yi Fan's leg, trying to pull him down. Yi Fan struggled to break free, realizing the giant's strength was formidable, making escape momentarily difficult. In the midst of their stalemate, an old training technique resurfaced in Yi Fan's mind. He inhaled deeply, lunging forward and driving his elbow forcefully into the giant's nape. The impact caused the giant to release his grip, allowing Yi Fan to leap away and create distance. Now, panting heavily, the giant's earlier bravado had diminished, yet his eyes still burned with ferocity. Yi Fan steadied his breath, remaining vigilant. The two locked eyes once more, as if preparing for an even more intense confrontation. Aware that the delay could prove detrimental, Yi Fan resolved to take initiative and end the fight swiftly. With a determined glint in his eye, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, unleashing a flurry of punches that rained down upon the giant's head and abdomen. Despite the giant's desperate attempts to defend himself, he faltered under Yi Fan's relentless assault, ultimately succumbing to a decisive blow to his temple that rendered him incapacitated on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan followed up with a thunderous double strike to the giant's ears, causing the brute to collapse, blood streaming from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Realizing the tide had turned irrevocably, Yi Fan received a notification from the system. Ding! You have killed a human, earning 3 attribute points. The referee rushed forward to assess the situation, then raised Yi Fan's hand triumphantly, declaring him the victor. The arena erupted into a frenzy. Cheers and screams from the audience nearly overturning the entire venue. The dark web's commentary surged with fervor, praising Yi Fan's spectacular performance while lamenting their own betting misjudgments. Aoki leaped from his seat in exhilaration, his bold gamble yielding fruitful rewards. He hurriedly navigated through the throngs of people, racing toward the counter for chip redemption, tightly clutching that precious betting slip as if it were his entire world at that moment. A long queue had already formed at the counter, where individuals either animatedly discussed the thrilling moments of the recent match or lamented their losses with faces contorted in regret. Aoki, consumed by anxiety, frequently rose on his toes to peer ahead, occasionally urging those in front of him to hasten. At last, when his turn arrived, he swiftly handed over the slip, his voice trembling with excitement. Quickly, I wish to redeem my chips. The staff member took the slip, swiftly operated the computer, and moments later, 2 chips were pushed toward Aoki. His eyes sparkled with delight as he quickly counted. 1,200,000, not a single cent missing. He carefully stowed the chips into his pocket and made his way back to his seat. On the stage, the host, with a professionally exuberant smile, held the microphone and exclaimed, "Helong, your performance today has been nothing short of stunning. The audience has been ignited by your passion, and now I must ask, do you wish to continue challenging in the next match? This is a rare opportunity to further amplify your renown." Yifan slightly raised his head and nodded without hesitation. He understood that his purpose for being there transcended merely winning monetary rewards. It was about carving out his own space in this brutal underground boxing arena, continuously honing his skills, as each battle served as a stepping stone for his growth. The audience, witnessing Yifan's nod, erupted into cheers, the cacophony swelling as if it might overturn the entire boxing venue. They yearned to see this rising star continue to fight, delivering even more spectacular confrontations. For in this realm, marked by bloodshed and violence, a promising fighter like Yifan was indeed a rare find. Aoki returned to his seat just in time to witness Yifan's nod, and his heart tightened. Though he held confidence in Yifan's abilities, the risks of consecutive matches were undeniable, and the next opponent would surely be more formidable. However, upon seeing Yifan's resolute gaze, his worries gradually transformed into trust. He knew that Yifan was not one to easily back down, and all he could do was support him wholeheartedly from the sidelines. With the host command, the staff swiftly began preparing the arena for the next bout. Yifan walked to a corner of the ring, closed his eyes to meditate, adjusting his breath and mental state. Meanwhile, the staff removed the bear's carcass, transporting it backstage and unceremoniously tossing it into a large, ominous meat grinder. With a chilling roar, the grinder whirred to life, mercilessly consuming and pulverizing the remains into a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, which was then funneled through pipes to an unknown destination, as if the individual had never existed. In this underground boxing arena, life was as expendable as grass. The fate of the defeated was a grim and silent disposal, becoming a part of the dark underbelly of the boxing industry's shadowy chain. All of this remains concealed behind the glamorous facade of the boxing arena and the fervent cheers of the audience, shrouded in obscurity. Yifan silently recited the system. Attribute points: 3, strength, 21, agility, 16, stamina, 20, spirit, 9, reaction, 16. Yifan Musit. This spirit attribute seems of little use at present. Shall I give it a try? He allocated the 3 points to spirit, and in an instant, a peculiar sensation surged within him. His thoughts became remarkably clear. The cacophony of the surroundings gradually faded into the background, while his perceptions intensified. He appeared to detect the subtle movements and shifts in breath of his opponent with heightened acuity, even foreseeing their intent to strike. Opening his eyes, Yifan felt a surge of joy. So this is the ability of precognition. Does this not grant me an extraordinary advantage? Attribute points: 0, strength, 21, agility, 16, stamina, 20, spirit, 12, reaction, 16. The host announced, "Welcome the next contestant." Chapter 59, The Battle Against Iron Fist 2 Enchanting Maidens. Clad in exquisite made costumes, gracefully ascended the stage. Their elegant figures and captivating faces seemed utterly out of place amidst the blood-soaked and violent atmosphere of the boxing arena. One maiden held aloft a sign emblazoned with the words "Black Dragon," the calligraphy swirling and shimmering with golden brilliance. The other maiden brandished a sign proclaiming Iron Fist, the characters bold and vigorous. As the audience beheld these two beauties, a cacophony of whistles and cheers erupted. Some rallied behind the Black Dragon, while others fervently chanted the name of Iron Fist, attempting to generate fervor for the impending combatants. Yifan's gaze swept over the two signs before curiously drifting towards the darkened entrance across the stage, where a solitary figure stood shrouded in shadows. One of the maidens seized the microphone and, with a dulcet tone, proclaimed, "Dear audience, allow me to introduce our formidable contender, Iron Fist. She is no ordinary fighter. She has triumphed over countless adversaries in national boxing championships, claiming the coveted title of champion, truly a queen among warriors. Her fighting style is fierce and unyielding, with an offense that is razor-sharp and a defense as solid as granite. Throughout her numerous matches, she boasts an astonishing win rate of 81, a testament to her immense strength and exquisite skill. Each punch she delivers carries the weight of 1,000 pounds, toppling countless opponents who dare to face her. Today, she graces our underground boxing arena. Let us eagerly anticipate her dazzling performance on this battleground. The maiden's introduction sent the audience into a frenzy, their cheers resonating like thunder. Amidst the collective anticipation and cries, Iron Fist slowly emerged from the shadows. Her golden-hued short hair glimmered like fragmented sunlight, styled in a manner reminiscent of a man's cropped cut, exuding an aura of defiance. She donned a black tank top that clung to her form, accentuating her well-defined abdominal and pectoral muscles. Complementing her attire were sleek black athletic pants, practical yet stylish, subtly revealing the contours of her leg muscles with each step. Adorning her back was an elaborate tattoo, resembling a fearsome demon with bared fangs and a menacing visage. Her face was concealed behind a demon mask, obscuring her features and revealing only a pair of cold, piercing eyes that fixated on Yi Fan through the mask's openings. Despite her intimidating appearance, it was undeniable that her physique was impeccably proportioned. The definition of her muscles was not exaggeratedly bulky, but rather exhibited a fluid and natural beauty, each muscle resembling a meticulously crafted work of art, brimming with untold explosive power. With deliberate and powerful strides, she ascended the boxing ring, each footfall resonating like a heartbeat within the audience, heightening the tension and fervor of the arena. Everyone awaited the pinnacle clash between these two titans. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing his opponent, inwardly gauging the difficulty of the impending battle. He inhaled deeply, adjusting his demeanor, the black leather jacket he wore rustling slightly with his movements. Iron Fist stood firmly at one side of the ring, gently moving her neck and shoulders, the joints cracking as if announcing to Yi Fan that she was thoroughly prepared. The audience fell silent, the vast arena transformed into a hushed sanctuary, all breath held in anticipation of the referee's command, ready to witness the thrilling bout unfold. At this moment of palpable tension, Yi Fan stepped steadily onto the stage. The maid holding the Black Dragon banner, overwhelmed with excitement, immediately grasped the microphone and declared in a crisp, fervent voice, "Today's battle is akin to a collision of stars, destined to illuminate the ring. Our Black Dragon rises from the shadows, triumphing over all challenges, earning a formidable reputation with his fists. He is the shining star amidst darkness. The new hope of the ring. Black Dragon, unleash your strength and let all witness your glory, igniting this arena with your fervor. Fight, Black Dragon, for victory shall surely belong to you." Her words ignited a passionate blaze within the crowd. Yi Fan clenched his fist slightly and took a step toward Iron Fist. The audience, swept up in the electrifying atmosphere, tightly balled their fists, leaning forward in eager anticipation of this ultimate showdown between titans. As the maid with the Black Dragon banner finished her proclamation, another maid, brandishing the Iron Fist banner, would not be outdone. With a powerful voice, she shouted, "The ring is a battleground, a life-and-death struggle, now commencing." With this battle cry, the clash of combat was set into motion. Iron Fist surged forward, her feet launching off the ground like a streak of black lightning, her right fist raised high, tracing an arc through the air, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind as she aimed a devastating blow at Yi Fan's head. The force behind this punch was immense. Should it land, Yi Fan would undoubtedly suffer grave injury. Yi Fan barely had time to think. So fast. A true master. His eyes sharpened as his body instinctively reacted. He sidestepped just in time, narrowly evading Iron Fist's fierce strike. Yet, Iron Fist did not relent. Leveraging her forward momentum, her left fist followed suit, targeting Yi Fan's abdomen. Yi Fan, witnessing this, immediately raised his arm to block, the sound of impact resonating with a dull thud as he felt a tremendous force push against him, involuntarily stepping back. Goodness, this woman possesses incredible strength. The audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers at the fierce exchange. Some applauded Iron Fist's ferocious assault, while others gasped in awe at Yi Fan's narrow escape. Seizing the momentum, Iron Fist relentlessly swung her fists, unleashing a torrential barrage upon Yi Fan. Each punch carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, the wind from her strikes howling, instilling fear. Meanwhile, on the dark web's live-streaming interface, the comments rolled in like a tidal wave. How many rounds can this black dragon endure? I bet he LLB fell by Iron Fist in less than 3 blows. Humph. It matters little to me who lives or dies, as long as the battle is fierce enough to ignite my excitement. Money lost can always be earned back. Such a bloody spectacle is a rarity indeed. Observe the relentless assault of Iron Fist. It appears that Black Dragon may meet his end here. Yet, therein lies the intrigue. Hith. I am quite curious to see what Iron Fist looks like. It has been ages since a woman has stirred my enthusiasm. It is the first time I have encountered someone upstairs speaking of the Lamb's Tail in such an exquisite and refined manner. Damn, you are the Lamb's Tail. Your entire family is the Lamb's Tail. After enduring several rounds of Iron Fist's relentless attacks, Yi Fan gradually began to discern her rhythm of assault. Chapter 60. Subduing Iron Fist, seizing a fleeting opportunity. As Iron Fist swung her right fist once more, Yi Fan swiftly crouched down to evade the blow, simultaneously closing the distance between them. With a forceful grip, he seized Iron Fist's right arm and yanked her back, utilizing the momentum to swiftly maneuver behind her. In the next moment, Yi Fan gathered his strength and delivered a powerful strike to Iron Fist's back. Iron Fist sensed the impending attack and attempted to dodge, but Yi Fan's movements were too rapid. His fist landed solidly against her back. She staggered forward, letting out a muffled groan, blood already seeping from her mouth. The audience, witnessing this sudden turn of events, erupted in gasps of astonishment. Refusing to grant Iron Fist a moment's respite, Yi Fan pressed on relentlessly, his fists and feet raining down upon her with fierce intensity. Caught off guard by a sudden counterattack, Iron Fist found herself in a defensive position, dodging and parrying as best as she could. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She had anticipated an easy victory over Yi Fan, never expecting him to discover a means of retaliation so swiftly. Yi Fan executed a high kick aimed at Iron Fist's head, prompting her to raise her arm for defense. Yet, he abruptly altered his attack trajectory. After planting his left foot, his right leg shot towards her abdomen. Iron Fist, unable to evade in time, was struck, her body bending slightly as a grimace of pain crossed her face. At this moment, Yi Fan had completely seized the initiative in the battle. His onslaught grew increasingly ferocious, forcing Iron Fist to retreat repeatedly, desperately seeking an opportunity to regroup her defenses. However, seasoned by countless battles, Iron Fist suppressed the tumultuous energy surging within her, her gaze hardening with resolve. As Yi Fan launched another kick, she seized the moment, pivoting sharply and unleashing a powerful elbow strike aimed at his ribs. Yi Fan, caught off guard, felt a surge of agony from the blow, momentarily disrupting his rhythm. Sensing the shift, Iron Fist quickly adjusted her stance, taking advantage of this brief interlude to unleash a flurry of rapid punches, the wind from her strikes howling as they rushed towards Yi Fan, attempting to regain control of the match. Despite the pain, Yi Fan gritted his teeth, his resolve intensifying. With his agile form, he deftly dodged Iron Fist's onslaught, continuously searching for an opening. Suddenly, he observed a gap in her defense as she unleashed a series of punches. Without hesitation, he glided forward, crouching low to execute a sweeping leg kick that struck her ankles. Caught off guard, Iron Fist stumbled and lost her balance, toppling backwards. Seizing the opportunity before she could rise, Yi Fan leaped into the air, executing a somersault and bringing his elbow crashing down towards her chest with all his might. The impact felt as though a mountain had fallen, shaking the very ground of the arena. Iron Fist's eyes widened in alarm as she attempted to raise her hands in defense, but it was too late. A resounding thud echoed as Yi Fan's elbow struck her chest with tremendous force. In an instant, the arena fell into a profound silence, with every spectator holding their breath, their eyes fixated on the two combatants on stage, uncertain of how this fierce battle would conclude. Just as Yi Fan was poised to deliver a final, lethal blow, his elbow hovered before Iron Fist's chest, halting the impending strike. A slight furrow formed on his brow as he gazed into Iron Fist's eyes, a glimmer of reluctance and regret stirring within him. The audience below erupted into murmurs, bewildered by Yi Fan's unexpected pause at such a critical juncture. What is happening? Hurry up. What are you doing? Where's the referee? There are no referees here, no rules. Yi Fan, positioned atop Iron Fist, whispered softly, Your gaze. Do you still have something you cannot let go? Iron Fist coughed up a mouthful of blood, managing a grim smile. I had hoped to earn money in this arena to treat my brother's illness. It is my own inadequacy that brought me here. Yi Fan replied, I observe that you possess considerable skill. Should you pledge your loyalty to me, I shall spare your life and offer you a new path. What say you? Upon hearing this, a flicker of struggle and hesitation crossed Iron Fist's eyes. After several breaths, she remained silent, yet Yi Fan's patience waned, his gaze growing increasingly frigid as he summoned his strength, preparing to strike once more. Sensing the approach of death, Iron Fist felt a chill and quickly exclaimed, I am willing. I pledge my loyalty to you. Yi Fan snorted coldly, rising slowly to regard her from a superior position. I hope you speak sincerely. Do not attempt any tricks, for I will show no mercy next time. Wait for me outside, and should you dare to flee, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. With that, he turned, striding confidently to the corner of the arena amidst the mixed gazes of awe and suspicion from the crowd. Iron Fist watched Yi Fan's retreating figure, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Struggling to rise, she tended to her wounds before making her way out of the arena. She understood that there was no turning back. For her brother's sake and her own life, she must cling tightly to this lifeline offered by Yi Fan. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in a frenzy, speculating fervently about the exchange between Yi Fan and Iron Fist. Damn it, I pay to see a fight. What are they doing up there? Exactly. Finish him off. Hurry. Two attendants dressed as maids hurried onto the brightly lit stage, one clearing her throat and announcing loudly, In this match, the Black Dragon emerges victorious. Instantly, a cacophony of boos and cheers filled the air. The other attendant playfully remarked, Oh, Black Dragon, you actually showed mercy to a woman this time. That is not like you. Is there a special reason for that? Black Dragon, or Yi Fan, offered no reply and simply descended from the stage. Ignoring the commotion, Qing Mu rushed to the prize booth, collecting 2,000,000 yen in chips. Indeed, wealth arrives swiftly. Upon returning backstage, Yi Fan quickly changed his attire, his expression still steely. A staff member presented him with a card, respectfully stating, Mr. Black Dragon, here is your prize, totaling 800,000. Please take it. The password is 6 zeros. Yi Fan accepted it without hesitation, placing it securely in his pocket. At this moment, the backstage was a cacophony of voices, with people fervently discussing the recently concluded, heart-stopping match. Amidst the intertwined sounds, Yi Fan remained oblivious, making his way directly to Aoki, who was meticulously counting chips. Let us go, Yi Fan stated succinctly. Aoki was taken aback by this abrupt gesture, nearly dropping the chips in his hand. He hastily tucked them into his pocket and hurried to catch up with Yi Fan's brisk pace. The two arrived at the cash exchange counter, a place resplendent with golden decor, teeming with animated voices. Many spectators were pounding their chests in despair, their emotions oscillating between the ecstasy of winning and the despondency of losing everything. Those who had triumphed wore beaming smiles, excitedly brandishing their banknotes while boasting of their good fortune and astute decisions. In stark contrast, those who had succumbed to ruin appeared ashen, their eyes vacant, cursing incessantly, or slumped on the floor, seemingly numb to the turmoil surrounding them. Aoki squeezed his way to the front to complete the exchange process. Chapter 61. The starting point in Shinjuku. Aoki squeezed at the front to complete the exchange process, while Yi Fan stood with his arms crossed, observing the myriad of expressions on the faces around him with a detached gaze. Before long, Aoki successfully converted all their chips into cash. Accompanied by security, they entered the elevator. As the doors of the elevator slowly closed, the cacophony from outside gradually faded, allowing Yi Fan to relax his taut nerves slightly. The elevator ascended rapidly and soon arrived at a hotel lobby. The lobby was ablaze with lights, its opulent decorations and exquisite ornaments showcasing the hotel's grandeur and sophistication, forming a stark contrast to the brutality and chaos of the underground fighting arena. The two of them nonchalantly traversed the lobby toward the hotel exit. Upon reaching the entrance, Yi Fan lit a cigarette, and the curling smoke rose slowly before his stern visage, his gaze piercing through the haze to scrutinize the activity around him. Aoki, clutching the money bag tightly, appeared anxious, his body trembling slightly from nerves as he scanned the passing pedestrians, muttering to himself. This is all earned through Brother Ye's hard work. Nothing must go awry. Before long, a girl with golden short hair caught Yi Fan's attention. She wore a cheap tracksuit, yet could not conceal her impressive figure. Her steps were light and carried an air of competence. Her face lacked the typical feminine allure, but radiated a certain gallantry, her bright and resolute eyes revealing a streak of tenacity. She stood at the hotel entrance, cautiously surveying her surroundings as if searching for something while remaining vigilant against potential threats. After a moment, she seemed to have made a decision and strode directly toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, observing her discreetly while speculating on her intentions. Aoki sensed the unusual atmosphere, tightening his grip on the money bag and edging closer to Yi Fan, whispering, "Brother Long, this girl doesn't appear friendly. Should I send her away?" Yi Fan waved his hand, signaling Aoki to remain calm, as he continued to watch the approaching girl. She halted a few steps in front of Yi Fan, her gaze fixed intently on him, revealing a flicker of hesitation that was quickly replaced by determination. "Are you Hei Long?" she inquired, her voice crisp yet somewhat steely. Yi Fan flicked the ash from his cigarette, nodded slightly without speaking, merely gesturing with his eyes for her to continue. Biting her lip, she continued, "My name is Kanazawa Mai. Thank you for sparing me. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Yi Fan," he replied, his tone low and indifferent. The girl lifted her chin slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of defiance. "I have vowed to be loyal to you, and I shall not go back on my word. However, I hope you will keep your promise and grant my brother and me a way out." Yi Fan fell silent for a moment, discarding the cigarette but onto the ground and extinguishing it with his foot before responding, "Very well, I will honor my commitment. However, before that, I need to see your brother." A flicker of caution crossed the girl's face. "Why? Do you not trust me?" Yi Fan let out a cold laugh, declaring, "I never place my trust in anyone lightly. I must ascertain the veracity of your words, and furthermore, I wish to discern whether you are truly deserving of my trust." The young woman bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall take you there." Before long, Qing Mu drove them to a dilapidated slum. Yi Fan and Qing Mu followed Jin Zhe Wu as she navigated the narrow, dimly lit streets, where the surrounding environment grew increasingly grim. Sewage flowed freely along the roadside, exuding a nauseating stench, while heaps of garbage attracted swarms of buzzing flies. The houses on either side were in a state of disrepair, their walls covered in moss and stains, some appearing as though they could collapse at any moment with the slightest gust of wind. They entered a crowded courtyard, where Jin Zhe Wu led Yi Fan to a small, damp room. The interior was dimly lit, illuminated only by a faint ray of sunlight filtering through the window. In the corner stood a rickety bed, upon which lay a frail little boy, Jin Zhe Wu's younger brother. The boy's complexion was as pale as paper, his lips devoid of color, and his eyes tightly shut, breathing weakly and rapidly, occasionally letting out a pained moan. Jin Zhe Wu hurried to the bedside, gently grasping her brother's hand, her eyes filled with concern and urgency. "My brother suffers from a rare heart condition. The doctor said a substantial sum is required for surgery, or else." Her voice trembled slightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Yi Fan observed the scene before him, a wave of emotion stirring within him. He understood that in this slum, such a grave illness was undoubtedly fatal. Without sufficient financial resources, the child's life could vanish at any moment. Yet, he was also acutely aware of the need to remain unyielding to emotional influence. In this perilous and complex world, every decision could unravel countless troubles and uncertainties. The little boy seemed to sense his sister's presence. His eyelids fluttered as he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was hollow and frail, and upon seeing Yi Fan standing nearby, he parted his lips, weakly asking, "Sister, who is this brother?" Jin Zhe-Wu quickly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, mustering a faint smile as she softly replied, "Brother. He's a friend of mine, here to help us." The boy struggled to sit up, and Jin Zhe-Wu hastily supported him, allowing him to lean against her. Looking at Yi Fan, the boy's eyes brimmed with gratitude. "Thank you, brother. I'm fine, sister. Do not worry, I will get better." Hearing her brother's understanding words, tears streamed down Jin Zhe-Wu's face, falling on her brother's. "Brother, do not speak. Rest well. I will surely cure your illness." The little boy extended his small hand, gently wiping away his sister's tears. "Sister, do not cry. I am not in pain. Once I recover, I will be strong like brother and protect you." Yi Fan stood quietly by, observing this poignant scene, his heartstrings tugged at their most tender. He recalled the days he had once struggled alongside his mother in adversity, feelings of helplessness and longing now resurfacing in this brother-sister duo. Kanazawa Mai held her brother tightly, turning to Yi Fan with eyes full of pleading. "Yi Fan, I implore you to save him. If you can cure my brother's illness, my life is yours. I will do anything you ask." Yi Fan nodded slightly, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Rest assured, I will find a way." At that moment, the room was suffused with a deep sense of warmth and sorrow, as if the dilapidated space was enveloped by this genuine emotion, allowing one to forget the harshness and coldness of the outside world. After a brief silence, Yi Fan leaned closer to Kanazawa Mai and whispered, "Work for me, and the money will follow. I will save your brother, and furthermore, I will provide you both with a stable life." A glimmer of determination flashed in Kanazawa Mai's eyes as she nodded firmly. Yi Fan then turned to Aoki, instructing, "Take them to the shop we rented in Shinjuku." He then looked back at Kanazawa Mai. "That will serve as the base for the Zetian group I am establishing in Shinjuku. From now on, you and your brother will reside there." Aoki promptly replied, "Understood, Dragon Brother." With that, Yi Fan turned and departed from the small dwelling. Kanazawa Mai gazed at Yi Fan's retreating figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. Yet at this moment, for the sake of her brother, she had no choice but to trust this man she had only just met, who held their fate in his hands. Aoki drove the siblings toward Shinjuku, with Kanazawa Mai tightly holding her brother. She glanced at Yi Fan, seated in the passenger seat, her heart filled with both apprehension for the future and a flicker of anticipation for a new life. Meanwhile, the young boy rested against his sister, his eyes reflecting a mix of confusion about the unknown and a deep reliance on her. Chapter 62. The underground casino. The following day, Yi Fan convened a meeting, and now there were only 3 of them, including Yi Fan. Aoki and Kanazawa Mai were seated in a modest shop. Yi Fan stated, "I intend to open a nightclub, but I only have 2 million on hand. The shortfall is substantial. I estimate it will require 20 million. Aoki furrowed his brow, scratching his head, and with a troubled expression remarked, "Boss, that's quite a deficit. Where are we supposed to procure such a large sum?" Kanazawa Mai gazed at Yi Fan in astonishment. Yi Fan shook his head, feeling helpless. It seemed he would have to rely on himself. He turned to Kanazawa Mai, his gaze softening, and inquired, "Mai, how much does your brother's surgery cost?" Biting her lip, Kanazawa Mai responded, her voice trembling, 5 million. Upon hearing this figure, Aoki's frown deepened, and he could not help but grumble, "That's no small amount, boss. We're already short on funds, and now we need to allocate so much for her brother's surgery. This is just adding to our woes." Yi Fan disregarded Aoki's complaints and continued to focus on Kanazawa Mai. "Since I promised to assist your brother, I will certainly follow through. However, as you can see, we must address the financial issue. I will gather the necessary funds as soon as possible." Aoki suddenly brightened, slapping his thigh in excitement. "Boss, let us go back to underground boxing. You won a considerable sum last time. Perhaps a few more rounds will suffice to cover the deficit." Yi Fan frowned, looking at Aoki with seriousness. "Aoki, don't let your eagerness lead you to such reckless ideas. Underground boxing is far from easy. Last time was merely good fortune, and you kept betting on my victory. The others are not fools. Consider this. A match or two might be manageable, but if we continue, the bookmakers and other gamblers will catch on. They might resort to any means to protect their interests, and we could end up in dire straits. Aoki lowered his head, murmuring softly, I'm just anxious. I can't think of any other way. Kanazawa might observe the two, feeling somewhat guilty. Yifan took a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. Aoki promptly stepped forward to light it for him. Yifan inhaled deeply and exhaled smoke rings, contemplating the situation as he looked at Aoki and Kanazawa. He understood Aoki's urgency. Yet the risks associated with underground boxing were far too great to take lightly. Aoki raised his head, his eyes filled with helplessness and anxiety. Boss, what are we supposed to do? We cannot simply stand by and watch this financial gap persist without taking action. Yifan took another drag from his cigarette, remaining silent. Kanazawa bit her lip, hesitating before saying, Yifan, I know you all are doing your utmost to help my brother, and I do not wish to burden anyone. I can take a job to earn some extra money. Perhaps that could help. Yifan glanced at Kanazawa. We are part of a syndicate. You want to take a job? Suddenly, Yifan's eyes lit up. Of course, I am part of syndicate. Yifan flicked the ash from his cigarette, a steely glint in his eyes as he turned to Aoki and Kinsmai, declaring, since we are part of the underworld, let us return to our roots and engage in robbery. We shall target the affluent, seizing the right moment to strike. A single successful endeavor will bridge our financial gap. Aoki's eyes widened in astonishment as he responded, Boss, this is no trivial matter. Robbery is not a game. If the police catch us, it would spell our doom. Kinsmai also bore a look of concern, adding, Yifan, the risks are too great. Robbery is a serious crime. If discovered, not only will we face imprisonment, but it could also implicate us all. Yifan inhaled deeply, exhaling a plume of smoke, a fierce glimmer flashing his eyes as he retorted, Humph. Our targets will be those who dare not report to the authorities. Even if robbed, they would remain silent. Aoki furrowed his brow, perplexed. Boss, who would be too afraid to call the police? Yifan smirked slightly, elucidating, individuals entrenched in murky dealings, such as unscrupulous merchants and proprietors of underground casinos. Their wealth is tainted, and to avoid exposing their misdeeds, they would not dare to alert the police. We shall focus on such individuals. Aoki hesitated, voicing his concern. But such people are not easy to deal with. Yifan flicked the ash again, a cold smile gracing his lips. This necessitates our prior reconnaissance to understand their patterns and personnel layouts. We shall begin with those around them, discerning their daily routines and habits. Furthermore, we must choose the right moment to strike decisively. Aoki scratched his head, inquiring, Boss, how will we ascertain the amount of money they possess? What if we cannot secure enough funds? Would it not be a futile endeavor? Yifan replied, just wait for my signal. The two nodded, given the circumstances. They had no alternative. That night, the underground casino was dimly lit, shrouded in smoke, the air thick with the acrid scent of tobacco and a cacophony of sounds. Yifan sat at the mahjong table, casually manipulating the tiles while his eyes incessantly surveyed the surroundings. His fellow players shouted boisterously, occasionally exchanging crude jokes. A disheveled man, upon viewing his tiles, exclaimed gleefully, Haha, you all should be prepared to pay up. Yifan feigned disbelief. Really? I find that hard to believe. His gaze shifted to the office behind the man, where two individuals stood at the entrance and numerous patrons were entering with cash in hand. A sense of intuition stirred within Yifan. He surmised that this was the vault of the underground casino. He continued to play, nonchalantly, observing the comings and goings of those entering the office, attempting to gauge the approximate amount of money within based on their expressions and actions. He noted a man clad in a black suit, entering the office with a thick stack of cash, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Moments latte. Another individual donned in sunglasses exited the office, burdened by a hefty bag, presumably filled with money. Yifan quietly calculated that the funds within this underground casino were substantial. He resolved to first ascertain the patterns here, determining the most opportune moment to act. Suddenly, a tall man approached and took a seat beside Yifan, his gaze fixed on the cards held in Yifan's hand. He remarked, Young man, your play leaves much to be desired. Yifan chuckled softly and replied, I'm merely indulging in some casual amusement. The man scrutinized Yi Fan for a moment before lowering his voice and saying, I notice your chips are dwindling. Would you care to borrow some money? Just give me a nod, and the funds will be at your disposal immediately. A chill ran through Yi Fan, yet he maintained his composure and inquired, What do you mean? Lending me money? Why should I trust you? The corners of the man's mouth curled into a sly smile as he whispered, I can see you possess a certain audacity. In this casino, as long as you are bold, fortune will not elude you. I can provide the necessary capital, albeit at a rather steep interest. Yi Fan recognized him as a loan shark operating within the casino and shook his head. I still have a little left. If I run out of money, I will surely seek you out. The man chuckled and said, Take your time, brother. No rush. I'll be over there. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to find me. With that, he departed. Chapter 63. The casino heist. Outside the casino, a cargo ship loomed. After leaving the casino, Yi Fan concealed himself not far from shore, intent on observing how the money was being transported so that he could meticulously plan his route. Hiding in the shadows along the water's edge, Yi Fan fixated his gaze upon the cargo ship that housed the casino. Numerous casino personnel moved about the vicinity, their hurried steps and vigilant expressions betraying their role as patrollers. Clad in matching black uniforms, they bore electric batons at their waists and communicated with one another via walkie-talkies, pausing intermittently to scan their surroundings before continuing on their way. At the entrance of the casino stood two individuals who resembled security guards, their eyes alert to the slightest disturbance. Behind them, a door remained firmly shut, emanating a dim light from within, likely the rear entrance of the casino. Yi Fan also noticed several workers on one side of the cargo ship, pushing a handcart laden with goods. At that moment, a small boat gradually approached the cargo ship. Yi Fan discerned several men aboard, armed and watchful of their surroundings. Was this vessel here to collect the money? As the small boat neared the cargo ship, the occupants began unloading goods and loading bags of money onto their vessel. Yi Fan observed that the money was contained in black bags, stacked neatly within the boat. Inwardly, Yi Fan contemplated the situation, recognizing that the casino's funds were being transported via this small boat. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Acknowledging the cunning of these individuals, they had chosen the water route, making any attempt to intervene quite challenging. With a furrowed brow, Yi Fan intently focused on the speedboat, his mind racing. Making a move as the speedboat docked would entail immense risk. The casino's personnel were not to be trifled with, and should they detect an attempted robbery, they would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. He began to scrutinize the boat's trajectory, noting that it navigated along the river. Realizing that success in seizing the money necessitated identifying an appropriate location to intercept it, Yi Fan continued to observe the small boat's patterns. He discovered that after traversing a certain distance along the river, the boat would encounter a narrow bend, where a small bridge stood, flanked by trees and underbrush. This spot seemed promising, a perfect location for an ambush. Yi Fan resolved to investigate the area near the bridge to assess its suitability for his heist plan. Cautiously, he navigated the narrow path along the shore, making his way toward the bridge. Upon reaching the bridge, Yi Fan meticulously examined the surrounding environment. He noted several abandoned structures nearby, their grounds overrun with weeds, providing excellent cover for concealment. Convinced that the vicinity of the bridge was an ideal ambush site, he stealthily departed under the cover of night. Throughout his journey, he continuously replayed the intricate details of his robbery plan in his mind, ensuring every aspect was foolproof. At last, Yi Fan returned to the Zetian Group's branch. Upon entering, he found Aoki and Kanazawa anxiously awaiting his return. As soon as they spotted him, they rushed forward. Boss, how did it go? Did you discover anything? Aoki inquired eagerly. Yi Fan sat upon the chair, nodding slightly as he declared, I have made progress. I have discovered the route for transporting money to the casino. Tomorrow, the three of us shall lie in wait at a certain location and seize the funds. Jin Ziwu remained silent, merely listening intently. In her heart, she was moved by Yi Fan's willingness to rob an underground casino to save her brother. Clenching her fists, she vowed that success was imperative for the following day. Qing Mu, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, Boss, you lead the way. We shall follow your every command. On the following night, near the small bridge, a black sedan concealed itself nearby. The three donned hoods, cloaked in dark attire, each wielding a short knife. The atmosphere within the vehicle was tense and oppressive. Yifan peered through the window, fixating intently on the direction of the small bridge, his gaze sharp and concentrated. Qingmu occupied the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white as he occasionally glanced at the outside commotion. His body, slightly leaning forward, poised to start the car at any moment. Jin Zhu sat in the back seat, taking a deep breath, her grip firm on her knife. Her eyes steadfastly focused ahead. As time passed, the surrounding silence was only broken by their synchronized breaths. Yifan continually recalled the small boat's navigation route and patterns he had previously observed, contemplating the imminent operation. The danger of this endeavor loomed large. The casino's personnel were not to be trifled with, and discovery could lead to dire consequences. Suddenly, a faint sound of an engine echoed from a distance, tightening Yifan's chest as he whispered, "They are coming." Qingmu immediately grew anxious, his eyes widening as he fixated on the source of the sound. Jin Zhu also tightened her grip on the knife, leaning slightly forward. The engine noise grew louder, and a small boat gradually came into view. Yifan observed that the vessel was laden with cargo for individuals aboard, covered with black bags that undoubtedly concealed money. As the small boat made its way toward the bridge, one of the men spoke, "Every day, we haul this much cash. Too bad it isn't ours. If you're not afraid of death, go ahead and take it." "Just kidding, I wouldn't dare touch that money." "Hey, later, let's hit the new bubble bath in Shinjuku. The girls there are quite lovely, especially the big ones." "Haha, our brother Fujita knows how to have fun good. Let us go there soon." "All right, enough distractions. We're approaching shallow waters. We need to slow down." As the small boat neared the bridge, preparing to cross, three figures suddenly leaped down from above. These figures, agile and swift, landed and charged toward the boat. Clad in tight black garments and masked, they brandished short knives, their gazes sharp and fierce. The individuals on the boat, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, hurriedly drew their guns in defense. Yifan, gripping his knife, lunged forward, thrusting it towards one assailant's neck. His strike was as swift as lightning, and with a soft thud, the blade penetrated the adversary's neck, blood erupting in an instant. The man's eyes widened in shock as his hands instinctively clutched the wound, his body swayed, and he collapsed limply onto the boat. "Ding! You have killed a human. You have gained 3 attribute points." Upon witnessing the commotion, the others aboard the vessel immediately shouted in alarm. "Robbery! Quickly retaliate!" The remaining individuals hastily seized their knives and launched a frenzied assault towards Yifan. Reacting swiftly, Yifan sidestepped and took refuge behind the ship's railing, as blades clashed against the wood, sending sparks flying. Qingmu and Jin Zhu rushed over without hesitation. Qingmu maneuvered from the side, and seizing the moment when the enemy was distracted, he charged forward and struck a foe's arm with a fierce blow. With a sickening sound, the man's arm was severed, blood gushing forth. My hand!" Jin Zhu, seizing the opportune moment, sprang forward, her short knife aimed at another adversary. Chapter 64. The Dance of Blades. With a swift motion, Jin Zhu thrust her short blade toward her adversary. However, her opponent was not without defenses. In a hurried maneuver, he sidestepped just in time, the blade grazing his attire. Yet Jin Zhu was quick to react, pivoting gracefully to strike once more. Her opponent hastily raised his own weapon to parry the blow, the clash of metal resonating sharply in the stillness of the night, sparks illuminating their fierce visages. In an instant, they found themselves locked in a stalemate, straining against each other's blades, their eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. Jin Zhu gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She understood the gravity of this mission. For her brother's sake, she had to give her all. Suddenly, with a surge of strength, Jin Zhu pushed her opponent back a step, seizing the moment while he was off balance. She lifted her leg and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. He grunted, stumbling backward, nearly toppling into the river. Jin Zhu pressed her advantage, swinging her blade once more. This time, her strike found its mark, slicing into his chest, blood immediately gushing forth, staining his garments. He groaned in agony, his weapon clattering to the ground. Yet Jin Zhiwu did not relent. She understood that mercy towards her foe would be cruelty towards herself. Raising her blade once again, she prepared to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, the last enemy stealthily approached from behind, weapon raised, intent on ambushing her. In a critical instant, Yi Fan perceived the imminent danger. "Watch your back," he shouted, simultaneously hurling his own short blade at the assailant. The blade cut through the air with a chilling glint, accurately embedding itself in the enemy's back. The assailant's eyes widened in shock as his weapon clattered to the ground, and his body slowly crumpled forward. "Ding! You have slain a human, earning 3 attribute points." Jin Zhiwu, alerted by Yi Fan's warning, quickly turned to see the fallen foe behind her, a wave of relief washing over her. She cast a grateful glance at Yi Fan, who nodded slightly, urging her to continue. On board the vessel, 2 surviving transporters were wailing in despair. As Jin Zhiwu and Qing Mu prepared to deal with them, Yi Fan hurriedly intervened. "Wait, let me handle this." Jin Zhiwu and Qing Mu exchanged puzzled glances as Yi Fan approached the 2 mournful figures, his gaze devoid of compassion. He bent down, seizing one by the collar and lifting him up. The man looked at Yi Fan in terror, his eyes filled with fear and pleading. With a cold stare, Yi Fan thrust his blade into the man's chest, blood gushing forth instantly. "Ding! You have slain a human, earning 3 attribute points." The man's eyes widened in agony, a pained expression crossing his face before his head drooped in defeat. The other, witnessing this horror, collapsed to the ground, frantically begging for mercy. "Please, spare me. I want to do it again. I only did it to support my family." Yi Fan scoffed, his blade rising and falling once more, extinguishing yet another life. "Ding! You have slain a human, earning 3 attribute points." Aoki and Kanazawa Mai were taken aback as they witnessed Yi Fan's decisive act that claimed 2 lives. Although Kanazawa Mai understood that these individuals were malevolent, the coldness in Yi Fan's demeanor instilled a sense of fear within her. She spoke softly, "Yi Fan, you." Turning to her, Yi Fan's gaze softened as he replied, "Kanazawa Mai, do not be afraid. These individuals are not virtuous. Their demise is well-deserved. My actions are to ensure we can secure the funds needed to save your brother, as well as to ensure our efforts are duly rewarded. I do not wish for you to bear the burden of murder. I shall shoulder all." Kanazawa Mai felt deeply moved by Yi Fan's words. She recognized his noble intentions and understood he acted for the greater good. Approaching him, she gently grasped his hand and said, "Yi Fan, thank you. I know you are acting for our benefit. I will not be afraid. We shall face this together." Aoki chimed in, "Boss, I understand your thoughts. We will follow you without hesitation." Yi Fan nodded at them and said, "All right, let us swiftly transport the money back. Time is of the essence." At that moment, all enemies aboard the vessel had been dealt with, and the 3 swiftly carried the bags of money to the shore, placing them in a pre-prepared black sedan. The entire process was executed with precision and efficiency. With the ill-gotten gains in hand, they quickly drove away from the scene. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere remained tense, yet it was tinged with a sense of victorious elation. Kanazawa Mai gazed at Yi Fan, her eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. She was acutely aware that the success of this operation hinged entirely on Yi Fan's meticulous planning and resolute decision-making. Aoki, exhilarated, let out a whistle and exclaimed, "Boss, this went remarkably smoothly." "Ha ha ha." Yi Fan smiled slightly and cautioned, "Let us not celebrate prematurely. We must remain vigilant against potential retaliation from the casino. However, our immediate priority is to return with the money to save Kanazawa Mai's brother." With that, he accelerated the vehicle, disappearing into the vastness of the night. Upon returning to the Zetian Group's branch, the 3 hastily entered the building and closed the door behind them. Kanazawa Mai turned on the light, the dim glow casting shadows on the floor as they placed the bags of money on the table and began to count. Aoki eagerly opened a bag, revealing stacks of yen, his eyes sparkling as he counted and muttered, "Wow, there's so much money. This should be enough to save A's." Kanazawa Mai joined in, neatly stacking the bills. Yi Fan observed the scene from the side, feeling indifferent, It was merely money, lacking the allure of attribute points. My brother has hope now, Kanazawa said. Indeed, this money is meant to save Kanazawa's little brother, Aoki affirmed. Yi Fan stepped forward, picking up a stack of yen and contemplating the images printed upon it, feeling a surge of emotions. He understood that this money represented not only the hope of saving Kanazawa Mai's brother, but also the capital necessary for his survival in this world. Next, we must be cautious not to be discovered as the perpetrators of this theft. They will certainly not let this go lightly, Yi Fan remarked. Aoki wiped the smile from his face and nodded in agreement. Indeed, as long as we remain silent, no one will know it was us. Yi Fan gazed at Kanazawa Mai, retrieving 5 million yen from his pouch and handing it to her. This is for your brother's medical expenses. Take it for emergencies. Kanazawa Mai's hands trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with gratitude and astonishment. She looked at Yi Fan, her lips parted, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon accepting the money, her eyes reddened and tears cascaded down her cheeks. In her heart, she silently pondered, Yi Fan risked everything to rob the casino for my brother. How can I ever repay this kindness? He fights so fiercely. I would gladly give my life for him. Without him, my brother would have had no hope. He is like a beacon of light in my darkness, illuminating the future for both my brother and me. Kanazawa Mai wiped her tears, raised her head to look at Yi Fan, and spoke with a quivering voice. Yi Fan, I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. You have done so much for me. My life belongs to you. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, observing Kanazawa Mai's earnest demeanor, and a warmth blossomed in his heart. He gently replied, Do not say such things. I am your leader. It is only right that I assist you. Aoki, witnessing this touching scene from the side, was equally moved. He chuckled and said, Boss, we are in this together. Let us rescue Kanazawa's little brother. Chapter 65. Renting a shop in the early hours of the morning, the tranquil little bridge lay shrouded in darkness, while by the riverside, a shadowy assembly of dozens of individuals clad in black suits exuded an air of mystery. They encircled a speedboat moored at the bank, their expressions grave and their gazes intently scrutinizing every detail of the vessel. 4 lifeless bodies lay sprawled, their pallor accentuated under the moonlight. The blood had long since drained from the corpses, leaving a vast expanse of dark stains upon the boat. At that moment, a robust figure leapt from the bridge, landing deftly on the speedboat. He crouched down, leaning closer to one of the bodies, meticulously examining its condition. His brow furrowed, and a glint of cold resolve flickered in his eyes, as if he were pondering something profound. The surrounding individuals remained silent, their focus unwavering, with only the whispering night breeze generating a soft rustle. Boss, it's Dayu. A slender man stepped forward, slightly bowing in a gesture of respect. I just conducted a thorough examination, and the manner of killing is exceptionally professional, far from an ordinary crime. Dayu Zicheng slowly raised his head, his piercing gaze locking onto the reporting man as he inquired in a low, measured tone, What makes it so professional? The man adjusted his glasses and replied methodically, From the wounds on these bodies, the strikes are clean and precise. Moreover, the arrangement of the corpses and the coagulated state of the blood indicate that the perpetrator possesses a remarkable understanding of human anatomy and hemodynamics. Such skill is beyond the capabilities of an average person. Dayu Zicheng furrowed his brow slightly, his attention returning to the body. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, It appears we are facing a formidable adversary. At that juncture, another individual in black approached, stating, Boss, given the perpetrator's expertise, it is highly likely they are part of an organized group. What course of action should we take next? Dayu rose to his feet, his gaze resolute as he scanned the group. First, we shall transport the bodies back for our team to conduct a thorough analysis in hopes of uncovering any clues. Simultaneously, we must heighten vigilance in the surrounding area to prevent any further incidents. The group nodded in agreement, swiftly springing into action. Before long, the bodies were loaded into a vehicle, and the convoy gradually departed from the vicinity of the bridge. Meanwhile, Dayu Zicheng stood at the edge of the speedboat, gazing pensively at the blood-stained waters, lost in thought. After a moment of reflection, Dayu retrieved his phone and dialed the number for Yamamoto Group's Aokage leader, Yamatotaka. Upon hearing the familiar voice on the other end, Dayu quickly reported, "Leader, the situation is quite challenging. For bodies have been discovered on the speedboat by the bridge, and the method of killing is professional, not characteristic of an ordinary crime. We suspect the Tainan gang may have seized this money." There was a brief silence on the line before a low voice responded, "I will dispatch personnel to investigate the movements of the Tainan gang. For now, focus on transporting the bodies back and conducting a meticulous examination for any potential clues. Remember to proceed with caution and avoid alarming the enemy." Dayu nodded earnestly. "Understood, leader. We will handle this matter expeditiously." After hanging up the phone, Riho turned and boarded the car, instructing the driver to return to headquarters. Meanwhile, Yifan had spent the past few days scouring Shinjuku for a suitable nightclub venue. Fatigued beyond measure, he found himself dining in an izakaya. As he devoured his meal, Aoki rushed in, breathless, and plopped down opposite him, exuberantly exclaiming, "Brother, I've discovered a fantastic shop nearby. You must go see it right away." Yifan looked up, his mouth full, and mumbled, "I'll go after I finish eating." Without a second thought, Aoki began ordering dishes, muttering, "This place looks promising. Let us get plenty of signature dishes." Before long, a mountain of food was ordered. Yifan gazed at Aoki, bemused, and remarked, "Aren't you being a tad inconsiderate?" Aoki chuckled, saying, "Well, you're the one paying, brother. I'm merely assisting you in your investigation." Yifan shook his head and continued to eat. Soon, the dishes began to arrive, and Aoki started to feast, occasionally urging Yifan to hurry up. After finishing his meal, Yifan stood and patted Aoki on the shoulder, saying, "Let us go check out the shop you mentioned." The two exited the izakaya and headed towards the location. Along the way, Aoki incessantly extolled the virtues of the shop, and Yifan felt a growing sense of anticipation. Upon arriving at the storefront, Yifan scrutinized its exterior and noted that the location was indeed excellent, with a considerable foot traffic surrounding it. As they walked, Aoki asked, "Brother, what do you think? I believe the shop is quite suitable." Yifan nodded, replying, "Yes, it appears promising. Let us go inside." They entered the establishment, and as Yifan meticulously examined the internal layout, he was mentally formulating his plans. Aoki, brimming with excitement, explored every corner, occasionally exclaiming in awe. Suddenly, a heated argument shattered the tranquility. Yifan turned to see Aoki embroiled in a dispute with the shop owner. Furrowing his brow, Yifan hurried over. Aoki, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Owner, your prices are unreasonable. We are sincerely interested in renting, and you cannot demand such exorbitant fees." The owner, displaying palpable impatience, retorted, "This price is already quite fair. There are many others willing to rent if you won't." Yifan quickly intervened, "Please, let us remain calm and discuss this amicably. I believe the price is indeed somewhat high. We are genuinely interested. Could you possibly offer a better rate?" The owner frowned and sighed in resignation. The location is prime. In Shinjuku, rent is inherently steep. The price I've quoted is already quite reasonable. Yifan, curious, inquired, "What is the exact rent, if you don't mind sharing? We would like to understand." The owner pointed at the shop size and stated, "This space is approximately 300 square meters, with a monthly rent of 1.5 million yen. It's payable annually, and this is already a discounted rate." Upon hearing the price, Aoki's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is it truly that expensive? Could you possibly lower it a bit, dear sir?" The proprietor shook his head, firmly asserting, "This is genuinely the lowest price. I must consider my own costs as well. If you find it unsuitable, there is little I can do." After a moment of contemplation, Yifan interjected, "We fully understand your predicament, esteemed owner. However, as we are also mindful of our own expenses in renting a shop, might you consider offering a slight concession? We are genuinely interested in leasing the space." The owner hesitated briefly before responding, "Very well, given your apparent sincerity, I can reduce the monthly rent to 1.3 million yen. I cannot go any lower." Aoki, still feeling the price was a bit steep, opened his mouth to negotiate further. Yet Yifan swiftly pulled him back, smiling at the owner and saying, "Thank you. We truly appreciate your generosity. We will manage the business diligently." The owner nodded, expressing his hopes that they would successfully run the establishment. Turning to Aoki, Yifan said, "Let us hurry back and prepare. Filled with excitement, Aoki replied, "Absolutely, brother. At last, we have our very own shop." Ultimately, Yi Fan and the proprietor reached an agreement, successfully securing the lease for the shop. As Yi Fan gazed at the establishment, he contemplated his plans, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Chapter 66. The Tang Dynasty Nightclub. Yi Fan, accompanied by Qing Mu, departed from the shop and returned to his residence to commence preparations for the renovation. He first reached out to a professional renovation company, articulating his design philosophy and requirements in detail. The designers, inspired by Yi Fan's vision, swiftly presented a design proposal. As Yi Fan gazed upon the blueprints, a vivid image of a nightclub imbued with modernity and Eastern charm materialized in his mind, which he aptly named the Tang Dynasty Nightclub. After a period of intense construction, the nightclub was finally completed. Standing at the entrance, Yi Fan beheld the transformed establishment, his heart swelling with a sense of achievement. Turning to Qing Mu, he instructed, "Qing Mu, you and Jin Zhe Wu must recruit some waitstaff and hostesses. This task must be executed flawlessly. Our nightclub has just opened, and we need a sufficient number of personnel." Qing Mu patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, brother, I will handle this with utmost diligence." With that, he set off to find Jin Zhe Wu. Upon locating Jin Zhe Wu, the two immediately sprang into action. They first visited the local employment agency, where they posted a recruitment notice. The notice outlined the requirements for waitstaff and hostesses, emphasizing the need for appealing appearance and relevant experience. Soon, inquiries began to pour in. Qing Mu and Jin Zhe Wu meticulously screened the applicants, probing into their work history and skills while also assessing their demeanor and attitude. When they encountered suitable candidates, Jin Zhe Wu would elaborate on the job responsibilities and benefits at the nightclub. After considerable effort, they successfully recruited a group of waitstaff and hostesses. Qing Mu led them back to the nightclub, where Yi Fan conducted a brief training session. He introduced the staff to the service protocols and essential considerations, teaching them how to communicate and engage with patrons effectively. Following the training, Yi Fan decided to hold an internal trial operation, allowing the employees to acclimate to the work environment and processes, while also evaluating the overall functioning of the nightclub. On the day of the grand opening, the sun had just dipped below the horizon, leaving a trace of orange-red in the sky. As the last rays of sunlight cascaded over the sign of the Tang Dynasty Nightclub, Yi Fan, Qing Mu, and Jin Zhe Wu stood at the front entrance, flanked by a neatly arranged group of waitstaff, all donned in matching uniforms, exuding vitality. Yi Fan, clad in a well-tailored black suit, his hair meticulously styled and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, wore a confident and warm smile, concealing the fact that he was a ruthless demon. Qing Mu, in a casual suit, appeared both capable and composed, his arms crossed as he steadfastly gazed ahead. Jin Zhe Wu, in an exquisitely crafted traditional qipao, her makeup flawless and her smile sweet, radiated an air of elegance. "Yoshi, this newly opened venue seems rather promising," exclaimed a Japanese businessman in a kimono, quickening his pace. His companions echoed in agreement. "Indeed, I've heard there are many beautiful ladies here. It's primarily the ladies who are appealing." Let us head in together," remarked another man in a suit. Laughing heartily, the waiter promptly stepped forward, slightly bowing, and said, "Welcome, esteemed guests. We assure you that the Great Tang Nightclub will surely meet your expectations." Aoki took a step forward, smiling as he added, "Please come inside. We shall provide you with the finest service." Meanwhile, Yi Fan stood aside, directing the waitstaff to guide the guests into the nightclub. Guests poured in, led by the attendants, as they made their way to various areas. Inside the club, the lights shimmered brilliantly and melodious music filled the air. On the dance floor, revelers moved gracefully to the rhythm, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Upon entering, the guests were instantly captivated by the breathtaking scene before them. The hostesses, adorned in resplendent Tang Dynasty attire, showcased a kaleidoscope of vivid colors. Their garments, embellished with intricate patterns, featured golden trim at the collars and cuffs, exuding both classic elegance and charm. One of the hostesses glided gracefully to the side of a Japanese guest, curtsying slightly as she spoke in a sweet voice. "Sir, this way, please." The guest, gazing at the woman clad in traditional attire, was filled with admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, so kawaii." Her delicate brows and bright eyes, coupled with her gentle smile, seemed to transport one back to the opulent era of the Tang dynasty. As the guests settled onto the sofas, the hostesses gathered around, balancing exquisite drinkware. They filled the guests' glasses with fine wine. The intricately designed vessels sparkled, reflecting the enchanting light. Guests lifted their glasses, savoring a sip of the rich flavor. As the music swelled, the dancers on the floor began to move with abandon. The hostesses also rose to join the guests in dance, their lithe forms and graceful movements narrating a timeless tale across the ages. The guests reveled in the moment, thoroughly enjoying the splendid time. In a corner of a nightclub, a guest clad in a tailored suit held a glass aloft, tilting his head slightly as he conversed with a nearby hostess. She wore a delicate pink Tang dynasty dress, its hem flowing like clouds in a breeze, adorned with intricate golden embroidery that shimmered under the lights. In her hand, she held a round fan, its pristine surface embellished with exquisite floral and avian motifs. The guest squinted slightly, a look of enchantment in his eyes as he remarked, "Your attire is truly unique, as if it has transported one back to ancient times." The hostess smiled sweetly, her lips curving upwards, and replied softly, "You flatter me, sir." Much thought went into the design of this attire. As she spoke, she gently waved her fan, releasing a faint, delightful fragrance into the air. The guest inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "This scent is perfectly balanced, neither overpowering nor faint, refreshing the spirit. And your every gesture exudes an air of elegance, reminiscent of a lady stepping forth from an ancient court." The hostess nodded slightly, her eyes sparkling with mirth, and said, "It is our great honor to receive your kind acknowledgement, sir. We aspire to provide each guest with a truly unique experience." The guests were enveloped in a joyous atmosphere throughout the nightclub, reveling in all that the establishment had to offer. Meanwhile, Yi Fan stood to the side, observing the merriment with a sense of concealed pride. He was acutely aware that this exuberance would ultimately yield him immense wealth and power. Suddenly, a waiter approached Yi Fan, saying, "Boss, someone is looking for you, a police officer." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly, and a flicker of alertness crossed his eyes. Maintaining his composure, he adjusted his collar, inhaled deeply, and restored a confident smile to his face. He turned to Qing Mu, signaling him to accompany him. Qing Mu understood the unspoken cue and followed closely behind Yi Fan as they navigated through the bustling dance floor and crowd, heading towards the direction indicated by the waiter. There, a man clad in a trench coat stood with a serious expression, his keen gaze scanning the surroundings with an incisive intensity. Chapter 67. Masao Matsumoto. Yi Fan stepped forward and courteously inquired, "Good day, officer. How may I assist you?" The man slightly nodded and handed over a business card. Upon inspection, Yi Fan noted it bore the name of Masao Matsumoto, the chief of the Shinjuku Patrol Division. "Mr. Yi," Matsumoto began, his gaze icy as he continued, "I have received reports alleging that your nightclub is involved in illicit activities." A sense of unease gripped Yi Fan, yet he quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile, "Chief, we operate within the bounds of legality, possessing all necessary permits and licenses. This must be a misunderstanding." Aoki, standing nearby, hastily added, "Indeed, we have always conducted our business with integrity. We are puzzled as to how such accusations could arise." Matsumoto furrowed his brow and stated, "The allegations pertain to serious matters, such as human trafficking and illegal sexual transactions. I must conduct a thorough inspection of your establishment." Yi Fan felt a weight in his chest, but forced himself to remain calm, asserting, "Chief, this is sheer defamation. We have always operated our nightclub legitimately. How could we possibly be involved in such criminal activities?" Matsumoto scoffed, his piercing gaze fixed on Yi Fan as he slowly replied, "Yi Fan, spare me the pretense. Do you think I am unaware of the forces backing you? The name of the Yamakawa group, led by Wataru, resonates profoundly in this area." Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, understanding that this chief had come prepared. Taking a deep breath, a barely perceptible viciousness flickered across his face as he suggested, "Since you are so well informed, let us discuss this matter in your office." With that, He gestured for Aoki to lead Matsumoto toward the office. Upon entering the office, Yi Fan closed the door and gestured towards the sofa, saying, "Please have a seat, Chief." Matsumoto took a seat without hesitation, his eyes surveying the office with a hint of disdain. Yi Fan settled behind his desk, arms crossed over his chest, and fixed his gaze on Matsumoto, stating, "Since you are aware of my background, I shall dispense with the pleasantries. Let's speak candidly." His eyes bore a look of contempt as he regarded Matsumoto. Matsumoto's lips curled into a slight smirk as he clapped his hands, mocking, "Ah, Yi Fan, you have finally come to your senses. To be frank, every establishment in Shinjuku is required to pay me a protection fee. As long as you comply, I can turn a blind eye to your so-called illegal activities." Yi Fan let out a cold laugh, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "I have lived long enough to have never encountered a police officer as brazenly corrupt as you." A flicker of displeasure crossed Matsumoto's eyes. "Then allow me to demonstrate how things operate today." Yi Fan's gaze hardened as he replied, "Very well, Chief Matsumoto, since you dare to make such a proposition. I shall not beat around the bush. How much do you require?" Matsumoto's lips curled slightly as he raised a single finger, his eyes gleaming with greed. "1 year. This amount." Yi Fan scoffed. 1 million yen? Matsumoto shook his head. 10 million yen. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, leaning back in his chair, his eyes brimming with derision. "Chief Matsumoto, your appetite is indeed substantial." Matsumoto Masao's expression darkened as he sternly remarked, "Yi Fan, do not attempt to bargain with me. This concession is only due to the influence of the Koizumi group behind you. Otherwise, given your mere nightclub, I could effortlessly shut you down." Yi Fan paused for a moment and then burst into laughter. "Very well, Director Matsumoto, you certainly possess a ruthless edge. You are far more formidable than we in the underworld." Matsumoto Masao scoffed disdainfully. "In this region, I am the ultimate authority. Should you refuse, you are welcome to test my resolve." Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of cunning flashing within. "All right, Director Matsumoto, I will trust you this time. However, I have a condition." Matsumoto furrowed his brow. "What condition?" Yi Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile. "I have encountered some difficulties. You must resolve these issues effectively. I assure you, I will not withhold a single penny." Matsumoto scrutinized Yi Fan for a moment, contemplating inwardly that this young man was indeed a formidable opponent. Yet, he was reluctant to forfeit this lucrative opportunity. Thus he replied, "Very well, prepare the funds promptly." Yi Fan nodded. "No problem, Director Matsumoto, rest assured. As long as you meet my expectations, I will ensure your payment is substantial." Matsumoto stood up, brushing off his clothing. "Let us agree on this. I hope you do not resort to any tricks." Yi Fan coldly chuckled. "Director Matsumoto, have no fear. I, Yi Fan, am always straightforward in my dealings. If you can handle matters effectively, we shall coexist harmoniously in the future." With a disdainful grunt, Matsumoto turned and exited the office without a backward glance. Yi Fan observed his retreating figure, a flicker of harshness passing through his eyes as he secretly contemplated his next course of action. This man must not be touched, at least not now. With his assistance, many troubles could be alleviated. As Yi Fan pondered, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen, his brow slightly furrowing. Aoki, sensing the situation, stood and nodded to Yi Fan before quietly leaving the office. Yi Fan stared at his phone screen. It was Nakayama Mitsuko. His previously somber expression softened, and he pressed the answer button. As soon as he picked up the call, Nakayama Mitsuko's sweet voice reached his ears. "Yi-san, are you free tomorrow? I would like to invite you to the amusement park." Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected invitation. After a brief contemplation of his current circumstances, he realized he could use a respite, and spending time with Nakayama Mitsuko might ease his tense emotions. Thus, he smiled and replied, "Sure, I am free tomorrow." Nakayama Mitsuko exclaimed excitedly on the other end, "That's wonderful. I will wait for you at the entrance of the amusement park at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Let us not miss each other." Yi Fan responded with a smile, "All right, I will be there on time." After hanging up, a warmth spread through Yi Fan's heart. He understood that this outing to the amusement park might allow him to momentarily forget his troubles. Yi Fan returned to his chair, contemplating the itinerary for tomorrow. a slight smile gracing his lips. He resolved to fully enjoy the forthcoming adventure at the amusement park, setting his worries aside for the time being. The next day, Yi-Fan arose early and meticulously arranged his attire. He arrived at the entrance of the amusement park, where he found Akiko Nakayama waiting patiently. Dressed in a delicate pink dress, its hem floated gracefully like wispy clouds, swaying gently in the breeze. Her playful ponytail danced with each movement, while a few stray strands of hair playfully brushed against her cheeks. Her fair skin, reminiscent of exquisite jade, radiated a soft glow, and her finely chiseled features were a testament to artistry. Her bright eyes sparkled like crystal-clear waters, exuding a sense of vitality and innocence. Upon seeing Yi-Fan, she excitedly waved and approached him, her eyes brimming with joy. Yi-Fan stepped forward, smiling as he said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Akiko tilted her head slightly, her smile as radiant as the sun, replying, "Not at all. I just arrived a little while ago. Shall we go in?" As they entered the amusement park, Akiko glanced at Yi-Fan and couldn't help but comment, "Yi-Fan, can't you change your outfit once in a while? You always wear that black suit. It's getting a bit monotonous." Yi-Fan looked down at his attire and chuckled helplessly. "I have no choice. I don't have other clothes." Akiko, taken aback, exclaimed, "How could you not have other clothes? Don't you like different styles?" Yi-Fan shook his head, explaining, "It's not that I dislike them. I'm simply accustomed to this attire. Besides, I'm usually busy with work and don't have the time to choose other outfits." Akiko pouted, insisting, "That won't do. You should occasionally switch up your style. Look at everyone here. They're dressed so casually and fashionably. You should give it a try." Yi-Fan smiled and replied, "I think this is quite good. It's simple and convenient. Besides, I believe it doesn't matter what one wears, as long as one feels comfortable." Akiko, unimpressed, countered, "That may be true, but changing your style can also uplift your mood. You always dress so formally, which creates a sense of distance. Dressing casually once in a while would make you seem more approachable." Yi-Fan dismissed her comments. He simply didn't have the time to concern himself with his appearance. Chapter 68. Family Heritage. Mizushima Akiko, undeterred by Yi-Fan's indifference, suddenly brightened, seizing his hand and leading him toward a clothing store. "Yi-Fan, come on, let me help you pick out an outfit." Yi-Fan, somehat signet, was drawn into the shop. Amongst the myriad of garments, Akiko enthusiastically selected various pieces, exclaiming, "This one is lovely, and that one looks quite nice too." Ultimately, she chose a white casual shirt paired with light blue jeans, presenting them to Yi-Fan with a smile. "Try this on, it will surely look fantastic on you." He accepted the clothes and stepped into the fitting room. Moments later, he emerged clad in the selected outfit. Akiko's eyes sparkled, and she clapped her hands in delight. "Wow, Yi-Fan, you look so much more handsome like this." Yi-Fan gazed at his reflection in the mirror, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as he too found the look rather appealing. "How do you feel? Much better, right?" Akiko asked with a grin. Yi-Fan nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed. I feel considerably more relaxed." "That's great. You should wear outfits like this more often," Akiko chirped happily. The two continued to enjoy their time at the amusement park, riding the carousel and the Ferris wheel. Observing Akiko's joyful demeanor filled Yi-Fan's heart with warmth. While playing games, he helped her win several small prizes, eliciting her joyful laughter as she admired her collection. Before they knew it, the sun began to dip towards the horizon, and the throngs of people in the amusement park thinned. Akiko, with a hint of reluctance, remarked, "Time flies. Today has been so much fun." Yi-Fan smiled and agreed. "Yes, it truly has been a delightful day." "Yi-Fan, can we come back again?" Akiko inquired, her eyes shimmering with hope. Yi-Fan nodded gently, assuring her of course. "Whenever you wish, we can return." Akiko beamed with joy, taking his hand and declaring, "It's settled then. We must come back again." As Yi-Fan admired Akiko's innocent smile, an inexplicable tenderness welled up within him. He softly nodded, affirming, "Yes, we shall return." Just as they prepared to leave the amusement park, a group of unruly high school boys suddenly emerged, encircling them. The leader, sporting flamboyant red hair and chewing gum, cast a lecherous gaze upon Akiko. "Well, this girl is quite the looker," he said with a smirk, reaching out to grab Akiko's arm. Yi-Fan frowned, swiftly pulling Akiko behind him, his voice cold and firm. What do you want? The red-haired boy sneered, dismissively glancing at Yifan. What is it to you? This girl is too pretty not to have some fun with. Akiko, frightened, clutched the hem of Yifan's shirt tightly. With a fierce glare directed at the group of delinquents, Yifan warned, you'd best keep your distance from her, or you shall regret it. Regret it? Huh. I'm eager to see how you'll make me regret anything, the red-hair boy taunted, advancing towards Yifan with a push. Yifan slightly angled his body, effortlessly evading the push. Not too shabby, kid, remarked the red-haired youth, rolling up his sleeves in preparation for confrontation. Let us all gang up on him and show him what we're made of. At his command, the other boys rushed forward. Yifan's gaze sharpened as he realized that this group was determined to escalate matters. Just as he was about to retaliate, a voice rang out. Stop it. It was Nakayama Kozi, her tone tinged with urgency and a hint of tremor. The red-haired boy glanced at Kozi, smirking as he replied, Don't be scared, girl. Once we deal with this kid, we'll have some fun with you. Yifan let out a cold huff. He had no desire to ruin Kozi's clothes with blood during the impending brawl. He began to remove his shirt, prompting laughter from the surrounding youths. Their jeers saturated with mockery. Is he scared? Taking off his shirt? You think that will intimidate us? The red-hair boy scoffed, ignoring their taunts. Yifan discarded his shirt carelessly to the side. He turned his back to them, and for a moment, the boys were taken aback, but their laughter quickly died down. The sight of the massive black dragon tattoo on Yifan's back, with its fierce head gaping menacingly, seemed to swallow the light around it. The dragon-esque scales glimmered eerily in the fading sunlight, each line radiating an aura of mysterious power. The boys gasped, their smiles vanishing in an instant. The red-haired youth's face turned ashen, his lips quivering as he stammered, Why yes, we apologize. We didn't recognize you as someone of importance. The other boys stared at Yifan in terror, nodding fervently. Yifan pivoted, casting a frigid glance at them, and said in a low, resonant voice, Get lost. Don't let me see you again. The group fled in a panic, scrambling away as if granted a reprieve. Nakayama Kozi looked at Yifan in astonishment, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Yifan softened his gaze, gently picking up his shirt to put it back on. It's all right now. Let us go. I'll take you home, he said. They exited the amusement park, remaining silent throughout the journey until they reached her residence. Yifan accompanied Nakayama Kozi to her grand estate, watching her enter the opulent manor. As the doors slowly closed, he stood rooted in place, gazing at the lavish entrance, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood the profound lineage of her family, which valued powerful alliances and recognized the vast chasm between them. Back in the taxi, Yifan leaned against the seat, staring out at the passing streets, overwhelmed by a sense of futility. Memories of the moments shared with Kozi at the amusement park flooded his mind, each joyful instant feeling like a distant dream. Despite his deep affection for her, that sentiment seemed utterly powerless in the face of reality. He knew that their worlds were akin to two parallel lines, forever destined to remain separate. He was merely a struggling individual navigating the complexities of life, while she was a beloved heiress with a radiant future and boundless potential. The vehicle gradually set in motion, and Yifan gazed at the flickering lights outside, silently sighing within. He told himself that perhaps it was time to bury these feelings deep within, to relinquish any unrealistic fantasies until he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Zhongshan family. Despite the myriad of reluctance in his heart, he could only endure this sense of helplessness in silence. Suddenly, Yifan recalled that he still had unused attribute points. He mentally recited, System, attribute points, 12, strength, 21, agility, 16, stamina, 20 spirit, 12, reaction, 16. Yifan resolved to develop himself comprehensively, aspiring to become a well-rounded warrior. 8 points in spirit. 4 points in agility. Attribute points, 0, strength, 21, agility, 20 stamina, 20 spirit, 20 reaction, 16. After allocating his points, Yifan felt a heightened sense of awareness of his surroundings, a peculiar sensation indeed. This was the foundation upon which he could potentially grow strong. Otherwise, even with 10 lifetimes, he could never rival the Zhongshan family. Upon returning to the Datang nightclub, Aoki approached him immediately. Brother Yi, the waitstaff is in place. But we haven't yet found suitable candidates to join the Zediang group, Aoki said, his brow furrowed. Yifan frowned slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding. This matter cannot be rushed. Joining the Zediang group is significant and requires careful selection. As he spoke, he paced back and forth in the hall. I understand that it cannot be rushed, but the continuous inability to find suitable individuals is not a viable solution, Aoki said, scratching his head with a look of helplessness. Yifan halted his steps, turned to Aoki, and resolutely stated, better to have none than to settle for mediocrity. What we need are capable and dependable individuals. However, such suitable candidates are indeed exceedingly difficult to find. Aoki sighed, showing signs of frustration. After a moment of silence, Yifan suggested, how about this? Do you remember Brother Long? I believe he could be a good fit. Let's seek him out. Aoki nodded in agreement. Yes, his skills are commendable. Chapter 69. Brother Long's watch in the impoverished district of Shinjuku. Yifan donned a pair of golden-rimmed glasses, behind which his eyes shimmered with a sharp yet composed brilliance. The glasses lent him an air of elegance that harmonized beautifully with his commanding presence. Aoki maintained his usual disheveled appearance, a carefree smile gracing his face as he scanned his surroundings, exuding an aura of reckless abandon. Kanazawa Mai, with her neatly cropped golden hair and perfect physique, radiated confidence, her gaze resolute, embodying an imposing authority without the need for anger. The three of them wore black suits adorned with the golden emblem of the Yamakawa society, standing out vividly against the backdrop of the impoverished streets. People around them cast glances filled with awe, curiosity, and fear. At that moment, Wang Pengzi spotted Yifan and hurriedly approached him, a broad grin plastered on his face as he jogged over, bowing slightly in deference. Brother Yi, what brings you here? It's been a while since we last saw you. Yifan furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Wang Pengzi and inquiring, where's Brother Long? I haven't seen him around. Wang Pengzi's smile faltered instantly. He scratched his head, visibly flustered as he replied, Brother Long. He left early this morning with the brothers to look for work. Yifan raised an eyebrow. Oh, where did he go? I need to speak with him about something. Wang Pengzi explained. Brother Long just wanted to earn a bit more money. Everyone needs to eat, right? He didn't specify where exactly they were headed, but I believe they went out for odd jobs. Yifan nodded thoughtfully and said, Perfect. I need a team to oversee operations at the Datang nightclub. Please relay my message to Brother Long and have him get in touch with me. Wang Pengzi's eyes lit up with excitement, his face beaming as he eagerly responded, Absolutely. Brother Yi, I will convey your message. Brother Long will be thrilled to hear this. Aoki scoffed disdainfully from the side, muttering, Humph, what a waste of our trip. Does he think he is Zhuge Liang? Kanazawa Mai turned to Yifan and asked, Boss, is this plan reliable? Yifan, with unwavering conviction, replied, Brother Long has been operating in this area for quite some time, and his men are fairly dependable. If they join the nightclub, it will not only resolve their livelihood issues, but also assist us in our endeavors. Wang Pengzi, having learned the language of the neon world over time, nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Brother Yi, Brother Long, and his crew are trustworthy. I'll speak with him right away and urge him to contact you. Yifan regarded Wang Pengzi with seriousness. Make sure Brother Long reaches out to me promptly. We cannot afford any delays. And remember, keep this matter discreet. Wang Pengzi nodded earnestly. Understood, Brother Yi. You can count on me. I won't spread this information around. Yifan clapped Wang Pengzi on the shoulder. All right, off you go. Don't forget to deliver my message. As Wang Pengzi turned to leave, Yifan added, By the way, if Brother Long has any updates, have him notify me at the Datang nightclub at once. Wang Pengzi turned back, his face alight with a smile. Of course, Brother Yi. You can rely on me to bring you the news promptly. Wang Pengzi hurried away, and Yifan watched his retreating figure, contemplating the tasks that lay ahead. He understood that if Long Ge could bring his brothers into the nightclub, it would greatly benefit his career while also alleviating their financial struggles. One day later, as night fell, the dazzling lights of the Datang nightclub illuminated the surroundings. Yifan was bustling in the hall when he suddenly heard a commotion at the entrance. Raising his gaze, he saw Long Ge entering the nightclub accompanied by Azu and Tai Tu. Long Ge was robustly built, his face exuding a sense of composure. While Azu looked around with curiosity and Tai-Tu followed closely behind, his expression serious. Yifan approached them with a smile, saying, "Long Ge, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Long Ge grinned and replied, "Brother Yi, I hear you have something to discuss with me?" Yifan nodded and said, "Indeed. I would like you to join the Datang nightclub and take charge of overseeing the venue." Long Ge furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before responding, "Brother Yi, we need to think this over. After all, we have only been doing odd jobs and have never managed a venue before." Yifan nodded slightly, earnestly stating, "Long Ge, I understand your concerns. However, while working for others in a clandestine capacity is arduous, you still have to deal with contractors who take a substantial cut, often half of your earnings. This is not a sustainable solution." Long Ge, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Tai-Tu could not help but interject, "Indeed, those contractors are unscrupulous. After a day's work, the money we receive is hardly substantial." Yifan continued, "Now, I am offering you a salary of 200,000 a month, and Long Ge, you will receive double that." Long Ji's eyes flashed with surprise as he inquired, "Brother Yi, why the double salary for me?" Yifan smiled and replied, "You are their leader, experienced and reliable. With you at the helm, I am assured. Moreover, your presence in the nightclub will certainly help in managing the venue effectively and maintaining order." Azu's eyes lit up at this, excitedly exclaiming, "Long Ge, this offer is quite appealing, far better than odd jobs." Tai-Tu nodded in agreement. Long Ge looked at Yifan earnestly and said, "Brother Yi, your trust in me shall not be in vain. Very well, we shall work with you." Yifan's face brightened with a satisfied smile as he remarked, "Excellent. With your word, I am at ease. Together, we shall ensure the success of the nightclub." Yifan then turned to Qing Mu, calling out, "Qing Mu, please assist Long Ge and the others in familiarizing themselves with their responsibilities." Qing Mu promptly stepped forward, smiling at Long Ge. "Long Ge, follow me. The tasks at the nightclub are not too difficult. I will explain everything thoroughly." Long Ge nodded and, accompanied by Azu and Tai-Tu, followed Qing Mu to one side of the hall. As they walked, Qing Mu began to outline, "Long Ge, our nightclub is divided into several zones, each with distinct responsibilities. This area is the stage zone, where performances take place. You must maintain order and ensure the safety of our guests. Over there is the resting area, where guests can unwind, and you need to be vigilant for any unexpected incidents." After Azu translated this for Long Ge, he curiously looked around and asked, "So what exactly will our duties entail?" Aoki patted him on the shoulder and said, "Your primary duty is to patrol the hall, keeping a vigilant eye on the guest's behavior to prevent any disturbances. Should any situation arise, promptly inform us." Tai-Tu furrowed his brow and inquired, "What should we do if a disturbance occurs?" Aoki flashed a smile and replied, "First, attempt to mediate the situation. If the other party remains unyielding, then we must resort to more stringent measures. However, all actions must prioritize the safety of both our guests and ourselves." As Long Ge listened to Aoki's briefing, he surveyed the surroundings and asked, "What particular aspects of the hall's layout and exits should we be mindful of?" Aoki gestured towards several directions in the hall and explained, "There are multiple exits leading to various locations. You must familiarize yourselves with these exits to ensure a swift evacuation of guests during emergencies. Additionally, there are surveillance devices in the hall that require your constant attention." Aoki then led them to a room filled with an array of tools and equipment. He picked up a baton and handed it to Long Ge, stating, "This is a tool for your duties. Please take care of it. There are also some walkie-talkies to facilitate communication among you." Looking at them, Aoki said, "Long Ge, take some time to acclimate to the environment. Feel free to ask me any questions. The security of this nightclub will depend on you." Long Ge nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Understood. We appreciate your guidance. Aoki, we will rely on you more in the future." Aoki chuckled, "There is no need for formality. Long Ge, we are all brothers here. Do not hesitate to reach out if needed." Long Ge, Azu, and Tai-Tu began to roam the hall, familiarizing themselves with their surroundings. Chapter 70. Open and hidden arrows. The piercing cold wind howled as yet another week quietly passed by. The year's end in Tokyo was blanketed in pristine white snow. with flakes gracefully descending from the heavens. In the warmth of his chamber, Yi Fan received a summons from Brother Takeda, inviting all the heads of the organization to gather. Outside, the snowflakes danced, cloaking the world in a shimmering silver attire. As a leader, Yi Fan could not decline the invitation. Aoki drove him, while Kanazawa Mai occupied the back seat. The automobile glided slowly along the snow-covered road, the tires crunching over the powdery surface with a soft squeak. Snowflakes continually struck the windows, blurring the view. A high-end restaurant came into sight, resembling a luxurious estate, embellished by the enchanting white snow. Several grand Mercedes parked at the entrance, their metallic surfaces gleaming with a chilling brilliance under the light, reflecting off the snow. The black Toyota that Yi Fan was in came to a gradual stop. As Aoki parked the car, a subordinate rushed over to open the door, bowing respectfully. Yi Fan stepped out, a gust of frigid wind sweeping in, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He adjusted his glasses and gazed at the restaurant, snowflakes swirling around him. At this moment, fresh snow began to fall from the sky, gently blanketing the restaurant's roof and the surrounding trees. The distant mountains, draped in white, harmonized beautifully with the architecture of the restaurant, resembling a picturesque winter landscape. With measured strides, Yi Fan approached the restaurant, followed closely by Kanazawa Mai and Aoki, snow settling on their shoulders. Upon entering the restaurant, he traversed the intricately adorned corridor and arrived at the private room. Pushing open the door, a wave of warmth enveloped him, infused with a hint of sandalwood. The corridor was already filled with guests, all eyes turning to Yi Fan as he entered. A swift glance revealed that the subordinates of the other leaders crowded at the entrance, a considerable number. While Yi Fan's side appeared somewhat meager with only Aoki and Kanazawa Mai accompanying him. Yet, he felt no inferiority. His presence alone eclipsed those subordinates. As he stepped into the room, despite the begrudging reluctance, the subordinates bent slightly under his imposing aura, reluctantly bowing in deference. Yi Fan surveyed them with a blend of disdain and pride, unconcerned by their demeanor. Holding his head high, he strode forward, indifferent to the peculiar gazes directed his way. Aoki and Kanazawa Mai followed closely behind, their expressions resolute. At that moment, a voice laced with mockery broke the air. "Brother Yi, your grandeur is quite remarkable. It seems you hold the brothers in low regard." Turning toward the voice, Yi Fan beheld a burly leader lounging on a sofa, a derisive smirk gracing his features. "And you are?" Yi Fan inquired. "Miyagi Ryanosuk." It was none other than the leader of the organization, Miyagi Ryanosuk. Yi Fan's lips curled slightly in amusement, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes as he slowly replied, "Brother Ryanosuk, your words are quite intriguing. I have always valued strength in my dealings, unlike certain individuals who rely on numbers to amplify their presence." Ryanosuk furrowed his brow, crossing his arms defiantly, and retorted, "Young man, as a newcomer, do not be overly arrogant." Yi Fan approached the sofa with an air of composure, leisurely settling down while crossing his legs. He spoke in a measured tone. "We are quite alike, Brother Miyagi. When it comes to arrogance, you might surpass me, if not equal me. In this territory of Tokyo, who does not speak based on their own merits? Are you afraid that I, a newcomer, might eclipse your prominence?" Yi Fan slightly leaned to the side, his gaze piercing straight at Ryanosuk Miyagi, as if he could perceive the very thoughts within him. The atmosphere in the room instantly became charged with tension. Just as the air seemed on the verge of solidifying, the door swung open once more, and Tanaka Onigashima strode in with several capable subordinates. He immediately sensed the palpable hostility in the room, his brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of displeasure evident in his eyes. "What time is it? And yet you are still embroiled in internal strife?" Tanaka's voice was low and hoarse, yet carried an undeniable authority. As he spoke, he advanced toward the group, his gaze sweeping over Yi Fan and Ryanosuk Miyagi before ultimately resting on the latter. "Ryanosuk, you ought to behave yourself. Brother Sawada summoned us not to witness your display of power." Ryanosuk's countenance darkened, yet in the presence of Tanaka Onigashima, he dared not overstep, merely snorting in response before turning away in silence. Observing this, Yi Fan allowed a nearly imperceptible smirk to grace his lips, knowing that Tanaka's arrival had momentarily alleviated his predicament. However, he was acutely aware that this was but a superficial calm, beneath the veneer of cordiality. The covert power struggles among the factions had never ceased. Tanaka Onigashima regarded Yi Fan with an assessing gaze and inquired, "So, you are the recently prominent Yi Fan?" Yi Fan lifted his eyes, replying with neither deference nor arrogance. "Indeed, brother Onigashima, I have long admired your reputation." Tanaka settled into a chair, crossing his legs nonchalantly as he continued, "I have heard that you have recently ventured into the nightclub business, and it appears to be thriving. I happen to have some idle funds and am seeking investment opportunities. Why not count me in?" A chill ran through Yi Fan's heart, yet his demeanor remained unperturbed. And he smiled as he replied, "Brother Onigashima, this nightclub is merely a modest venture, just starting out. I have yet to grasp the intricacies involved, and I would not dare to risk your involvement." Tanaka's expression darkened, his eyes sharpening. "Are you suggesting that I am not being given due respect? My desire to invest stems from my regard for you." Yi Fan maintained his composure, arms crossed over his chest. "Brother Onigashima, you misunderstand me. The nightclub's current operation is still unstable, and I do not wish to burden you. Once the business is on a stable track with consistent returns, we can certainly consider collaboration." Tanaka let out a cold snort. "Humph, Yi Fan, do not mistake my goodwill for weakness. In Tokyo, those who oppose me do not meet favorable ends." Yi Fan's gaze hardened, yet his tone remained calm. "Brother Onigashima, I am merely addressing the matter at hand, and harbor no intention of opposing you. However, I am not a soft target to be easily manipulated. This nightclub is the fruit of my labor, and I have my own plans." At this moment, the others in the room remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding confrontation. They understood that this seemingly straightforward dispute over shares was, in fact, a subtle test of power and influence. Yi Fan was acutely aware that he had drawn the attention of Tianjong-gue Island, and the days ahead promised to be tumultuous. Yet, he stood resolute. Determined to defend his position in the perilous underworld of Tokyo, a war devoid of gunfire had silently commenced within this modest private room. Just as the tension reached a stalemate, the door swung open once more, and Jinshan Ilong entered, accompanied by several subordinates, instantly shattering the room's taut atmosphere. With a broad smile plastered across his face, Jinshan's gaze swept over the assembly as he warmly greeted them. "Ah, my brothers, you've all arrived. Has Brother Ziyuan not yet come?" As he spoke, he strode forward confidently, first clapping a hand on Gongqing Longzid's shoulder, exclaiming, "Longzid, you appear to be in fine spirits lately. Have you secured another lucrative deal?" Longzid forced a faint smile in response, saying, "Ah, Jinshan, please spare me the jest. We are all in similar straits." Jinshan then turned to Tianjong-gue Island, remarking, "Gue Island, it has been too long. You seem to be exuding even more authority." Gue Island merely grunted in acknowledgement. Finally, Jinshan's gaze settled on Yi Fan, his eyes narrowing slightly, with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. "Ah Yi, I have heard your nightclub is thriving. Such youthful promise." Just as Yi Fan was about to respond, Ziyuan Zhengping entered with his entourage. Chapter 71. Night Gathering of the Society. With a steady stride, Takeda Masahira entered the room, his gaze sharp and penetrating, instantly absorbing every detail within. The once boisterous private room fell into an unexpected silence. After surveying the surroundings, he made his way directly to the center of the space, flanked by his loyal confidants, who promptly took their positions on either side, their eyes vigilant in scanning the environment. "Come in, everyone," he commanded, and Jinshan, Ryanosuk, Tanaka, and Yi Fan followed him into the room, while the younger members stood guard outside. "Please, take a seat." Takeda Masahira's deep voice resonated, prompting the others to settle down. Yi Fan joined them, though his attention remained alert to the movements around him. "As the year draws to a close, it's essential for you all to gather together," Takeda Masahira remarked, his hands intertwined casually behind his head, a cryptic expression adorning his face. As his words faded, servers began to stream in, presenting exquisite Japanese haute cuisine that adorned the table. The sashimi platter showcased fish so fresh it seemed to carry the essence of the ocean, while the sushi was arranged with the finesse of a true work of art. Subsequently, bottles of sake were also brought forth, and Takeda Masahiro raised his hand in a gesture of camaraderie. Let us indulge freely today. It is through your invaluable contributions that our society has reached this moment. Jinshan was the first to lift his glass, a broad smile illuminating his face as he stood and slightly bowed towards Takeda Masahiro. Brother Takeda, it is all thanks to your astute leadership that we find ourselves in such a favorable position. To follow you is a privilege, and I raise this cup in your honor. With that, he downed the contents in one gulp, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the others, tinged with a hint of pride. Ryanosuke snorted derisively and also raised his glass. Jinshan, your flattery knows no bounds. Brother Takeda, as your loyal subordinates, we naturally look to you for guidance. Feel free to command us as you see fit. Tanaka, known as Kita, silently took a sip of his drink, his eyes darting among the group, seemingly calculating something. Yifan observed them discreetly, a sense of wariness brewing within. At that moment, Takeda Masahiro's gaze landed on Yifan. Yifan, having recently joined us. What are your thoughts on our society? Yifan inclined his body slightly, maintaining a composed demeanor as he responded. Brother Takeda, it is an honor to be part of this society. There are many talents here, and I have much to learn from my esteemed seniors. As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere grew increasingly nuanced. Jinshan began to boast about his recent achievements within the society, while Ryanosuke interjected with occasional jibes. Suddenly, Tanaka set down his glass, directing his attention towards Yifan. Young Yi, I've heard that you've been rather aggressive in your recent endeavors in that territory you've taken over. Are you not being a bit too hasty? A chill ran through Yifan, though his smile remained intact. Brother Kita, I merely wish to contribute more to the society. I am adhering to the established protocols. Tanaka sneered, leaning slightly forward with his hands braced on the table, his gaze fixed intently on Yifan. Young Yi, it is not that I wish to undermine you, but do you understand what kind of place Shinjuku is? It is a melting pot of diverse forces, and as a newcomer without roots, can you truly maintain control? Yifan's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the crowd, speaking deliberately. Brother Gue Island. Although my time in the society has been brief, I possess a clear understanding of my responsibilities. I am well aware of the circumstances in Shinjuku, and since Brother Zayada has entrusted this place to me, I am confident in my ability to manage it effectively. During this period, I have been gradually cultivating connections and establishing my own influence. Everything is well within my control. Tanaka Gue Island scoffed dismissively. Such words come easily. Young Yi, you seem rather naive, unaware of the vastness of the world. The lucrative opportunities in Shinjuku are not something you can simply devour. He continued, Brother Zayada, I have been with the society for many years and am quite familiar with the territory of Shinjuku. I have provided ample support in the past. I propose that you leave the management of Shinjuku to me. I assure you that I can double our profits there. Zayada Seipei listened silently to their dispute, toying with his glass, his gaze profound. Upon hearing Tanaka Island's words, he slightly raised his eyes, glancing at both Tanaka and Yifan, and spoke in a low, measured tone. This matter is under my jurisdiction. Shinjuku is a tough nut to crack, yet it also presents an opportunity. Since Yifan has already begun his endeavors, let's observe his capabilities. Gue Island, do not be anxious. The society has ample territory, and there will naturally be suitable opportunities for you. Tanaka Gue Island's expression darkened. Though reluctant, he could only bide his time. At that moment, Miyagi Ryanosuke suddenly let out a cold laugh, breaking the brief silence. Young Yi, I have recently heard some intriguing news. The Yamaguchi Group's casino in Shinjuku was robbed a few days ago, and the sum involved was quite substantial. Curiously, you opened a nightclub in Shinjuku around the same time. Is it not a tad too coincidental? At this remark, the room fell silent, and all eyes turned towards Yifan. He was genuinely taken aback that Miyagi Ryanosuke would bring this up, but he exerted great effort to control his emotions, revealing no sign of disturbance. He lifted his glass, taking a small sip of sake, savoring its sharpness on his tongue before setting it down. His demeanor composed as he addressed Ryanosuke. Brother Ryanosuke, this is truly an absurd accusation. My intention in opening the nightclub was solely to expand legitimate business avenues for our society. I am committed to proper management and would never engage in such violent acts of robbery. I am aware of the robbery at the Yamaguchi Group's casino, but it has nothing to do with me. I was contemplating whether to capitalize on this opportunity to undermine the Yamaguchi Group and secure greater benefits for our society. Nishiyama chimed in. Indeed, Ryanosuke, do not hastily cast aspersions. Youngie does not appear to be that kind of person. Yet a fleeting, imperceptible glimmer of something enigmatic flickered in his eyes. Tanaka Gue Island snorted coldly, fiddling with his glass, his gaze scrutinizing Yi Fan's face. Youngie, while your words are commendable, one must fear that the Yamaguchi Group may not share your views. They have operated in Shinjuku for many years, their influence deeply entrenched, and having suffered such a significant loss, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. The nightclub you operate seems to have chosen a most inopportune moment to reopen. One cannot guarantee that they will not hold you accountable for this, and, if that transpires, it is not just you who will bear the brunt, but our entire organization may find itself entangled in this murky affair. Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly, a trace of unnoticeable concern flickering in his eyes. Yet he swiftly regained his composure. Just as he was about to retort, Takeda Saihira raised a hand to silence him. Leaning forward, Takeda interlaced his fingers upon the table, his gaze piercing as it scrutinized Yi Fan, plunging the room into a profound silence, the only sound being the gentle slosh of sake in the cup. Yi Fan met Takeda's gaze with unwavering resolve, his eyes steady and calm, betraying no inclination to retreat. After a moment, Takeda straightened his posture and spoke in a low, grave tone. Yi Fan, regardless of whether this matter concerns you or not, the fact that the Yamaguchi Gumi may have set their sights on you necessitates that you devise a plan of action. The organization has entrusted Shinjuku to you, which is a testament to their faith in you, and I would prefer that your issues do not bring unnecessary complications to the group. Yi Fan nodded earnestly in response. Rest assured, Takeda-san, I will handle it myself. Jinshan interjected from the side. Yi, my younger brother, you must tread carefully. The Yamaguchi Gumi is not to be trifled with. Perhaps I should send a few brothers to watch over you? Yi Fan politely declined. Thank you for your kind offer, Jinshan, but I am capable of managing this on my own. Ryanosuke, meanwhile, sneered from the sidelines, occasionally exchanging knowing glances with Tanaka and Kiba, as if awaiting Yi Fan's imminent misstep. Though Yi Fan maintained an outwardly impassive demeanor, internally he recognized the urgency of taking swift action, not only to address the potential troubles posed by the Yamaguchi Gumi, but also to solidify his standing within the organization. Chapter 72. The Yamaguchi Gumi arrives that night. Yi Fan returned to the Datong nightclub. After a brief wash, he collapsed onto his bed to rest. However, his sleep was far from tranquil, as the skeptical gazes of Tian Zhonggue Dao and Gong Chenglong Ji Xie lingered in his mind. The following morning, Yi Fan was roused from his slumber by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Blinking sleepily, he opened it to find Jin Zhe Wu standing there, her expression fraught with anxiety. Brother Yi, something's gone awry. There's a disturbance. She gasped. Immediately alert, Yi Fan followed Jin Zhe Wu to the main hall of the nightclub. There, a group of individuals stood menacingly in the center, led by a tall man with a somewhat effeminate demeanor. They bore the emblem of the Yamaguchi Gumi on their chests, and Yi Fan realized that they had come seeking confrontation. Longo Azu and Aoki stood defiantly in front of the dozen or so men. Who among you is in charge? The man demanded loudly. Yi Fan stepped forward, maintaining his composure. I'm the one in charge here. What seems to be the issue? Ryura Zage scrutinized Yi Fan, a glint of malice flickering his eyes as he sneered. So you're Yi Fan, are you? Just days ago, our casino was robbed, and you cannot evade responsibility. Yi Fan's heart raced, yet he remained unperturbed on the surface. On what grounds do you make such an accusation? I have been running this nightclub with utmost integrity, and I am in no way connected to the robbery of your casino. Ryura's Sage stepped closer, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Yifan. Do not feign innocence. This nightclub is funded by the money from our casino, is it not? With a subtle smile, Yifan raised 2 fingers. Jinze Wu understood immediately and swiftly retrieved a cigarette, placing it between Yifan's fingertips before igniting it. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled a plume of smoke, fixing his steadfast gaze upon Ryura's Sage as he spoke leisurely. It appears you harbor significant misconceptions about me. Ryura's Sage snorted derisively, crossing his arms as he awaited Yifan's explanation. I have heard about the robbery at the casino, but I am not involved. As for the funding of my nightclub, it is entirely legitimate. I have extensive connections in Shinjuku, and many friends are willing to support me. Ryura's Sage frowned slightly, seemingly unconvinced by Yifan's words. Do not think a few flowery phrases will deceive me. The money of a Yamaguchi-gumi is not so easily acquired. Yifan took another drag of his cigarette, appraising Ryura's Sage as he responded, I understand your concern regarding the robbery, but I am truly innocent. If you possess any evidence, feel free to present it. Just as Ryura's Sage was about to reply, one of his subordinates could no longer contain himself and rushed forward, shouting at Yifan, Bakayuru, stop pretending. It was you. Seeing this, Jinze Wu's eyes narrowed, and with a fierce shout, she lunged forward, using her momentum to leap high and deliver a flying kick to the insolent subordinate. With a resounding thud, he was sent sprawling backward, crashing to the ground and groaning in pain. Jinze Wu landed gracefully, her eyes ablaze as she stood protectively in front of Yifan, declaring loudly, watch your mouth. This is not a place for you to run rampant. As the atmosphere grew tense, Nariura Takashi's expression darkened, a flicker of fury igniting in his gaze. He shot a glare at the subordinate sprawled on the ground before turning his attention to Kanazo Amai, coldly stating, You dare lay a hand on our Yamaguchi-gumi? You possess quite the audacity. Yifan casually flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied nonchalantly, Your subordinate lacks decorum. My Shanchuan society is not a playground for the unruly. Behind Yifan, Azu gazed at him with admiration, whispering to Longo brother, a man should embody the charisma of Yi Gu, exuding an undeniable dominance. Longo, upon hearing Azu's words, frowned and shot him a warning glance, earnestly advising, Azu, do not stray from the righteous path. We must not engage in illegal activities. I do not wish to perish here without finding my son. Azu, unfazed, retorted, Longo, do not be so timid. Brother Yi certainly has his own plans. Besides, the Yamaguchi-gumi are not paragons of virtue. Is it wrong for us to earn a living through our own merits? Longo shook his head, sighing, Azu, you do not understand. Straying from the righteous path leads to dire consequences. Let us follow Brother Yi and manage the nightclub properly, avoiding unnecessary trouble. This is the legitimate way to earn. Nariura Takashi's eyes glinted with malice as he stepped forward, menacingly declaring, Humph, you disrespect the Yamaguchi-gumi by refusing to cooperate with our investigation. That presents quite the dilemma. His gaze sliced through the air, scanning Yifan and his companions, seemingly awaiting a response. Aoki furrowed his brows and stepped forward, asserting, do not overstep your bounds. Brother Yi has made it clear that we have no connection to the casino heist. Ignoring Longu entirely, Nariura Takashi scoffed, and who are you to speak? If you do not relinquish the funds today, none of you shall leave here. Kanazo Amai, unable to contain herself, interjected, do not be so arrogant. Our brother Yi is not to be trifled with. In response to her words, Nariura Takashi sneered, Humph, what do you think you are? Do you believe you can interfere in Yamaguchi-gumi matters? Yifan met Nariura Takashi's gaze defiantly, declaring, if it is difficult, then do not proceed. Instantly, Nariura Takashi's expression darkened further, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he lunged forward, pointing a finger at Yifan's nose and bellowing. You think you're someone special? How dare you speak to me like that? Unfazed, Yifan coldly met his stare, suddenly crushing his cigarette on the table with force. He swiftly seized a bottle of liquor from the table and, with a resounding smash, brought it down upon Nariura Takashi's head. Glass shards exploded, and blood streamed down Nariura Takashi's forehead. How dare you point at me? How dare you strike me? The other members of the Yamaguchi-gumi, witnessing the scene, erupted into shouts and charged at Yifan. Longu, Azu, and Aoki, refusing to back down, immediately joined the fray. In an instant, chaos erupted as the two sides clashed violently. Kanazawa might deftly evaded an attack by sidestepping, then swiftly kicked another assailant in the knee. Her eyes were resolute, her movements agile, undaunted by the onslaught. Azu, fists raised, shouted at the Yamaguchi-gumi members, "Today, you shall witness the might of our brother Yi." His gaze was filled with excitement and determination, completely devoid of the earlier timidity. Aoki brandished the stick in his hand, relentlessly assaulting his adversary. As he attacked, he shouted, "You scoundrels, do not think we are easy prey." Nihira Zicheng, clutching the wound on his head, glared fiercely at Yifan and roared, "None of you shall leave here alive today." Yifan responded with a cold smile, saying, "Let us see about that." With those words, he charged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with the members of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Chapter 73. The police arrived. Yifan delivered a powerful kick to the abdomen of a member of the Yamaguchi-gumi, causing him to double over in pain, clutching his stomach. Observing this, the other Yamaguchi-gumi members retaliated by hurling bottles at Yifan. With his formidable mental acuity, he sensed the incoming attacks, and without turning back, swiftly raised his leg, shattering the bottles before they could reach him. The shards of glass scattered in all directions, prompting the Yamaguchi-gumi members to take a step back. At that moment, Brother Long surged forward, landing a punch squarely on the face of one Yamaguchi-gumi member, who staggered backward. Azu, equally undeterred, charged ahead, seizing another Yamaguchi-gumi member and throwing him to the ground. Riho Sawaki watched Yifan, his eyes brimming with fury and resentment. He shouted, "Hit them hard. We must take them down today." The Yamaguchi-gumi members charged at Yifan once more. With a chilling gaze, Yifan advanced, delivering a punch to one of them, who staggered several steps back. Seizing the opportunity, Yifan kicked him in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Hinzmai engaged in battle with the Yamaguchi-gumi members nearby. Spotting one with a knife rushing toward her, she deftly sidestepped, then struck his wrist with a kick, causing the weapon to clatter to the ground. Aoki swung his club with fervor, relentlessly attacking the Yamaguchi-gumi members while shouting, "You fools! Don't think we're easy prey." Yifan navigated through the fray, his gaze fixed on Riho Sawaki, who charged at him with a fierce expression, hurling insults. "You insolent brat! You dare to challenge me before you've even grown up? I was already taking lives when you weren't even born." With a cold glare, Yifan stepped forward, his right fist striking like lightning toward Riho Sawaki, retorting, "What are you, a bat with feathers? You're nothing." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Riho Sawaki tilted his head slightly, raising his hand to block the blow, which grazed past him, forcing him to take several steps back. He begrudgingly shouted, "If you have the guts, don't dodge. I'll turn you into mush." Regaining his composure, Riho Sawaki's eyes glinted with malice as he lunged forward, delivering a fierce punch at Yifan. Yifan, with a slight pivot, effortlessly evaded the strike, taunting with skills like yours. "Do you really think you can take me down? Dream on." As Riho Sawaki attempted to kick Yifan in the waist, Yifan swiftly retreated a step, sidestepping the attack. Seizing the moment, Yifan charged forward, aiming a kick at Riho Sawaki's abdomen. Caught off guard, Riho Sawaki was struck squarely, instinctively shielding his stomach with his hands and bending over in agony. Suddenly, the wailing of police sirens pierced the air, causing everyone to momentarily freeze. Riho Sawaki cursed, "You're calling the cops, you mobster? Yifan ripiet, un operate legali. You intruded on my affairs. Why shouldn't I call the police?" Riho Sawaki retorted, "Do you even have any shame left?" Before long, Matsumoto Masao burst in with the police, and upon witnessing the anguish etched on Nishiura Seijo's face, his expression darkened as he bellowed, "Everyone, cease at once." The officers promptly separated the members of the Yamaguchi-gumi from Yifan and his companions. Struggling to his feet, Nishiura Seijo pointed an accusatory finger at Yifan and cried out to Matsumoto Masao, "Officer Matsumoto, these individuals brazenly assaulted our Yamaguchi-gumi members. You cannot let them go unpunished." Matsumoto Masao surveyed the chaotic scene and glanced at Yifan and his group, deep in thought. He coolly addressed Nishiura Seijo. Nishiura Seijo, Boss Yi is conducting legitimate business. Is it not rather disrespectful for your Yamaguchi-gumi to cause a disturbance here? Yifan stepped forward, asserting, Officer Matsumoto, we were merely acting in self-defense. It was the Yamaguchi-gumi who initiated the conflict. We have no desire to instigate trouble. Matsumoto Masao gestured for Yifan to step aside, and with a smile, Yifan followed him to a corner. Matsumoto Masao rubbed his fingers together, and Yifan understood he was hinting at a monetary exchange. Yifan nodded, and Matsumoto returned to the scene, visibly pleased. Matsumoto Masao's gaze darted between Nishiura Seijo and Yifan before he raised his voice. Nishiura Seijo, cease this unreasonable outburst and accompany me to the police station for questioning. Nishiura Seijo's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, Matsumoto Masao, how much have you accepted from this brat? Why do you favor him? Matsumoto Masao's countenance darkened, a fleeting hint of panic flashing across his eyes as he feigned calmness. Nishiura Seijo, do not speak nonsense. I am merely performing my duties in accordance with the law. Nishiura Seijo, furious to the point of laughter, pointed at Matsumoto Masao and retorted, Ah, what a fine example of lawfulness. I assure you, this matter will not be settled easily. Matsumoto Masao signaled for the police to escort Nishiura Seijo away, who, as he was led off, continued to glare at Yifan, shouting, You wait, kid, this isn't over. Watching Nishiura Seijo depart, Matsumoto Masao turned to Yifan, a shadow of concern crossing his features as he whispered, Boss Yi, this incident has escalated significantly. Nishiura Seijo will not let this go lightly. You must exercise caution. Yifan furrowed his brow, inquiring, Officer Matsumoto, the Yamaguchi-gumi wields considerable influence locally. Do you have the confidence to manage them? Matsumoto Masao's gaze flickered with uncertainty as he quietly replied, To be frank, the Yamaguchi-gumi's entrenchment here is profound, and I cannot guarantee a complete resolution. However, as long as you prepare the funds as agreed, I will certainly find a way to assist you. At that moment, Longu approached, hearing Matsumoto Masao's words, and frowned. Officer Matsumoto, we have been cooperating with you, yet the Yamaguchi-gumi continues to trouble us. We cannot endure this indefinitely. Matsumoto Masao sighed. I am aware of your predicament, and I am seeking solutions. As long as you continue to cooperate, I assure you that I will not allow you to suffer losses. Yifan nodded thoughtfully and said to Matsumoto Masao, Officer Matsumoto, I trust you. Nevertheless, the Yamaguchi-gumi will undoubtedly persist. We must prepare ourselves. Matsumoto Masao nodded in agreement, stating, I will closely monitor the movements of the Yamaguchi-gumi and will promptly inform you of any developments. Remain vigilant. Do not hesitate to contact me if any situation arises. After Matsumoto departed, Aoki, displaying a worried expression, inquired, Yefan, can we truly rely on Matsumoto? What if he has been bribed by the Yamaguchi-gumi? That would spell trouble for us. Yefan let out a cold chuckle, responding, Whether he is trustworthy or not, we shall see. I certainly will not place all my hopes upon him. Kanazawa Mai stood silently beside them, her demeanor icy, merely wishing for the intruder to be escorted away. Aoki then leaned in, asserting, Humph, what is there to fear from the Yamaguchi-gumi? We can always confront them head-on. Yefan surveyed his companions, resolutely declaring, Rest assured, I will not allow any harm to come to you. Let us tidy up. We have business to attend to this evening. The group began to clear the area, while Azu regarded Yefan with a look of admiration, prompting Longu to silently shake his head. Chapter 74. Recruitment in the office of the Sankawa Association's Miyagi branch. Ryanosuke Miyagi leisurely sipped his tea. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door, causing Ryanosuke's brow to furrow slightly. Komin, he called out. The door creaked open, and a junior member, head bowed and body hunched, hastily entered the office, standing before Ryanosuke. With hands dangling at his sides and his voice trembling, he reported, Boss, the operation on the Yamaguchi side has failed. Ryanosuke's expression darkened as he set down his teacup, his gaze piercing through the junior member. What happened? Speak clearly. The junior member swallowed hard, his voice quaking as he explained, "Boss, Hiroshi Ibarazaki took the Yamaguchi group to stir trouble at Boss Ye's establishment. They first assaulted Yi Fan, who not only defeated them soundly, but also called the police. When the authorities arrived, they took Hiroshi Ibarazaki and the Yamaguchi members away." Upon hearing this, Ryunosuke's demeanor shifted to one of fury, his eyes betraying a fierce intensity. What a bunch of useless fools. They can't even handle something so simple. That imbecile Hiroshi Ibarazaki can't even manage a newcomer. The junior member kept his head down, too intimidated to respond. Ryunosuke continued, "What is Hiroshi Ibarazaki's current situation?" The junior member cautiously replied, "I heard he was taken to the police station, but the specifics are still unclear." Ryunosuke fell silent for a moment, scanning the room before suddenly declaring, "Since Yi Fan has the capability to send Hiroshi Ibarazaki to the police, we shall target his business. He operates a nightclub, does he not? We will lure away his hostesses." The junior member's face revealed hesitation as he stammered, "Boss, that won't be easy. Those hostesses are doing well there. They may not be willing to join us." Ryunosuke snorted coldly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Oh, that is a trivial matter. Have our men contact those hostesses and promise them better treatment. Concurrently, we shall circulate some negative news about the Great Tang nightclub, making the hostesses feel they have no future with Yi Fan." The junior member nodded vigorously. "Boss, that is a brilliant idea. We will need to arrange for people to execute this plan." Ryunosuke waved his hand dismissively. "Select a few trustworthy individuals to handle it. Remember, it must be discreet. We cannot let Yi Fan catch wind of it." The junior member departed to carry out his orders while Ryunosuke leaned back in his chair, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, contemplating, "Yi Fan, this is merely the beginning. I shall see how long you can endure." At the Great Tang nightclub, Yi Fan was reviewing the recent income. Over the past few weeks, the earnings had surpassed 10 million. After examining the figures, Yi Fan felt a sense of satisfaction, yet he was acutely aware of the precarious situation at hand. He summoned Aoki and Kanazawa Mai, his expression grave, as he stated, "We are severely understaffed at present. I intend for you both to recruit some subordinates. Currently, our branch consists only of the three of us, and we must expand swiftly." Aoki scratched his head, saying, "Yeah, I know some people who can come on board. I can also reach out to some old acquaintances to help find reliable brothers." Kanazawa Mai interjected, "I'm afraid I can't be of much help. I don't know such people." Y fan replier, Kanazawa Mai. "Then you need not concern yourself with recruitment. Aoki, let us proceed with your plan. However, it is imperative to find trustworthy individuals. We are in opposition to the Yamaguchi Gumi, and any misstep is unacceptable. The Grand Tang nightclub remains as lively as ever." Aoki, accompanied by around 20 men, strode into the establishment, each exuding an intimidating presence, their faces betraying a raw, unrefined aura. With a broad smile, Aoki hastened to Yi Fan, exclaiming, "Brother, these are my friends and neighbors. Upon hearing that you were recruiting, they all rushed over." Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly, scanning the group before him. It was evident that these were seasoned individuals from the underworld, none of whom bore a respectable demeanor. A young man stepped forward and inquired, "Are you Yi Fan?" Before Yi Fan could respond, Aoki delivered a sharp slap to the back of the young man's head, bellowing, "Address him as brother. Do you think you can just call him by his name?" The young man stumbled, incredulity etched on his face as he glared at Aoki. "Why did you hit me? I was merely stating a name." Aoki, with a fierce glare, pointed a finger at the youth's nose and declared, "In this territory, one must understand the rules. Do you think you can address the brother so casually?" Just as the young man was about to retort, Aoki seized his collar, pulling him before Yi Fan, insisting, "Apologize to the brother immediately." Gritting his teeth, the youth reluctantly uttered, "I'm sorry, brother." Yi Fan observed the scene, both amused and exasperated, contemplating Aoki's brutishness, which at times proved rather entertaining. At that moment, a burly man stepped forward, frowning as he said, "Aoki, this is excessive. We are all here to assist. There is no need for such pettiness." Upon hearing this, Aoki released the young man, turning to glare at the large man. "What do you understand? Here, respect for the brother is paramount. It is the rule." The large man scoffed disdainfully. "Rules? What rules? It seems you merely wish to show off. Aoki, infuriated, lunged at the man, gripping his collar tightly, shouting, "Repeat that. Do you dare challenge me?" The man, undeterred, shoved Aoki away, retorting, "Who do you think you are? Don't assume you're all that." Yifan recognized that it was time to assert his authority. Narrowing his eyes, he surveyed the crowd and inquired loudly, "Are you familiar with the Shanchuan Society?" The group exchanged glances, some murmuring quietly, wondering what it was. Yifan raised his voice, stating earnestly, "The Shanchuan Society is a well-respected organization in Tokyo, of which I am a member. If you navigate these streets, you must have heard of it." The large man dismissed him, saying, "The Shanchuan Society? I've never heard of it." Yifan smirked coldly. "That is only because your understanding is insufficient. The Shanchuan Society is beyond your grasp." The man frowned, questioning, "Are you trying to intimidate us with this talk?" Yifan's expression darkened, saying firmly, "This is not intimidation, but a reminder that here, rules must be followed. If you choose to follow me, you must obey my commands." Aoki chimed in, "The brother speaks the truth. If we follow him, we shall enjoy the finest of fortunes. Disobedience will only lead to dire consequences." Yifan gazed upon the crowd and continued, "I am aware of your capabilities and your aspirations to establish your names in this realm. However, here, one must abide by the rules. I shall not treat you unfairly. Yet do not expect to outsmart me." A burly man, still unconvinced, retorted, "Humph, what you say is of little consequence. We are here to earn money, not to listen to your sermons." Yifan replied coldly, "Earning money is indeed possible, but must be done within the bounds of the rules. I offer you this opportunity. Should you fail to cherish it, do not blame me for being unyielding." Chapter 75. Subduing the crowd at that moment, Jin Zhe-Wu approached. Having heard the commotion, with a concerned expression, she inquired, "What has happened?" Instantly, the crowd's attention was drawn to her. Jin Zhe-Wu, already strikingly beautiful, appeared even more enchanting under the glow of the lights. Many onlookers revealed their admiration, their expressions reminiscent of infatuation. A young ruffian with dyed yellow hair stared intently at Jin Zhe-Wu and murmured, "Wow, this girl is truly stunning." A burly man could not help but smile, a hint of greed flickering in his gaze as he remarked, "Qing Mu, where did you find such a lovely lady?" Observing this, Qing Mu quickly stepped in front of Jin Zhe-Wu and sternly admonished, "Show some respect. She belongs to our big brother." Jin Zhe-Wu frowned slightly and turned to Yifan, asking, "Big brother, why is it so chaotic here?" Yifan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing, just a minor disturbance." The yellow-haired ruffian continued to fixate on Jin Zhe-Wu, asking, "Big brother, could we have the lady join us for a drink?" Upon hearing this, Jin Zhe-Wu's expression darkened, ready to retaliate, but Yifan interjected, his gaze icy, "If you value your life, keep your mouth clean." Startled by Yifan's fierce demeanor, the ruffian quickly lowered his head, silenced. The burly man cleared his throat and said, "Big brother, we were merely joking." Yifan let out a cold laugh, surveying the crowd as he declared, "You worthless scum, today I shall teach you a lesson. If you have the guts, follow me to the training room on the second floor." The crowd, intimidated by Yifan's presence, fell silent, none daring to challenge him. Jin Zhe-Wu looked at Yifan with concern, softly urging, "Big brother, don't be impulsive." Yifan turned to her, his eyes resolute, replying, "It's fine. Today I shall see just how capable they are." At that moment, a tall man emerged from the throng, arms crossed, disdain etched on his face. "Just you alone, and you think you can challenge us? That's laughable." Yifan's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze on the man, saying, "Enough with the nonsense, come here." With determined strides, Yifan ascended to the second floor, followed by a group of eager individuals, all brimming with anticipation to teach him a lesson in the training room. Qing Mu hurried after him, a look of urgency on his face, saying, "Big brother, take it easy, don't kill anyone." Yifan remained unresponsive, his gaze unwavering as he forged ahead. Upon entering the training room, Yifan halted and surveyed the crowd, declaring, "Come on, let us see what you've got." No sooner had he finished speaking than the crowd erupted in chaos. The yellow-haired ruffian was the first to charge, swinging his fists toward Yifan's head. Yi Fan deftly sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a swift kick to the ruffian's abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain and retreat, clutching his stomach. Unwilling to back down, the burly man shouted and grabbed a wooden stick from the side, aiming to strike Yi Fan. With quick reflexes, Yi Fan seized the stick, forcefully wrenching it away before hurling it aside. Subsequently, Yi Fan charged fiercely towards the burly man, delivering a powerful punch to his face, causing blood to gush from his nose. Witnessing this, the onlookers immediately surrounded him. Some attacked from behind, while others advanced from the front. Yi Fan deftly evaded their strikes, weaving to the left and right. Standing off to the side, Jin Zhe-Wu watched with a discerning gaze, her heart brimming with confidence in Yi Fan's prowess. With her arms crossed over her chest, she fixated intently on his every move, perceiving the attackers as mere buffoons in his presence. With an icy stare, Yi Fan seized a small thug with bleached hair, using him as a shield. The thug, pale with fear, cried out in terror, "Brother, spare me." Yi Fan's expression remained impassive as he shoved the thug forward, bellowing, "Did you not wish to teach me a lesson? Then come at him." Momentarily taken aback, the crowd quickly turned their aggression towards the hapless thug, who screamed in agony as he was battered and struggled under their assault. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Fan observed their movements, searching for vulnerabilities. The burly man, infuriated, shouted, "You dare use him as a human shield? If you have the guts, face us." Yi Fan let out a cold laugh, retorting, "You pitiful rabble, think you can challenge me? Today, you shall witness my true strength." As he spoke, he lunged towards the crowd, his movements swift and precise, each punch and kick infused with formidable power. The crowd recoiled, no longer daring to approach him. Jin Zhe-Wu, watching from below, felt a surge of admiration for his remarkable display. Under Yi Fan's relentless assault, the crowd gradually faltered. Seizing the momentum, he dispatched them one by one, leaving only the burly man and a few of his subordinates standing. With a piercing gaze, Yi Fan fixed his eyes on the burly man, a hint of disdain curling his lips. Breathing heavily, the burly man stared at Yi Fan in terror, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. "Don't be so smug. I have yet to be defeated," he gritted through clenched teeth. "You think your ragtag group can challenge me?" Yi Fan replied coldly, "Today, you will learn what true power is." With that, Yi Fan surged towards the burly man, who swung his fist in an attempt to block the attack. Yi Fan nimbly evaded the blow and retaliated with a swift punch to the man's face. Blood streamed from the burly man's nose as he stumbled backward. Seizing the moment, Yi Fan launched a kick to the man's abdomen, causing him to groan in pain and collapse to the ground. The remaining subordinates rushed forward, but Yi Fan, undaunted, met them head-on. With rapid precision, he felled each one, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Jin Zhe-Wu, still watching from the sidelines, felt her admiration for him deepen as she witnessed his effortless navigation through the throng, each strike imbued with immense strength. Ultimately, only the burly man and a few of his subordinates lay defeated before Yi Fan. He stood over them, coldly assessing their plight. "Do you have anything left to say?" he inquired. The burly man, already filled with profound respect for Yi Fan, realized that the more than 20 individuals had been utterly powerless against him. "Brother," the tall man remarked, "today marks our defeat." Yi Fan replied, "From now on, you must obediently heed my words." Qing Mu then guided them to change into their work attire. "Certainly, brother," he responded enthusiastically. Upon this, Yi Fan turned and exited the training room. Jin Zhe-Wu followed closely behind, her heart brimming with admiration for him. "Brother, you are truly remarkable," she expressed. Yi Fan offered a faint smile, replying, "If I weren't impressive, how could I have them as my underlings?" He reached out to gently tousle Jin Zhe-Wu's golden hair. At this touch, her cheeks flushed instantly. She lowered her gaze, her eyes darting away, a ripple of emotions stirring within her. Yi Fan, realizing his gesture was somewhat intimate, promptly withdrew his hand, clearing his throat as he feigned composure, saying, "All right, let us hurry down and oversee the situation." Jin Zhe-Wu nodded slightly, walking alongside Yi Fan down the staircase. The light cascaded upon them, creating a subtly charged atmosphere. Stealing a glance at Yi Fan, she noticed how his profile appeared exceptionally handsome under the illumination. Chapter 76. Revisiting old matters on this day. Within the training arena of the second floor of the Tang Dynasty nightclub, Yi Fan stood bare-chested. His muscular physique glistening with sweat, the intricate tattoos on his back accentuated by the sheen. His opponent, Jin Zhe-Wu, donned loose-fitting training attire, the contours of her abdominal muscles subtly apparent. With eyes like burning coals, Yi Fan focused intently on Jin Zhe-Wu, his agile feet dancing around her as he sought out vulnerabilities. Without warning, Jin Zhe-Wu lunged forward, her right fist slicing through the air, aimed squarely at Yi Fan's face. Reacting swiftly, Yi Fan sidestepped, simultaneously swinging his left arm with force, landing a heavy blow to her shoulder. Jin Zhe-Wu let out a muffled grunt, but retaliated fiercely, lifting her leg to kick at Yi Fan's abdomen. In a flash, Yi Fan seized her ankle, exerting his strength to send her crashing against the nearby wall. As she rebounded, shock filled her eyes. Yet, undeterred, she charged at Yi Fan once more. And in an instant, they were locked in a fierce struggle, their fists colliding with a dull thud. The sound of their bodies clashing reverberated in the air, the friction of their muscles evident. Suddenly, Jin Zhe-Wu summoned her strength, bringing Yi Fan down to the ground, straddling him, her fists raining down upon his head. Yi Fan shielded his head with his arm, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. With a sudden burst of energy, he overturned Jin Zhe-Wu, quickly rising to tower over her. Refusing to yield, she scrambled to her feet, and they were once again engulfed in a fierce exchange of blows. Seizing an opportune moment, Yi Fan delivered a swift side kick that struck her at the waist. In an instant, Jin Zhe-Wu lost her balance, her body tilting backward, perilously close to colliding with the pillar of the ring. At the critical moment, Yi Fan leaped forward, wrapping his arms around her waist, steadying her in his embrace. Jin Zhe-Wu gazed into the eyes of the man, holding her so tightly, momentarily forgetting to resist. She could feel the strength of his arms and the scent of sweat emanating from him, their breaths heavy and rapid. A flicker of panic and confusion passed through her gaze as she stared blankly at Yi Fan. He too was taken aback, not anticipating that his move would lead Jin Zhe-Wu into such a precarious situation. As he looked down at her, he noticed that her eyes held no anger, only a semblance of bewilderment. The two remained locked in a silent gaze, the atmosphere turning subtly intricate. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing broke the tension. Yi Fan's phone, resting nearby, buzzed to life. Jin Zhe-Wu snapped back to reality, her face flushing crimson. She gently pushed Yi Fan away and took a few steps back, her gaze shifting evasively. Yi Fan scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he said, "That was too close. I was worried you might get hurt." Jin Zhe-Wu nodded slightly and whispered, "Thank you." Their eyes met once more, and she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Turning away to the edge of the ring to grab a towel and wipe away the sweat, Yi Fan walked over to his phone. Answering the call, as the voice of Jin Shan Yilong resonated through, "Yi Fan, I have some updates regarding the matter you asked me to look into." Yi Fan's excitement surged as he pressed for details. "What is the outcome? Tell me quickly." Jin Shan Yilong, "It is difficult to convey everything over the phone. Please come to my branch, and we shall discuss matters in person." Without hesitation, Yi Fan replied, "All right, I will head over immediately." After hanging up, he turned to Jin Zhu and said, "I have something to attend to. Let us conclude for today." Jin Zhu, though curious, nodded in agreement. Yi Fan swiftly changed his attire and hurried towards Jin Shan Yilong's branch. Upon arriving, Jin Shan Yilong, noticing Yi Fan's urgency, smiled and said, "There is no need to rush. Take a seat, and we shall discuss it slowly." However, Yi Fan could not remain seated. He stood there and implored, "Brother, please tell me what is happening." Jin Shan Yilong's smile faded as he gravely stated, "After extensive investigation, we have determined that the driver who caused your mother's death is Kuroda Yu, a young leader of the Black Cherry Society." Upon hearing the name of the Black Cherry Society, Yi Fan's pupils constricted and his hands instinctively clenched into fists, knuckles turning white. He took a deep breath, removed his gold-rimmed glasses, rubbed his reddened eyes, and then put them back on. His once warm gaze now seemed to be encased in frost, causing Jin Shan Yilong to shiver involuntarily. It is indeed that scoundrel, Sato Ichiro. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, his voice low and frigid, each word dripping with malice. Jinshan Yilong had never witnessed Yi Fan's fury to this extent, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Brother, I must make Sato Ichiro pay the price. Yi Fan interrupted, his gaze resolute and imbued with an unyielding determination. Jinshan Yilong had never seen such a chilling expression in Yi Fan's eyes, which seemed to harbor boundless fury. Calm yourself first. Let's deliberate further, he urged. Yi Fan inhaled deeply, suppressing the rage within. Brother, I am perfectly calm. I shall ensure Sato Ichiro pays for his blood debt. Yi Fan nodded, his demeanor still icy. Jinshan-ge, I must take my leave now. Jinshan Yilong hastily blocked his path. Brother, do not be hasty. You are not planning to seek revenge immediately, are you? How could that be? I am not foolish. I know who it is, and there will be ample opportunity. Jinshan Yilong exhaled in relief. Very well. Take these items with you as you leave. He handed Yi Fan a stack of photographs, which Yi Fan accepted. Upon seeing Kuroda Yu's menacing visage captured in the images, his eyes grew even colder, his fingers unconsciously brushing the edges of the photographs. He carefully placed them into the inner pocket of his coat, patting it as if to assure himself of their safety. Jinshan-ge, I shall return to prepare. Yi Fan spoke in a low tone, his words carrying an undeniable firmness. Jinshan Yilong nodded, saying, should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me. Yi Fan turned and strode out of the branch. Reaching the entrance where he opened a car door. Sitting inside, he started the engine, and the vehicle slowly exited the parking lot. The snow fell heavily, blanketing the roads, rendering the outside world a haze. He activated the windshield wipers, his gaze piercing through the obscured window, fixated on the road ahead. The car headed towards Bunkyo District, the domain of the Black Cherry Society. This area stands as the bustling heart of Tokyo, with towering skyscrapers standing shoulder to shoulder, streets teeming with vehicles, and neon lights flickering vibrantly. The snow fell in a flurry, bestowing an air of mystery upon the city. As he drew nearer to Bunkyo Ward, Yi Fan's gaze grew increasingly steely. He recalled the visage and laughter of his mother, as well as the myriad hardships he had endured, and a fierce anger blazed within him. The snowfall intensified, making it arduous for vehicles to navigate the white blanket below. Yet, Yi Fan showed no inclination to reduce his speed. He gripped the steering wheel firmly, his eyes resolutely fixated on his destination. At last, the car arrived at the entrance of Bunkyo Ward. Yi Fan halted the vehicle, alighted, and gazed upward at this unfamiliar locale. Silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the soft sound of falling snowflakes. Chapter 77. Entering the building, Yi Fan started his vehicle, gradually making his way into the Wanjing district. The buildings flanking the streets appeared particularly ominous under the cloak of heavy snowfall, as if concealing countless secrets. He drove slowly along the road, his gaze constantly scanning his surroundings in search of traces of the Black Cherry Society. The snowfall intensified, and the accumulation on the roads thickened, making it increasingly difficult for vehicles to navigate. Suddenly, Yi Fan noticed a group of people gathered in front of a building not far ahead. He reduced his speed, carefully observing this assembly. Dressed in dark attire with serious expressions, they bore emblems resembling cherry blossoms on their chests. Yi Fan recognized them as members of the Black Cherry Society, with the nameplate indicating the Kita group. He parked his car by the roadside and peered through the window at the group before the building. Some were whispering to one another, while others scanned the vicinity, seemingly waiting for something. After a short while, a black sedan slowly approached the building. A tall, bald man emerged from the vehicle, clad in a black suit, exuding an air of recklessness. Yi Fan's attention was instantly captivated by this bald man, his heart constricted painfully, and vivid memories of his mother's tragic accident surged unbidden into his mind. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, trembling slightly with the urge to commit violence. The familiar gesture of adjusting glasses felt like a dagger piercing Yi Fan's heart. He struggled to suppress the instinctive impulse to leap from the car and exact vengeance upon the man. Rationality urged him to remain composed. In this unfamiliar territory, surrounded by numerous foes, Rash actions would only lead to his own downfall. Yi Fan closed his eyes, inhaling deeply to calm the tempest of emotions within him. He understood that the moment was not yet ripe. Patience was essential. He silently reminded himself to stay calm, for his mother, and for himself, resisting the urge to jeopardize everything with a moment of folly. As he slowly opened his eyes, he continued to observe the unfolding scene before the building. The bald man was engaged in conversation with those around him, laughing heartily as he clapped a companion on the shoulder before turning to stride towards the entrance. His carefree demeanor suggested he held all the power in the situation. Once Kuroda Yu entered the building, the atmosphere in the vast hall shifted to one of tension. Members of the Black Cherry Society halted their conversations, all eyes turning towards him. Kuroda Yu stood at the center of the hall, surveying the crowd with a hint of smug satisfaction gracing his features. From within his vehicle, Yi Fan watched as Kuroda Yu retrieved a short blade from a storage area, slowly drawing it forth, its glint reflecting the coldness in his own eyes. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan donned a black mask, pulled his cap low over his brow, and tucked the emblem into his pocket. Upon exiting the car, he swiftly maneuvered along the shadows by the street, hastening around to the rear of the building. Gazing up at an unlatched window on the second floor, Yi Fan smirked. Today, this scoundrel must pay in blood, and he would deal with Sato Ichiro later. After assessing the surroundings and ensuring no one was paying attention, Yi Fan stepped back a few paces, inhaled deeply, and then charged forward with determination. As he approached the wall, he propelled himself upward with a powerful push from his feet, swiftly grasping the edge of the window with his hands. In an instant, he yanked himself up and flipped into the room with ease. If anyone had witnessed this feat, they would surely be astounded, for Yi Fan had leaped to a height of 7 meters. The room was suffused with a musty odor, and dust danced in the beams of light. Yi Fan quickly surveyed his surroundings, discovering that it was a storeroom cluttered with various boxes and dilapidated furniture piled in the corners. He cautiously approached the door, pressing his ear against it to listen for any sounds outside. Through the crack, he spotted several members of the Black Cherry Society pacing in the corridor. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the short knife, ready to spring into action at any moment. He knew he must locate Kuroda Yu swiftly and bring an end to him. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from the hallway. Yi Fan held his breath, gripping the knife tightly, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. The footsteps drew nearer, and when they halted at the door, Yi Fan unhesitatingly flung it open. The member of the Black Cherry Society at the threshold was startled by Yi Fan's sudden appearance. Before he could react, he was pulled into the room. Yi Fan covered the man's mouth, pressing the knife against his throat, and whispered menacingly, "Which floor is Kuroda Yu on?" The thug trembled in fear, his eyes wide with terror. He attempted to speak, but was muffled by Yi Fan's hand, only managing to produce whimpering sounds. His gaze was filled with panic as he frantically pointed upstairs. Yi Fan furrowed his brow and lowered his voice again, stating, "Which specific floor? If you dare deceive me, you will meet your demise." The thug shook his head vigorously, nearly in tears, and raised his trembling hand to indicate the 6th floor. Yi Fan's eyes hardened. He tightened his grip, and the blade sliced a deep gash across the thug's neck, revealing bone. The thug's eyes widened in horror as he emitted a pained whimper. Instinctively, he grasped at Yi Fan's hand, attempting to push the knife away, his body convulsing violently as he kicked wildly against the ground, toppling an old box beside him. The box crashed to the floor with a dull thud. Gurgling sounds emanated from his throat as his legs twitched uncontrollably, his eyes rolling back as blood poured from his mouth, staining his clothes crimson. After a few desperate struggles, his hands fell limp and his body grew still. Ding! You have killed a human, earning 3 attribute points. Yi Fan withdrew his knife, casting a cold glance at the lifeless body on the ground. System. Allocate 3 points to reaction. Attribute points. 0, strength, 21, agility, 20 stamina, 20 spirit, 20, reaction, 19. The panel before him shifted immediately, almost reaching 20. Yi Fan felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, as though a force was relentlessly striking against him, but it quickly dissipated. He turned and exited the room. He swiftly traversed the corridor towards the elevator, his steps resolute and steady. Upon reaching the elevator, he extended his hand to press the button, and the doors slowly parted with a soft chime. Yi Fan stepped inside, pressed the button for his desired floor, and the doors gently closed behind him. Inside the elevator, Yi Fan gripped the short knife tightly in his hand, his gaze fixed on the floor indicator above the doors, anticipating the ascent to the 6th floor. The elevator ascended gradually, and with each floor it passed, Yi Fan felt a subtle tremor. Ding! The elevator halted at the 4th floor, and the doors opened slowly, allowing 2 thugs to enter. Upon noticing Yi Fan, they paused momentarily, scrutinizing him from head to toe. One of the thugs, sporting yellow-dyed hair, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Hey, who are you? What are you doing here?" The other, tall and slender, also exhibited a wary demeanor, fixating his gaze on Yi Fan, awaiting his response. Chapter 78. The blade strikes the black cherry. Yi Fan slightly tilted his head, his gaze as frigid as ice, the corners of his mouth curving upwards beneath the mask, revealing a hint of disdainful smirk. Before the 2 thugs could react, the short blade in his hand flashed through the air like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the throat of the lanky thug was slashed open, his eyes widening in terror as he let out a frightened scream. Seizing the moment, Yi Fan delivered a kick to the thug's abdomen, causing him to topple backward, crashing against the elevator wall. At the same moment, the blonde thug was about to shout, but Yi Fan swiftly pivoted, thrusting his short dagger directly into the blonde thug's chest. The blonde thug's eyes bulged, disbelief etched across his face. The 2 thugs struggled to resist, but Yi Fan forcefully withdrew the blade, blood splattering across the elevator wall. The blonde thug clutched his chest, collapsing to the ground, while the lanky thug grasped his throat, his eyes wide with pain and fear. Ding! You have killed a human, earning 3 attribute points. Yi Fan surveyed the 2 sprawled on the ground, his expression devoid of any compassion. He bent down to retrieve the blade, wiping the blood on the thug's clothing before standing upright and pressing the button to close the elevator doors. Ding! You have killed a human, earning 3 attribute points. The elevator doors slowly sealed shut, isolating the 2 figures behind him. Standing within the elevator, nothing could hinder his quest for vengeance. As the elevator ascended steadily, Yi Fan's breathing remained calm and steady, his gaze fixed on the flickering numbers, his murderous intent intensifying. Ding! The elevator came to a smooth halt on the 6th floor, the doors opening to reveal a cacophony of card games. 6 thugs were gathered around a table, enveloped in swirling smoke. Upon hearing the elevator, they turned in unison, their eyes sharpening as they focused on Yi Fan. The leader, a burly man with a thick beard, furrowed his brow, slamming his cards down on the table in anger. Rising to his feet, he pointed at Yi Fan and shouted, "Baka, who the hell are you? What business do you have here?" The other thugs also rose, their glares menacing as they eyed Yi Fan. Among them, a small thug with green-dyed hair rolled up his sleeves, preparing to strike at any moment. Yi Fan stood at the elevator's threshold, his frosty gaze sweeping over the group without uttering a word. He stepped slowly out of the elevator, his footsteps steady, the short dagger hanging casually by his side, the remnants of blood glimmering ominously in the light. The bearded thug fixated on the dripping blade in Yi Fan's hand, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Suddenly, he lunged towards the nearby table, seizing a machete and charging at Yi Fan with a wild swing. Simultaneously, the other thugs drew their weapons, daggers, clubs, and chains, encircling Yi Fan from all directions. The small thug with green hair shouted, "Let us kill him," as he maneuvered behind Yi Fan, aiming his dagger at him. Yi Fan swiftly evaded the small thug's attack, countering with a precise thrust aimed at his arm. The small thug screamed in agony as his arm was sliced open, blood gushing forth. Taking advantage of the moment when Yi Fan was engaged in combat with a smaller thug, the bearded ruffian swung his cleaver towards him. Yi Fan swiftly sidestepped, the blade narrowly grazing his clothing. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful kick to the ruffian's abdomen, causing him to stagger back a few steps. At that instant, another thug dashed towards an office at the end of the corridor, shouting, "Help! There's trouble." The remaining thugs continued to encircle Yi Fan, seeking an opportunity to strike. Yi Fan regarded them with an expressionless demeanor, his gaze brimming with disdain and contempt. He stepped forward, his eyes cold as icy stars, locking onto the bearded ruffian. He swung his knife at him, prompting the thug to hurriedly block with his own weapon, sparks flying where the blades clashed. The bearded thug was forced to retreat repeatedly from the impact. Just as he regained his footing and was about to raise his weapon again, Yi Fan surged forward, his short knife darting out like a serpent. In a flash, the blade traced an arc across the thug's neck, blood splattering forth. The thug's eyes widened in shock, a gurgling sound escaping his throat as he instinctively clutched at his neck, swaying backward. Ding! You have killed a human, earning 3 attribute points. The other thugs, witnessing this, turned pale with fear and began to retreat. Some clutched their weapons, yet dared not advance, their eyes filled with trepidation. Yi Fan remained steadfast, his icy gaze sweeping over the remaining thugs. His focus settled on one thug wielding a club, who trembled involuntarily under Yi Fan's intense stare. Yi Fan advanced slowly, his short knife swaying casually in his hand, droplets of blood sliding down the blade. Who among you wishes to challenge me? Yi Fan's voice was low and frigid, as though forced through clenched teeth. The thugs exchanged glances, none daring to make a move. The small, green-haired thug, though reluctant, also refrained from advancing. Don't do anything reckless. One thug shouted, his voice trembling. Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight, cold smile as he continued his steady advance, each step resolute and unwavering. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the direction of the office, several men in black hurriedly approaching. Yi Fan turned to face them, his expression devoid of fear, infused instead with determination. That's him, shouted the thug who had run to alert them. Hearing the shout, Yi Fan's lips twisted into a cold smirk as he boldly approached the group of black-clad men. The leader, with a furrowed brow and a sinister gaze, raised a hand to signal his companions to disperse. Kid, do you know what you're doing? Which gang are you affiliated with? The black-clad man spoke in a deep voice, laced with intimidation. Yi Fan remained silent, his eyes scanning the group, his body tense and poised for action. The black-clad man struck first, launching a punch at Yi Fan. Yi Fan dodged to the side, countering with a slash of his knife. The black-clad man reacted swiftly, blocking the attack with his arm while simultaneously kicking at Yi Fan. Yi Fan nimbly evaded and retaliated with a thrust of his knife towards the black-clad man. In the midst of the fierce battle between Yi Fan and the cloaked figure, the onlookers stood frozen, scarcely daring to breathe. They were utterly awestruck by Yi Fan's ferocity and fearlessness, rendering their previous bravado non-existent. The cloaked figure, with feet firmly planted, exuded a fierce determination as he initiated the assault. With a swift motion, his short blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at Yi Fan's face. In a flash, Yi Fan deftly sidestepped, simultaneously wielding his own knife to strike swiftly at the cloaked man's arm. The adversary, quick to react, retreated a step, narrowly evading the blow. Without hesitation, the cloaked figure crouched low, gripping his knife with both hands, and lunged fiercely towards Yi Fan's abdomen. Yi Fan leaned back slightly, raising his legs in a rapid motion to deliver a kick aimed at the cloaked man's arm. The impact staggered his opponent momentarily, but the cloaked figure swiftly regained his composure, swinging his arm in a retaliatory arc towards Yi Fan's head. A mix of surprise and anger flickered across the cloaked man's face, as he had not anticipated Yi Fan's prowess. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Fan charged forward, his blade carving deep gashes into the cloaked figure's body. The latter staggered, retreating unsteadily. Yi Fan pressed on, aiming a decisive strike at the cloaked man's neck. Terror widened the adversary's eyes as he attempted to evade the blow, but it was too late. Yi Fan withdrew his blade from the cloaked man's neck, who slowly crumpled to the ground. Ding! A human has been slain, earning 3 attribute points. Observing this, the onlookers began to retreat in haste. Yi Fan, undeterred, pressed the attack. The longer the confrontation dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him. Chapter 79. Finding Kuroda-yu in a flash. Yi Fan charged towards the remaining thugs, his short blade glinting ominously in hand. One of the thugs, wielding a dagger, lunged forward with a fierce roar aimed at Yi Fan. With a swift movement, Yi Fan evaded the attack effortlessly, countering with a slash that severed the thug's arm, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground as the thug recoiled in agony. Another thug, armed with a chain, rushed in from the side, swinging the weapon through the air with a menacing whoosh. Yi Fan sidestepped the chain and seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to the thug's midsection. The thug doubled over, clutching his abdomen, and Yi Fan seized the moment to strike down upon his shoulder, blood spraying forth. With a vigorous slash, Yi Fan's blade carved from the shoulder to the stomach, eliciting a horrified gasp from the thug, whose eyes widened in shock as he emitted a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. A deep, gaping wound opened across his body, his intestines threatening to spill forth. Clutching his belly in a futile attempt to stem the relentless flow of blood, he collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of pain and terror, mumbling incoherently for mercy. "Please, don't kill me, I beg you." His voice, once brimming with bravado, now quivered with desperation. Yet within moments he fell silent. "Ding! You have killed a human, earning 3 attribute points." The remaining thugs, paralyzed by the gruesome spectacle, turned pale as sheets, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Some dropped their weapons with a clatter, utterly bereft of the courage to fight back, their eyes reflecting despair and helplessness as they envisioned their own demise. Among them, a small thug with green hair attempted to stealthily ambush Yi Fan from behind. However, Yi Fan sensed the movement, pivoting swiftly to thrust his blade into the thug's chest. The small thug's eyes widened in shock as he slowly crumpled to the ground. "Ding! You have killed a human, earning 3 attribute points." The remaining thugs, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the floor, their eyes filled with terror. Yi Fan advanced toward them, his bloodied short knife in hand, coldly declaring, "Who else wishes to test their fate?" The thugs trembled and shook their heads, too frightened to move. Just then, another group rushed in from the end of the corridor, led by a towering man with a brutish visage, brandishing a large cleaver. He bellowed, "Clear the way." Yi Fan regarded the newcomer with a steely gaze, refusing to retreat. The man swung his cleaver at Yi Fan, who deftly sidestepped, the blade striking the wall with a harsh clang. The man turned to strike again, but Yi Fan parried with a short knife, sparks flying from the impact. Seizing the moment, Yi Fan delivered a kick to the man's knee, sending him staggering to one knee. With precision, Yi Fan thrust his knife towards the man's chest. The man struggled to resist, but Yi Fan drove the blade deep into his body, watching as he slowly succumbed to the ground. "Ding! You have killed a human, earning 3 attribute points." Standing amidst the chaos of the corridor, the air thick with the scent of blood, Yi Fan remained resolute. At that moment, Kuroda Yu arrived hastily, his eyes widening in shock at the bloody scene before him. Frowning deeply, he fixed a cold gaze upon Yi Fan and demanded, "Who are you? We harbor no grievances against one another. Why then does the Black Cherry Society seek to take my life?" Yi Fan regarded Kuroda Yu with a chilling gaze, devoid of any trepidation, and calmly proclaimed, "Your associates have harmed those dear to me, and today I have come to exact retribution." Kuroda Yu's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Bakayeru, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Do you believe this is a place for your reckless behavior?" A subtle smirk graced Yi Fan's lips as he retorted, "I care not for your domain. You shall pay dearly for the pain inflicted upon those I cherish." Kuroda Yu, glancing at the lifeless body on the ground, seethed, "Do you think you can leave here alive? You shall not escape the Black Cherry Society today." Yi Fan raised his short blade, icy determination in his voice. "Then let us see." With a wave of his hand, Kuroda Yu commanded his men to charge forward. Unfazed, Yi Fan met them head-on, his blade dancing amidst the crowd, blood splattering in his wake. Kuroda Yu observed Yi Fan with a flicker of astonishment. He had not anticipated such ferocity and skill. Recognizing the challenge Yi Fan posed, he resolved to alter his strategy. "You hold him off," Kuroda Yu instructed his companions. "I will summon reinforcements." With that, he turned and departed down the corridor. Yi Fan, witnessing Kuroda Yu's retreat, felt a surge of anger. He understood that Kuroda was undoubtedly seeking aid, and he must swiftly dispatch his current adversaries. Yi Fan intensified his onslaught, the blade whirling through the throng, each strike instilling fear in his foes. Soon, Kuroda Yu returned, flanked by a cohort of supporters. He regarded Yi Fan with cold contempt, declaring, "Do you truly believe you can escape? You shall not leave here alive." Yi Fan met his gaze, unwavering, and replied, "Then let us see." Feeling his stamina waning, he gasped for breath, silently invoking the system. Attribute points: 21, strength, 21, agility, 20 stamina, 20 spirit, 20 reaction, 19. Yi Fan swiftly commanded within his mind, allocate some points to reaction and the remainder to stamina. The numerical values surged in his consciousness, and he sensed his body being rejuvenated, strength steadily increasing. Attribute points: 0, strength, 21, agility, 20 stamina, 40 spirit, 20 reaction, 20. The fatigue wrought by the fierce battle dissipated in an instant, as if infused with a powerful energy. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan's gaze sharpened, invigorated by an unending reservoir of strength. Gripping his short blade with renewed vigor, he confronted his adversaries with a resolute stance. Kuroda Yu, witnessing Yi Fan's seemingly restored vigor, erupted into laughter, signaling his men to charge once more. Unbowed, Yi Fan met them head-on, the blades swirling amidst the chaos. Blood painting the scene. Throughout the melee, he deftly evaded the onslaught of his enemies while delivering relentless strikes. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Yi Fan's eyes as he shifted his stance and charged toward his adversary. The dagger in his hand traced an arc, aimed directly at the foremost thug. Caught unawares, the ruffian was struck on the shoulder, emitting a piercing scream. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Fan delivered a powerful kick to the thug's knee, causing him to collapse forward. In a seamless motion, Yi Fan plunged the dagger into the thug's back, blood gushing forth instantly. Alert! You have slain a human and gained 3 attribute points. At that moment, another thug armed with a club rushed in from the side, aiming a ferocious strike at Yi Fan. He deftly sidestepped the attack, retaliating with a swift slash to the thug's arm, leaving a deep gash and causing the club to clatter to the ground. Kuroda Yu observed Yi Fan's ferocity with a hint of astonishment on his face. "Kill him!" he shouted vehemently. One of Kuroda's subordinates lunged forward, wielding a long knife in an attempt to strike Yi Fan. With agile grace, Yi Fan evaded the blow, driving his dagger into the thug's abdomen. The subordinate shuddered, the long knife slipping from his grasp as he clutched his belly and slowly toppled over. Alert! You have slain a human and gained 3 attribute points. Witnessing this, Kuroda Yu charged at Yi Fan himself, swinging a hefty cleaver with the intent to cleave him in two. Chapter 80. The annihilation of Kuroda, Yi Fan swiftly retreated, evading the fierce assault of Kuroda Yu. Undeterred, Kuroda pursued relentlessly, prompting Yi Fan to pivot sharply, thrusting his short blade towards Kuroda. With a swift reaction, Kuroda parried the strike, the blades clashing with a resounding clang. Seizing the moment, Yi Fan delivered a powerful kick to Kuroda's chest, causing him to stagger back momentarily, yet he quickly regained his footing. Yi Fan surged forward once more, his short blade aimed at Kuroda. This time, Kuroda stood his ground, defending against Yi Fan's relentless onslaught. The two engaged in a dazzling display of skill, their blades flashing like lightning. Suddenly, Yi Fan exerted himself, his short knife slicing through the air towards Kuroda, who was caught off guard and struck on the arm. Kuroda gritted his teeth in agony, fury etched across his face as he clutched his wounded arm, blood seeping through his fingers and staining his sleeve. With eyes ablaze with rage, he let out a furious roar and charged at Yi Fan. Undaunted, Yi Fan met him head-on, and they clashed fiercely in the arena. Despite his injury, Kuroda fought valiantly against Yi Fan's attacks, swinging his blade with relentless ferocity. Yi Fan, agile and nimble, dodged Kuroda's strikes while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. His gaze was resolute and piercing, shimmering with a fierce light in the enveloping darkness. Suddenly, he spotted a flaw in Kuroda's defenses and seized the moment. With a swift motion, Yi Fan thrust his short blade into Kuroda's abdomen. Caught unawares, Kuroda cried out in pain, his body collapsing backward. "Damn it! Someone help! Are you all just going to watch the boss get killed?" he shouted in anguish. Yi Fan pressed forward without hesitation, advancing on Kuroda. His subordinates hesitated, their steps faltering, their expressions filled with dread. Though armed, they lacked the courage to engage. Instead, they shouted, attempting to bolster their spirits. One lanky figure took a deep breath, steeling himself to rush forward, swinging his weapon at Yifan. Yet, Yifan effortlessly evaded the attack, retaliating with a swift stab directed at the lanky assailant. Pale with fear, the man stumbled back, only to trip over a fallen body and crash to the ground. Another stout figure, witnessing this, hesitated briefly before summoning the courage to charge in, brandishing his blade in a desperate attempt to buy time for Kuroda. Yifan sneered, taking an agile step forward, his short knife darting towards the stout man. In a panic, the man attempted to defend himself, but was swiftly knocked down by Yifan's kick. Kuroda struggled to rise, yet Yifan was already before him, pressing his blade against Kuroda's throat. Kuroda glared at Yifan, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. The remaining subordinates looked on, their hearts heavy with trepidation. They understood they were no match for Yifan, but dared not defy Kuroda's command. Yifan's gaze, sharp as a cold star, swept over them, exuding palpable pressure. The subordinates trembled under his piercing stare, paralyzed by fear. Yifan brandished the dagger before Kuroda, droplets of blood cascading onto the ground with a soft thud. He intoned, "Who else desires to meet their demise?" His voice was deep and frigid, akin to a messenger from the underworld. Kuroda gasped for breath. His features contorted in rage as he bellowed, "You worthless lot, attack together and slay him." Yet, under the weight of Yifan's intimidation, his subordinates exchanged glances, unconsciously retreating. Some even turned to flee, slowly inching backward. A timid subordinate stammered, "Boss, this guy is too formidable. We stand no chance against him." Another echoed, "Indeed, he has already dispatched so many of us. We are no match for him." Kuroda's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, "You spineless cowards! If you dare to run, I shall not spare you." However, his words failed to halt their retreat. Suddenly, Yifan stepped forward and thundered, "Leave." The command bore the weight of 1,000 forces, sending Kuroda's men scrambling away, tumbling and vanishing down the corridor. Kuroda ground his teeth in helpless rage, gazing at Yifan with eyes brimming with resentment and fury. "If you have the courage, kill me." Yifan met his gaze, his expression cold and resolute. "Do not be hasty. Today marks your end." Kuroda's eyes widened in disbelief, hatred surging within him as he yelled, "Who are you? Why do you target me?" Yifan sneered, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Do you remember the woman you killed 3 years ago?" Kuroda's face morphed into shock and terror upon hearing those words. "Impossible. That was merely an accident. I compensated her family." "Who were you to her?" "An accident? That was a fade you constructed to evade responsibility." Yifan roared in indignation. Kuroda hastily replied, "Yes. It was Sato I dealt with. Go after him." Yifan laughed coldly. "I shall ensure he joins you in your demise." With a fierce thrust of his dagger, Kuroda let out an agonizing scream. His body trembled violently, eyes wide with fear and despair. Yifan's gaze turned icy as he twisted his wrist, withdrawing the dagger from Kuroda's body. A fountain of blood erupting forth. Kuroda hunched over in agony, clutching his abdomen tightly, blood seeping through his fingers. "You demon! I shall not let you escape." Kuroda screamed hoarsely. Yifan's eyes blazed with intensity as he fixed his cold stare upon Kuroda, a cruel smile curling at his lips. "Today is indeed your final day." He slowly crouched down, observing Kuroda's tormented expression, devoid of any empathy. Kuroda struggled to rise, only to have Yifan seize him by the hair, yanking him upright. Kuroda glared at Yifan, his eyes filled with rage and terror. "Did you think I would kill you so easily?" Yifan's voice was chillingly low. "No, I intend to make you experience the taste of losing everything." Releasing his grip, Kuroda collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing. Yifan stood tall, gradually walking aside to retrieve the dagger that Kuroda had dropped. What are you going to do?" Kuroda asked in terror. Yifan remained silent, advancing step by step toward Kuroda. He raised his knife and plunged it forcefully into Kuroda's arm. A piercing scream escaped Kuroda's lips as blood gushed forth from the wound. This was merely the beginning. It has only just begun, Yi Fan stated coldly, lifting the knife again to strike Kuroda Yu's other arm. Kuroda Yu's limb was left mangled and bloodied, his body writhing in anguish, his face etched with despair. Why? Why are you tormenting me like this? Kuroda Yu cried out. Because you deserve to die. Yi Fan roared, his eyes ablaze with rage. You have destroyed my family and taken my mother's life. Today, you shall pay the price. Yi Fan raised the knife once more, aiming for Kuroda Yu's thigh. Kuroda Yu screamed in torment, his body thrashing uncontrollably. I intend to let you die slowly, to make you feel every ounce of pain, Yi Fan declared coldly, his gaze filled with a desire for vengeance. Kuroda Yu's complexion turned pale, his eyes hollow, his body trembling. He understood that his demise was inevitable, filled with fear and despair. I beg you, just kill me, Kuroda Yu pleaded. Yi Fan disregarded his words, continuing to stab Kuroda Yu's body. The wounds multiplied, blood flowing incessantly. Did you think it would end so easily? Yi Fan remarked coldly, a cruel smile gracing his lips. No, I want you to remember all of this. To struggle in eternal agony in hell. Kuroda Yu looked at Yi Fan, his eyes brimming with terror. He realized there was no escape. He could only await the arrival of death. As Yi Fan delivered a few final blows, Kuroda Yu finally ceased his struggles, his body growing rigid. Ding! Killed a human. Gained 3 attribute points. Attribute points. 9. His eyes widened in horror, as if still gazing in fear at Yi Fan. The sirens of police cars echoed from below, causing Yi Fan to furrow his brow. He glanced at Kuroda Yu's lifeless body, his heart devoid of any emotion. He turned and vanished into the darkness. Aware that this was merely the beginning, he would seek out Sato to avenge his mother. Chapter 81. The police seal off the building. Minister Takahashi led the police to the ground floor, and the officers swiftly surged into the building. Seal off all entrances, Takahashi commanded. Let not a single soul escape. Immediately, several officers rushed towards every exit. The rest of you, follow me to the 6th floor. Form a team at the stairway. Upon stepping onto the 6th floor, a pungent stench of blood assaulted their senses, revealing a scene of utter carnage. Bodies lay scattered across the floor, blood pooling ominously, a sight that struck terror into the hearts of the officers. They gasped collectively, some unable to suppress their horrified exclamations. What could have transpired here? Minister Takahashi furrowed his brow, surveying the grim tableau. The officers approached the corpses cautiously, examining the chilling circumstances. A young officer, his face ashen and voice trembling, remarked, "The brutality of these deaths is horrific. It appears to be the aftermath of a fierce struggle. Conduct a thorough search for any survivors," Takahashi ordered calmly. The officers began their grim task, scouring the blood-soaked area for signs of life. One officer knelt beside a corpse, reaching out to check for a pulse. As his fingers brushed against the frigid skin, he shuddered involuntarily, shaking his head and moving on to the next. In a corner, another officer uncovered a body with its abdomen grotesquely slashed open, intestines spilling forth. His complexion paled instantly, but he steeled himself and continued searching the vicinity. At that moment, an officer around the corner stumbled upon the lifeless form of Yu Kuroda. Kuroda's eyes were wide with terror, his abdomen a gruesome sight, blood pooling around him. The officer froze, nausea rising in his stomach. He clutched his mouth and staggered to the window, leaning against the sill to retch. Nearby officers cast sympathetic glances, one patting his shoulder, murmuring, "Don't take it too hard. This is part of our duty." Nevertheless, the officer could not quell his dry heaving, gasping for air as his gaze remained fixated on Kuroda's body, as if entranced. Other officers, upon witnessing Kuroda's remains, were similarly affected by the grotesque scene. One leaned against the wall, eyes closed, taking deep breaths in an attempt to regain composure, while another bent at the waist, hands on his knees, shaking his head repeatedly and muttering, "This is too horrific. It's like a hell on earth." Minister Takahashi stood to the side, brow furrowed, his expression grave as he absorbed the scene before him. This was evidently a case of vengeance. What had Kuroda done to provoke such a brutal assault? Hearing the retching of his subordinate, Takahashi's expression tightened, and he quickly approached the window to assess the situation. Through the glass, he spotted a figure clad in a black suit, wearing a cap and a black mask, moving away into the distance. Without hesitation, Takahashi produced his communicator and shouted, "Attention all units, a suspicious man in black is heading southeast. Seal off the surrounding roads at once, and ensure he is intercepted." Having issued the command, he turned to the nearby officers, swiftly directing, "You few, follow me down the stairs and take a shortcut to cut him off." Takahashi, accompanied by several officers, swiftly descended the staircase, issuing commands to his colleagues via the intercom as they hurried down. The sound of their footsteps echoed throughout the stairwell, enveloping the entire building in a palpable tension. Outside, Yi Fan, alerted by the rapidly approaching footsteps and shouts behind him, felt a tightening in his chest. He glanced back and saw the police closing in. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickened his pace, darting away into the distance. Yi Fan moved with the agility of a specter, weaving through the streets. He first lunged toward a low wall by the roadside, using the wall's resistance to propel himself upward, springing into the air like a coiled spring and effortlessly soaring over the street railing. Immediately thereafter, he scaled the exterior wall of a nearby building, employing both hands and feet to ascend rapidly. Upon reaching the second-floor windowsill, he executed a swift roll and slipped through the window. As the officers burst out of the building, they discovered that Yi Fan had vanished around the corner. Breathless, Chief Takahashi led his team forward, casting a frustrated glance in the direction Yi Fan had fled, muttering under his breath, "How can this kid possess such stamina? He runs faster than a rabbit." Inside the building, Yi Fan navigated through the cluttered stairwell and corridors, continuously altering his course. Hearing the footsteps of the officers fading into the distance, he allowed a faint smirk to grace his lips. Chief Takahashi, feeling defeated, returned to the scene. Surveying the blood-stained floor and the haphazardly sprawled bodies, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the officers beside him with solemnity. "The case concerning Kuroda Isamu is far from simple. We must thoroughly investigate everything he has been involved in." "Understood," the officers replied in unison. "We will examine Kuroda's social connections, business dealings, and past disputes, particularly focusing on his criminal record and any infractions. I want a comprehensive investigation," Chief Takahashi continued, pacing thoughtfully at the scene. "Bring in anyone associated with Kuroda, whether they are his subordinates, partners, or others who have had contact with him, for questioning," he added. At the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, Chief Takahashi stared at a pile of documents before him, his brow furrowed and a hint of confusion reflected in his eyes. Suddenly, a familiar name caught his attention: Ichiro Sato, the president of the Black Cherry Society. This name served as a key, instantly unlocking the vault of his memories. "Sato Ichiro," Takahashi murmured, as the image of a person materialized in his mind. He recalled the bullying incident from years past, in which Sato had been embroiled. He had intended to bring Sato to justice, but due to various obstacles, he had failed, consequently earning the ire of many and stalling his own career advancement. Could all of this be connected to Sato? What role did Kuroda play in this web of intrigue? Takahashi's mind was awash with questions. He realized this could be a crucial lead that might unravel the secrets surrounding Kuroda. Without delay, he picked up the phone and dialed his subordinate's number. "Gather all information related to the Black Cherry Society, particularly concerning the relationship between Ichiro Sato and Yu Kuroda," he commanded. After hanging up the phone, Takahashi continued to sift through the documents in search of elusive clues. He discovered that Yu Kuroda's ties to the Black Cherry Society were far more intricate than he had initially presumed. Kuroda's involvement in certain activities of the society appeared to be connected to his criminal undertakings. Could it be that Kuroda committed these offenses under the direction of Ichiro Sato? Was it possible that a rival sought vengeance against Kuroda? Takahashi pondered to himself. At that moment, a subordinate knocked and entered, placing a document before Takahashi. "Sir, here is the information related to the Black Cherry Society, including detailed accounts of Ichiro Sato and Yu Kuroda," the subordinate reported. Takahashi hastily opened the document and scrutinized its contents. He found a web of connections between Kuroda and Sato. Kuroda was a member of the Black Cherry Society, serving under Sato, and his criminal activities were intertwined with various operations of the society. It appeared that the situation was becoming increasingly convoluted, Takahashi reflected. Chapter 82. A fiery temper within the expansive office of the Black Cherry Society headquarters. Ichiro Sato reclined in his executive chair. A secretary clad in professional attire nestled in his embrace. The secretary squirmed restlessly, provoking Sato's rising ire. Two subordinates stood before his desk, heads bowed. When one ventured to speak, "Boss, our division leader, Kuroda Isamu, has been murdered." Sato's previously narrowed eyes flew open, a flash of anger igniting within them. He pushed the secretary away, sprang to his feet, and slammed his palm onto the desk, exclaiming furiously, "Kuroda, that useless fool, to be killed right at headquarters. Squandering his life." He began to pace, veins throbbing on his forehead, his face a mask of fury. "What on earth happened? Explain everything to me in detail." Sato cast a sharp gaze at the trembling subordinate. The subordinate stuttered, "Boss, all we know is that Kuroda was killed in the building, and the scene was horrifically violent. The specifics are still under investigation." Sato furrowed his brow, a disdainful snort escaping his lips. "Useless. Truly useless. Do you know who did it?" The two subordinates shook their heads. "We have no idea who it was." Back in the headquarters office, Sato sat in his chair, his expression darkening. Upon hearing the subordinate's response, his eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Useless. You can't even ascertain this much? What good are you?" The subordinate trembled in fear, lowering his head in silence. Sato took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and then inquired, "Were there any survivors from the scene?" "Were they now?" The subordinate quickly replied, "Boss. 4 individuals survived and have been arranged to wait outside." Sato frowned, impatience bubbling within him. "What are you dawdling for? Bring them in at once." Moments later, 4 individuals, their clothes stained with blood and expressions frantic, were ushered into the room. Sato scrutinized them with sharp, hawk-like eyes and commanded, "Speak." What transpired? One tall, gaunt figure stammered, "President, we were at the division when a mysterious figure burst in, attacking us mercilessly. Kuroda was stabbed to death before our eyes." Sato gritted his teeth, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he interrogated, "What did this mysterious figure look like? Did you see his face?" A shorter, stout man stammered. He wore black clothing, a cap, and a mask, making it impossible to discern his features. But he was incredibly agile, cold-blooded, and merciless. Sato's brow furrowed further as he pressed on. "How did you manage to survive?" A scruffy-faced man replied, "We hid amidst the chaos, only daring to emerge once he had left." Upon hearing this, Sato's anger surged anew, and he slammed his hand on the desk, shouting, "Useless. Kuroda supported you for so long, and at the critical moment, you couldn't even muster a response, simply watching him die." Looking disdainfully at the 4 survivors, Sato remarked, "What use are you for returning alive? You can't even avenge Kuroda." With that, he waved his hand, signaling to the subordinate beside him. The younger brother, understanding the unspoken command, swiftly drew his pistol and unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the 4 individuals. In an instant, they collapsed into a pool of blood, their bodies convulsing, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Sato observed this scene with a cold gaze, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. He approached, casually kicking one of the lifeless bodies, and remarked, "Worthless beings, it is better for them to be dead." Turning back to his desk, he seated himself, a pensive expression settling in his eyes. He mused that Kuroda's death was undoubtedly not a simple matter, as there must be some force at play behind the scenes. He needed to uncover the perpetrator swiftly to avenge Kuroda. Sato glanced at the younger brother beside him, instructing, "Go investigate the circumstances surrounding Kuroda's demise. Whoever is responsible must be brought to justice." The younger brother nodded earnestly and exited the office. Leaning back in his chair, Sato closed his eyes, contemplating his subsequent plans. Kuroda's death instilled within him an unprecedented sense of crisis. He was acutely aware that the future of the Kuroyuki Association would be fraught with significant challenges. He resolved that anyone daring to oppose the Kuroyuki Association would not escape unscathed. He aspired to strengthen the organization under his leadership, transforming it into the most powerful entity in Japan. Opening his eyes, he gazed out at the sky, abruptly pulling his secretary closer. "I'm extremely agitated right now." This elicited a bashful response from his secretary. Sato regarded Kuroda's death as a wake-up call, sharpening his awareness of the threats facing the Kuroyuki Association. Simultaneously, in an underground casino run by the Black Wolf Gang, several individuals were engaged in a serious discussion. The atmosphere was thick with smoke and tension. Watanabe Yuichi sat at a large table, his countenance dark enough to drip with water. He forcefully extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray. While the brothers beside him exchanged glances, none daring to break the oppressive silence. "It is said that Fat Wolf was harmed by that brat Yifan," grumbled a burly man, his brow furrowed. He was discovered in a garbage heap, covered in stab wounds. It was a gruesome sight. "Damn it, I must avenge Fat Wolf," exclaimed a young man with long hair, his teeth clenched, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Indeed, this cannot be tolerated," another lean man added, his fists clenched, hatred gleaming in his eyes. Watanabe Yuichi slowly raised his head, surveying those gathered, his voice low yet powerful. "Fat Wolf has followed me for many years. His death cannot go unpunished. We must make Yifan pay." "What shall we do, boss?" inquired a shorter man. After a moment of contemplation, Watanabe replied, "No matter how formidable he may be, he is but one individual. The Black Wolf Gang has thrived in this world for years. We need not fear him. As long as we find him when he is alone, we can certainly deal with him." "You're right, boss. We will avenge Fat Wolf." The others echoed in agreement. Watanabe Yuichi remained silent, his gaze glinting with a cold light beneath the dim illumination. Yuichi Watanabe remained silent, as vivid memories of scavenging for trash and vegetables with his brothers resurfaced in his mind. Though they lived in poverty during those times, the bond among them was profoundly deep. They fought together in the streets, struggling for survival in a world governed by the law of the jungle. Whenever one of them was bullied, they would charge forward without hesitation, fists raised, fiercely defending each other's dignity in the most primal manner. I recall a particular incident when they were harassed by a gang of delinquents. Despite being outnumbered, they exhibited no fear. Yuichi Watanabe was the first to leap into the fray, wielding a wooden stick to combat their assailants, sustaining bruises yet refusing to retreat. His brothers joined the battle, their faces resolute and unwavering. On another occasion, in pursuit of earning money, they undertook a perilous task to assist in a violent confrontation. This was a treacherous endeavor, yet they showed no signs of hesitation. Amidst the chaos of flashing blades, they remained undaunted, each swing of the weapon infused with aspirations for the future and loyalty to their brothers. These experiences were instrumental in the transformation of the Black Wolf Gang from a mere faction into a formidable force. Now, with the death of Fat Wolf, a fierce anger ignited within Yuichi Watanabe. He clenched his fists, knuckles turning white, and his gaze emanated a steadfast resolve. "We shall avenge Fat Wolf." Chapter 83. Despicable means in a Tokyo hospital. Kanazawa Mai anxiously awaited her brother's surgery. Outside, several men in black suits stood, causing the usual patients and nurses to hesitate in their approach. The atmosphere in the hospital corridor was stifling, making it difficult to breathe. Kanazawa Mai paced restlessly outside the operating room, her eyes filled with anxiety and concern. The men in black stood silently around her, their presence seemingly chilling the very air. At that moment, Yifan hurriedly arrived with Aoki. The men in black quickly bowed towards Yifan, greeting him with respect. Kanazawa Mai turned to Yifan, exclaiming, "My brother is still in surgery." Yifan remained composed, gently waving his hand in reassurance. "Do not worry. Everything will turn out well." Finally, the operating room door swung open, and a doctor emerged, his face weary yet adorned with a reassuring smile. The surgery was a great success. He will need to stay under observation for a few months. Kanazawa Mai's eyes immediately glistened with tears, overwhelmed with emotion and rendered speechless. Her younger brothers exhaled in relief. Gathering around her, Yifan nodded slightly, his gaze softening as he addressed Kanazawa Mai, saying, "During this time, refrain from visiting the Datang nightclub. Focus on accompanying your brother." I will handle matters concerning the club. You need not worry. Kanazawa Mai, her eyes reddened with gratitude, replied, Thank you so much, Yigo. I truly do not know how to repay you. With a smile, Yifan gently patted her shoulder, emphasizing there is no need for such formalities. The most important thing is to care for your brother. He then turned to his younger brothers, instructing, Leave 2 individuals here to attend to Kanazawa Mai and her brother. Report any developments to me immediately. The rest of you, return to the nightclub with me. After acknowledging his orders, the younger brothers quickly arranged for 2 members to stay behind. Yifan offered a few more words of caution to Kanazawa Mai, advising her to contact him if any issues arose. Subsequently, he turned with Aoki and the remaining younger brothers, departing the hospital. Aoki started the vehicle, heading towards the Tang nightclub in Shinjuku. On the way, Aoki furrowed his brow, hesitating to voice his concerns. Brother, it seems that many of the hostesses at the club have recently resigned, and I am uncertain as to why. In the past few days, several hostesses had insisted on resigning, showing relentless determination with no room for negotiation. Yifan, perplexed, inquired what would be the reason. Surely they would not resign without cause. Aoki replied helplessly, I have asked them, but they refuse to share any information, simply stating they no longer wish to continue. Yifan pondered for a moment before responding. It appears there is certainly an underlying issue. You should find the hostesses who have resigned. I will speak to them personally. Understood. I will head back to the club and locate them, Aoki declared. Upon returning to the Tang nightclub, Aoki parked the car swiftly, then turned to Yifan, saying, Brother, I will take care of this immediately. You should return to the club and rest. Yifan nodded, patting Aoki's shoulder before entering the club. Aoki wasted no time and quickly drove towards the residences of the former hostesses, his mind racing with thoughts about the reasons behind their sudden departures. Why did those young ladies suddenly resign without uttering a word? Aoki swiftly located one of the ladies' residence. He alighted from his vehicle and knocked on the door. After a brief moment, it opened. The young lady, upon seeing Aoki, exhibited a look of astonishment. Aoki spoke, Miss, I wish to discuss the matter of your resignation. The lady hesitated, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. She softly replied, I cannot say. I am afraid. Aoki, with patience, reassured her, Do not be afraid. You can confide in me. Brother Yi will protect you. After a moment's contemplation, the young lady finally spoke, I am being threatened to resign. Aoki promptly inquired, Who is threatening you? The lady shook her head, saying, I do not know. It is a gang. Aoki continued, Why do they want you to resign? She replied, They said the Datong nightclub has offended the wrong people and that we should leave, or else we would be in danger. One sister did not believe it and was later struck by a car. She never appeared again. Upon hearing this, Aoki's heart sank. He realized the gravity of the situation far exceeded his expectations. He assured her, Rest assured, we will uncover the truth behind this. Take care and do not be frightened. With that, Aoki turned and departed, driving back to the nightclub. Upon returning, Aoki hurried into Yifan's office, his expression grave. He relayed all that he had just learned to Yifan. After listening, Yifan, while smoking, exhibited a glimmer of anger in his eyes. It appeared that there were malicious forces at play, employing ruthless tactics. He spoke in a low voice. Aoki nodded, asking, Brother, what shall we do now? We must swiftly identify the puppet master behind this. Yifan pondered for a moment before responding. Arrange for a few brothers to patrol the vicinity. If anyone threatens our ladies, apprehend them immediately. Aoki promptly agreed and turned to make the necessary arrangements. Yifan called out to him, saying, Exercise caution. Do not alarm the snake in the grass. Aoki acknowledged and quickly exited the office. That night at the Datong nightclub, the recent departures of several ladies had significantly dwindled the clientele, leaving Yifan feeling helpless. Following Yifan's instructions, Aoki, accompanied by several brothers, patrolled the area around the nightclub. Suddenly, someone knocked on the office door. Aoki entered, stating, Brother, there is trouble at the nightclub. Yifan replied, Take me to see. Aoki led Yifan to a private room, where they found a man brandishing a stack of money while gripping a girl's hair, flanked by several others. Baka, you refuse to drink the toast, so you'll drink the penalty. I spent so much money, and you dare to mock me. The girl, visibly terrified, shook her head incessantly. Observing the scene, Aoki rushed forward and seized the man's wrist. The surrounding men stood up, glaring menacingly at Aoki. Yifan's brow furrowed, his gaze icy as he fixed his stare on the man, saying, "What are you doing? This is the Datong nightclub. Such behavior is intolerable." The man sneered, "This wine is counterfeit. Do you think you can deceive me? I demand an explanation today." Yifan turned to Qing Mu, signaling him to verify the matter. Without delay, Qing Mu arranged for the wine to be tested. Shortly thereafter, his subordinate returned with the report confirming the wine was indeed fake. Qing Mu, his face awash with disbelief, stepped forward and exclaimed, "Impossible! I sourced this wine through legitimate channels. How could it be counterfeit?" Yifan cast a sharp gaze at Qing Mu and replied, "Do not panic. Let us ascertain the facts first." Qing Mu swiftly produced his phone and dialed the number of the supplier's representative, vociferously questioning, "What on earth is going on? How could this batch of wine be counterfeit?" The voice on the other end stammered, "Brother Qing, I have no idea. I have always followed the proper procedures for procurement. It cannot be fake." Qing Mu bellowed in anger, "Then you better investigate this immediately. Otherwise, this matter is far from over." Yifan turned to the man and said, "Brother, we will certainly provide you with a resolution. Please release the girl. Let us discuss this calmly." The man loosened his grip, a look of indignation on his face as he retorted, "If you do not resolve this, I will not let this matter rest." Chapter 84. Devious schemes. Yifan cast a frigid gaze upon the man, speaking in a solemn tone, "Rest assured, our Tang Dynasty Night Club never engages in unscrupulous dealings. Should this wine prove counterfeit, we will provide you with a satisfactory resolution." With that, he turned to Qing Mu, instructing him to continue the investigation and report any findings promptly. Qing Mu nodded repeatedly, dialing the phone again to sternly urge the other party to expedite their inquiries. After a brief interval, a subordinate hurriedly entered, whispering into Yifan's ear, "Brother, the inventory has been confirmed as genuine, and we have repeatedly verified the supply channels. There are no issues." Yifan's sharp eyes fixated on the rowdy individuals before him, his gaze seemingly piercing through their very souls, instilling a sense of dread among them. The instigator of the disturbance averted his gaze momentarily, but still feigned composure, retorting, "Humph, who knows if you are merely placating me? Perhaps it is your own internal machinations at play." With a cold smirk, Yifan replied, "In Tokyo, our livelihood is built on reputation. We shall not acknowledge what we have not done." He then turned to the frightened girl beside him, gently reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. You may step out to rest." The girl, feeling a wave of relief, hastily exited the private room. Yifan shifted his focus back to the troublemaker, advancing slowly, exuding an aura that sent chills down the spine. "I suspect you have come here deliberately to cause trouble. Speak, who is behind your actions?" The man instinctively recoiled a step, his bravado faltering as he stammered, "You, do not slander us. It is you who sells counterfeit wine." Yifan's expression hardened, and in a flash, he seized the man's collar, lifting him off the ground. "Choosing to ignore the truth, are we? I have my methods to extract your confession." Observing the scene, several of the man's allies attempted to intervene, but were swiftly subdued by Qing Mu and the brothers of the nightclub. Yifan forcefully threw the man to the ground, towering over him. "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Speak." Fear etched across the man's face. He hesitated momentarily, but ultimately clenched his teeth, refusing to divulge anything. With a cold snort, Yifan commanded Qing Mu, "Take him away and ensure he is well entertained. I refuse to believe we cannot pry the truth from him." Qing Mu acknowledged the order and, along with others, dragged the unruly man away. Yifan rubbed his temples, understanding that a sinister force was undoubtedly orchestrating this series of events against the Tang Dynasty nightclub. Employing ruthless tactics, he needed to uncover this power swiftly. Otherwise, the club's business would falter, severely impacting the livelihoods of his brothers. In the dimly lit and flickering atmosphere of the nightclub's basement, an oppressive aura hung in the air. Yifan stood silently, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his indifferent gaze fixed upon the 5 individuals suspended before him. Qing Mu, accompanied by several subordinates wielding baseball bats, emanated a fierce intensity. At Yifan's command, Ching Mu swung the bat with force, striking one of the captives mercilessly. The thudding sound echoed throughout the basement, accompanied by the anguished cries of the struck individual. "Speak! Who sent you here?" Ching Mu shouted, continuing his relentless assault. The man being beaten wore a face twisted in agony, his sweat mingling with blood. Yet he remained resolutely silent, teeth clenched tight. Yi Fan inhaled deeply, exhaling a ring of smoke as his chilling voice echoed in the basement. "Do you think that remaining mute will spare you from this ordeal? Unless you provide a full confession today, none of you shall leave here unscathed." Seeing this, the underlings swung their baseball bats with increased ferocity, striking the individuals mercilessly. The anguished cries and curses reverberated through the basement, creating a chilling atmosphere. Suddenly, one of the battered men, unable to withstand the torment, trembled as he shouted, "I'll talk. I'll talk. Stop hitting me." Yi Fan raised his hand, signaling Aoki to halt, his gaze fixed intently upon the man. Quickly, who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes? The man gasped for breath, his voice weak. It's Ryuji from the Zetian group. They sent us to stir up trouble at the nightclub and said they wanted to drive you out of Shinjuku. Yi Fan and Aoki exchanged glances, a flicker of anger and resolve passing between them. So it's the Zetian group. Are they not merely turning against their own? Yi Fan ground the cigarette, but into the floor, his voice cold and resolute. "I will settle this score with them." He turned to Aoki. "Ensure these individuals are treated well. Just don't kill them. Once they're done, throw them out." Aoki nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, big brother. I will make the arrangements." As Yi Fan exited the basement, a torrent of thoughts surged within him. He never anticipated it would be Ryuji. Yi Fan led his men to the entrance of Ryuji's establishment. Before they could approach, Ryuji's underlings, akin to a pack of feral dogs sensing danger, quickly surrounded them. Their eyes were filled with suspicion and provocation, as if to declare that this territory was their sacred domain, impervious to intrusion. One particularly menacing underling, bearing a scar across his face, charged forward, tilting his head as he exhaled a cloud of alcohol-laden breath, cursing in broken Japanese interspersed with vulgarities. "Who dares trespass on our boss Miyagi's territory? Are you tired of living? Get lost, or we'll leave you unrecognizable." Another lanky, bleach-blonde underling chimed in. "Exactly. Don't you know where you are? You reckless fools dare to stir trouble here? Watch out, or you'll regret it." Voices clashed in a cacophony of insults, their brazen arrogance seemingly intent on overwhelming Yi Fan and his companions, attempting to block their advance with sheer bravado. They aimed to impose a show of force at the entrance of the establishment, hoping to intimidate Yi Fan into retreat. However, Yi Fan was not one to be daunted by such theatrics. His expression grew ever more steely. The foremost of the blonde underlings, adorned with a heavy gold chain around his neck and a face laden with excess, stepped forward. He arrogantly shoved Yi Fan's shoulder, only to be met with a swift slap across the face. Staggering back, the blonde underling snarled, "Are you all blind? Don't you know whose territory this is? Get out of here." Yi Fan's gaze turned icy, his figure remaining utterly still. Yet the chilling glint in his eyes made the younger brother with the yellow hair involuntarily shudder. The brothers behind him glared furiously, their fists clenched tightly, poised to charge at these audacious individuals at Yi Fan's command, ready to teach them a lesson about their own insignificance. Standing beside Yi Fan, Ching Mu, with an expression of sheer indignation, bellowed, "You insolent fools! How dare you address our elder brother in such a manner? Do you believe we won't reduce your shabby establishment to ruins today?" Chapter 85. The confrontation upon hearing the words. The young thug with the yellow hair exhibited a fleeting moment of panic on his face, yet he maintained a facade of bravado, shouting defiantly, "Do you think I fear you? If you have the guts, come and try." Yi Fan slightly raised his chin, casting a disdainful glance at the obstructing thugs, and coldly declared, "Bring out Gongcheng Longziji to meet me. Otherwise, none of you shall have a peaceful day." The thugs exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by Yi Fan's directness and assertiveness. However, they were reluctant to allow him and his companions entry, resulting in a standoff that hung in the air like a taut bowstring, ready to snap. At that moment, a tall, heavily tattooed man emerged from the establishment. seemingly the leader of the thugs. With arms crossed, he strode towards Yi Fan, looking down on him, and scoffed, "You want to see our boss? Take a good look at yourself and leave, or I won't hesitate to be rude." A cold smile curled at the corners of Yi Fan's lips as he leisurely retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag, exhaling smoke in swirling rings. His gaze grew increasingly frigid amidst the haze. "It appears you won't shed tears until you see the coffin," he remarked, lightly waving his hand. In an instant, his companions surged forward like a tidal wave, clashing with Longsaji's thugs. The air was filled with shouts and the sounds of combat, creating a scene of utter chaos. Meanwhile, Yi Fan remained rooted in place, observing the turmoil with a calm demeanor. Onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, turned pale with fear, hurriedly fleeing in all directions, terrified of being caught in the crossfire of this gang confrontation. Just then, a few reckless thugs, sensing Yi Fan's apparent vulnerability as he stood still, exchanged glances and charged at him from various directions, brandishing clubs and other weapons, hoping for a surprise attack. Yet, Yi Fan remained unfazed, hands in his pockets, standing tall as if the advancing foes were merely buzzing flies rather than menacing adversaries. As the first thug approached, raising his club to strike, Yi Fan deftly sidestepped the blow, countering with a rapid kick that struck the thug's abdomen like a bolt of lightning. The thug soared backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, howling in pain as he crashed to the ground, curled up in agony and unable to rise. The second thug, witnessing the scene, was gripped by terror, but unable to halt his momentum, continued his advance with grim determination. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened as the thug drew near. He executed another swift kick, accurately targeting the side of his knee. A sharp crack echoed as the thug's knee dislocated, collapsing to the ground. Clutching his injured leg and rolling in agony, pleading for mercy. The third thug stood frozen in shock, nearly dropping his weapon, his eyes filled with terror and hesitation. Yi Fan did not spare him a glance, merely stepping forward, which caused the thug to collapse in fear, soiling himself in the process. Yi Fan cast a disdainful glance at his disheveled subordinates, letting out a cold snort before redirecting his gaze towards the establishment. Today, he was resolute in his intent to confront Miyagi Ryanosuk, demanding accountability for his actions against the Tang Dynasty nightclub. As Yi Fan fixed his eyes on the entrance of the establishment, Miyagi Ryanosuk finally emerged, flanked by his entourage. Clad in a sleek black suit, his hair slicked back, and adorned with dark sunglasses and a hefty gold chain, he exuded an air of arrogance, accompanied by a group of similarly well-dressed, yet menacing followers. However, upon witnessing the sight of his incapacitated subordinates sprawled on the ground, his expression darkened instantaneously, his demeanor transforming into one of palpable fury. Removing his sunglasses, his eyes blazed with anger and disbelief as he glared at Yi Fan, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Yi Fan, how dare you wreak havoc on my territory and leave my men in this state? Are you tired of living?" Yi Fan responded with a cold smile, undeterred by the palpable hostility, and replied nonchalantly, "Miyagi Ryanosuk, spare me your theatrics. You have sent your men to disturb my Tang Dynasty nightclub, repeatedly seeking trouble with us. Do you truly believe that I, Yi Fan, am easy prey? I am here today to demand an explanation." Miyagi Ryanosuk's lips twitched slightly, a fleeting look of panic crossing his face before he quickly regained his arrogant composure. With a scoff, he retorted, "Humph, whatever you have to say, let us discuss it inside. I wouldn't want others to witness your embarrassment. I am curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve." With that, he turned and strode towards the establishment, followed closely by his subordinates. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with caution, yet he stood his ground, leading his men closely behind. Upon entering the establishment, they were enveloped by the overwhelming scent of smoke, alcohol, and perfume, the lighting dim and suggestive. The walls were adorned with vulgar images, and the room was furnished with several sofas and coffee tables, where scantily clad women huddled in corners, their expressions filled with fear as they gazed at the fierce group. Miyagi Ryanosuk swaggered to a sofa, reclining comfortably as he propped up one leg, reaching for a cigar from the table. A subordinate hurriedly stepped forward to light it for him. He took a deep drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he fixed his gaze on Yi Fan, asking, "Well then, what do you desire?" Yi Fan stood firm, his piercing eyes surveying the room before locking onto Miyagi Ryanosuk. Miyagi Ryanosuk, as members of the Zetian group, we should be supporting one another. Yet for your own selfish gains, you have sent your men to wreak havoc in my nightclub, disrupting my business. How do you intend to settle this account? Miyagi Ryanosuk chuckled derisively, flicking ash from his cigar. Yi Fan, this is the ruthless underworld of Tokyo. It is survival of the fittest. If you lack the ability to protect your territory, who can you blame? At this remark, rage ignited within Yi Fan's eyes. He stepped forward, his comrades closing ranks around him, the tension in the air escalating once more. So, it is survival of the fittest, is it? Today, let us see who the true victor is, Yi Fan declared coldly. Long Jinyan's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Yi Fan's unwavering resolve. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a fierce determination. Do you think I fear you? He bellowed, simultaneously signaling to his subordinates. The atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense, and an inevitable clash loomed on the horizon. Aoki, who had been standing beside Yi Fan, seethed with pent-up rage. Witnessing the audacity of their adversaries, he could no longer contain himself and erupted, "Baka, you bunch of scoundrels, do you really think it's easy to bully?" With that, he transformed into a veritable powder keg, leaping forward to deliver a kick toward one of the adversary's lackeys. Chapter 86. Striking without hitting the face, the underling was clearly unprepared for Aoki's sudden assault, unable to evade, and was struck squarely in the chest by Aoki's powerful kick. He stumbled backward, colliding with a tea table, sending bottles and glasses crashing to the ground in a cacophony of shattering glass. "Baka, how dare you lay a hand on me?" Aoki retorted, "I merely used my foot." "Baka." This kick seemed to ignite the fuse of conflict, escalating the already tense atmosphere to a boiling point. Dragon-S subordinates, witnessing the altercation, roared in fury and charged toward Yi Fan's group, resulting in an immediate melee. Aoki navigated through the chaos, each of his strikes landing with precision on his adversary's vital points. He alternated between delivering elbow strikes to opponents' abdomens and kneeing them in the jaw, causing those underlings to retreat in pain, their cries echoing through the tumult. The underlings following Aoki were equally undeterred, bravely engaging in fierce close-quarters combat with Dragon-S men. The establishment lay in disarray, furniture overturned, glass shattered, and the mingling of spilled liquor with blood spreading across the floor. Yet neither side showed any inclination to retreat. The air was filled with the clamor of battle cries, curses, and the sounds of bodies colliding, transforming the establishment into a veritable hell on earth. Amidst the fray, Aoki noticed one of Dragon-S' formidable aides attempting to sneak up on Yi Fan from behind. With a sharp glance, he abandoned his current opponent and dashed forward. Just as the aide was about to strike, Aoki leaped into the air, delivering a flying kick that connected with the aide's temple, rendering him unconscious instantly. Yi Fan, witnessing Aoki's valor, nodded slightly in approval. He then joined the fray, setting his sights directly on Dragon. With lightning speed, Yi Fan maneuvered past Dragon-S defenses. Closing in on him, Dragon, undeterred, charged at Yi Fan directly. Yi Fan deftly sidestepped Dragon-S' straight punch and retaliated with a powerful blow aimed at Dragon-S' abdomen. Dragon barely managed to block with his arm, but was still propelled backward by Yi Fan's formidable strength. Dragon grunted angrily, launching a kick aimed at Yi Fan's head. Unfazed, Yi Fan sidestepped this fierce attack and swiftly executed a sweeping kick toward Dragon-S' lower body. Dragon leaped to evade, but was unprepared for Yi Fan's fist, which followed closely behind, landing heavily on his cheek. "Damn it! Strike the body, not the face," Dragon thought, feeling a sharp pain in his face as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Infuriated, he swung wildly at Yi Fan, unleashing a flurry of erratic punches. Yi Fan, maintaining his composure, deftly dodged this uncoordinated assault, countering with precise strikes that found their mark on Dragon, eliciting pained grunts from him. Around them, the underlings continued their fierce brawl, but in this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the fierce duel between Yi Fan and Dragon. Yi Fan keenly identified a flaw in Long Zijia's defense, surging forward with a powerful elbow strike that struck the latter's chest with a resounding impact. Long Zijia's face instantly drained of color as he staggered backward, ultimately bracing himself against the wall to regain his balance. "Is this truly your strength?" Yi Fan remarked coldly, laced with mockery. Long Zijia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze filled with venomous intent. In a sudden frenzy, he drew a dagger from his waist and lunged at Yi Fan with reckless abandon. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed, and he deftly sidestepped the dagger's lethal edge, swiftly seizing Long Zijia's wrist and twisting with force. The pain forced Long Zijia to relinquish his grip on the dagger, which clattered to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Fan delivered a powerful kick to his knee, forcing Long Zijia to kneel, his face a mask of resentment and fury. From his elevated position, Yi Fan looked down at Long Zijia and stated coldly, "You dare wield a blade? Even given a chance, you prove utterly ineffectual." Long Zijia, kneeling on the ground, glared at Yi Fan with bloodshot eyes, his teeth grinding audibly. His chest heaved violently, bruises marring his visage, and blood trickled from his mouth. Yet his ferocity remained undiminished. "Yi Fan, if you possess any courage, then take my life. This humiliation shall be repaid tenfold." Long Zijia howled in a fit of hysteria, his neck muscles bulging as if he were a wounded beast, defiantly resisting despite his plight. A disdainful smirk crept across Yi Fan's lips, his eyes glinting with contempt. He slowly lifted his foot and brought it down heavily upon Long Zijia's face, grinding it against the ground, mingling with the shattered remnants of a wine bottle and shards of glass. "Kill you? Why would I be so foolish? Should you perish, the organization would undoubtedly seek my life." Yi Fan's voice was as chilling as a judgment from the depths of hell. Long Zijia's fury erupted like a volcano, and he struggled desperately, his hands clawing at the ground in a futile attempt to break free from Yi Fan's foot. Yet all was in vain. The pressure of Yi Fan's shoe on his face sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, but his hatred only intensified. He vowed that if he could survive this day, he would ensure that Yi Fan would find no peace in life or death. At that moment, the wailing of police sirens echoed outside, heralding the imminent encirclement of the chaotic establishment by law enforcement. Upon hearing the sirens, Yi Fan's expression sharpened. He released his foot from Long Zijia's face and coldly advised, "Consider yourself fortunate today, but you would do well to keep your head down. For next time,